Beneath the shelter of a cliff in the northern wasteland, 3 modified vehicles were arranged in a crescent shape, serving as a makeshift wall to protect 2 tents nestled within. For mercenaries, clad in dusty yellow combat attire and donning steel helmets with filtered gas masks, patrolled the perimeter, weapons at the ready. On the dune opposite the camp, Ninja buried himself beneath the golden sands, revealing only his shoulders and above. His piercing gaze was fixed intently on the distant encampment, his chiseled cheekbones exuding a primal ruggedness. At the age of 20, standing at 6 feet tall, he possessed a robust physique, a stark contrast to the emaciated figures that populated the refugee zone, owing to his upbringing as a hunter. Since the cataclysmic meteor shower, which unleashed intense radiation upon the Earth, global temperatures had surged dramatically, resulting in parched landscapes and rampant hurricanes, leading to a regression of civilization and an ensuing chaos. Over half a century had elapsed, yet the world remained in the throes of devastation, as factions clashed incessantly over the scarce resources of clean food and water. Ecological crises, energy shortages, and food scarcity plagued the remnants of humanity, each calamity compounding the next. In their desperation to escape the harsh realities of the radiation zones, all eyes turned towards the Federation, the last bastion of hope. The Free Federation was devoid of cities. It comprised countless fortresses controlled by various factions. These strongholds, encircled by towering walls for protection, resembled scattered chess pieces across the Federation's expanse. The lands beyond these fortifications were collectively referred to as the refugee zone. The urban dwellers and the refugees represented 2 utterly distinct groups. Unfortunately, Ninja was one among the millions inhabiting the lawless expanse of the refugee zone, where civilization lay in ruins and order had disintegrated. Survival often necessitated unthinkable measures. Today, Ninja found himself in the employ of a gang, dispatched to this camp to procure a particular item. Rustle. A lizard scurried across the sandy surface, and Ninja swiftly caught it in his hand, bringing it to his lips. Crunch. He bit down, severing the creature in 2, as green blood trickled down the corner of his mouth. Gulp. Beside him, Lin Sun witnessed the scene and swallowed hard, licking his cracked lips as he inquired, "Jigu, we've been lying in wait for 3 hours now. When will we strike?" "Patience. The sun has yet to set," Ninja replied, passing over the half-eaten lizard. Zizzle. Lin Sun accepted the morsel, eagerly sucking the blood to moisten his parched throat. Only when he could extract no more liquid did he cram the still-twitching half of the creature into his mouth, chewing voraciously as he continued. "There are at least 10 men in that camp, and we have only 6, plus they're armed. Do you really think we can succeed? As long as we secure the item, each of us will earn 100 pounds of coarse rice. With this food, we might just survive the winter. We must take the risk for a chance at life." Ninja's gaze remained fixed on the distant tents, his expression resolute. An hour passed, and as the sun sank below the horizon, the temperature plummeted. The 4 soldiers patrolling the camp were called back by their comrades for a meal. A gust of wind rose, swirling the sand and reducing visibility to a mere whisper. "The opportunity has arrived. Move in." Ninja noted the camp's momentary lapse, his body emerging from the sands. As he began to advance, the yellow dunes rippled, and 4 men, long in hiding, emerged to follow in Ninja's wake. After hours of observation, Ninja had discerned that the mercenaries would experience a 3-minute gap during their shift change, likely extended by the ongoing dinner. Under the cover of the wind and sand, they swiftly approached the makeshift camp. Ninja raised his left fist, signaling for the others to halt, then turned to East Treasure, saying, "You take 1 person to keep watch, and the other 2 monitor the tent where the mercenaries are. Lin Sun and I will handle the task at hand." Pitter-patter. The others fell silent, swiftly obeying Ninja's commands. Ninja and Lin Sun moved with the agility of wildcats, skirting past the vehicles until they reached the edge of the largest tent. Ninja used his bone knife to part the entrance flap, peering inside through the gap. At the center of the tent, a copper basin glowed with embers, while a man with a headset sat with his back to the entrance, cranking a hand-powered generator to power a boxy radio, engaged in conversation. "Boss, we've successfully acquired the chip and are currently en route back to Fortress 87. But we're encountering severe sandstorm conditions, so we're resting." Bang! Ninja exerted force, pulling aside the tether that held the entrance flap, whispering in a tone audible only to 2. "Remember, We grab the item and leave, don't let greed delay us. And under no circumstances should anyone be killed. If a fortress man dies in the refugee zone, they will undoubtedly investigate. Lin Sun signaled with an okay gesture, removing the longbow crafted from bear sinew from his back and drawing an arrow from his waist. As the flaps slowly opened, Ninja reversed his grip on the bone knife, advancing steadily. Boss, rest assured, I'm aware that the drinking water in the city is running low. The pump is nearly drawing from the contaminated layer. Based on my current schedule, I should be able to return to the fortress in 2 days at most, and I won't delay the company's business. The man cranked the generator with one hand while reaching for a nearby cup, catching a glimpse of his reflection in the stainless steel surface, prompting him to swiftly evade to the side. Whoosh! Ninja swung his arm, the blade grazing the man's neck as he severed the connection line of the headset, cutting off his communication with the outside. Damn it! Who are you? The man exclaimed, reaching for the multi-barrel pistol at his waist. Whoosh! In that instant, Lin Sun's arrow shot forth, brutally piercing the man's arm. Thud! Ninja lunged forward, forcefully pinning the man against the table behind him, the bone knife pressed to his throat. Silence, or I will take your life. Brother, you're a refugee, aren't you? The man, sensing the peculiar odor emanating from Ninja and observing his tattered attire, suppressed his pain and remarked, I know the refugee zone is experiencing famine this year. Life is tough for you. If you don't act rashly, I can give you the money and food I have on me. What do you say? I'm not here to beg. Hand over the chip, and he'll leave immediately. Ninja, oblivious to the nature of the chip, merely echoed his employer's demands. You're here for the chip? The man's eyes twitched violently at this revelation. Do you realize how crucial the purification chip is? Fortress 87 is already facing a water crisis, and we must utilize the purification chips program to upgrade the pump's filtration system. Otherwise, the entire city will be forced to drink contaminated waste. Your concerns are of no significance to me. That purified water will not reach my hands. They'll say it once more, either you give me the chip, or he'll find it on your corpse. Ninja tightened his grip, the blade drawing a thin line of blood across the man's neck. Chapter 2. The onset of the strange illness. The howling winds raged outside, as the gravel pelted against the tent with a cacophonous clamor. The man gazed into Ninja's eyes, which glinted with a predatory hunger, and chose to capitulate. What you seek is within the iron box on the table. With a clang, Lin Sun, upon hearing this, rummaged through the table and swiftly unearthed a crystal cube, no larger than a matchbox, adorned with peculiar patterns. Brother, I've got the item. With a swift motion, Ninja raised his arm, poised to strike the man atop his head. Wait, may I utter a few words? The man, witnessing Ninja's impending action, spoke rapidly. You are merely refugees. Possessing this chip holds no value for you. I am from Black Horse Company. Surely you have heard of us? We control over 60% of the domestic water market and are the largest water purveyor in the northern wastelands. If you return the chip to me, I can lead you into the fortress and grant you the identity of a city dweller. What do you say? Gulped Lin Sun, upon hearing the man's proposition. Swallowed hard, his excitement causing his body to tremble. To transcend the impoverished refugee zone, to breach the barrier separating two worlds, and to enter the fortress as a city dweller was a dream cherished by millions of refugees. The fortress, as rumored, was a veritable treasure trove of resources, with an abundance of drinking water that surpassed the refugee zone 100-fold. Bam! Ninja remained silent, his arm crashing down heavily, rendering the man unconscious. Moments later, the silhouettes of the 6 individuals faded into the swirling sands, quickly distancing themselves from the camp. As the wind ceased, the scattered flora in the desert emitted a faint luminescence, and the star-studded sky, painted in deep hues, revealed the Milky Way in all its glory. However, the weary travelers, preoccupied with survival, paid little heed to this beauty, so utterly unrelated to their plight. At Cliff's entrance, Ninja turned to Li Dongbao beside him. Dongbao? Can you ascertain that those we are to trade with are trustworthy? Li Dongbao smiled with sincerity. Rest assured, the contact this time is my cousin. His parents passed away when he was very young, and it was my parents who raised him. To make ends meet. My father sold blood while my mother sold milk. Given this bond, can there be any doubt? Seeing Li Dongbao's unwavering confidence, Ninja refrained from further inquiries. The 6 of them shared a brotherly bond, and Li Dongbao would never deceive him. Brother Jia, there's something I truly do not comprehend. That man clearly promised us that if we returned the chip, he would take us into the city. Why did you refuse? Lin Sun, having pondered this throughout the journey, broached the subject privately to avoid casting a shadow over Ningxi. The fortress may be grand, but the peace it offers does not belong to us. Even if we entered, we would merely become its builders, not its enjoyers. Moreover, I do not trust that man. When the knife is at our throats, he may yield, but once we are inside the city, we would become mere rats in his grasp. Ningxia replied calmly, his gaze fixed ahead. The life within the city may not truly suit us. Everyone claims it to be a paradise of equality, but how could such a paradise exist in this wasteland? Rather than becoming a caged slave within, I would prefer to survive in the wilderness. For at least then, I could retain control over my own life. But we have never set foot in the city. How can you be certain that the city dwellers are all slaves? Lin Sun queried with a sidelong glance. Over the years, only significant figures have had access to the fortress. Have you ever seen an ordinary person emerge? Ningxia retorted. Sigh, what a pity. I had thought you would agree to that man's proposal. Allowing us to enter the city together, then you could meet Sister Xiaoyu. To be honest, after all these years living in the refugee village, I never imagined she was the daughter of a prominent figure in the city, let alone that she would be escorted into the fortress by mercenaries. As Lin Sun spoke, he suddenly turned to Ningxia. Brother Jia, I believe Sister Xiaoyu must have forgotten you. Otherwise, why has there been no news from her or any effort to bring us into the city? Those childhood sweethearts are but illusions. Do not speak ill of her. Xiaoyu is not that kind of person, Ningxia replied, his expression calm. In these chaotic times, many matters are beyond one's control. The group advanced through the night, soon delving into a canyon, arriving at a fork in the path. Brother Jia, we've arrived at up ahead on the hillside. There's a wooden cabin where the contact awaits us. Li Dongbao observed the terrain and pointed towards a leftward path. Let us proceed swiftly with the transaction and return to the refugee village. We must not linger outside overnight. Ningxia nodded warily at the howls of wolves echoing through the canyon. Leading the way, however, after taking a few steps, he suddenly halted, a pained expression crossing his face. Jia? Brother Jia, are you all right? The others rushed to his side, alarmed by Ningxia's demeanor. That moment, Ningxia collapsed to the ground. Drenched in cold sweat, his temperature alarmingly high, his dark pupils faintly glimmering with a beastly red glow, presenting an eerie and terrifying sight. Damn it! Has that strange illness returned to haunt you? Lin Sun shouted at the others. Water! Quickly, bring water! I have some, Li Dongbao exclaimed, unfastening his water pouch. Remove Brother Jia's shirt. Use water to cool him down. Lin Sun, experienced in dealing with Ningxia's sudden afflictions, began instructing his companions in a flurry. Frantically, they assisted in removing Ningxia's shirt, revealing his robust physique and the myriad scars that adorned it. Particularly striking was the enormous claw mark that spanned from his left shoulder to his right flank. A sight that was both shocking and heart-wrenching. In the desert, where temperature fluctuations were extreme, daytime surface temperatures exceeding 50 degrees, and nighttime temperatures plummeting close to freezing, Li Dongbao poured water over Ningxia, causing wisps of steam to rise. In this wasteland, nothing was more precious than water, and no one wished to share this invaluable resource. For the refugees, who often went months without washing, using water to cool oneself was a luxury. Yet, in this moment, they willingly bestowed this precious resource upon Ningxia. Ningxia was seen as the unspoken leader of this group of hunters, not only because he ensured their survival, but also due to his strength. He was the only one among them to have hunted a bear near the refugee zone of Fortress 87. The bears, mutated by radiation, were no longer the creatures of the old world. They had grown massive, with sinewy strength, impervious to harm. Even the fully armed supply teams within the fortress dared not provoke a bear lightly. No one knew how Ningxia accomplished it. They only saw him dragging a massive bear carcass back. Collapsing at the entrance of the town, drenched in blood. It was Lin Sun who sold the bear's hide, securing the medicine that saved Ningxia's life. Since then, Ningxia had been afflicted with this unpredictable illness. Each episode marked by crimson eyes and elevated body temperature, an appearance so fearsome that even the best doctor in town could not discern its cause. Chapter 3. The moral bottom line. After nearly 5 minutes of frantic efforts, utilizing 3 precious flasks of drinking water, they finally managed to lower Ningxia's temperature. Huffing and puffing, Ningxia suddenly sat up from the ground, gasping for breath. Upon seeing his own appearance and the anxious expressions of those around him, he swallowed hard. Did I have another episode? Yes. You nearly scared us to death. Fortunately, it happened here. If it had occurred during the hunt, the consequences would have been dire. Lin Sun understood that Ningxia lost memory of the events during each episode, and upon seeing him regain consciousness, he felt a sense of relief. This place is unsafe. Let us complete our business quickly. Ningxia, hearing the unknown roars of beasts echoing in the wilderness, picked up his clothes and began leading the group towards the left path. Attempting to recall the recent events, yet he found his mind void of any impressions, save for a lingering fatigue and a searing pain. Soon, they ascended a hillside and entered a wooden cabin illuminated by lights. Inside, there were two individuals. One was a burly man with a thick beard, and the other a young man in his 20s. Given that most of the refugees rarely washed, it was difficult to discern their true appearances. Brother Jia, let me introduce you. This is my cousin, Li Bin. Cousin, this is Ningxia, whom I mentioned. Li Dongbao introduced them as they entered. Hello. I have often heard my cousin speak highly of you. Over the years, you have taken good care of him. Thank you. Li Bin greeted with a smile, then got straight to the point. Friend, do you have the items we requested? Where's the rice? Ningxia countered. Rest assured. We are men of our word, the burly man replied, lifting a blanket from the corner to reveal several burlap sacks underneath. Xiao Sun, hand him the items. As Ningxia spoke, his stomach audibly growled. Brother, it seems Dongbao spoke the truth. You indeed possess some skills. Li Bin's eyes lit up as he received the chip, then pointed to a backpack on the table, saying, Inside is the roasted meat I brought for you. After all your hard work, you must be famished. Please, have a bite, cousin. You truly know how to treat guests. Recently, hunting has become increasingly arduous. It has been ages since I last laid eyes on fresh meat. Upon hearing this, Li Dongbao swiftly approached the table and retrieved several fist-sized chunks of meat, the origin of which was uncertain. The others, upon witnessing this, gathered around eagerly. We are all souls burdened by fate, and it is only fitting that we look out for one another. Eat up, I will step outside for a moment. Once you finish, we can continue our conversation. Li Bin greeted them with a smile before striding out of the room. Dongbao, your cousin is quite a decent fellow. He even remembers to bring us provisions, exclaimed a hunter, devouring the roasted meat with fervor, his eyes wide with delight. Indeed, my cousin has been raised by my parents since childhood. Before my parents passed away, he swore at their graves to take good care of us, Li Dongbao replied, savoring the roasted meat with a satisfied expression. Everyone, please indulge. I will have another word with him later to see if there are any other tasks he can arrange for us, striving to ensure that you all can wear warm trousers this winter. Outside the wooden cabin, once we obtain this item, we shall have truly emerged from adversity, exclaimed the bearded man, taking the purified water chip from Li Bin's hands, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Once the effects of the drugs kick in for those inside, we simply need to rush in and eliminate them, securing our safety. Can we spare my cousin's life? His parents have shown kindness to me. Li Bin's eyes flickered with conflict upon hearing the bearded man's words. Stealing from Haima Company will undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. I trust you are aware of this. Even if these individuals survive, they cannot escape pursuit, posing a significant threat to us. The opportunities this chip provides for accessing other strongholds are limited, and if you truly wish to protect him, you can only remain with him in the refugee zone. The burly man lit a cigarette, a relic from the old world, and added, If you genuinely wish to protect him, I will not force you. But as a friend, I must remind you, in this wasteland, do not set moral boundaries for yourself. Otherwise, you shall be the one left repulsed in the end. After a moment's contemplation, Li Bin too ignited a cigarette, declaring, when the time comes, I shall personally see him off. Once we enter the city, endless beauty awaits you. Be ruthless, and you shall endure longer. The bearded man smiled upon witnessing Li Bin's decision, withdrawing a flashlight from his belt and flashing it towards the encroaching darkness. Soon, several figures began stealthily making their way towards the wooden cabin. Tell them not to use guns. There are too many beasts around. We must be cautious not to attract any troublesome creatures. Li Bin inhaled deeply, his eyes illuminated by the glowing coals, now devoid of any compassion. Inside the room, Lin Sun gazed curiously at Ningxia, who was wrapping the roasted meat and stowing it in his pocket. "Zhigu, why aren't you eating?" he inquired. "I intend to save this piece of meat as bait to catch more prey." Ningxia smiled. "Why aren't you eating as well? This year, the refugee zone is suffering from a severe drought, and food is becoming increasingly scarce. I hope to preserve this meat to make jerky. It is better to go hungry now than to starve during the winter." Lin Sun imitated Ningxia, wrapping a chunk of meat in a rag before heading towards the corner, preparing to nibble on some rough rice to stave off hunger. However, upon opening the sack, he froze in shock. "Zhigu, something is amiss. This ice is rough rice. It's sand. What did you say?" Upon hearing this, Li Dongbao immediately straightened up, and when he beheld the yellow sand within the bag, his eyes widened in disbelief. "How could my cousin deceive me? I must demand an explanation from him." Just as Li Dongbao took a step forward, his legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground in a state of distress. "The meat has been drugged." At that moment, another hunter felt his body weaken, struggling to rise but collapsing flat on the ground. Crash! Simultaneously, the door of the wooden cabin was kicked open, and 7 or 8 masked thugs armed with axes rushed inside, indiscriminately attacking anyone in sight. Whoosh! A burly man, upon noticing that Ningxia and Lin Sun had not fallen, brandished a fire axe and charged at Ningxia. Sensing the attack, Ningxia skillfully ducked, evading the blow, and countered by driving his shoulder into the assailant's chest while swiftly delivering 3 lightning-fast stabs to his side. Meanwhile, another thug wielding a bone knife lunged at Ningxia from the side. But the angle left him no room to evade. Chapter 4. Life is as fragile as weeds. The thug's blade lunged towards Ningxia's vital points. Whoosh! Positioned further back, Lin Sun drew his bowstring taut, the arrow whistling as it accurately struck the thug's forehead. Before he could draw a second arrow, he was kicked down. "Shao Sun!" Ningxia cried, rushing forward and plunging a knife through the assailant's neck. Boom! Amidst the chaos, another attacker lunged at Ningxia, pinning him to the ground, the knife aimed directly at his throat. Clap! At that moment, Ningxia's bone knife had slipped from his grasp. He could only grip the assailant's wrist tightly, engaging in a fierce struggle. The fallen burly man crawled over to assist, clutching the thug's hand to help push down. The thug, already pressing down on Ningxia, found his advantage amplified by the burly man's assistance. And within moments, the knife's tip began to inch closer to Ningxia's neck. As Ningxia gritted his teeth, pushing against the thug's wrist, he felt an unbearable burning sensation within him. In that critical moment, he suddenly displayed signs of an impending episode. Initially, the thug, aided by his comrades, sensed that Ningxia was faltering. He merely needed to exert a little more force to dispatch him easily. Just as he prepared to deliver the coup de grace, he noticed Ningxia's pupils turning a deep crimson, and the hand gripping his arm felt like a branding iron, scorching his arm and causing it to tremble. Ningxia erupted in a primal roar, his strength surging as he threw both men off him. "Damn it! Take this guy down first." A thug, who had intended to attack Lin Sun, turned to see Ningxia's explosive reaction and swung his hand saw towards him. However, Ningxia seemed to have eyes in the back of his head, skillfully dodging the strike and swiftly locking the thug's shoulder joint while gripping his arm, exerting tremendous force. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as the thug's arm dislocated, followed by a brief cry of agony. Notably, it was only half a cry. For the next moment, Ningxia had already snapped his neck. In a frenzied state, Ningxia resembled a tiger amongst a flock of sheep, embarking on a rampage with bare hands. His speed and strength reached a terrifying level, rendering the opposition incapable of inflicting harm upon him. After leaving behind several corpses, the remaining assailants fled towards the exit. Thud thud. As the crowd scattered, Ningxia pursued, his gaze fixed upon Li Bin ahead. "I'll be damned." Li Bin, upon seeing this monstrous youth charging towards him, hastily drew a makeshift pistol crafted from steel pipes, capable of firing only one bullet. "Zhigu, be careful." Li Dongbao, incapacitated by the sedative, gritted his teeth and sprang up from the ground. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and Li Dongbao fell once more. "This is not right. We are no match for him. Run!" The bearded man at the entrance screamed and turned to flee. Li Bin, acting even faster, darted past the bearded man while slamming the door shut behind him. Bang bang! Inside, the frenzied Ningxia pounded mercilessly against the door. Li Bin, Help me. My belt is stuck in the door. After the bearded man exited, he discovered that his belt had gotten caught in the door seam. Shouting loudly, swish, Li Bin, who had already sprinted a few steps, returned upon hearing the voice, brandishing his bone knife to sever the belt. Bang! In the instant Li Bin swung his knife, the decaying wooden door, not particularly sturdy, was shattered with a single punch. A bloodied hand tore away a wooden plank, revealing a pair of crimson eyes locked onto Li Bin, causing his breath to hitch. Don't just stand there. What are you doing? The bearded man, witnessing the scene, trembled in fear. Puff! In the next moment, Li Bin's knife plunged directly into the bearded man's abdomen. Li Bin, you son of a? The bearded man looked down, seeing the knife embedded in his belly, shock written all over his face. That guy inside is a monster. Don't leave anyone behind to hold him back, if we don't all escape. We redoomed. Don't adhere to moral boundaries. That's what you taught me. Li Bin yanked open the bearded man's chest pocket, grasping the chip before turning to flee. I'm already pinned to the door. If you want to sell me out, just leave me be. Why stab me? The bearded man clutched his wound, sweat pouring down his face as he shouted, I bloody forgot. Ahead, Li Bin halted momentarily before swiftly disappearing into the darkness. Bang! In the next instant, the rotting door was pushed aside, revealing a powerful hand gripping the bearded man's throat, dragging him back inside. Under the dim light of the lantern, the bearded man gazed at the corpses strewn across the floor. His voice trembling, Brother, listen to me. After all these years of being a bandit, I have amassed considerable savings. If you are willing to spare me, I will pay a ransom. Food, money, anything, crack. Before he could finish speaking, the sound of a joint breaking echoed. As the bearded man's body crumpled to the ground, Ningxia slowly turned, striding towards Lin Sun. Zhigu, what has happened to you? Please don't scare me. Lin Sun caught sight of Ningxia approaching, his body instinctively retreating until he collided with the wall, leaving him with no avenue for escape. Bang! Ningxia suddenly raised his hand, gripping Lin Sun's neck and lifting him off the ground. Lin Sun felt the suffocating pressure enveloping him, desperately clutching Ningxia's scalding arm as he struggled to speak. Zhigu. It's me, Xiao Sun. Lin Sun. We grew up together. Have you forgotten me? Back then, in the refugee village. It was my father who took you in. He raised you. My father was the only teacher in the town. He taught us our letters and numbers since we were little. Have you forgotten all of that? And what about Qin Xiaoyu? Do you remember Sister Xiaoyu? She was also a child taken in by my father. The three of us were inseparable back then. After my father died, you swore at his grave that you would protect me for life. At Lin Sun's words, Ningxia's grip faltered, a flicker of recognition igniting in his crimson gaze. Moments later, his arm dropped, releasing Lin Sun. Zhigu, do you remember now? Do you still recognize me? Lin Sun gazed into those red eyes. His breath quickening. Thud. Without uttering a word, Ningxia's body collapsed, crashing to the ground. 5 minutes later, with Lin Sun having stripped off his outer garments to cool him down, Ningxia suddenly sat up on the floor. Inhaling the heavy scent of blood and surveying the carnage strewn around him, his eyes wide with shock. 3 meters away, Lin Sun trembled as he gripped the knife. Zhigu, do you still recognize me? Xiao Sun, what happened here? Who did this? Ningxia was taken aback for about 3 seconds before remembering that he had been in a fight. However, staring at the hellish scene before him, he felt only a debilitating fatigue, as if his memories of the incident had been wiped clean. Chapter 5. Surviving the aftermath inside the blood-soaked cabin in the canyon. Lin Sun looked at Ningxia, who had grown up by his side, and suddenly felt a sense of estrangement. Zhigu, do you truly remember nothing? Not even what you just did? Cough, cough. Before Ningxia could respond, Li Dongbao, from a distance, suddenly coughed twice and weakly opened his eyes. Zhigu Dongbao. Ningxia rushed to Li Dongbao's side, a chill spreading through his heart upon seeing his condition. Li Dongbao had been shot in the lung, and blackish blood was already seeping from the corners of his mouth. In this wasteland, even the simplest injury or cold could claim a refugee's life. Severe injuries were tantamount to a death sentence. Zhigu, I'm sorry. I got everyone killed, but it wasn't my intention, Li Dongbao, weakened from blood loss, stared vacantly into an empty space. Don't blame yourself. I know you are not a bad person. Ningxia grasped Li Dongbao's hand, offering what solace he could. Zhigu, If possible, please take care of my brother. His name is Li Dongfa, at the northern gate of the fortress, in the town. Don't let our family line die out. With his last ounce of strength, Li Dongbao uttered his final words before his body went limp. I promise you. Ningxia felt a heavy oppression at Li Dongbao's death, yet he did not display overt anger or grief. Those like them, who had lived through unending bloodshed, had long since grown numb to life and death. To survive was to endure. Death could perhaps even be a form of liberation. After a moment, Ningxia took a piece of roasted meat from his possession and placed it into Li Dongbao's pocket. Upon seeing this, Lin Sun followed suit. Not becoming a starving ghost was the best blessing the refugees could offer to the deceased. A mournful, piercing howl of a wolf echoed through the night, sending a shiver down their spines. Oh no! The scent of blood has attracted the wolves. Lin Sun's eyes widened in alarm. Let us go. Ningxia quickly snatched the pouch from the bearded man's waist and, together with Lin Sun, fled the wooden cabin. Half an hour later, as Ning Zhao and Lin Sun walked under the cover of night on their way home, Ningxia felt fortunate. The bearded man's pouch contained not only several hundred units of cash, but also a few antibiotics, which could prevent his wounds from becoming infected. After hearing Lin Sun's account, a look of astonishment appeared in his eyes. You mean to say Dongbao died shielding me from a bullet, and I killed those people inside? Exactly. After our people ate the roasted meat, they all collapsed, and the intruders killed them. Then you retaliated. Lin Sun nodded. Zhigu, do you truly have no recollection of what just transpired? Ningxia pondered for a moment, his head pounding as his thoughts remained shrouded in darkness, as if Lin Sun were recounting someone else's tale. I saw your eyes at that moment. It was the same phenomenon that occurs when your strange illness flares up. But this time, you didn't faint. Instead, you went into a frenzy. Lin Sun too wore a confused expression, the memory of Ningxia's terrifying visage still haunting him. You must keep tonight's events to yourself. Absolutely do not mention it to anyone, understand? Ningxia inhaled deeply, his expression serious as he looked at Lin Sun. He had no idea why he had transformed into that state, but he was acutely aware that if this matter leaked, it would spell trouble for him. Rest assured, I won't say a word. Lin Sun recalled the circumstances surrounding Ningxia's affliction and couldn't help but ask again, Zhigu, how did you manage to take down that bear back then? Don't ask. Ningxia's tone turned grave. The memories of that night flickered in his mind before he deliberately suppressed them. Lin Sun, frustrated, dropped the subject. Oh, what shall we do next? Go home and sleep? Ningxia paused before adding, when we wake, we shall seek vengeance. Surrounding every fortress were clusters of refugee villages. The distances between the various fortresses of the Federation spanned hundreds of kilometers at their closest. Fraught with peril. Only the powerful corporations and tycoons controlling the fortresses could traverse these treacherous paths with ease, while the majority of refugees would spend their lives encircling the fortresses. The wind howled, and the shanties of the refugee villages appeared under the moonlight, resembling low, sprawling graves. The refugee villages lacked brick and tile structures, consisting entirely of dilapidated shacks, reeking of filth and garbage. Although the refugee area was a vast expanse of desolate wilderness, it was not a place where one could settle down easily, for humans had their territories, just as animals had theirs. For humanity, residing within the refugee villages was the only semblance of safety. However, this safety was merely a deterrent against wild beasts, as they would not easily prey upon densely populated areas, knowing that a group of people could be formidable. While there were no wild beasts in the refugee villages, humans could often be more vicious than animals. Here, crimes committed over a mere cigarette or a jug of water were not uncommon. Ningxia and Qin Xiaoyu, both orphans brought to the city by Lin Sun's father, had originally been intended as successors to become teachers, as Lin Leigoi was one of the few literate individuals in the town. However, Qin Xiaoyu was taken back to the city by a man claiming to be a steward, while the restless Ningxia and Lin Sun became hunters. Though it was not as stable as being teachers, it was one of the rare trades in the refugee area that allowed them to indulge in meat. Thanks to Lin Leoi's unique status during his lifetime, they did not have to reside in the crumbling refugee villages, but instead were able to live in the town. After 2 hours of walking, Ningxia and Lin Sun traversed countless refugee villages and returned to the town outside the fortress. The so-called town was the area closest to the fortress's outer wall, serving as the commercial hub for the refugees and significantly larger than the villages. Looking up, the fortress's towering walls loomed like mountains, with chimneys even taller than the walls continuously belching smoke, creating an oppressive sensation the longer one gazed. Just a wall away lay the fabled paradise. Yet no one in the refugee area could clearly describe what this paradise was like, for they lacked the privilege to enter the city, their imagination thwarted by the high walls. The shops lining the streets of the town were made of brick and stone, rare sights in the northern wasteland, with rows of buildings tightly packed beneath the fortress walls. Those who conducted business in the town were mostly merchants with minor connections within the fortress, belonging to the wealthiest upper echelons of the refugee class. Though they might not earn much, at least they did not have to worry about filling their bellies. The town outside Fortress 87 was quite large, housing nearly 30,000 residents. During the day, it bustled with life, but after sunset, it became eerily quiet, for the darkness concealed too many dangers. As the two entered the town, they immediately sensed something amiss. Unlike the usual silence, this night the town was alive with flickering torches and a notable presence of armed mercenaries riding tall horses. These individuals rarely ventured out of the fortress even during the day, making their large-scale appearance in the refugee area at night a first for Ningxi. Chapter 6. Living in turbulent times, Lin Sun spotted the mercenaries from a distance and turned to Ningxi. Zhigu, the appearance of these mercenaries here must indicate something serious has occurred. Should we still head home? I believe they are here for us. We stole from people in the city, and these guys must feel humiliated and want to track down the robbers. Ningxia crouched behind a mound of earth, sharing his analysis. Although Ningxia was a rare intellectual in the refugee area, he and Lin Legoi had only learned some basic arithmetic and literacy. In the realm of science, in this era marked by cultural disjunction, it appears that only the affluent and the powerful possess the ability to wield and monopolize such forces. Consequently, Ningxia remains utterly oblivious to the significance of the crystal known as a chip, which he has so brazenly seized. Could it truly be? How could these individuals possibly pinpoint our location? We took a convoluted route to evade our pursuers. Lin Sun, however, found himself in disagreement with Ningxia's assertions and harbored doubts about the accuracy with which these mercenaries could track them down. They might not be able to ascertain our identities, but discovering our whereabouts would not prove overly challenging. The night within the refugee district is fraught with danger. Not everyone dares to venture out after dusk. All they need to do is center their search around the location of the robbery, expand their search to the surrounding residential areas, compile a list of individuals who ventured out that night, and then apprehend them all for interrogation. After contemplating the situation, Ningxia formulated his response. In light of this, should we not seek refuge? Upon hearing this, Lin Sun's eyes flickered with anxiety. Over the years, he had become accustomed to witnessing how the fortress dwellers dealt with the refugees. Without delving into distant memories, just the withered poplar tree at the heart of the town square had witnessed countless untried souls, merely suspected of wrongdoing, meet their demise. In tumultuous times, the lives of refugees are as worthless as chaff. No. It appears they have yet to scour our area. We must hasten back. Otherwise, if we are identified, the repercussions could be dire. After a moment of thought, Ningxia swiftly scaled the rooftop of an adjacent building, his agile form beginning to move. He did not wish to flee, nor could he afford to. For in this desolate wasteland, a solitary wolf without a home finds it exceedingly difficult to survive. Observing Ningxia's actions, Lin Sun, though internally apprehensive, followed suit without hesitation. The fortresses in this wasteland are under the control of various conglomerates and corporations, resembling colossal cities encircled by imposing walls, where the happiest individuals in the world reside, free from the fear of beastly assaults, natural calamities, spherical lightning, and acid rain. And of course, such notions are merely rumors, for the inhabitants of the refugee district are not permitted entry into the fortresses, and no one truly knows what lies within. Ningxia had always scoffed at the idea of a truly egalitarian society. He found it hard to believe that such a place exists. And although he had never set foot in the city, he could surmise that it undoubtedly harbors a hierarchy of sorts. Fortress number 87 is structured in a square formation, with the urban area at its core, surrounded by an array of factories. This fortress, spanning over 1,000 square kilometers, boasts numerous exits along its outer walls. Beyond the factories, there are mining zones, but these lie several hundred to 1,000 kilometers away, said to be characterized by harsh living conditions. Workers dispatched to these remote regions are predominantly criminals or refugees conscripted against their will. For more than 90% of the refugees, the sole means of survival is to work for the fortress. Receiving 2 meals a day, breakfast consisting of a potato, lunch consisting of a black bean cake, along with 1 liter of drinking water and a meager wage of 5 coins, in this era of exorbitant prices. A cotton garment blended with jute fibers starts at 300 coins. It takes months of labor to save up enough to purchase a winter coat, and once afflicted by illness, one cannot afford the scarce and exorbitantly priced medications, leading only to a slow death. The living conditions of the refugees are exceedingly harsh, yet this serves the purpose of the city's elite, who aim to keep the refugees barely alive, providing them with an inexhaustible labor force, for escape. In this perilous terrain, where most areas are barren, not everyone possesses the tenacity and survival skills of Ningzhe. The fortress continually propagates the notion that they protect the nearby refugees. But Ningzhe believes the truth lies in the fact that the refugees are the ones sustaining these vampires within the fortress. Thus, Ningzhe stands among the countless refugees as one of the few who feels little yearning for the fortress. Though he has never entered the city and knows not its true nature, he is acutely aware that even if he were to gain entry in his current state, he would remain a mere slave, a slave devoid of freedom. Ningzhe and Lin soon moved swiftly against the encroaching darkness, finally returning to their sparsely furnished abode before the search commenced. Their residence, located on the outskirts of the town within a communal courtyard, was a modest earthen house with a heated kong, surprisingly consisting of 2 rooms and a hall. Though the construction was not particularly meticulous, it certainly offered more protection from the elements than the makeshift shelters in the refugee village. Upon entering, Lin soon exhaled deeply, his tense demeanor finally easing. "Don't just stand there. Get the charcoal stove going, quickly," Ningzhe commanded, hastening to the Kang's side, spreading out the straw that served as bedding and using a metal knife, which had seen better days in the hands of bandits, to cut open the wrappings around his feet before lying down upon it. Most refugees lacked footwear. "Brother, our charcoal supply is nearly depleted." "Why waste it?" Lin Sun inquired, his eyes filled with confusion. Resources were scarce among the refugees, and their stored charcoal was primarily reserved for cooking food, not to mention the need to conserve it for warmth during winter. Given the significant climatic fluctuations this year, the old world trees within a 30-kilometer radius had long been felled, and it was foreseeable that many would perish from the cold come winter. "The temperature in our room is far too low. Should inspectors enter, they could easily discern the ruse, which could be a matter of life and death. Do not concern yourself with resources," Ningzhe retorted. Feeling the straw beneath him inadequately warm, he stripped off his clothes and lay down, only to rise again and urinate on his trousers. Witnessing Ningzhe's actions, Lin Sun hurried to the corner, scraping away the yellow earth before lifting the cover to retrieve the hidden charcoal, pouring it into the earthen stove. Just then, a group of mercenaries, led by a middle-aged man, stormed into the courtyard, swiftly advancing toward the earthen dwelling where Ningzhe resided. Due to the scarcity of timber, most houses in the town lacked doors, and Ningzhe's home merely hung a tattered quilt made of plastic for warmth. In the old world, plastic was deemed white pollution, yet in this wasteland, this non-biodegradable material remains one of the most practical resources available. The curtain of the earthen house was yanked aside violently, and the mercenaries, weapons drawn, surged into the room, illuminated by the beams of their flashlights. The figures clad in gas masks appeared fearsome and grotesque. "What are you doing?" Lin Sun, who had been preparing to ignite the stove, felt his heart race. "No nonsense. Everyone get on the ground." Several guns were aimed at the 2 men, and Ningzhe was struck with a rifle butt, dragged into the cramped living space. The lead mercenary approached the edge of the Kong, removed his leather gloves, and probed the barely warm straw, turning to Ningzhe and asking, "What is this? Are you trying to use your body to warm the bedding, creating an illusion that you have been sleeping here all along?" "Sir, you misunderstand. I removed my clothing solely because I soiled my pants and intended to dry them over the fire." Ningzhe crouched on the floor, suppressing the throbbing pain in his forehead, gesturing towards the clothes on the Kong Daimil. "When my condition flares, I lose consciousness and cannot control myself. This can be verified by my neighbors." The mercenary inspected the urine-soaked trousers, continuing his inquiry, "Where did you go tonight?" "I went nowhere. I have been at home." Ninja replied without hesitation, knowing he was lying. He had not remained in this courtyard at all that evening. A voice emerged from outside the door, followed by a ragged refugee entering the room, bowing to the mercenary captain. Sir, when I received the report, I patrolled the courtyard and found their house empty. I immediately came to inform you. This kid is lying. Fujida, you bastard. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, Lin soon clenched his teeth, attempting to rise, only to be kicked down by a mercenary in boots. Upon seeing the middle-aged man, Ninja felt a wave of despair wash over him. It seemed that his fate was sealed this night. Is there anything else you wish to say? The mercenary captain coldly inquired. Fixing his gaze upon Ninja, I am innocent. I have remained at home all night. I have never left. This man bears a grudge against me and is framing me, Ninja protested vehemently. Though he understood that his defense was feeble at best, whether you are innocent or not is not for you to decide. Take him away. The mercenary captain snapped his fingers, and both Ninja and Lin soon found themselves facing the barrels of guns as they were escorted from the room. Feeling the cold steel pressed against the back of his head, Ninja cast his gaze towards a tile on the courtyard wall. Beneath it lay a broken bone knife he had concealed. If they intended to lead him out of the courtyard, they would undoubtedly pass by that spot. Tio fight for his life. To grasp at a slim chance of survival was his only option. Albeit a faint hope, ha ha ha, Ninja, you never anticipated this would be your fate, did you? Fujida sneered at Ninja's vulnerable state, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Don't get too comfortable. Ninja met Fujida's gaze, gritting his teeth. Before him stood Fujida, the local headman, the only recognized authority among the refugees by the fortress. The area of Fort 87 is exceedingly vast, boasting over 60 gates leading to the outer city. Should one wish to traverse the radius to reach the opposite side of the fortress, it would likely consume an entire day. Consequently, those seeking employment within the city are compelled to select the nearest gates for labor. The gates in proximity to Ninja and his companions are adjacent to the water factory, where the corresponding factories are part of the water supply system, and the workers' compensation is somewhat superior to that of other refugee camps. However, this superiority merely implies that workers can surreptitiously indulge in a sip of water, even risking the gallows to smuggle some to sell. The region surrounding Fort 87 is almost entirely desert, rendering water resources exceedingly precious. Under such circumstances, many aspire to work at the water factory, while those living closer to the gates naturally resist their presence, for with each additional person from afar, a local loses the opportunity to work at the factory. Following several conflicts, more than 100 outsiders have been slain by the refugees near the gates, while the locals have taken to chanting slogans like "Let not the fat water flow into outsiders' fields." Despite the fact that none of them own fields die in light of the ongoing bloodshed among the refugees, the management center of Fort 87 was reluctantly compelled to establish a rule, to elect a leader among the refugees, with each leader managing 100 households, responsible for organizing laborers to designated factories. The fortress's motivation for this was not to protect the refugees, but rather to safeguard factory production. The fortress merely offered the most basic of conditions, barely meeting subsistence levels, binding hundreds of thousands of refugees to toil day and night for their benefit. These refugees, however, harbored no resentment towards the fortress. Instead, in a bid to preserve their meager interests, they turned against their own kind, and one perceives this as the tragedy of the times. For this world has been as such since their birth. They have never glimpsed the mountain's peak and thus do not disdain the depths of the valley. Logically, as a hunter, Ninja should have found no reason to clash with Fujida, dismissing the notion of seeking work in the city. Yet, in reality, Fujida harbors an intense hatred for him. Perhaps this jealousy is one of humanity's most inescapable flaws. Ninja is not one to bully the weak, nor has he ever intentionally harmed anyone. However, in such a harsh environment, a man capable of filling his belly and who is not easily provoked has inevitably attracted a great deal of envy and animosity. Over the years, he has unknowingly slain countless refugees coveting his prey. Among them was Fujida's Isso and I in their household. Where prey is present, it is customary to take turns keeping watch, a rule established by Ninja. In this wasteland, instances of hunters being stabbed to death in their sleep, only to have their prey stolen, occur far too frequently. 6 months ago, on a dark night, Fujida's son caught a whiff of roasted meat from Ninja's home and attempted to sneak in to commit murder and theft. only to be countered by Ningxia, who was on watch, as a notorious figure in this neighborhood. Fujita naturally dared not seek revenge against him. However, with the pain of losing his son, a grudge was formed. After waiting for half a year, he finally found an opportunity for vengeance. In mere seconds, Ningxia was dragged to the wall, gazing at the tiles within arm's reach, his muscles tensed in preparation for a desperate fight. "Captain, wait. I have something to say." Just as Ningxia was about to act, a disheveled man without legs emerged painfully from the narrow alley, collapsing on the ground covered in dried feces, looking up at the mercenary captain. "I can vouch for Ningxia. He is innocent." Chapter 8. The lowly as grass, the mercenary captain regarded the man sprawled on the ground, utterly devoid of human semblance, his gaze icy. "What are you? What right do you have to speak for him?" "This evening, Ningxia and Lin Sun were taking care of me at my home. They just left not long ago. Both my child and I can attest to this." The man looked earnestly at the captain. "My name is Zhou Su. Everything I've said is true. If there is a single lie, you can burn me alive." "Captain, don't listen to his nonsense. Ningxia was not home tonight," Fujita interjected loudly. "Fujita is lying. He has a vendetta against Ningxia. He wants to use your hands to kill him." A voice from another room chimed in. Bang, bang. Zhou Su kept banging his forehead against the ground. "Captain, I truly dare not lie to you. Ningxia has always looked after me. Many can vouch for that. They are genuinely good people. If you are swayed by Fujita, once Ningxia is dead, I will have no way to survive. I know you may not care about my life, but I cannot be used like this. Is what he says true?" The mercenary captain turned to Fujita. "Captain, they are colluding to deceive you. I saw Ningxia and Lin Sun leave the yard with my own eyes." Fujita shouted passionately. "He is lying." At that moment, another female voice emerged from behind. "Who are you?" The mercenary captain turned to a girl standing at the doorway of a back room. She appeared to be around 17 or 18, dressed somewhat better than the other refugees, and her face was relatively clean. "I am Ningxia's neighbor. I did indeed see him enter Zhou Su's home, and I also witnessed him defecating in public an hour ago. I saw him when he was relieving himself deep in the alley." The girl timidly pointed towards a nearby alley. "Zhao Yi, shut your mouth." Fujita cursed at her, his chest heaving as he looked at the mercenary captain. "Captain, you cannot believe her. This woman is nothing but a deceitful harlot. Go check." The mercenary captain shot a glance at Fujita and gestured to one of his men. A mercenary turned and left, quickly returning with feedback. "Captain, there is indeed feces in the alley. It is cold but fresh." Hearing this, Fujita's arm began to tremble. "Captain, I have a grudge against this guy. He merely wants to use your hands to eliminate me. I do not know how Fujita has deceived you, but I am truly innocent." Ningxia observed Fujita's demeanor, certain that he possessed no evidence to incriminate him, and indeed, he might even believe he had genuinely gone out hunting, merely seeking to exploit this opportunity to harm him. "Do you know what happens when you waste my time?" The mercenary captain loosened his shoulders and placed a hand on the grip of his multi-barreled pistol, speaking indifferently to Fujita. "Captain, listen to me. This guy is a murderer. He killed my son. You must stand up for me." Fujita began to kneel, desperate to explain upon seeing the captain's cold gaze through the gas mask's lenses. Bang! Before he could finish, a gunshot rang out. Fujita's head exploded, blood splattering across the wall. "Fall back. Continue searching in other districts." The mercenary captain commanded his subordinates and then turned to Ningxia and Lin Sun. "You two, take care of the body." The mercenaries arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, leaving behind only Fujita's corpse and a pool of blood. Phew. After the mercenaries left, Ningxia, having narrowly escaped death, took a deep breath, realizing Zhou Su had returned at some point. He turned to Zhao Yi. "Thank you. Thank me for what? For saving your life, or for jumping out of the back window and leaving a pile of feces in the alley?" Zhao Yi leaned against the door frame, looking at Ningxia. Though she was only 17, she possessed a unique allure. Her gaze lacked the clarity typical of her age and instead exuded an unsettling sophistication and maturity. Fujita's earlier words rang true. Zhao Yi was indeed not a proper woman. However, her peculiar circumstances had afforded her a slightly better life than other refugees. Even in such dire conditions, some would still offer scraps of food and water to satisfy primal desires. "Both, I suppose." Ningxia smiled. "If you ever need help in the future, feel free to seek me out." I know you are a person of gratitude. Since you wish to repay me, then be my man. Zhaoyi produced a cigarette and expertly lit it with a match. We're not suited for each other. I have always regarded you as a sister. Ningxia was well aware of Zhao Yi's feelings towards him and recognized her past assistance, yet he had never harbored any inappropriate thoughts about her. Why? Is it because you still cannot forget Qin Xiaoyu? Or because you think I am unclean? Zhao Yi seemed accustomed to this response, yet her eyes still reflected a lingering disappointment. I have never looked down on you. In this world, those who are clean cannot survive. Ningxia shook his head steadily, his emotions calmed. Don't lie to me. You think I'm unworthy of you. But does that mean you are worthy of Qin Xiaoyu? Don't forget, she is already a city dweller. And we are merely lowly people. Lowly people. Zhao Yi angrily pulled down the curtain. Brother, are you all right? Lin Sun, seeing Ningxia silent, offered comfort. Don't mind her. A woman like her is far beneath Sister Xiaoyu. Don't say that, Ningxia sighed. For a girl like Zhao Yi, who has been surviving alone in the wasteland since she was 12, what she does is not shameful in this shattered world. Merely surviving is a challenge, brother. While I find your words reasonable, you're still bare. Lin Sun glanced at Ningxia, who was completely unclothed, and reminded him with a smirk, damn. Ningxia was taken aback for a moment, then hastily covered himself and ran off. After Ningxia and Lin Sun dealt with Hu Jida's corpse, they returned to the courtyard, standing before the most dilapidated of the shacks. Ningxia reached out to lift the curtain. Who is it? A deep male voice emerged from within the room. Zhou Gu, it is I. Ningxia replied with a nod, then bent down to enter the foul-smelling shack. A sliver of moonlight filtered through the cracks in the roof, illuminating Zhou Su, who was accompanied by a frail little boy already fast asleep. Xiaozhe, what brings you here? Zhou Su exclaimed. The stench in my home is unbearable. Let us step outside to converse. Upon realizing that the visitor was Ningxia, Zhou Su mustered an awkward smile. No need for that. We can speak here. Ningxia waved dismissively, glancing at the father and son inside. Is your sister-in-law working the night shift? No, she has gone to sleep with someone else. You know well that her meager earnings from factory work cannot sustain our family of 3. I suggested she remarry with the child, but she fears I would be left unattended and stubbornly refuses to leave, insisting on staying by my side in this wretched hovel. Zhou Su lowered his head, his voice barely above a whisper, akin to a mosquito's buzz. Although the flesh trade in the refugee district was no longer a taboo, he still felt ashamed to speak of it, as it touched upon a man's dignity. Even in this era, dignity had long since lost its worth. Chapter 9. The business savant inside the dilapidated shack of the Zhou family. Ningxia, noting Zhou Su's discomfort, skillfully shifted the topic. Thank you for coming to my aid today. I only learned of the situation by chance. My child returned and told me that while rummaging for refuse, he overheard mercenaries registering the whereabouts of the homeless who were absent from their homes tonight. Those from the fortress claimed that anyone who could provide information would be rewarded $50. They also mentioned that there seemed to be bandits in the area, and if anyone could furnish precise details about them, the reward would be 5,000. My child mentioned seeing Hu Jida seeking out those mercenaries, and I sensed he meant to harm you. Zhou Su divulged all he knew. You are aware that those in the fortress have never regarded us refugees as human. If they set their sights on you, you will be in grave danger. Without your intervention tonight, I would have struggled to explain everything. Ningxia nodded and produced all the cash he had on him. Zhou Gu, take this money and let your sister-in-law invest it in a small business in the market. But please, do not venture too large. If you attract attention, you will be unable to protect them. Xiaozhe, how did you come into possession of such a sum? Zhou Su's eyes flickered as he beheld the cash in Ningxia's hand. Winter is fast approaching, and times are hard for everyone. I cannot accept this. I possess hunting skills. I shall not starve, Ningxia insisted, forcefully placing the money into Zhou Su's hands before turning to depart. In the drafty shack, Zhou Su clutched the cash still warm from Ningxia's touch, tears cascading down onto his amputated leg. Zhou Su's leg had been broken years ago while saving Ningxia's foster father. After old Lin's demise, had it not been for Ningxia's unwavering support of the Zhou family, the 3 of them might have perished from starvation long ago. Many in the market spoke of Ningxia's cold-heartedness, yet he understood the necessity of repaying those who had shown him kindness. Otherwise, should he find himself in need again, no one would come to his aid in the wasteland. All human interactions bore ulterior motives. This was the harsh reality. Upon returning home, Ninja held his urine-soaked pants above the charcoal stove to dry. "Brother, now that we have evaded the mercenaries' inspection, are we in the clear?" Lin Sun asked as he roasted a potato on a stick. "For now, we should be safe, but I never anticipated that we could create such a commotion without taking any lives. Those mercenaries even left the fortress at night to conduct searches, had I known. We should have left no witnesses when we acted," Ninja muttered regretfully. "We merely stole some items, yet it caused such a stir. Had we taken lives, the situation would certainly have been far worse. If any urban dwellers were to die, our previous excuse would hardly suffice." Lin Sun turned the potato on the spit. "Now that Dong Bao's entire crew is dead, our hunting will be even more challenging. Brother, do you think we can survive this winter? Do you remember what your father told us? When hope is not visible, we must create our own," Ninja replied, stroking his now mostly dry pants. "Let us sleep early. Did Dong Bao not mention he had a brother in the northern part of the city? We must seek him out tomorrow, at dawn," as the faint golden rays of light emerged on the horizon. Ninja and Lin Sun hurried northward, inquiring about Li Dongfa in the refugee village, yet found no trace of him. Due to the thinning atmosphere, prolonged exposure to sunlight could provoke intolerable allergic reactions. So by midday, they dared not linger in the wasteland and sought refuge in the nearby market from the scorching sun. Lin Sun rummaged through his pockets, producing the last $20 to buy a jug of water and 2 bean cakes. And together they squatted in the shade by the roadside. Prices in the market were exorbitant, far exceeding what the refugee class could bear. Without laboring in the factory, survival was exceedingly difficult. "Brother, I just spoke with the vendor selling bean cakes. He mentioned that a village nearby suffered an outbreak of plague recently, leading to the exile of many, which has altered the demographic structure of several refugee villages. Finding Li Dongfa in such a vast sea will be no easy feat," Lin Sun said, handing the water pouch to Ninja, looking somewhat dejected. "If he too has been exiled, it would complicate matters even further. If we cannot find him today, we shall search again tomorrow. I must keep the promise I made to Dong Bao." Ninja was mentally prepared for the task ahead, taking a sip from the water jug. While they conversed, a frail little girl stood before them, watching with longing as they munched on their black bean cakes. "Uncle, please, can I have something to eat?" Lin Sun instinctively reached to break off a piece of the bean cake. "No." Ninja grasped Lin Sun's arm firmly. "Eat your share. Do not meddle, brother. She is just a child." Lin Sun attempted to explain. "Enough," Ninja rebuked, shooing the little girl away as he continued to eat. "At her age, she can survive in the market. Perhaps she receives more food daily than you possess. It is already difficult for us to hunt. Before you can provide for others, you must first learn to survive on your own. Otherwise, when you find yourself hungry and begging, it will be far more challenging than for that child. For no one will show compassion for an adult in the refugee district. The benevolent may offer alms to beggars, yet there are countless tales of the affluent being slain by desperate beggars. In this era, evil does not always meet with retribution, nor does good guarantee reward." After absorbing Ninja's words, Lin Sun broke off half of the bean cake and tucked it into his pocket. Consuming the other half in a few bites, I also inquired with a passerby and learned that many who survived the plague have relocated to the new village to the east. Let us head there to gather more information. After consuming half of his bean cake, Ninja braved the blistering sun and melded into the crowd. Half an hour later, they reached the outskirts of the market, where the chaotic intersection of the market and the wasteland was rife with disorder. Lin Sun stood at the crossroads, spotting a shack with a sign reading Dongfa Barbecue hanging in front. He tapped Ninja's arm excitedly. "Brother, that sign shares a name with Dong Bao's brother. Do you think it could be the person we are searching for?" Ninja glanced at the sign and nodded. "Let us investigate." As they rounded the shack, they observed a chubby boy standing behind a stall made of yellow mud, where a few skinned rats hung over a charcoal pit. However, the boy's attention was not on the rats, but rather on a girl before him. "Afa, I am getting married." "I am sorry," the girl sobbed, gazing at the boy. "I simply cannot wait for you any longer. You always tell me that you will succeed, but I see no hope in you for myself or my family. The man I intend to marry is the son of a local official. Once wed, his father can arrange for my father and brother to work at the water plant. After I marry, do not bother selling roasted rats anymore. With such a business, your life will never improve, and you will remain trapped in the cycle of refugees." Xiaomei, The one who should apologize is I. I have squandered so many years of your life. I am grateful that you have walked with me thus far, and I wish you the best for your future. May all go smoothly for you." The chubby boy, fighting back tears, clenched his fists beneath the stall. The girl pursed her lips, her gaze sorrowful. "Is there anything else you wish to say to me? Will you be serving rats at your wedding?" "I can offer you a wholesale price," the boy said, his eyes brimming with tears. The girl exclaimed, "What?" Not far away, Lin Sun heard the boy's words, initially taken aback, then slapping his thigh in realization. "Oh my goodness. This guy is a true business genius. Just look at his perspective. His girlfriend has left him, yet he hasn't forgotten to sell rats." Chapter 10. To protect the lungs in front of the roasted rat stall. The chubby boy watched the girl walk away, tears streaming down his face. As he raised his hand to wipe his tears, he noticed two strangers standing before him, abruptly halting his weeping and stammering. "Would you like to buy some rats? Do you know Li Dongbao?" Ningzhu inquired, observing the boy's tear-streaked face. "Yes, he is my brother. I am Li Dongfa," the boy replied with a nod. Ningzhu gazed at Li Dongfa, who had just endured the pangs of heartbreak, momentarily at a loss as to how to convey the news of Li Dongbao's demise. "What has happened to my brother?" Li Dongfa sniffled, his expression tightening with anxiety. "Your brother has been conscripted and sent to a distant mining area as a laborer," Lin Sun interjected before Ningzhu could respond. Although being dispatched to a harsh land as a laborer was not much different from a death sentence, it was a considerably lesser blow. "What?" Li Dongfa's eyes widened in disbelief as he absorbed their conversation. "When did this happen?" "It has been 2 or 3 days, Ningzhu replied. "We are your brother's closest friends. But alas, we were unable to rescue him." Ningzhu had initially intended to speak the truth, but since Lin Sun had already spun a benevolent lie, he felt compelled to follow suit. "Why am I so unfortunate?" Upon hearing this, Li Dongfa sank to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. "I had just saved enough money to bring my brother here for the winter. How could he have been taken away?" After much coaxing, Li Dongfa reluctantly accepted the grim reality. In the refugee zone, it was common for individuals to vanish without a trace, and at least half of those who disappeared were captured and sent to remote areas as laborers, an inescapable fate for the displaced. Once Li Dongfa had come to terms with this double blow, he turned to Ning Zhao and asked, "Zhugu, did my brother leave any message for me before he departed?" "Your brother was very concerned about you. He feared you would struggle to live alone, so he asked me to look after you." "Where are you currently residing?" Although Ningzhu did not know Li Dongfa well, the latter's demeanor suggested a certain fragility, making it clear why Li Dongbao had been so worried about him before his untimely end. Li Dongfa wiped his nose. "I have nowhere to stay. Our previous village was burned down due to an outbreak of plague, and I have constructed a small shelter on the outskirts of the city. Come with me, I have a house in the eastern town. Winter is approaching swiftly, and if this continues, you will surely freeze to death. As for setting up a stall, you can do that in our area as well." Ningzhu extended an invitation. "But is that truly appropriate?" Li Dongfa hesitated, tempted by the offer, for he was constantly bullied by local ruffians and living alone in the wilderness was far too terrifying. "I am a close friend of your brother, and I promised him I would take care of you. My home is quite spacious. There is room for all 3 of us." Ningzhu glanced at the sun. "The time is right. Come along with me." "Wonderful, Zhugo. Could you please keep an eye on my stall? I will go pack my things right now. If anyone comes to buy rats or lizards, they are 2 coins each." As he spoke, Li Dongfa hastily untied his apron and dashed away, his ample flesh jiggling with each hurried step. "This man's temperament is quite different from Dongbao's," Lin Sun remarked. Observing Li Dongfa's retreating figure, momentarily at a loss for words. "Indeed, he seems rather foolish," Ningzhu agreed. Nodding, Li Dongfa's disposition was clearly ill-suited for the wasteland. Li Dongfa's roasted rats and lizards were priced at 2 coins each, which was a reasonable price. However, for the refugees, who earned only 5 coins a day and needed to save for winter clothing, it was still somewhat steep. Consequently, there were not many customers for the rodents. As a hunter, Ningzhu deftly managed the grill, though the quality of Li Dongfa's homemade charcoal was poor, producing a great deal of smoke. After waiting for about 5 minutes, a group of 5 youths clad in outlandish attire approached the stall. One with an extravagant hairstyle called out to Ningzhu, "Hey, protect your lungs." "Thank you." Ningzhu nodded, recognizing the good intentions behind the warning. "I said, protect your lungs, do you understand?" The flamboyant youth grew agitated. "Understood. I will try to wear a mask next time, Ninja replied, somewhat exasperated. Although this individual meant well, he seemed incapable of communicating properly. What mask are you talking about? Are you trying to play dumb with us? Hand over the money. An impatient bald man beside him piped up. Excuse me, friends, you came here to buy something. Why are you asking me for money? Ninja queried, bewildered by the situation. The term protection fee was a relic of the old world, a phrase used by thugs, and it appeared that it had resurfaced recently, though Ninja was hearing it for the first time. I won't pay you anything, the flamboyant youth exclaimed. Where's that fat idiot? Where did he run off to? Realizing that Ninja was genuinely confused, he impatiently clarified, the so-called protection fee means that while you set up your stall here, we ensure your safety and prevent any trouble from arising. And in return, you must pay us. Understand? Understood. Ninja finally grasped that these ruffians were not environmental advocates, but rather extortionists. The flamboyant youth rolled his eyes and extended his hand, fork over 10 coins. From today onwards, this stall is under my protection. You won't need to worry about anything. I can handle any issues myself. Ninja, still focused on the rats, spoke without looking up. How dare you try to rob me? I'll tell you this. If you don't pay, I will be the biggest trouble you face here. The flamboyant youth glared menacingly at him. Humph, Ninja grinned. I advise you not to create trouble for yourself. The flamboyant youth was taken aback for a moment before he suddenly waved his hand. Brothers, smash his stall. Upon hearing this, the nearby thugs remained frozen in place. The stall itself was merely a platform made of mud, with a deep hollow in the center, and apart from the glowing coals and the greasy rats being roasted, there was nothing to destroy. Beat them up? The flamboyant youth realized this and waved his hand again. In an instant, the group lunged towards the two with reckless abandon. Ninja, seeing their aggression, swiftly sidestepped and delivered an elbow strike to one thug's face, then quickly grabbed another's shoulder, driving his knee into the man's abdomen. After incapacitating two of them, Ninja dodged a punch from the flamboyant youth and seized his hair, brandishing a knife against his throat. As someone who could command over 100 households in the eastern town, Ninja and Lin Sun's combat prowess was certainly not to be underestimated. Everyone, freeze! The flamboyant youth felt the cold steel against his neck and immediately called for a ceasefire, though he noticed that his other two companions had already been subdued by Lin Sun. Chapter 11. Rooting out evil. It was only when Ninja had subdued the flamboyant youth that he realized he had hit a stone wall, his complexion paling. Brother, let's talk this through calmly. Don't be impulsive. The consequences we face stem from your impulsiveness, not mine, Ninja replied, his expression unyielding. You all survive by extorting protection fees. We are driven by necessity. If you let me go today, I promise that from now on, you won't need to pay any protection fees for this stall. How does that sound? The flamboyant youth, recognizing the wisdom of avoiding immediate conflict, had lost his earlier bravado. Ninja did not answer the flamboyant youth's question but instead asked, how many people are in your gang? There are only 5 of us. If you wish to join as well, biffed. Before the flamboyant youth could finish his sentence, the knife in Ninja's hand had already sliced across his neck. Blood sprayed several meters away, but it deftly avoided Ninja, who possessed considerable experience with blades as a hunter. Damn it. The bald man on the ground saw this and scrambled to flee, only to be swiftly stabbed in the back by Ninja. Lin Sun, witnessing Ninja's actions, wasted no time in joining the fray. In the wasteland, fights were a matter of life and death. Showing mercy was tantamount to suicide. For an adept hunter, killing a man was often simpler than hunting beasts. Within mere seconds, 5 bodies lay sprawled on the street, their blood staining the yellowed earth. Passers-by hurried to avoid the scene, while many other vendors nearby cast glances of understanding and resentment, though they dared not express it too openly in the refugee district. Deaths occurred daily for myriad reasons. In this lawless land governed by the law of the jungle, fatalities were all too common. Ninja wiped the blade on the flamboyant youth's clothing and began rummaging through the pockets of the fallen. Brother, you once told me that unless absolutely necessary, one must not take a life, Lin Sun remarked, puzzled by Ninja's sudden bloodlust. To cut off someone's means of livelihood is akin to killing their parents. Our previous actions have already caused them to lose face. With you and me as examples, others will learn to resist. If we allow them to live, it will surely be our demise. Ninja stuffed the gathered coins into his pocket. To root out evil is to ensure one's own peace of mind. Just then, Li Dongfa returned, clutching a large bundle. Upon seeing the 5 lifeless bodies in a pool of blood and Ningxia holding a knife, his arms began to tremble uncontrollably. "Zhigu, did you kill these ruffians? How could they not be formidable?" Ningxia met Li Dongfa's gaze. These men were indeed capable of murder. I witnessed them killing vendors who failed to pay. They bullied people here, and no one dared to fight back. Li Dongfa shivered once more under Ningxia's steady gaze. "Now that they are dead, you need not worry any longer." Ningxia found it difficult to comprehend how such a timid individual as Li Panzai could have survived for so long in the wasteland after hearing his words. "How do you handle corpses in your area?" "Whoever kills, whoever buries. Corpses can incite plagues, and the scent of blood will attract beasts at night. If someone dies of illness, one must await the kindness of others to assist in burial. I often perform such tasks." Surprisingly, Li Panzai did not seem relieved that the thugs who had bullied him were dead. Instead, he regarded Ningxia with a touch of fear. This sentiment was not entirely unfounded, for to Li Panzai, the denizens of the refugee area appeared quite terrifying. "Whoever kills, whoever buries. There is a certain logic to it," Ningxia remarked with a smile, turning to Li Panzai. "Come over and lend a hand." Perhaps due to the recent death at the stall, no one approached Li Panzai's barbecue stand thereafter, which ultimately benefited Ningxi and Lin Sun. They devoured 3 mice and 2 lizards. Though Ningxia insisted on paying, Li Panzai adamantly refused any compensation. With his stock depleted, Li Panzai began to carry a large bundle and followed the 2 back to their dwelling. Lin Sun observed the sizable package in Li Panzai's hands. "Panzai, didn't you say all your belongings were burned? These items are all bedding I purchased in recent days. Otherwise, it would be too cold living outdoors," Li Panzai explained, then turned to Ning Zhao and asked, "Brother Zhao, these items are used goods. You don't mind, do you?" "Rest assured, the original owner died of starvation, not illness. Anything usable is fine, no need to worry," Ningxia replied with a slight shake of his head. The term used goods referred to items previously owned by the deceased, and in the resource-scarce refugee area, it was quite common for families to sell the belongings of their departed loved ones. Upon returning to the courtyard, Ningxia pointed to a room inside and said to Li Panzai, "You can stay in this room from now on. Your brother used to live here as well." "Thank you, Brother Zha," Li Panzai expressed, and his thoughts momentarily drifted to Li Dongbao, causing his mood to dampen. "Panzai, since you are Dongbao's younger brother, how come I have never seen you before?" Lin Sun interjected. "I only started running a barbecue stand about half a month ago. Prior to that, I worked at the fortress, cleaning the latrines, earning a mere 3 coins a day. My brother urged me to join him in hunting. But I lacked the courage and chose to remain in the refugee area," Li Panzai explained, a hint of regret in his voice. "I am quite curious how a person of your size manages to catch mice," Lin Sun remarked, looking at Li Panzai with skepticism. Nowadays, the mice had mutated, becoming not only quicker but also adept at burrowing. Even his archery skills struggled to hit them. "I am not certain. About half a month ago, I inexplicably began to sense the presence of small creatures. One day, starving in the sewer, I sought to catch a mouse for sustenance, and to my astonishment, a mouse simply appeared before me, motionless," Li Panzai explained. Bewildered. "Quick, pull up your trousers. You seem quite earnest, yet how can you boast so much?" Lin Sun rolled his eyes, suspecting that Li Panzai must have found some sort of mouse trap in the sewer. "Come, I will take you for a stroll to familiarize you with the nearby paths." Ningxia tidied Li Panzai's bedding, then turned to leave. However, as soon as he stepped outside, he encountered a young man in his 20s approaching them. The man, dressed in patchwork garments typical of the refugee area, bore a scholarly demeanor. Despite his frail physique, his eyes sparkled with intelligence beneath his tousled hair. Upon noticing Ningxia's gaze, he smiled and perused a document in his hand. "Greetings, I am the newly appointed overseer of this area. My name is Su Fei, and I came to register your household. The residents here are named Ningxi and Lin Sun, correct?" "Yes, I am Ningxi. And this is my brother Lin Sun," Ningxia confirmed with a nod. Previously, many of his hunting companions would frequently come to stay at his home, but those individuals were from the refugee villages outside the town, and thus their registrations did not occur here. The property was officially registered solely to him and Lin Sun. "And this gentleman?" Su Fei's gaze shifted to Li Panzai. "Hello, Brother Fei. My name is Li Dongfa. I have just moved here and need to stay at Brother Zha's place for a few days. Is that all right?" Li Panzai spoke timidly, continuously observing Su Fei's expression, fearful of rejection, and no problem. There are many displaced individuals in this land. I understand. I too have fled from disaster, Su Fei replied with a smile to Ning Jia and Lin Sun. Should you require any assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. I've never seen you before. How did you become the overseer here? Ning Jia scrutinized Su Fei with a furrowed brow. I came from another fortress, where I lost my father and 2 stepmothers to starvation, leaving me utterly alone. Over the years, I saved up some change and purchased this overseer position to avoid being bullied. Su Fei waved his hand dismissively and turned to leave. This man seems suspicious. Ning Jia narrowed his eyes, offering a quiet assessment. Why do you say that? Lin Sun inquired, curious, as he perceived Su Fei to be no different from other refugees. His demeanor differs from any refugee I have encountered. Most notably, despite his tattered clothing, he lacks any foul odor. Ning Jia observed Su Fei's retreating figure. Exercise caution when dealing with him. Do not let him extract any information from you. At that moment, a sharply dressed young man brushed past Su Fei and entered the courtyard, hurriedly approaching Ning Jia and the others while carrying a rolled-up burlap sack. Be careful. Seeing this, Ning Jia instinctively placed his hand on his waist, pushing Li Panzai behind him. Based on his years of experience with ambushes, the object wrapped in the burlap sack was likely a weapon. Chapter 12. The mysterious young man. The young man entering the courtyard noticed Ning Jia's defensive gesture, and his expression changed instantly. He took a step back. Brother, please don't worry. I am not a bad person. Who you are is of no concern to me. Keep your distance, Ning Jia replied, slowly drawing his knife upon hearing the young man's unprompted admission. You are mistaken. I specifically came to seek you out, the youth exclaimed, unrolling the burlap sack to reveal a stick-like loaf of bread. This is a gift I brought for you. Gulp. Li Panzai's eyes widened at the sight of the bread. A flour-based product, such a luxury, nothing comes without a price. I shall not accept your offering. Ning Jia's vigilance remained high, fearing that this loaf might be as tainted as the meat they had previously consumed from Li Bin. He was not one to believe in free lunches. I witnessed your prowess at the town. You took out several thugs in one go. In truth, I have been following you, though I lost track outside and only recently discovered your whereabouts. The young man attempted to project a friendly smile. I am in dire need of your assistance. Of course, I am willing to compensate you. You wish to hire me for a task? Ning Jia scrutinized the young man, noting his frail appearance, which seemed devoid of any offensive potential indeed. I came to this town to locate someone, but inadvertently revealed my wealth, and now I am being targeted. I require someone to ensure my safety. The youth insisted eagerly. Let us discuss this inside. After contemplating, Ning Jia ultimately decided to hear out the young man's request. With winter approaching, hunting would become increasingly challenging, and with the impending harshness of winter threatening to claim lives, their existence remained precarious. In this era of exorbitant prices, the meager sum snatched from thugs would not sustain him for long. Soon, they entered the house and sat around a makeshift stone table. The young man poured each of them a cup of water from a flask he carried before sharing his tale with Ning Jia. I came to this town to search for my younger sister. I was originally from outside Fortress 87, but later traveled far to the mining area, where I engaged in some small business ventures, fortuitously earning a bit of money before returning. You returned from the mining area? Have you heard of Li Dongbao? He is my brother, and he was captured a few days ago. Li Panzai interjected excitedly. That I apologize. The mining area is quite far from here. I did not dare to travel alone, so I spent money hitching rides with various transport teams, taking a convoluted route for a month before arriving. There are numerous mining sites, each with thousands of people, and I do not know many. The young man lamented, shaking his head regretfully, causing Li Panzai's expression to grow somber. You came to us seeking protection? Ning Jia regarded the youth. Given that you witnessed me kill, are you not afraid I would rob you? If you were truly a villain, you would not be tending a barbecue stand, making yourself a target for extortion. The young man chuckled. I returned to find my sister and provide her with a better life. If you agree to protect me until I locate her, I can pay you 10 coins per day per person. What do you say, 50? Ning Jia glanced at the loaf of bread that the young man had offered, sensing some financial capacity on his part, and raised his price. Agreed. But I only need the 2 of you. The young man pondered briefly, gesturing toward Ning Jia and Lin Sun. Hey, who do you think you are looking down on? Li Panzai fumed. Even if you hire me, I will not accompany you. I have to run my stall. Indeed, I fear to delay your business. The young man readily provided Li Panzai with an escape route. Well, I've accepted this task. From now on, you can stay with us, and for meals, you'll have to manage on your own. The accommodation will cost $10 per night. Furthermore, our daily wages must be paid in advance. Ningxia immediately added a further condition. Since the relationship between both parties was one of employment, naturally, all interests must come first, and no problem. I'll give you 150 as advance payment for tomorrow's wages and 5 days' rent. The man pulled out a stack of cash. Starting today, you will reside in that room and share it with this hefty fellow. Ningxia pointed towards Li Panzai's room. Sure. You all chat. I found someone after a long day. And I'm too exhausted. The youth greeted them and returned to his room to rest. Brother Jia, are you all hungry? I'll go fetch you something to eat. Li Panzai stood up, eager to busy himself. Isn't there food available? Why bother? Ningxia handed the bread brought by the youth to Li Panzai. You eat first, Brother Jia. You should eat too. Seeing this, Li Panzai felt a bit touched. Ningxia shook his head. Wait 5 minutes after you finish eating to ensure this bread hasn't been tampered with. Then we'll eat. Li Panzai looked bewildered. Don't you think your statement is a bit too blunt? Among the three of us, your combat ability is the weakest. If you run into trouble, the two of us can handle the situation inside the room, but if it's us who fall, you lack the ability to manage. Ningxia replied and then continued to inquire. Do you know where to finally been? Why are you looking for my cousin? Is it because my brother sent him a message? Li Panzai blinked and shook his head. I truly don't know. Ever since my parents passed away when he was 16, he has lived independently. Over the years, I've hardly seen him. My brother has maintained more contact with him. Hearing this, Ningxia felt somewhat disheartened. If Li Panzai couldn't locate Li Bin either, his quest for revenge would be significantly hampered. Yet, no matter how far Li Bin ran, he must unearth him. His brothers must not have died in vain. The following morning, Ningxia and Lin Sun accompanied the youth to the town. After some inquiries, they learned that this man was named Zhuo Mingyuan, who had been away for nearly a decade. Given such a lengthy absence to seek out lost relatives, Ningxia thought the hope was rather slim. But since there was money to be made, they decided to assist in the search as expected. Zhuo Mingyuan spent the entire morning inquiring but found no leads. Near noon, Zhuo Mingyuan generously took the two to a restaurant in the town. Swaggering into the dining hall, Gentlemen, what would you like to eat? The restaurant owner noticed Zhuo Mingyuan's fine attire and greeted him with courtesy. Upon seeing Ningxia, he instinctively averted his gaze, for in this area, few dared to provoke this notorious figure. Just make sure I can eat sufficiently. Try to serve the dishes quickly, as I have matters to attend to after my meal. Zhuo Mingyuan opened his wallet and pulled out $10. Handing it over. Here is your tip. Oh, thank you very much. The owner beamed, accepting the money, his face wrinkling into a blossom of smiles. Please, make yourselves comfortable. I'll fetch your food right away. Brother, this guy is quite extravagant, don't you think? What kind of business is he in to be so generous? Lin Sun observed Zhuo Mingyuan's lavishness with astonishment. He is not a merchant. Ningxia glanced at Zhuo Mingyuan walking towards the table with the owner and whispered. His clothing is immaculate, but there are signs of mending on his chest and left side, likely from being pierced by a sharp object. Furthermore, when he pulled out his wallet, I noticed a blood-stained gold ring inside. Such adornments are typically worn by urban dwellers. If I'm not mistaken, his attire and the money he possesses are likely acquired through nefarious means. Is he a raider? Lin Sun raised an eyebrow. If that is the case, why would he deceive us? Chapter 13. Enlightenment. In response to Lin Sun's question, Ningxia found himself momentarily at a loss for an answer. Shaking his head slightly, I'm unsure of this fellow's intentions, but murdering urbanites would certainly lead to a lifetime of pursuit. We must remain vigilant while with him, before he exhibits any malice. We should earn whatever we can. The lunch was lavish, with each person receiving 2 bean cakes mixed with crushed bone powder, a bowl of water, and half a sour cucumber. As per custom, Ningxia and Lin Sun consumed leftover food from their previous meal. While this time, they saved the food for later. For the destitute, possessing food is the greatest source of confidence. Just as the three were eating, Zhuo Mingyuan's gaze swept towards the door, suddenly shifting to a more unnatural expression. Nervously addressing Ningxia, Brother Ning, I see the group that was watching me yesterday. They're right outside. It's fine. Focus on your meal. Ningxia continued eating without lifting his head. Upon entering, Ningxia had already noticed they were being watched by several individuals. However, those people had not entered the restaurant, indicating they were somewhat cautious. After all, those who could operate businesses in the town had some standing. According to your words, you've lived in the wasteland for so many years. How could these people know you have money? Don't you understand the basic survival principle of not flaunting wealth? Lin Sun glanced at the 4 or 5 muscular men outside, frowning as he questioned Zhuo Mingyuan. Yesterday, while searching for someone in the city, I encountered a beggar girl. Her appearance reminded me of my sister. So I found a secluded spot and gave her $10. But not long after, I was being watched by those men. Zhuo Mingyuan felt a tinge of regret. Looking back, that girl was clearly in cahoots with them. I was kind to her, yet she intended to harm me. Upon hearing this, Lin Sun suddenly recalled how Ningxia had stopped him from giving food to that beggar girl the previous day, silently lamenting the decline of societal morals. Just yesterday, he hadn't fully understood Ningxia's actions, thinking him overly cautious. Lin Sun was a simple-minded individual, but he wasn't foolish. Thus, aside from Ningxia, he trusted no one in this land. In the wasteland, evildoers lack a fixed appearance. Men, women, the elderly, children, anyone could reveal their fangs for survival. Mr. Zhuo, may I ask, if you cannot find your sister here, what do you plan to do next? Ningxia steadily held his water bowl, trying not to spill a single drop, probing him gently. Can't find her? Zhuo Mingyuan paused, clearly puzzled by the question, and after a while, shook his head, his gaze resolute. If I can't find her, I will continue searching. Ningxia observed Zhuo Mingyuan's expression and discerned he wasn't fabricating a story. He turned to the side. Do you have any relatives or friends here who might have information? What relatives could I have? Zhuo Mingyuan forced a smile. 10 years ago, I contracted a severe cold, which I inadvertently passed to my parents. The factory halted their work to prevent them from spreading the illness to the other workers. Eventually, my mother succumbed to her illness, and my father, sister, and I had nothing to eat. Starving, my father took my sister out, trading her for some medicine and half a lamb. Once I recovered, my father insisted I work in a harsh mining area and forbade me from returning for life. It was only 2 months ago, after he passed away, that I returned to Fortress 87 alone, hoping to find my sister. Brother, what is a lamb? Lin Sun asked Ningxi with wide, innocent eyes. It's a type of animal. But it has very weak self-defense, making them quite rare in the wild. I've heard that there are domesticated ones in the fortress. Ningxia responded casually, then looked towards Zhuo Mingyuan. You just said your father traded your sister for a lamb. She must have been sold into the fortress, right? Otherwise, who in the slum area could afford lamb? Exactly. How could I have forgotten that? Zhuo Mingyuan's eyes lit up upon hearing Ningxia's words, excitedly slapping his thigh. That is right. My sister must have gone into the city. No wonder I couldn't find her outside. You're absolutely correct. She must have entered the city. Once we finish eating, I need to find a way to get into the city to look for her. No matter the cost, I must get in. Lin Sun observed Zhuo Mingyuan's fervor, looking at Ningxia in confusion. Brother, your words seem to have derailed our work. Ningxia was taken aback, awkwardly replying. What we're doing is precisely this work. One must be principled. We cannot earn unscrupulous money if we lack a bottom line. How are we any different from those thugs and rogues, gentlemen? Do you happen to know any channels for entering the city? I don't mind spending extra money. Zhuo Mingyuan, not catching their conversation, looked at them with hopeful eyes. Let us ask Li Panzai later. He has worked in the fortress and might know something. Ningxia shook his head slightly. Having learned hunting since childhood, he had never worked in the fortress factories and had limited understanding of Zhuo Mingyuan's inquiries. Brother, what should we do about those few tails outside? Lin Sun detached the water pouch made from a wild boar's bladder from his waist and poured the remaining half bowl of water into it. As long as they don't make a move, we shouldn't pay them any mind. Ningxia was merely protecting Zhuo Mingyuan to earn a bit of temporary survival money. If those people knew how to restrain themselves, he had no intention of provoking them and inviting trouble. After the meal, the three left the restaurant and encountered Li Panzai on a street corner in the town. His harvest for the day had not been substantial. There was only one rat and a few beetles slightly longer than his middle finger, freshly dug from the coal pit. Brother Zhai, this is the bedding I purchased for you in Sun Gu with my savings. They are all second-hand, and I hope you do not find them unappealing. Upon seeing several individuals, Li Panzai reached out and patted a nearby package, then inquired with genuine concern. Have you found the person? Not yet. This is the bean cake I brought for you. Ninja handed over the cloth-wrapped cakes and continued. Panzai, do you happen to know of any channels for the refugees to enter the city? Work, of course. For refugees wishing to cross the city gates, working is the only option available. Eli Panzai rolled the bean cake into a long strip, chewing heartily, savoring the satisfaction of a full mouth. I am not referring to the outer city, but the inner city. Ninja raised his hand, pointing towards the higher inner wall beyond the first barrier. I mean to enter the city itself. Brother Jia, please don't jest with me. When I was in the outer city, I was merely a lowly sanitation worker. How could I possibly know how to enter the inner city? Moreover, how could a refugee ever qualify to enter? I've heard that the citizens within the city view refugees as having been tainted by some sort of contagion, deeming us filthy. Li Panzai chuckled foolishly, then noticing the dejected expression on Zhua Mingyuan's face. Pondered for a moment. Perhaps you should ask that Su Fei. Among the refugees, it is only those like them, the bailiffs, who have more frequent contact with the people inside the fortress. That's a viable option. Ninja recalled the newly appointed bailiff on their street. After finishing the bean cake, Li Panzai sucked on his fingers. However, do not harbor too much hope regarding this matter. After all these years, I have seen countless individuals striving desperately to enter the city, yet I have never witnessed anyone actually succeed. Chapter 14. As difficult as climbing to the heavens, the bailiffs appointed by the fortress enjoy the same treatment as the factory refugees, with the sole advantage of not having to work while still receiving daily rations. Ninja, accompanied by Zhua Mingyuan and Lin Sun, along with a few distant observers whose tracking skills were rather lacking, swiftly returned to the street where he resided, standing before a brick-and-stone independent courtyard. This was the residence allocated by the fortress for the bailiff of this street. After Hu Jida's demise, it was only natural that Su Fei would take up residence here. Knock, knock. Ninja rapped lightly on the tightly shut courtyard gate, receiving no response. However, the gate opened slightly under his push. Wait for me here. Ninja glanced at the empty courtyard and entered alone. Standing before the house, Mr. Su, are you in? Seeing that there was no response from within, Ninja contemplated for a moment before lifting the door curtain and stepping inside. Ninja had always been somewhat wary of this newly appointed bailiff, as the bailiffs in the town were elected from among 100 households. However, following Hu Jida's death, the fortress had parachuted in such an unfamiliar figure as Su Fei, which was quite unusual. For this reason, Ninja wished to uncover the man's background. The previous Hu Jida had nearly cost him his life, and this newcomer, Su Fei, necessitated caution. Su Fei's residence bore little difference from the living conditions of other refugees. The furniture was made of stone, and aside from a roasting pit, the kitchen surprisingly contained an exceedingly rare iron pot. In the adjacent bedroom, a set of bedding was haphazardly piled on the kong, and beside it, a massive wooden trunk leaned against the wall. Ninja noticed fresh dirt scattered on the ground beside the trunk. He stepped closer. Bang. Just as Ninja moved forward, the lid of the trunk was abruptly flung open, and Su Fei emerged directly from within, locking eyes with Ningji. Bailiff Su, what kind of trickery is this? A live transformation. Ninja was momentarily taken aback by Su Fei's sudden appearance. That is, there were mice in the room, so I was trying to catch one. Su Fei swiftly climbed out of the trunk and replaced the lid. The room is rather disordered. Please make yourself comfortable. I apologize for barging in after knocking with no response. You know how unsafe it is around here. I feared something might happen to you. Ninja smiled amiably, responding with composure, yet a sense of doubt began to rise within him. Just as Su Fei closed the trunk lid, he distinctly heard a dull echo, indicating that the trunk was empty beneath, coupled with the fresh earth around it, ample evidence that Su Fei had been digging a tunnel. Most importantly, the sound of metal clanging accompanied the lid's closure, as if something had tumbled down due to the vibration. Metal objects are quite rare in the refugee area. Water. Su Fei picked up a large water jug and poured a glass for Ninja, offering it to him. What brings you here? I have a friend who wishes to enter the city to search for a lost relative. Ninja chuckled. You previously mentioned that if I needed assistance, I could seek you out, so I wanted to ask if you have any channels available. That's manageable. I can arrange for your friend to work in a factory. Do you know in which factory his relative is located? Su Fei continued the conversation. I'm not referring to a factory. I mean the inner city. Ninja seated himself on a nearby stone bench, meeting Su Fei's gaze. Do you have a way? The inner city. 10 years have passed in pursuit of the cold sea color, and here I stand, a solitary minister gazing upon the imperial chariot. For refugees, that world just a wall away seems tantalizingly close. Yet it remains an unattainable celestial palace throughout their lives. Upon hearing Ningxia's words, Su Fei revealed a knowing smile. Do you not realize how arduous it is for refugees to enter the inner city? Lin Boss from the outdoor shop is the direct uncle of the head of the material office in the city. Even with such connections, he has been unable to secure a chance for his son to enter. It is precisely because I understand how difficult this is that I sought you out. You are the only outsider bailiff I have encountered in this district. Since you managed to parachute into this place, you must possess some exceptional capabilities. Ningxia lifted his cup and added, the individual I wish to send in is quite wealthy. If you can assist, he will not treat you poorly. Wealth? You must understand that the wealthy among the refugees are viewed as no different from beggars by those inside the city. Su Fei dismissed this notion. So, you're helping him out of a desire for financial gain? Perhaps, yes. I earn $50 a day. Ningxia smiled, then spoke more seriously. This person has been searching for his sister for 10 years. It is no small feat that he has traversed the wilderness from the mine back to Fortress 87. And since I am accepting his money, I wish to do my utmost to assist him. Fortress 87 is the territory of the Pei family conglomerate, and the Peis have always been strict regarding such matters. So I can only give it a try. For $500, I can introduce you to someone. As for the outcome, it is entirely up to you to negotiate. Su Fei pondered for a moment before continuing. Additionally, I must remind your friend that life for refugees in the city may not be as wonderful as he imagines. I hope he considers this carefully. Thank you. Upon hearing this response, Ningxia rose from the stone bench. I will call him in to speak with you. Half an hour later, Ningxia, along with Lin Sun and Zhua Mingyuan, arrived at the entrance of a pawnshop near the city gate. Ningxia glanced at the sign of the pawnshop and said to Zhua Mingyuan, Mr. Zhua, the person Su Fei is introducing us to is right here. Whether or not you wish to meet is entirely up to you. Since I have already paid the introduction fee, I must certainly meet. For my sister, I am willing to spare no expense, Zhua Mingyuan replied without hesitation. After entering, the shop assistant took the introduction letter written by Su Fei for Ningxia and swiftly led the group to a room in the back courtyard, where they met the portly pawnbroker. You wish to enter the inner city? The pawnbroker read through Su Fei's letter, lighting a match to burn the fabric into ashes. Not them. It's me. I wish to enter the city to find my sister. Zhua Mingyuan interjected. Your sister? Which district is she in? The portly boss inquired, pipe in mouth. What district? Zhua Mingyuan looked utterly bewildered. Within Fortress 87, there are 5 administrative districts and 4 non-security zones. Where do you intend to go? The pawnbroker noticed that the 3 before him had no understanding of the city, pondering thoughtfully. I don't know where my sister is. I just need to enter the city. Zhua Mingyuan responded resolutely. Entirely unaware of the pawnbroker's implications, here's the deal. I do have a batch of quotas I can allocate to you. There's a job in the city that requires maintenance of special equipment. This work is quite dangerous and will be under strict supervision. If you agree, I can send you into the inner city under the guise of a laborer. Once inside, you can find your own opportunity to escape. If you manage to flee, there's a chance for you to remain in the city, though the odds are slim, and you would still be an illegal resident. The pawnbroker responded with relative calm, extending his hand. 1 quota costs $5,000. Chapter 15. Wealth and danger. Upon hearing the figure quoted by the pawnbroker, Lin Sun's eyes widened in astonishment. To enter the city as a laborer. It costs $5,000. What logic is this? $5,000. A laborer would never earn that much in a lifetime. If you want to enter the city, that's the price. If you can accept it, I'll help arrange it. The pawnbroker exhaled a puff of smoke, making the others feel slightly choked. In the city, only work that even beggars refuse to do is available for refugees. Even so, to be selected from among hundreds of thousands of refugees is considered a stroke of luck. Had it not been for the introduction by the acquaintance named Su Fei, I would not engage in any transaction with you. No matter how much money you possess, you just mentioned that this job is perilous. How perilous is it? Ningxia inquired with a sidelong glance. I am uncertain, for none of those I sent in have ever returned. Whether they met their demise or fled remains a mystery, as entering the city as laborers does not equate to becoming a city dweller, nor does it grant one the privilege to interact or communicate with the urban populace. The rotund boss tapped his pipe against the sole of his shoe, speaking plainly. If you miss this opportunity, it may take you several months, even years, to find another. 5,000 it is. I shall provide it. As long as I can locate my sister, I fear nothing. Zhuo Mingyuan hesitated for scarcely 2 seconds before resolutely responding. When can I enter the city? Gather here at 9 o'clock tonight. The plump boss replied, rising to hand Zhuo Mingyuan paper and pen. Fill in your details, then pay. I must warn you, once the money is paid, whether you have a change of heart or miss the assembly time due to any circumstance, it will not be refunded. Zhuo Mingyuan took the paper and pen, awkwardly passing them to Ningxia. Could you assist me in filling this out? I cannot read. 10 minutes later, the trio exited the pawn shop. Zhuo Mingyuan gazed at the towering wall beside him, excitement radiating from him as he turned to Ningxia. Brother Ning, I am exceedingly grateful for today's events. Without you, I might never cross this wall. No need for such formality between brothers. Let us speak of money directly. Ningxia, amused by Zhuo Mingyuan's palpable enthusiasm, flashed a grin. Having accepted your money, I am obligated to assist you. According to that hefty man, once you enter the city, it will be challenging to leave again. Have you considered what you will do if you cannot find your sister once inside? Impossible, you were right. In the wasteland, only within the stronghold can one savor mutton. Thus, my sister must have been sold to someone within the stronghold by my father. Once I enter the city, I shall undoubtedly find her. Zhuo Mingyuan's eyes brimmed with confidence. Brother Ning, I shall depart from here tonight. I wish to treat you both to a meal as a token of my gratitude. You must accept. Let us fetch Fatty Li as well. In high spirits, Zhuo Mingyuan maintained an elevated demeanor after securing his passage into the city, eagerly pulling Ningxia along the path home. 10 meters away. Among the band of robbers who had been following them throughout the day, a man with slanted eyes turned to his bald companion. Menggu, did you hear that? The meat ticket seems poised to leave the town. If we let him escape, all our efforts these past 2 days will have been for naught. I inquired, and the man accompanying the meat ticket, Ningxia, is notorious around the East Gate. He is not to be trifled with. If provoked, it could lead to fatal consequences. Menggu scrutinized the retreating figures, his expression troubled. We are merely trying to survive in this harsh world, living off the edge of a knife. No matter how fierce he is. Can he compare to us? Yesterday, that beggar girl mentioned the meat ticket has at least a few thousand in cash. If we succeed, we could have our pick of the women in this town. The man with slanted eyes felt the weapon concealed at his waist. Is it better to feast on meat or return to gnawing on potatoes? This is hardly a difficult choice. Is it? You have long sought to prove yourself to your brother, and this is the perfect opportunity. Indeed. My brother once said, fortune favors the bold. Let us do this, spurred on by the slanted-eyed man. Menggu's eyes sparkled with a fierce light as he surged toward the direction where Ningxia and the others had vanished in a narrow alleyway, barely 2 meters wide. Zhuo Mingyuan produced 500 from his wallet and handed it to Ningxia. Brother Ning, I owe this opportunity to find my sister in the city entirely to your assistance. This amount may be modest, but it is a token of my appreciation. Please accept it. Very well. Ningxia accepted the money without any pretense or hesitation. His motivation to protect Zhuo Mingyuan stemmed from the necessity to survive the impending harsh winter. Without adequate provisions, survival was impossible. Receiving payment for services rendered is only fair. Brother Ning, rest assured, should I thrive in the city, I shall not forget your kindness. At that moment, Zhuo Mingyuan's mind was consumed with visions of reuniting with his sister. His heart ablaze with anticipation. The memory of his father selling her to save him had long been a thorn in his side. For 10 years, he had sought to remove this enduring pain. A haunting reminder of his past. Just as Zhuo Mingyuan spoke, 2 figures emerged from the fork in the path ahead, one of whom sneered, Ha! With your pitiful appearance, you dare aspire to enter the city? Allow me to advise you. Do not invite trouble upon yourselves. Step aside. Ningxia recognized them as the tail he had previously spotted and smoothly withdrew his bone knife, while Lin Sun knocked an arrow. Its beast bone tip angled menacingly toward the ground. Ningxia, I know you. At that moment, Menggu, accompanied by 3 others, blocked their path from the opposite direction, addressing Ningxia's silhouette. I have no desire to provoke you, nor to become your enemy. How about this? Let us join forces to eliminate this fellow. We can split the cash evenly. You have mistaken your target. Realizing he was cornered by both sides, Ninja shifted to the side with Lin Sun, shielding Zhuo Mingyuan behind him and intoned gravely. If you wish to keep your lives, you should leave at once. Ha ha. What? Do you find it insufficient? Very well, you may take 60%, and we shall take 40. Is that sufficiently generous? Menggu pondered for a moment, making yet another concession. These ruffians from the town typically shun labor, surviving instead through extortion. Their lives are undoubtedly better than those of the commoners. While they may seem fierce, they are still somewhat less threatening than the marauders of the wasteland. Facing the notorious ninja, Menggu and his crew felt a twinge of trepidation, not merely due to the danger of infections in the wasteland, but also because those who live in comfort tend to value their lives more. An immutable truth in the harsh world. Not interested, Ninja remained unfazed, keeping a vigilant watch on both factions. He was by no means a saint, yet neither was he a villain, completely disinterested in Menggu's proposition. Menggu, why waste breath on these two? He has a weapon, do we not? The slanted-eyed man beside Menggu grew increasingly impatient, revealing a wooden club embedded with sharp stones and beast teeth. Chapter 16. The Malice of Humanity. Observing the restless demeanor of those at his side, Menggu unsheathed a steel knife from his waist. Ninja, I am extending you a courtesy, but it does not signify fear. Since you choose to disregard my kindness, do not blame me for being ruthless. Tread carefully. These individuals are not to be underestimated. Upon seeing the knife in Meng Ji's hand, Ninja's expression turned grave. I in the refugee zone. There are no laws or restrictions, yet the stronghold maintains strict weapon control, imposing severe penalties for carrying firearms, including public execution. Thus, knives have become the most common weapon. Ninja could discern that the steel knife Menggu wielded was of exceptional quality. In the resource-scarce refugee zone, those who could afford a metal blade were no ordinary folk. Brothers, charge! The slanted-eyed man, already restless, wasted no time in rushing forward as Menggu commanded. Whoosh! The instant the adversaries moved, Lin soon drew his bowstring taut, targeting the faction with only 2 members, and shot down one of them before swiftly swapping to his bone knife, charging toward another assailant. Buzz! At that moment, the slanted-eyed man also lunged at Ninja, swinging his club towards the latter's head, but Ninja leaned back, deftly catching his arm. Thud, thud. Ninja executed 2 swift strikes, both landing on the slanted-eyed man's vital points with lethal precision. His combat skills were honed through relentless hunting. Facing ferocious beasts, one must strike decisively, or risk losing one's life in the next heartbeat. Whoosh! Simultaneously, Menggu swung his steel knife toward Ninja's chest, and in a fleeting moment, Ninja noticed the arm's movement, instinctively retreating half a step. The fabric of his shirt slashed open. Damn it! Having missed, Menggu lunged again, this time aiming for Ninja's throat. Tap tap! Ninja sidestepped, skillfully evading Menggu's attack, then raised his left arm to deliver a punch to his opponent's face. Unexpectedly, Menggu was also adept, his movements remarkably agile. As Ninja threw his punch, he suddenly dipped low, attempting to tackle Ninja by crashing into his abdomen. Ninja's reflexes surpassed Meng Ji's. As the latter bent down, he abruptly lifted his knee, crashing it into Meng Ji's shoulder. Bang! Ninja's knee violently collided with Meng Ji's shoulder, intercepting his attack, and seizing the moment as Menggu leaned back. Ninja delivered an uppercut that connected solidly with his jaw. Thud! Stunned by the blow, Menggu fell onto his back, unable to react before Ninja pounced on him, wrapping his arms around his legs and using his weight to forcefully twist to the side. Crack! A sharp sound echoed from Menggu's knee joint. Ah! Immediately, a chilling scream echoed through the narrow alley. Upon witnessing this scene, the remaining 2 thugs turned to flee. The triangular-eyed man, recently dispatched by Ninja, and the incapacitated Menggu were the strongest among them. Having established a fearsome reputation over the years in the town, in one-on-one confrontations, they had never tasted defeat. Thud! As Menggu fell, Lin Sun from behind also took down a man across the alley. Swish! Ninja's wrist twisted, the blade resting against Meng Ji's neck. You can't kill me. If I die, my brother will not spare you. Menggu, enduring the excruciating pain radiating from his leg, looked at Ninja, the individual the townsfolk deemed the harbinger of doom, and spoke with a forced bravado. I am Xiao Ming. Shao Qi of the Black Flag Gang is my brother. If you kill me, he will not let you go. Upon hearing Xiao Ming's threat, Ningxia's eyes narrowed instantly. Xiao Sun. Pursue the other two. Do not let them escape. Understood? Lin Sun picked up the longbow from the ground and swiftly vanished at the alley's entrance. Watching Lin Sun's retreating silhouette, Ningxia felt a twinge of anxiety. Trouble had arisen. He was familiar with Xiao Qi, who led the Black Flag Gang and controlled the flesh trade in the town. The larger brothels in the area were all under Xiao Qi's operation, and many of the local ruffians clustered around him, often venturing in groups to the nearby refugee villages to abduct handsome young men and women using deceit or force for profit. At that moment, Ningxia regretted his actions, not for confronting Xiao Qi's brother, but for failing to ascertain the true identity of his opponent sooner. Had he done so, he would have certainly ensured the other two did not have the chance to flee. Let us negotiate. If you let me go now, we can pretend this incident never occurred. I will not pursue the matter of your assault on me, all right? Sensing Ningxia's momentary hesitation, Xiaoming added, Do you think I would trust you? Ningxia lowered his gaze, locking eyes with Xiaoming, and scoffed. A pack of thugs who can kill even the weak dares to offer me clemency? What do you mean by that? Are you unaware of the power my brother holds in this area? Realizing that Ningxia seemed unperturbed by his threats, Xiaoming's pupils constricted, and he instinctively held his breath. Previously, while in the gang, he had overheard Xiao Qi cautioning members about two forces not to be trifled with in the East City. The first was the kidnapper gang led by Lao Guai, and the second was a group of hunters headed by Lin Sun. This was why he had harbored reservations about Ningxia. Although he had never seen Ningxia, he had heard that Ningxia's crew comprised several fierce hunters. Had he not seen them with only 2 members earlier, and had he not been goaded by the triangular-eyed man, he would never have dared take such a risk. In response to Xiaoming's inquiry, Ningxia remained silent, the sound of the blade slicing through flesh serving as his reply. Ningxia held no faith in Xiaoming's words, nor did he believe that his adversary would let him off easily. In the wasteland, trusting any stranger was akin to playing with one's life, a lesson he had already learned from Li Bin. Thus, he placed greater faith in his own judgment. As a hunter, one often selects prey while simultaneously being chosen by it. Ningxia had slain many ferocious beasts, and he found killing humans to be far simpler than hunting animals. Yet, when compared to beasts, he harbored a deeper fear of humanity. Animals express their anger through action, but humans may not do so. Beneath their exteriors, no one knows their true intentions. Humans engage in cunning deceit, mutual slaughter, and can harm their kin or wreak havoc on nature, often pursuing selfish interests without regard for survival. The malice of the human heart. In this era of cultural disintegration, this phrase has endured through time. 5 meters away, Zhuo Mingyuan observed the unfolding scene without feeling much fear. The mining district he had previously inhabited was far more brutal, with over half of the miners being exiled criminals. What truly instilled fear in him was Ningxia, who was meticulously cleaning Xiaoming's knife. This young man, seemingly around 20, exuded the ferocity and ruthlessness of the top bandits in the mining district. Yet, in this lawless area of refugees, only such individuals could thrive. Tap. Simultaneously, Lin Sun returned to the alley, glanced at Xiaoming's twitching form, and nodded to Ningxia. I caught up with them and eliminated them all. Chapter 17. The Five-Fingered Sheep. Upon hearing that Lin Sun had dealt with the 2 fleeing robbers, Ningxia's tense demeanor relaxed somewhat. This is not a place to linger. We must leave immediately. What about the bodies? Lin Sun inquired, eyeing the fallen figures on the ground. Leave them here. After a brief contemplation, Ningxia led the 2 away swiftly. The trio took a detour and re-emerged on the opposite side of the alley. Boom! As they stepped onto the main street, a deep rumble reverberated. Following the sound of taut steel cables and grinding gears, a massive gate of the fortress slowly began to rise. It was nearly dark. Why was the gate opening, brother? It seems the frequency of people coming out of the fortress has increased lately, Lin Sun remarked quietly, observing the open gate. Outside the fortress, there were many smaller gates, typically iron-barred, allowing laborers to enter the outer city. Whether it was for safety or to distinguish from the refugee district, this enormous gate did not connect to the outer city but led directly through a tunnel to the inner city. Indeed, these folks rarely venture out after dusk, Ningxia mused, eyeing the alloy gate with curiosity. From within the darkened entrance, a procession gradually emerged, comprising not only mounted mercenaries but also a large contingent of guards. The mercenaries donned khaki combat attire, while the guards wore gray uniforms, presenting a stark contrast. Unlike the mercenary groups organized by the fortress, the guards were formal armed forces established by various financial conglomerates. Officially part of the Federation's military, known as the Free Federation Armed Guard Corps, though the refugees commonly referred to them simply as the guards. Buzzing, behind the cavalry, several steel-framed vehicles soon appeared. These so-called steel-framed vehicles were constructed from welded steel pipes, covered with waterproof fabric, and equipped with modified car engines for basic travel. While their performance could not compare to standard automobiles, they were significantly faster than horses and capable of traversing diverse terrains. In the wasteland, steel-framed vehicles were the most common type, though not easily affordable for the average person, as the coveted engines and fuel were scarcer than drinking water. The military's steel-framed vehicles were upgraded versions, resembling pre-cataclysm Lynx assault vehicles, each capable of seating 3 individuals and outfitted with machine guns and other weaponry. The waterproof fabric was replaced with steel plating, and even the wheel areas were shielded with steel, which was studded with sharp iron spikes, giving the vehicles a spiky appearance, hence the nickname Hedgehog vehicles. Spotting the vehicles, a glimmer of curiosity flashed in Ningxia's eyes. This convoy seemed destined for a distant location, yet nighttime operations were not typical of the townsfolk. Could it be that something significant had transpired? Before sunset, the trio reunited with Fatty Lee at the finest restaurant in the town. "Mr. Zhua, you have arrived." The restaurant owner greeted Zhuo Mingyuan with enthusiasm. "Today, I wish to treat my friends. Money is no object, so do not serve me the trash food meant for refugees." Zhuo Mingyuan, in high spirits, generously tipped $20. "Certainly, please follow me to the back. We have private rooms there, and it's quiet." The owner led them to the back, warmly ushering them into a room, and offered Zhuo Mingyuan a mysterious smile. "Mr. Zhua, please wait a moment. I will arrange the food for you right away. What are you up to, being all secretive?" "I have things to attend to after dinner." "Hurry up," Zhuo Mingyuan, fearing the owner would waste his time, replied impatiently. "Please bear with me. I assure you, your wait will be worthwhile." The owner chuckled and departed. "Thank you all for your efforts on my behalf. Have some water for now." Zhuo Mingyuan poured each of them a glass of water. Bleat! About 5 minutes later, as they chatted, an unusual sound emanated from outside, followed by the restaurant owner leading a hoofed animal into the room, slightly smaller than a bison, with horns and a coat of white curls. "What in the world is that?" Lin Sun instinctively reached for the hunting bow on the table upon seeing the unfamiliar creature. Fatty Lee screamed, startled, jumping up from his chair and hiding in the corner of the wall. With such long hooves, it shouldn't be an overly aggressive beast. Ningxia quickly assessed the animal's legs and made a judgment. "Gentlemen, do not be afraid. This is our dinner for tonight." The owner smiled at the anxious faces of the group. "This sheep took considerable effort to procure from the city. We shall feast on it tonight. What do you think? I assure you, in the entire town, there are no more than 3 establishments where you can enjoy mutton. I will not charge you extra, just $200 for 2 legs of lamb. What do you say?" Zhuo Mingyuan gazed at the sheep brought over by his boss, feeling as if he had been struck by lightning. "Is this really a sheep?" Lin Sun let out a sigh of relief, observing it with curiosity, while Li Panzai still dared not approach. "Sir, are you perhaps complaining about the price? How about we settle on 180? If it goes any lower, it truly won't be feasible. To be frank, I intended to slaughter this sheep to entertain the passing transport teams. Had I not seen your wealth, I wouldn't have brought it out at all." Seeing Zhuo Mingyuan remain silent, the boss took the initiative to negotiate. "You say this is a sheep? But shouldn't sheep have 5 fingers? How can it have hooves?" Zhuo Mingyuan was pulled back to reality, recalling the half leg of lamb his father had brought home a decade ago, and he trembled as he asked, "Boss, are you truly joking? How could a sheep have fingers? It has always had hooves since ancient times." The boss grinned widely. "That is not right. Sheep should have 5 fingers, shouldn't they?" Zhuo Mingyuan stood there dazed for a moment, and suddenly roared, losing all composure as he lunged at the sheep, violently choking its neck while retching uncontrollably. Hey, what the hell is wrong with you?" The boss, witnessing Zhuo Mingyuan's actions, instinctively recoiled, casting a fearful glance at Ningxia and the others. "What's wrong with your friend? Is he not a madman? Shouldn't sheep have 5 fingers?" The cacophony of roars and the sheep's cries echoed throughout the private room. Zhuo Mingyuan had lost his mind. He ran wildly through the streets, shouting the name Zhuo Xiaomei, but as he ran, he forgot his sister's name. To secure a place in the city, Zhuo Mingyuan had already spent nearly all his money, as a companion accompanying him to the restaurant. Ningxia naturally felt obliged to look after him. When he rummaged through Zhuo Mingyuan's wallet, he discovered there was barely over 1,000 left. Zhuo Mingyuan had willingly sacrificed a comfortable life in the refugee area to venture into the city to find his sister. Within that wallet was also an identification card belonging to a city dweller, a white man, who was the foreman at Zhuo Mingyuan's mining site. At this moment, everything became clear. For 10 years, Zhuo Mingyuan had been tormented by thoughts of his sister. Unable to endure the inhumane conditions of the mining site and the foreman's abuse, he resorted to murder and theft to escape. Alone, he had returned from the mines to the fortress. Having faced countless dangers and tribulations, he had hoped to find his sister and return to a normal life. But the memory of the five-fingered sheep shattered all his illusions about life as winter approached. Ningxia found himself in dire need of money. If he took the funds from the madman Zhuo Mingyuan, no one would question it. Yet, he did not touch the money. After settling the cost of the sheep that Zhuo Mingyuan had choked to death, he handed over every remaining cent to the restaurant owner, instructing him to provide Zhuo Mingyuan with 2 bean cakes and a bowl of water daily until the money ran out. Warning, don't think of cheating me out of this money, or I will come after you. Rest assured, I know who you are. The boss gave Ningxia a reluctant nod. Meanwhile, a figure in a hooded robe, dining with others in the hall, overheard their conversation. After Ningxia departed, he raised his head to gaze at his retreating silhouette. Had Ningxia turned back at that moment, he would have recognized this person as Su Fei, the newly appointed neighborhood chief. From that day onward, the refugee area lost one stubborn youth searching for his sister, while the town gained a madman. He wandered the streets daily, repeating only one phrase. Shouldn't sheep have 5 fingers? Chapter 18. Blood for blood. Due to Zhuo Mingyuan's sudden madness, the dinner promised to Ningxia and the others was abruptly cancelled. For refugees like them, spending dozens or even hundreds on a meal was an extravagance. Ultimately, they each bought 2 bean cakes and left the restaurant. Zhuo Mingyuan's plight did not dampen Ningxia's spirits. He did not covet Zhuo Mingyuan's money and had even helped him find a path to survival. After all, there were far too many tragic tales in the refugee area, and even the softest of hearts would gradually harden to stone. However, Li Panzai felt deep sympathy for Zhuo Mingyuan's situation. Shedding tears as he listened to Lin Sun recount his story, buzz. As the three exited the restaurant, the roar of engines filled the air. Turning to glance, they saw a cloud of dust rising in the distance as a caravan of horses sped toward the city gates, prompting nearby pedestrians to scramble for safety. Among the 4 steel-framed vehicles trailing behind, one bore a cross at its rear, with a refugee bound and hooded. Thunderous sounds echoed as the convoy approached, and the fortress's massive gate slowly lifted. 2 squads of guards emerged from within to maintain order, while the caravan and horsemen swiftly passed through, disappearing into the darkness of the gate's tunnel. Brother, did I just see correctly? That person tied up in the vehicle was a refugee? Lin Sun observed the guards retreating back into the city as the gate descended. What crime could those people have committed to warrant the guards coming out to capture them and taking them inside? In my entire life, this is the first time I've seen a refugee being taken into the fortress. In the past, when they committed any offense, they were executed right outside. With so many soldiers out, it seems extraordinary to capture just one refugee. Strange incidents have been increasing in this town lately, Ningxia mused, his eyes narrowing in disbelief. Brother Jia, were those colossal vehicles the infamous hedgehog cars? Li Panzai was thoroughly astonished by the 4 hedgehog vehicles. Having lived in the refugee village all his life, he had always avoided mercenaries on horseback and had never seen true guards. I heard these cars are made of iron. I never expected them to move so swiftly, but the iron smell is overwhelming. What you smell is not rust. It's the stench of blood, Ningxia corrected, also detecting the metallic odor in the air. His curiosity piqued. The soldiers had only captured a single person, yet there was such a strong scent of blood. What had they experienced? Boom, boom. The clock in the city rang out, signaling the hour. Lin Sun glanced at the fading orange light on the horizon. Brother, the sun is setting. Curfew is approaching. Yes, let us go. Ningxia took the lead, and as he stepped into the road, he noticed a long trail of dripping blood on the ground where the hedgehog cars had passed, leading all the way to the city gate. Nightfall was fraught with danger for the refugees, Yet it also offered opportunities for many. Surrounding the fortress were numerous gates. Aside from the large gates leading to the inner city, there were many smaller barrier gates designated for laborers. The laborers in the outer city's industrial zone worked 24 hours a day in 3 or 4 shifts, so even late at night, people traversed these gates. Many refugees dreamed of owning a home in the town, as this would shorten their commute. Yet, every year, the number of individuals attacked or gone missing by beasts around Fortress 87 reached at least the 4-digit mark. As darkness enveloped the area, a red lantern was lit at the entrance of a courtyard near the labor passage of the fortress, adorned with a black square. This was the symbol of the Black Flag Gang. In the town, all courtyards displaying such lanterns were brothels run by the gang. Laborers could spend $5 or 2 cups of water to choose a woman or man to relieve their desires. Amidst the chaotic wasteland, many orders had been reshaped. Scoundrels could be both men and women, and the Black Flag Gang thrived at the southern gate, particularly because there was a textile factory nearby filled with female workers, who were often more generous than their male counterparts when seeking male company. Bang! The sound of a fist slamming on a table echoed within the brothel's courtyard. Inside the office, the leader of the Black Flag Gang, Xiao Qi, glared furiously at the young men before him. "What are you saying? Something happened to my brother." "Brother Qi, we only realized that Xiao Ming hadn't returned last night, so we sent people to look for him. We found his body along with several of his followers in an alley." One of the men across from Xiao Qi spoke with his head bowed, afraid to breathe. Although Xiao Qi was only 23, he was undeniably the leader of their group, not only due to his treacherous nature but also because of his connections within the fortress. Previously, someone had organized a faction to compete with him for the brothel business, only to have the law enforcement in the outer city fabricate a charge, leading to their hanging in the town square's dead tree. "Damn it! In this town, someone dares to lay hands on my people. You have 2 hours to find out who killed my brother. I want blood for blood." Xiao Qi's chest heaved, his gaze sharp as he fixed it on the young man reporting to him. "Otherwise, tonight, I'll have your mother and sister come to entertain guests. Brother Qi, please calm down. I'll investigate immediately." The young man, his scalp prickling with fear, promised as he dashed out of the room, fully aware that Xiao Qi's words were not mere threats. Half an hour later, the young man arrived at the alley where Xiao Ming had met his end, kicking open a decaying plastic door of a household and stepping inside. "Ah!" A woman's piercing scream echoed as he kicked the door open. The light of the lantern flickered to life within the room, as the young man cast his gaze upon a middle-aged couple inside. "We are members of the Black Flag Gang," he declared. "We have but one question. Who was responsible for the youth who perished in the alley today?" The middle-aged man stammered, I don't know. I only got off work after dark." Upon hearing the young man's self-identification, the middle-aged man's breath quickened. In the refugee zone, the law was non-existent, which led to the formation of refugee villages and settlements, a mere gathering of souls seeking warmth in numbers. The local constable, striving to maintain his position, would take on the pretense of upholding order. Yet, figures like Ning Jia and the Black Flag Gang were beyond reproach. "I haven't even informed you when the person died. And you're already confessing. What do you mean you don't know anything?" The young man waved his fingers slightly. "Beat him until he speaks." Bang, bang, bang. Several youths surged forward, and the middle-aged man began to wail in despair. Such scenes unfolded in every household within the alley, the air filled with cries of anguish and shouts of reprimand. "Stop! Please, stop hitting me. I truly know nothing." After taking a few punches, blood streamed from his nose as he clutched his head and continued to plead. Hiss! The young man raised the lantern, which he had skewered with a wooden stick, and lit a cigarette, unmoved by the middle-aged man's entreaties. "Please, don't continue. If you keep this up, someone might die. I'll talk." I'll talk," a woman, tears streaming down her face as she witnessed her husband's plight, spoke up. "Earlier, when I went out to buy something, I saw Ninja walk out from this direction. When I returned to the alley, I found there was a dead body here." "Ninja? Is he the one referred to as the Grim Reaper from the East?" The young man shot an irritable glance at the woman. "Why didn't you mention this sooner? I couldn't confront you. But Ninja is no saint either. We common folk wish to avoid trouble and simply want to live in peace." The woman, startled and terrified, was already beyond tears. Chapter 19. Murder to silence in the refugee area. Public restrooms were nearly non-existent, so daily excrement was smeared upon walls indiscriminately. while a few chose to relieve themselves near their homes. Most opted for slightly more distant spots, often right outside someone else's door. The street surrounding Ningxia's residence was notably cleaner, for no one wished to offend the notorious plague that was he. At that moment, after a brief excursion, Ningxia strolled along the narrow alley outside his home. Although he was still some distance away, he could distinctly hear the heavy breathing of a man and the moans of Zhao Yi from within the house. A few young boys squatted outside Zhao Yi's window, captivated by the sounds emanating from within, whispering amongst themselves, "You lot, scram!" Ningxia coldly admonished as he spotted their silhouettes. "Who the hell is yelling at me?" One boy turned to retort but froze upon realizing it was Ningxia, promptly fleeing with his companions in a panic. Perhaps recognizing Ningxia's voice, Zhao Yi fell silent inside. This girl had always harbored feelings for Ningxia. Even in a place where shame was long forgotten, she wished to preserve a shred of dignity before the man she admired. Yet, despite Zhao Yi's silence, the sounds of their bodies colliding continued to breach the walls. The houses in the refugee zone were poorly insulated. Even a loud fart could echo far and wide. Ningxia had once endured sleepless nights due to the snoring of a neighbor, only to finally enjoy restful slumber after the neighbor succumbed to an infection caused by a ruptured hemorrhoid. Upon returning to his room, Ningxia found only Lin Sun present and inquired with a furrowed brow. "Where is Fatty Li?" "He went out to catch mice. He said that when it's quiet at night, the mice are bolder, increasing the chances of a successful hunt." Lin Sun finished brushing his teeth with a twig and began chewing on a piece of dried mint leaf. Water was scarce in the refugee area. Thus, most people forewent brushing their teeth, opting instead for soft twigs to clean their mouths. "Starting tonight, we will take turns keeping watch. You will handle the first half of the night, and I will take the latter half." Ningxia sat at the table, removing the water pouch from his waist. They weren't working at the factory, and even the basic daily allowance of 1 liter of drinking water was unattainable. Buying water cost 20 coins per liter. Water in the settlement was rationed. Even if someone were to sell it on the sly, the amount would be negligible. The water they could obtain was mostly saved up by the refugees themselves, making it exceedingly difficult for Ningxia and his companions to procure water. Often, drinking was not merely to quench thirst, but to sustain bodily functions. "We have no game at home, and we still need to keep watch?" Upon hearing this, Lin Sun wore a look of discontent. Keeping watch was a taxing endeavor. Even though Ningxia had opted for the more grueling latter half, Lin Sun still felt reluctant. "We killed a member of the Black Flag gang today. It is prudent to remain vigilant." Ningxia handed Lin Sun the sharp steel knife he had acquired from Xiao Ming. "Stay alert, brother. Now there are 3 of us in the house. Shouldn't we assign a watch to Fatty Li as well?" Lin Sun suggested, believing that having an extra person on watch would lighten the load. He felt little fear of the Black Flag gang. Perhaps they had grown accustomed to fighting for their lives. Or perhaps, with winter approaching, they saw no way out of the settlement. With no retreat, what was there to fear? After hearing Lin Sun's words, Ningxia resolutely declined. "No, why not? Do you not trust him?" Lin Sun pouted, recognizing how difficult it was for anyone to earn Ningxia's trust. "Fatty Li is a good man, but he lacks courage and awareness of danger. If I let him keep watch, I fear he might succumb to sleep." Ningxia moistened his throat with water, securing the water pouch tightly. His words were sincere. While Fatty Li had a pleasant disposition and was generous, having bought bedding for Ningxia and Lin Sun with his meager savings after moving to the area, Ningxia held no significant reservations against him. However, entrusting his life to Fatty Li was out of the question. "Brother, do you remember the escort team that left the city before? I heard they slaughtered a refugee village to the west." Lin Sun changed the subject on a whole village. Ningxia was taken aback. "Yes, while you were out using the restroom, I spoke to old Zhao next door. He mentioned that 2 of his co-workers were from that village. After the escort team arrived, no one was left alive." Lin Sun nodded. "Those bastards are merciless towards us refugees." Ningxia pondered Lin Sun's words. The heavily armed soldiers had certainly left the city in response to the captured refugee. But why would they resort to village slaughter? Could it be that the villagers resisted? No, for the refugees, the powerful figures in the city were akin to gods who controlled their fates. Even a mere fortress soldier could send refugees fleeing. Faced with fully armed soldiers, the villagers would not have dared to resist. Excluding that possibility, the soldiers' motive for slaughtering the village must have been to silence them, to ensure that the truth of the matter remained buried. To eradicate an entire village to silence one person. What crime had the captured individual committed? Ningxia was left in a state of confusion in the brothel of the Black Flag gang. Xiaoqi glared at the young man who had returned with news, his expression dark and foreboding. Are you telling me that the one who killed my brother is Ningxia? Indeed. We investigated the alley where Xiaoming met his end, and 2 individuals reported seeing Ningxia there. Although they didn't witness him commit murder, given Xiaoming's skills, there are few who could best him near the E-City gate, the young man affirmed confidently. Damn it! I wasn't looking for trouble, yet he comes to stir it up. Xiaoqi slammed his fist on the table again. Go. Bring him back to me, big brother. Who should we send? From what I know, Ningxia is quite lethal. Upon hearing this, the young man's heart sank. In the settlement, Ningxia and his band of hunter brothers were notorious for their ferocity. This afternoon, didn't a group come to seek refuge with us? Their leader claimed they were former bandits who had killed before. Let him take some men along to verify their capabilities. Xiaoqi pondered for a moment, identifying a suitable candidate. Meanwhile, a few hundred meters away from Ningxia's residence, in an open area, Fatty Li crouched at the edge of some ruins, intently focused on a patch of rubble. Despite the cold night, beads of sweat dotted his forehead, and his gaze was exceptionally serious. Suddenly, a few moments later, a mouse cautiously emerged from the debris, moving as if it could not control its own body, stiffly advancing towards Fatty Li. Upon witnessing this, Fatty Li's heart leaped with joy. But the mouse quickly darted away, disappearing into the pile of bricks. Sighing in disappointment at the sight, Fatty Li readjusted his focus, scanning the rubble once more, completely unaware that 100 meters behind him, 2 figures watched intently. The duo was a young man and woman. The man was tall and muscular, as if his physique might burst through his clothing, while the girl beside him, despite wearing loose refugee garments, could not conceal her alluring form. Her delicate features would undoubtedly make her a sought-after prize in the brothel of the Black Flag gang. The man, observing Fatty Li's method of attracting mice, suddenly stiffened. That chubby fellow ahead seems to be a demon spawn. Chapter 20. Midnight killings. As the moonlight cascaded down, Fatty Li squatted motionless before the ruins, resembling an oversized ball. Recently, not only had the border grown restless, but the number of awakened individuals within the Federation had also surged. Perhaps it was due to the recent earthquakes and volcanic eruptions in the radiation zone that had unleashed a plethora of radioactive materials. The young girl observed Fatty Li's silhouette, deep in thought. If he truly were a demon spawn, it seemed he was still unaware of how to harness his abilities. Of course, it was also possible that he was simply a weakling. In the lawless refugee zone, an imbalance of power was indeed a dire situation. Those who possessed absolute power and subsequently chose to be good were rarer than a talking frog. The man wore a grave expression. Should we restrain him and ascertain his abilities? Never mind, this guy appears to be a fool. We have more pressing matters at hand. Let us not complicate things. The girl cast one last glance at Fatty Li, who was squatting in the wilderness, attempting to lure mice, his expression akin to that of a constipated individual, before disinterestedly turning to enter a nearby alley. A few minutes later, the two pushed open the gate of Su Fei's yard and stepped into the room. You re 5 minutes late. Su Fei raised an eyebrow as he regarded the two who had just entered. I found a person who might be a demon spawn outside. It was rather intriguing, so I lingered a bit longer, the man explained, placing his backpack on the Kong. Within it are provisions and water for you. The girl perched herself on a nearby wooden crate. Something significant occurred outside the town today. A squad of soldiers from the fortress ventured into the refugee village. Their purpose is, I'm already aware of that, Su Fei interrupted the woman, shifting the conversation. What abilities does that suspected demon spawn possess? The man chuckled, catching mice. Su Fei. An hour later, the town was utterly deserted. For the refugees, life offered little in terms of entertainment, and the daily grueling labor in the town left them perpetually fatigued. Devoid of any thoughts beyond mere survival, at this moment, the town lay silent. Strolling down the street, one could still hear the sounds of snoring emanating from certain dilapidated houses, as well as the cries of women. Often, the marriages among the refugees resembled mere arrangements for cohabitation, with the process of procreation holding more significance than the outcome, for not every household could afford to raise a child. The alley leading to Ningxia's home. Several figures stood shrouded in shadows, each wearing a red triangular scarf adorned with a black square emblem. Here we are. This is the location where we shall conduct our business." The youth, who had discovered Ning's whereabouts, pointed to the alley and addressed a man beside him. "Enter here. The third courtyard directly facing the main gate is our target. Your task is to bring the person inside back with us." "Got it?" The man nodded. "What's his name?" "Does it matter?" the youth retorted, seemingly trying to assert dominance over the newcomer, yet also appearing reluctant to divulge too much information. "Ha, you still don't trust me." The man chuckled. "You joined the Black Flag for a meal. We need capable individuals, and we're merely utilizing one another for mutual benefit. Let's not speak of trust or distrust, for such notions are not only false but also trite." The youth patted the man's arm. The boss said, "If you handle the task well, you can stay. Let us go." Upon hearing this, the man waved to his companions and led the way into the alley. "Should we devise a plan for capturing the target?" a burly man behind him inquired, gripping a bone knife. "Capture? Let us kill them all," the man replied bluntly, simultaneously securing his protective gear, crafted from the skin of wild boars treated with linseed oil, capable of withstanding the thrusts of bone knives. "Kill? But our mission is to capture." The burly man was taken aback. "Capturing is too troublesome and perilous. Once we deal with them, we'll bring back their heads. After we return, I'll claim they resisted fiercely, and we couldn't take them alive," the man concluded, having reached the entrance of the chaotic courtyard, and slowly drew a metallic knife from his lower back. This knife, forged from wrought iron, had a rusted blade resembling serrated edges. Not particularly sharp, yet the rust was sufficient to cause infections, and in this place, infection meant death. With heavy footsteps echoing in the courtyard, the group of 7 advanced towards Ning's residence. Inside the front room, the sound of Fat Li's snoring persisted, while in a darkened living room, Lin Sun sat at the table, blending into the shadows. Suddenly, Lin Sun's figure shifted, and with nimble grace, he seized the longbow resting on the table and drew it taut. The hunters in the town were not limited to Ning's group. But among all the hunters, only Lin Sun wielded a bow. Mastery of the bow required talent, particularly in the absence of systematic training. Lin Sun happened to possess such talent, endowed with exceptional strength, hearing, and vision, as though born to be a hunter. Zing! A second later, a faint sound escaped Lin Sun's lips, causing Ningxia, who had been soundly asleep, to snap his eyes open. Crash! Simultaneously, the curtain at the door was flung aside. Whoosh! An arrow sliced through the darkness, striking the chest of the man entering, in the refugee zone. Those who arrive unannounced at night are certainly not friends. Damn it! They're aware. The man struck by the arrow felt as if he had been kicked in the chest. He stumbled back outside, roaring, yet before he could take another step, he felt his strength rapidly dissipating. By the time he sensed a sharp pain in his chest, he had already collapsed to the ground. "Get down!" The leader, catching sight of his companion's corpse in the moonlight, barked at the others, then hurled a bundle of ignited oil-soaked hemp into the room. Whoosh! The hemp ignited into flames, illuminating the interior. Flap! The moment the fire flared, Lin Sun kicked the table, using the recoil to leap 2 meters and swiftly dart into the room where Fat Li was dying that very moment, as Lin Sun evaded. A palm-sized iron nail whizzed through the space he had just vacated, embedding itself into the wall. Enter. Swiftly and decisively, the man once again loaded an iron nail into his makeshift crossbow and gestured to those around him. Inside the room, Fat Li awoke, bewildered, sitting up from the Kong. "Brother Sun, what is going on?" "Don't ask, don't interfere. Just protect yourself." Lin Sun readied another arrow, drawing it back and aiming at the doorway. His eyes filled with tension. He had glimpsed the crossbow in the leader's hand while dodging, and that weapon was not only more portable, but also far more powerful than the bow he wielded. Chapter 21. Life and Death. Lin Sun's arrow, which heralded the commencement of battle, kept the group of assailants on high alert. As Lin Sun retreated into the inner room, the 3 outside surged into the dwelling, with the leading 2 instinctively rushing towards Lin Sun's location. Only then did the others notice a dark doorway adjacent to the entrance, and one of them peered inside cautiously. Thud! An arm suddenly shot out from within, and a sharp steel knife swiftly pierced through his neck. The individual poised to charge and witnessed the knife's tip protruding from his comrade's nape and instantly widened his eyes. "Everyone, be cautious! There's more than one of them." Bang! Ninja kicked the corpse aside and abruptly dashed outside, lunging at the man at the entrance with a knife. Let us deal with him first. The two in front exchanged glances, then turned to charge at Ninja. Thud. Thud. Ninja sidestepped one attacker's strike, leaping forward like a cheetah, seizing the assailant's collar and swiftly stabbing him twice in the chest. Buzz! At that moment, a burly man behind him swung a fire axe towards Ninja. Bang! Ninja heard the wind whistling and bent down to evade. The fire axe struck the adjacent wall, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Whoosh! The leader stood at the entrance, witnessing Ninja's actions, and immediately aimed his crossbow at him. Thud! Meanwhile, Lin Sun, hearing the commotion outside, also darted out to the door. Whoosh! The leader, preparing to shoot Ninja, noticed Lin Sun's movement and slightly raised his wrist, pulling the trigger. Thud! The steel nail propelled by tremendous force struck Lin Sun's arm, causing him to lurch, and his grip slackened, thus misdirecting the arrow. Seeing Lin Sun no longer a threat, another person charged forward, tackling Ninja to the ground and gripping his neck tightly. Whoosh! The remaining individuals outside, witnessing the chaos within, rushed into the room, quickly surrounding both Ninja and Lin Sun. Bang! One man burst into the room, delivering a kick to Lin Sun's head, who promptly grabbed his leg and toppled him, sending the bone knife flying. The two then engaged in a fierce struggle, while another raised his bone knife to stab at Lin Sun. With a roar, Fatly charged out of the room, colliding with the knife-wielding man with his body. Bang! Using his weight of 180 pounds, Fatly successfully knocked the man away, causing him to crash painfully against the edge of a stone table and crumple to the ground in agony. Li Pengzi, kill him! At this moment, Lin Sun was pinned down by someone, his face flushed as he shouted at Li Pengzi. I. Upon hearing Lin Sun's cries, Li Pengzi bent down to pick up a bone knife from the ground, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Act now! Lin Sun shouted once more, gripping the assailant's arm. I dare not. Li Pengzi clutched the knife, his eyes reddened with urgency. Normally, even when he killed rats, his hands shook, and now, the thought of taking a human life was utterly unbearable for him. Otherwise, he would not have been too afraid to accompany his brother hunting, ultimately becoming a latrine worker at the fortress. Thud! Just as Li Pengzi hesitated, the person he had knocked down scrambled back to his feet and swung a knife at Lin Sun. Thud! In a moment of crisis, Li Pengzi lunged at Lin Sun, taking the blow meant for him. Although he held the knife, he still could not bring himself to strike another. Li Pengzi's sudden movement caught the attention of the adversary locked in a standoff with Lin Sun, giving Lin Sun the opportunity to wrench the iron nail embedded in his arm and stab twice at the opponent's neck before launching himself at the individual who had injured Li Pengzi. The assailant, seeing Lin Sun charge, thrust the knife directly at his chest. At such close quarters, Lin Sun had no chance to evade, only managing to push down on the assailant's wrist to protect his vital areas. Thud! The sharp blade pierced through, brutally embedding itself in Lin Sun's leg. The attacker swiftly retreated a step. With adrenaline surging through his body, Lin Sun felt no pain, intending to pursue, but his left leg buckled, and his body involuntarily fell, just in time to see the knife heading for his face. Thud! With a muffled sound, Li Pengzi, bloodied on his back, tackled the assailant to the ground, while Lin Sun seized the knife from the floor and plunged it into the man's side. After a fierce battle, both Lin Sun and Li Pengzi were drenched in blood. The room permeated with a nauseating metallic scent. Huffing and puffing, Lin Sun noticed that aside from a few corpses on the ground, no other figures remained, leaving him momentarily stunned. Where is Zhigu? I don't know. Li Pengzi shook his head in confusion, trembling as he looked at Lin Sun. Sun Gu, do you think I will die? You only got stabbed in the back. You won't die, you fool. I truly don't understand why you just... Lin Sun intended to scold Li Pengzi, but upon seeing his appearance, he was taken aback. At that moment, Li Pengzi was still atop the corpse, but the man, as he was being tackled down, had managed to stab Li Pengzi in the lower abdomen with the bone knife. Li Pengzi glanced one last time at the knife lodged in his belly. But before he could finish his sentence, his eyes rolled back, and he lost consciousness. Pengzi! Pengzi! Lin Sun struggled to rise, but the gaping wound in his leg made it nearly impossible to move. 2 minutes prior, Ninja had been knocked to the ground and was instantly surrounded by two assailants, one of whom delivered a kick to his nose. Bang! As Ninja dodged, the assailant stomped the ground, only to have Ninja seize his ankle and stab through his calf. The assailant cried out in pain, stumbling to the ground, while Ninja gritted his teeth and endured a stab to his shoulder. Rising once more, damn it, retreat. The team leader, seeing the corpses strewn across the floor illuminated by the moonlight filtering through the doorway, quickly realized that the individuals inside were formidable adversaries. Previously, when he had been a bandit, he had faced a military crackdown while robbing a supply convoy, and the elite troops responsible for handling them had made quick work of multiple bandits in close combat. The individuals inside, however, appeared to possess combat abilities on par with those seasoned soldiers, even exhibiting more ferocity, for there was no pretense. Once the knives were drawn, they aimed for critical points in such a scenario, while the team leader considered eliminating Ninja and his companions. He felt a nagging sense of disadvantage in confronting these desperate individuals. The last remaining person, already fearful of Ninja, upon hearing the team leader's command, lost all resolve and turned to flee. Li Pengzi, kill him? Lin Sun's voice echoed behind. With a flap, Ninja, hearing Lin Sun and Li Pengzi joining forces, felt confident they could handle the two remaining foes inside, and without hesitation, he charged out the door. Completely oblivious to Li Pengzi's subsequent words of "I dare not," this moment, Ninja's intentions were singular: to eliminate the remaining assailants. This group had come to assassinate them. If the ones who sent them did not experience fear and understand that confronting them would entail severe consequences, they would likely face even greater troubles. Chapter 22: The Most Efficacious Bodhisattva. Wild beasts, when facing death, commonly choose to muster their final strength for a desperate fight, burning their last vestiges of life, seldom retreating. Yet, humans are different. When confronted with fear, individuals often exhibit two extremes. Either rage triumphs over fear, fighting tooth and nail like a beast, or fear suppresses rage, manifesting a powerful will to survive. Fleeing without regard to this moment, outside Ninja's home, the latter scenario unfolded. Two assassins, worn out and frantic, dashed toward the alley's mouth, while Ninja, resembling a frenzied beast, fixed his fierce gaze upon one figure, none other than the leader wielding a crossbow. Damn it! We can't let him pursue us any longer. We must stop him. The team leader, hearing the heavy footsteps behind him, gasped as he instructed his subordinate. This guy fights so ruthlessly. Returning now would be a death sentence. I am following you to make a living, not to die. The man beside him, instead of slowing, quickened his pace. In the past, when they had banded together, the leader had ensured they were well fed, and they had willingly called him Big Brother. However, in this life-and-death moment, notions of brotherhood paled in comparison to the instinct for survival. Let us do this. I'll count to 3, and then we'll both turn back and take him on. 1, 2, 3. Upon reaching 3, however, neither turned to follow. The alleyways of this refugee area were all dirt paths. When it rained, they became a muddy mess, and once dry, they were riddled with holes. Ninja, having grown up navigating this alley, knew every bump and pit like the back of his hand, while the team leader and his cohort stumbled along in the blink of an eye. Ninja had closed in behind the two. The youth beside the team leader, startled, let out a shriek and, harnessing a burst of speed, leaped onto the roof of a neighboring house. Bang! Ninja caught up with the team leader, extending his left arm to grip the man's shoulder, leaping high to slam his knee into the man's spine. Thud! The team leader let out a muffled groan, collapsing awkwardly to the ground. As he turned, he saw a figure wielding a knife lunging at him. Crack! In a moment of life and death, the team leader discarded his crossbow, gripping Ninja's knife-wielding wrist tightly. Bang! Ninja retaliated with a punch to the man's face, knocking away his face covering. Under the dim moonlight, the two locked eyes, instantly recognizing each other. Ninja, Li Bin. They both called out each other's names simultaneously, yet their emotions diverged. Ninja harbored deep hatred for Li Bin due to the latter's role in the deaths of his comrades, while Li Bin, having witnessed Ninja's ruthless slaughter firsthand, felt an inexplicable fear. You bastard! Ninja glared at the face he loathed so intensely, his arm muscles tensed, veins bulging in his neck as he pressed down on the knife. Meanwhile, the group waiting outside to assist Li Bin, hearing the sounds of struggle, rushed in. One of them, illuminated by the light of a lantern, spotted the two battling from a distance and shouted, "Damn it! Chop him up for me!" With a rush, 5 or 6 individuals surrounding the youth drew their knives and advanced. Observing this scene, Ninja summoned all his strength, determined to eliminate Li Bin before they could close in. Yet, as he exerted himself, that familiar scorching sensation surged within him once more. An episode. This time, unlike during his earlier confrontation with the bandits, Ninja did not succumb to a fit of rage. Instead, he felt the onset of fainting, while Li Bin, grasping Ninja's wrist, sensed his rising temperature, yet his strength waned, and he was on the verge of breaking free. Simultaneously, at the alley's entrance, Su Fei and a pair of men and women who had come to see him were observing the fray from outside. Originally, Su Fei had intended to escort the two away, but upon encountering the sudden conflict, he lingered a while longer. None of the three wished to intervene in this matter. In such a lawless area, gang fights and robbery were rampant, and few would risk their safety for the sake of others. This may seem cold, but it was a survival instinct honed by the refugees. Let us go. The burly man, seeing a group charging into the alley, nodded at Su Fei and prepared to leave, having waited this long to avoid revealing their identities. Wait. Su Fei, who had been on the verge of retreating back into the courtyard, instinctively glanced into the alley and, illuminated by the lantern light, recognized Ninja's face. He then turned to the two beside him. Help me save him. The girl smiled sweetly. We are not your subordinates. I owe you a favor. Is that enough? Su Fei cast a serious glance at the two individuals. Just as he spoke, the burly man had already dashed into the alley with astonishing speed. Deep within the alley, a young man responsible for aiding Li Bin held a lantern in his left hand and had drawn a bone knife with his right. Brothers, let us settle this swiftly. Dispatch the target quickly. And then bang, before the young man could finish his sentence, the others saw him tilt his head and collapse to one side. Under the glow of the lantern, the man who had pursued from behind raised his hand once more and delivered a punch to the young man's side. Clang! Instinctively, the young man swung his knife at the man's arm, but the blade merely sliced through the fabric of his sleeve, revealing the metallic bracer beneath. Damn it! Seeing this, one of the men behind thrust a dagger towards the man's lower back. Boom! The gunshot echoed like thunder throughout the alley. Thud! The young man, who had been preparing for a sneak attack, was struck down with a bullet to the head, his body falling stiffly to the ground. At the alley's entrance, a girl gripped a silver revolver, her arm unwavering. Your lives aren't worth even a single bullet. Get lost now. This is bad. They have a gun. Run. The remaining few instinctively fled towards the far end of the alley as the gunfire erupted. And evenly been pushed aside the unconscious Ninja, taking off at a frantic pace, in the refugee zone, where possessing firearms is considered a capital offense. Those wielding guns occupy the apex of the food chain. Here, bullets represent the most potent form of truth. In the blink of an eye, the alley was left deserted. It was only after everyone had fled that Su Fei appeared beside the two. This fellow seems rather peculiar. The girl scrutinized the motionless Ninja, who lay on the ground with a hint of red in his eyes, deep in thought. I feel like I've heard someone mention this state before, but I can't quite recall. Could it be a demon seed? The man also regarded Ninja with a keen eye. The awakening of a demon seed can manifest in countless strange ways. Perhaps not. It might simply be a case of glowing eyes. Given the heavy radiation in this world, bizarre occurrences are not uncommon. In the radiation zones beyond the Federation, many individuals exposed to radiation develop luminescent blisters, and even their blood can exhibit fluorescence. The girl glanced at Ninja's eyes. The changes radiation inflicts on the human body are manifold. This matter no longer concerns you. You may leave. Su Fei, uninterested in their discussion, spoke in a flat tone. After the two departed, Su Fei bent down and hoisted Ninja over his shoulder. Despite appearing as a frail scholar, he possessed an unexpectedly remarkable strength. Cough, cough. At that moment, the young leader, who had been struck down by the man, gradually regained consciousness and stared blankly at Su Fei's actions. Who are you? With a swift flick of his wrist, Su Fei brandished a hidden blade, cleanly slicing through the young man's neck before vanishing into the light emitted by the lantern while carrying Ningji. Chapter 23. Genetic mutation in the past. Every time Ninja fell ill and awakened, he would be engulfed by intense pain, feeling as if all strength had been drained from his body, with every inch of his skin, flesh, and bones aching. However, upon waking this time, Ninja felt no discomfort whatsoever. Lying on a clay bed, he struggled to rise upon seeing the conspicuous box in Su Fei's home illuminated by the gas lamp, yet found himself utterly devoid of strength. Casting his gaze around, he noticed he was bare-chested. His wounds had been bandaged, and a needle protruded from his arm, connected via a one-way valve rubber tube to a plastic bottle hanging on the wall, from which a light green liquid dripped steadily into his body. As Ninja surveyed his surroundings in confusion, Su Fei entered the room, lifting the curtain, and upon noticing Ninja's gaze, smiled. "You're awake." "Why am I in your home?" Ninja asked, eyeing Su Fei warily and glancing at the needle in his arm. "What is this? I harbor no ill intentions. It was merely a coincidence that I saved you." Su Fei replied as he sat down on a nearby chair, lightly tapping the rubber tube to send a bubble floating to the top. "As for this, it's called an intravenous drip, a common medical procedure, albeit rare in the refugee zone. The reason you feel immobile is due to the anesthetic components in the medication, which temporarily hinder your bodily control. However, once your body absorbs the drug, you will gradually return to normal. This process should take about half an hour." "Have you studied medicine?" Ninja's eyes flickered with surprise at Su Fei's explanation. He had indeed heard the term intravenous drip mentioned by Old Master Lin, but that was merely hearsay. In this era, medicines are scarce, especially in the impoverished refugee zone, where the only remedy for ailments is to endure. Only a select few can afford basic medications, and diseases that cannot be treated with these drugs are often deemed terminal. "I am not a doctor, nor do I possess medical knowledge," Su Fei observed Ninja calmly. "What I administered to you is not a conventional drug, but rather a biological agent. The latest product developed by the Oxygen Company, designed to repair the damaged cells and neurons within your body." Oxygen Company, biological agents, cells, neurons. A series of incomprehensible terms entered Ninja's ears, and he turned to meet Su Fei's gaze. "If you can provide me with treatment, then surely you must know what illness I have contracted. To be precise, you are not ill. Your body's reaction appears to be a form of genetic mutation. The fainting spells during the mutation likely stem from your body being unable to endure the energy generated by rapid cellular division, prompting the brain to issue a hibernation command to prevent you from succumbing to immense pain or suffering a collapse of bodily functions, a primal instinct for survival." Su Fei shook his head slightly, speaking with nonchalance. "Since you refer to it as an illness, it indicates you cannot control this power, correct? I have never regarded it as a form of power. It has brought me nothing but suffering." Ninja responded, retaining his heightened vigilance despite Su Fei's words. "Your condition does not seem congenital. Otherwise, your body would not exhibit such a strong rejection reaction. Have you encountered any extraordinary events?" Su Fei inquired casually. "IV stated that it is merely an illness. As for your notion of power, I have never experienced it. Instead, I have endured torment." Ninja suddenly recalled Lin Sun mentioning the slaughter of bandits. Yet his inherent caution compelled him to guard the secrets within his heart, refraining from divulging the truth to Su Fei, even though the current situation suggested that Su Fei had rescued him. Indeed, genetic mutations can manifest in two extremes, potentially granting strength or resulting in fatal ailments. Recently, there has been a widespread hunt for demon seeds within the city, regardless of whether you truly possess any abilities. Remember to remain discreet and avoid attracting trouble. Just yesterday, a refugee village was utterly annihilated for this reason. Su Fei sensed Ninja's wariness and, noting his distrust, deliberately shifted the topic. "Demon seed?" Ninja recalled Lin Sun's earlier mention of the village massacre, as well as the refugee bound to a spiked vehicle and brought into the city, narrowing his eyes slightly. "What is that?" "Currently, the radiation levels within the Federation have reached 20 times that of the old world, and even higher beyond its borders. Even if we seem unchanged, prolonged exposure to a radiated environment inevitably induces some alterations in the human body. When living organisms are subjected to radiation, their DNA is damaged, resulting in morphological changes that can even affect hereditary genes. In such circumstances, the majority of individuals experience genetic degradation, leading to ailments such as cancer and leukemia. However, some organisms manage to survive, passing on their radiation-resistant genes to their offspring. Yet, due to the varying methods of radiation resistance among individuals, the transmitted genes differ as well. As these offspring continue to reproduce, unstable genes emerge and undergo constant rewriting, resulting in changes to hair color, bone structure, glandular functions, and even bodily magnetic fields. During cellular division, The DNA within the cell nucleus is the first to replicate, with new cells producing proteins according to the DNA's instructions to fulfill their designated functions. If the DNA is affected by radiation, the newly produced proteins will also change, causing their functions to differ. Whether this constitutes evolution or mutation remains inconclusive. Fei paused for a moment. Under such circumstances, the human gene chain has become exceedingly complex. Some individuals suddenly exhibit new genes at original human gene loci, or even an entirely new gene chain. In simpler terms, radiation has given rise to a novel mode of gene division, and certain individuals have transformed into an existence previously unknown to academia, while others have undergone more substantial changes, even manifesting supernatural powers. Supernatural abilities? Ninja had no concrete concept of this term. As a hunter, you must have encountered the beasts of the present day, correct? Fei observed the insatiable curiosity in Ninja's eyes and proceeded to elucidate without circumlocution. The beasts of today have undergone profound transformations in size compared to those of the old world. This is one of the consequences of radiation. It endows living organisms with powers that exceed their original attributes, even imbuing them with mysterious abilities, such as the foresight of danger or the manipulation of others. This phenomenon is akin to what was once known as the sixth sense, which scientists in the old world had confirmed to exist. The radiation has altered human cellular structures and modified the Earth's magnetic field. In simpler terms, there exists a certain degree of resonance between the human magnetic field and that of the Earth, allowing select individuals to harness the power of this natural resonance to accomplish feats that may appear fantastical or even divine to the average person. However, the likelihood of such occurrences is exceedingly rare, almost negligible. Chapter 24. The mysterious Fei. If what you say is true, then these so-called magic breeds must be quite formidable, Ninja pondered, reflecting on Fei's words. Is that how they came by their name? No, Fei replied calmly, though magic breeds are indeed distinct from ordinary folk. I have yet to hear of any that can withstand the onslaught of firearms. Nor do they pose a threat to the military, at least within the Federation. There have been no reports of any extraordinarily powerful magic breeds emerging. However, their cellular division occurs at an astonishing rate, generating new DNA and evolving cells that are increasingly advantageous to them. This is precisely why the elite wish to eradicate them. They have become an unstable factor, jeopardizing the dominance of those at the pinnacle of power. Fei paused for a moment before adding, perhaps the term magic breed was assigned to this unique group by those bereft of special abilities, for the otherness they embody is often perceived as monstrous. More often than not, the morality of an era is merely a reflection of the perspectives of those in power. Fei's words left Ninja in a state of shock, not due to the magic breeds themselves, but because of the depth of Fei's understanding. Ninja's knowledge of the world was limited to a small area surrounding Fortress 87, while Fei's insights far surpassed even those of Old Man Lin. The discussion regarding magic breeds was merely a cursory glance, as Fei soon retrieved a paper book from his backpack and settled beside the gas lamp to read in the refugee district. Paper books are a rarity. During Old Man Lin's tenure as a teacher, he possessed only a few tattered textbooks from the old world. Romance of the Three Kingdoms, a banned book. Ninja glanced at the cover of Fei's book, noting its publication date, 2022, from the old world. Can you read? Fei cast a sidelong glance at Ninja, as if encountering a refugee who could read was an even greater surprise than his ability to undergo genetic mutation. Ninja responded truthfully, my adoptive father is the only teacher in the town. I once heard him mention this book. Supposedly, it was prohibited from publication and circulation due to its military strategies. This book is contraband for refugees, but not within the city, Fei nodded. The elites and the owners of the fortresses require a populace devoid of thought, a mere workforce to generate value for them. They fear the refugees acquiring too much knowledge or possessing unwarranted courage, hence the stringent control over many aspects of life. This is why possession of firearms in the refugee district incites violent crackdowns. To the upper echelons, refugees are merely tools for their sustenance. Wisdom, courage, and weaponry ought not to be wielded by these tools, for history is replete with examples of those who have transgressed such boundaries. Have you ever been into the city? Ninja found Fei's perspective quite intriguing. For someone whose worldview was limited to mere survival, Fei's discourse seemed to provide a hazy understanding of a broader reality, albeit fragmented. From what I've heard, the people within the fortress do not wish for the refugees to hold too many thoughts. Fei chuckled. Life in the wasteland is indeed harsh, but far more terrifying is the fact that the refugees are losing something precious. Ningxia dismissed Su Fei's assertion. What more could the refugees possibly lose? Hope. Su Fei's gaze bore into Ningxia's, fervent and intense. They have lost hope if you suggest that the people in the city aim to use the grimness of life to dull the edges of the refugees. Compelling them to relinquish resistance for the sake of survival, they have indeed succeeded. Ningxia felt no resonance with Su Fei's statement. An unseen hope is worse than none at all. Otherwise, it merely adds psychological torment atop the hunger. Su Fei fell silent for a moment, realizing he had no retort. You just mentioned that romance of the three kingdoms is not banned in the city. Does that imply a significant disparity between the city and the outside? Ningxia inquired further. Essentially, there is little difference, perhaps even greater cruelty. You dwell within the refugee district, where a man can slay only one in his rage. Yet within the fortress, a prominent figure can determine the fates of many with a mere jest. Su Fei stated coldly, in terms of living conditions, however, the disparities are stark. The city has water and electricity, coupled with advanced technological capabilities, in some areas even surpassing the old world. Yet, such cutting-edge technologies remain in the hands of the elite and a select few. The common populace has no access or benefit from them. Ningxia had long suspected that there existed a hierarchy within the fortress and asked nonchalantly, so life in the city is all that wonderful, is it? Far superior to life outside. At least there, they live more like humans. Su Fei opened a drawer and retrieved a cigarette. Cultural disconnection acts as a blade, severing not merely culture itself, but perhaps just the channels through which the lower classes can access it. Knowledge and perspective can alter one's fate, yet the refugees are deprived of these, as they contradict the interests of their rulers. The history of the wasteland spans only a few decades, with the preceding history shrouded in obscurity. No one knows what transpired during that time. Wasn't the old world before the wasteland? The longer Ningxia conversed with Su Fei, the more he felt his understanding of the world was painfully inadequate. Su Fei closed the book on Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Certainly not. After Earth was besieged by meteor showers, human society remained orderly. It was by design that the world transformed into its current state. Who orchestrated this? I cannot say, but following that blank period of history, all top-tier powers began to consolidate into the hands of a select few. Su Fei did not provide a definitive answer. Look at the most prosperous individuals in this world. It is not difficult to deduce, is it? Upon hearing Su Fei's words, Ningxia fell silent, the implication of Su Fei's reference becoming painfully clear. Did those rulers of the fortress truly go so far as to obliterate the entire world to secure their position at the apex of the food chain? Could it be that the dire plight of the refugee district was a deliberate outcome of their machinations? At that moment, Su Fei noted that the intravenous bottle was empty and stepped forward to remove the needle from Ningxia's hand. How do you feel? Any better? Much improved? Thank you. Ningxia attempted to move. His body had recovered considerably, though he still felt fatigued. Compared to his state following the previous episode, it was a remarkable relief. A few moments later, Su Fei presented Ningxia with some herbal ointment and escorted him to the door. As Ningxia reached the threshold, he turned to Su Fei. Su Fei paused. What is it? Good night. Ningxia hesitated, contemplating whether to inquire about Su Fei's true identity. In the wasteland, everyone harbors their own secrets, and curbing one's curiosity is often prudent. Moreover, he could not ascertain whether Su Fei would divulge the truth. Even if he did, Ningxia had no means to verify its authenticity. One thing was certain. This individual was far from an ordinary overseer. In fact, he hardly resembled a refugee at all. Chapter 25. A rare medicine. Ningxia's conversation with Su Fei left him with the sensation of having brushed against something extraordinary, yet he felt no enlightenment. Perhaps his limited experience rendered it difficult to gain a new understanding of the world from Su Fei's mere words. As he hastened home, upon entering, he was immediately struck by the overwhelming stench of blood. After igniting the lamp, he found the corpse of the assailant still present. Yet Lin Sun and Fatty Li were nowhere to be seen. Upon witnessing this scene, Ningxia's heart raced. Prior to the attack, he had anticipated that the Black Flag would seek revenge, which is why he had arranged for a night watch. While he pursued the attackers, Lin Sun and Fatty Li had been engaged in a 2-on-2 skirmish. Given Lin Sun's prowess, Ningxia had never considered the possibility of any losses. However, their disappearance filled him with a sense of foreboding. Could it be that after he left, the Black Flag members returned to wreak havoc once more? With this thought in mind, Ningxia turned to leave. Lin Sun was his only family in this world, and he could not allow any harm to befall him. As he stepped outside, the sound of footsteps nearby caught his attention, and he instinctively gripped his knife. "Who is there?" "It's me." Zhao Yi emerged from the shadows. "Lin Sun and Fatty Li are with me." Hearing Zhao Yi's response, Ningxia breathed a deep sigh of relief. In Zhao Yi's chamber, the surroundings were considerably more favorable than those of Ningxia and his companions. The walls were adorned with newspapers, and the charcoal basin was fashioned from copper. On the wooden table lay a dish of pickled vegetables accompanied by 2 coarse corn buns. At that moment, Lin Sun's wound had been dressed, and Li Fatty lay on the heated bed, blood staining the bedding beneath him. Beside him, a middle-aged man was attending to a stitched wound on his lower abdomen. Wrapping it with gauze. "Aja, this is Dr. Zhou, the physician at the water plant," Zhao Yi introduced, noticing Ningxia's wary gaze directed at the middle-aged man. "How is my friend faring?" Ningxia inquired, his demeanor softening upon learning of the man's medical profession. In the refugee zone, doctors and teachers were indeed held in high esteem. The blade that pierced him was a broken knife, and considering his weight, the wound is not deep, merely a flesh wound. I've already treated it. For his survival, it is uncertain. It depends on whether he develops an infection, Dr. Zhou replied, casting a glance at Ningxia. "You know how difficult it is to procure medicine in this place. The only thing I can provide is medical alcohol to sterilize the suturing tools, which I have been secretly saving. In my factory job, medicine is strictly regulated." Ningxia's gaze fell upon the pale, barely consciously Fatty, prompting him to ask anxiously, if there is no immediate danger to life, why does he appear in such a state? "Frightened." This fat man fainted at the sight of blood. Dr. Zhou retorted, exasperated. "Well, I have completed my task here. My presence is no longer required. What is the cost of the treatment?" "I will pay," Ningxia insisted. Having earned a few hundred coins from assisting Zhuo Mingyuan, which he had originally intended to use for rice and Onid. "Miss Zhao has already settled the medical fees with me. There are no debts between us," Dr. Zhou remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Zhao Yi's lovely visage, continuing, "If you wish for your friends to survive, it would be prudent to procure some anti-inflammatory medicine. It would provide a safeguard." "Thank you, Zhao Yi." Ningxia expressed his gratitude after Dr. Zhou departed, directing a thankful glance at Zhao Yi. He understood that her finances were limited and recognized what the medical fees represented. "You have assisted me considerably over the years. We are neighbors, after all. It is only right to lend a hand. You must be hungry. Allow me to heat some food for you," Zhao Yi responded, seemingly displeased with Ningxia's expression of thanks, as she prepared to stoke the charcoal basin. "Do not trouble yourself. I must find a way to obtain some anti-inflammatory medicine for Li Fatty and Xiao Sun." "Xiao Sun, stay here and keep watch," Ningxia instructed, preparing to depart. "Brother, where are you going at this hour?" Lin Sun queried, a hint of concern in his voice. "To the North City," Ningxia replied, having already stepped outside. "Hey, hey!" Just as Ningxia reached the alley's entrance, he heard someone calling his name. Turning his head, he noticed a pair of arms reaching through the barred window of a nearby building, along with a woman in her 20s staring intently at him. Upon meeting his gaze, the woman displayed a peculiar smile, saying, "Come here. I have something interesting to show you." Seeing this, Ningxia instinctively shifted away from the edge, circumventing the woman as he departed. This woman, Jianji, was once an ordinary refugee, but she had suddenly gone mad a month prior. As per the customary practice, families in the refugee zone with a mad or severely ill member would typically abandon them. However, Jianji's parents had continued to care for her, confining her since they needed to work. Surviving in the refugee zone was no easy feat, as laborers received rations, making it difficult for a single person to eat their fill. Consequently, Jianji's parents had visibly withered over the past month, and it was apparent to onlookers that this family would soon be overwhelmed by Jianji's condition. The North City Ningxia referred to was not located to the north. It was merely the name of a black market situated at the base of the city wall. Each night, various individuals would sell an array of bizarre items there. Due to the territory being controlled by the trafficker gang, few dared to cause trouble in that vicinity. Upon arriving at the North City, Ningxia observed numerous wooden lanterns supported by sticks marking the stalls scattered across the open area, while several individuals patrolled the vicinity, without exception. All were disabled. In the wasteland, Factories would not employ disabled refugees. Any worker injured in a factory accident would be promptly dismissed and receive a mere 50 coins as a symbolic compensation. Those who had become disabled due to previous accidents or conflicts could only await starvation. It was not until later that an individual known as Old Guy organized the trafficker gang, providing a means of survival for these individuals. Though the gang was composed of disabled members, their desperation fueled a fierce determination to survive, earning them a reputation in the marketplace. The North City had become the largest black market. Their enterprise. Long time no see, Aja. As Ningzhu approached, a man missing an arm recognized him and, noticing he was empty-handed, remarked, "It seems your hunting has not been fruitful lately." Indeed, the drought near the stronghold has driven the animals far away. Ningzhu nodded, glancing at the stalls behind him. "Are there any medicines for sale tonight?" "None. Didn't you mention that the drought has been severe? The bandits in the wilderness are fighting over territory, leading to a significant shortage of medicine in the black market. The price of amoxicillin, which used to be 50 coins per pill, has skyrocketed to 800, and even at that price, it is hard to procure." The man grimaced. "There are herbal medicines available inside. Perhaps you could take a look?" "All right, thank you," Ningzhu replied, feeling a sense of worry as he chewed on his lip. Previously, he had managed to snatch a few antibiotics from bandits, but he had already consumed them. The local medical clinics predominantly utilized common herbs, suitable for treating diarrhea, yet utterly ineffective for anything beyond that. Chapter 26. An ominous phenomenon in the wasteland. External wounds might not lead to infections. However, once infected, the outcome was invariably fatal. Ningzhu had witnessed too many hunting companions succumb to injuries sustained during hunts, their wounds gradually inflaming and festering, ultimately claiming their lives. The presence of antibiotics, while not a guarantee of safety, at least enhanced the likelihood of survival. It was rumored that in certain distant strongholds, the inhabitants would establish shops outside the city, providing better treatment for refugees. City dwellers would offer them labor in exchange for money, only to sell them low-cost goods at exorbitant prices, ensnaring them in a cycle. However, the 87th stronghold, being remote and inhospitable, meant that its inhabitants had no need for such manipulations, as refugees could not survive without them. Thus, providing minimal food and water was sufficient to bind a multitude of people tightly. As for the availability of medicine in other strongholds, Ningzhu had only heard whispers. After all, refugees like him found it exceedingly difficult to traverse hundreds or even thousands of kilometers in search of other strongholds without a map. Setting aside the question of whether he had any money, even if the possibility existed, Li Fadi and Lin Sun would likely not have the luxury of time to wait. The inability to procure medicine in the North City left Ningzhu feeling increasingly agitated. If one were to rank the scarce resources in the refugee zone, medicine would likely take precedence over water and vegetables. In his contemplation, Ningzhu realized that his only glimmer of hope lay with Su Fei, the enigmatic caretaker who not only helped Zhuo Mingyuan gain access to the city but also administered a peculiar restorative liquid to him. Ever since receiving that infusion, it was the first time he had not felt excessively unwell after an episode. Given that Su Fei had access to intravenous equipment, it seemed plausible that obtaining antibiotics would not pose a significant challenge. Although Ningzhu was not well acquainted with Su Fei, and every encounter involved seeking assistance, repeatedly troubling someone could be perceived as lacking decorum. Nevertheless, the stakes surrounding Li Fadi's condition were life and death, and he felt he had little alternative. Just as Ningzhu resolved to pursue this course of action, the ground beneath him suddenly trembled violently. Initially, he suspected he was experiencing another episode, a sensation of dizziness washing over him, but he quickly discerned that something was amiss as the lanterns in the North City swayed violently. Boom! The next moment, a deafening rumble resonated from the earth, and a white light flickered on the distant horizon. The tremors intensified, causing the structures near the North City to shake, bricks and stones from the rooftops plummeting to the ground. "What on earth is happening? Why is the sky turning purple?" the disabled man exclaimed, his eyes wide with fear. "Could it be some kind of monster has appeared? It's an earthquake! An earthquake! Get away from here! Move away from the city wall! Hurry!" Ningzhu shouted, without hesitation, sprinting towards the open area. He had never experienced an earthquake before, but this phenomenon had been described by Old Lin, who had recounted that earthquakes were significant natural disasters in the old world. "What earthquake?" The man, still bewildered, called after Ningxia as he ran further away. Run, Ningxia urged once more, having already covered several dozen meters. Boom. Under the violent tremors, some makeshift houses constructed from various materials began to collapse, and the cries and wails of the crowd rose in a cacophony. For the uneducated refugees, this scene, far beyond their comprehension, left them utterly bewildered. Simultaneously, the searchlights on the stronghold's walls flickered to life, and alarms blared throughout the city, accompanied by the long wail of sirens. The low-frequency, erratic tremors generated by the earthquake intensified Ningxia's dizziness. As he dashed into an open area, he collapsed onto the ground. Meanwhile, in the distant shanty town, others began to awaken from their slumber and rushed outside. The earthquake struck swiftly and departed just as quickly. Mere seconds later, the earth returned to a state of tranquility. Attention, residents. This is the management center of Fortress 87. We are commencing an emergency broadcast. The recent earthquake originated far from Fortress 87. We were merely affected by aftershocks. The personnel from the fire department and the security bureau are all mobilized. If any neighbors are trapped beneath the rubble, please dial the security bureau's emergency number. After an earthquake, multiple aftershocks may occur, and conditions could worsen. To prevent further risks, please refrain from remaining inside buildings and hasten to open spaces. The management center has established emergency shelters in various parks and sports venues across the city. If someone is trapped under debris and unable to escape, they should attempt to free their limbs. Remove any objects pressing down on them, and cover their mouth and nose to prevent suffocation from dust. Please remain calm. Do not shout for help loudly, but instead use stones or metal objects to strike against other materials to signal to the outside world. Conserve your strength to prolong your survival. Within the fortress, the broadcast continued incessantly, yet it only catered to the residents inside, completely disregarding the plight of the homeless outside. After the tremors ceased, Ningxia hastened towards his home. Everywhere he looked, he saw collapsed structures, predominantly flimsy shanties, while some brick buildings remained standing, seemingly less impacted by the aftershocks. Simultaneously, the courtyard of the brothel run by the Black Flag Gang was filled with scantily clad men and women. Startled by the earthquake, due to its proximity to the city wall, they too could hear the broadcast from the fortress. Xiaoqi stood at the entrance, gesturing to the patrons. You all heard that, right? We just experienced an earthquake, and I have no clue what that even is, but it's definitely dangerous. Everyone disperse, Brother Qi. I haven't even taken my pants off yet. Do you think I can get a refund? A balding, middle-aged man lamented, looking at Xiaoqi with a pained expression. Before Xiaoqi could respond, a young man beside him brandished a bone knife and approached threateningly. Damn it. Are you asking for money from us? We have no cash, but I have a knife. Do you want it? Wait. I admit my misfortune. The middle-aged man retreated, clutching his pants, only to collide with Li Bin and his entourage returning to the brothel. How did it go? Was everything sorted? Xiaoqi squinted, noticing that the group was now 2/3 smaller than when they had left. Brother, there were some complications. We encountered a setback, Li Bin began, but the young man who had accompanied him interjected. We were close to capturing Ningxia, but suddenly, someone intervened. Moreover, that group was armed, guns. Xiaoqi's expression darkened at the young man's words. How could that rascal have firearms? Chapter 27. The Craftsman in the Brothel Courtyard. A man with a handlebar mustache approached Xiaoqi, whispering, Boss, the people in the fortress are strict about firearms. Since you have a good relationship with the law enforcement in the industrial zone, we could use them to deal with Ningxi. The man speaking was Huang Montong, the second in command of the Black Flag Gang and Xiaoqi's strategic advisor, responsible for managing the brothel. Nonsense, Xiaoqi retorted sharply. I make my living on the streets of the town. Now, my own brother has been murdered in broad daylight, and you want me to seek revenge from behind the scenes? If that gets out, who would take me seriously? Brother Qi, didn't you hear? Ningxia has a gun. If we don't call on the law enforcement, how can we fight him? Huang Montong replied defensively, I can make guns. All I need is a steel pipe, Li Bin interjected. Having overheard their conversation, Li Bin was not lying. He had the skills to craft firearms, having worked in a bandit den previously. The bandit leader had promised him a chance to enter the city if he could secure a water purification chip. However, in a moment of desperation, Li Bin had betrayed the leader, which left him in a precarious situation, now holding the chip but unsure whom to contact. He understood the chip's value but also recognized its potential danger. leading him to seek refuge with Xiao Qi, hoping to find safety while figuring out how to monetize the chip. Fatefully, he had once again crossed paths with the troublesome ninja, with his allies dead or escaped. Li Bin found himself alone, and his survival depended on clinging to Xiao Qi. If you have a gun, where will you get the bullets? Huang Montsong questioned, though he had a basic understanding of how guns worked. I will make a black powder gun. It doesn't require bullets, only iron sand. The composition for the black powder is simple. 1 part nitrate, 2 parts sulfur, and 3 parts charcoal. As long as I have potassium nitrate and sulfur, I can create black powder, Li Bin explained succinctly. This type of gun is slow to load and has a short range, but it can still be lethal. Didn't he see that coming? You're quite the talent. Xiao Qi had initially planned to dismiss Li Bin, but upon learning of his skills, he reconsidered. Sulfur is easy to obtain. It's sold at the general store. What about potassium nitrate? You can collect nitrate from restroom walls. And we have plenty of saline alkali land around here to find saltpeter. I can purify it, Li Bin added rapidly. Can it be made quickly? Xiao Qi asked, eyes narrowing in anticipation. He desired to have Li Bin produce firearms not merely for revenge against ninja, but to bolster his authority in the town. Possessing firearms would instill confidence, whether or not they were ever used. The guns I make have a simple structure. As long as I have enough raw materials, I can produce them in a few hours. Li Bin affirmed decisively, from now on, you all assist him. Expedite this matter. Xiao Qi commanded the nearby men, swiftly organizing the task at hand. Meanwhile, Ninja returned home, only to find the alley crowded with bewildered individuals. Yet, the situation in the alley itself appeared manageable, with most buildings remaining intact. The roof of Jin Ji's house had collapsed at one corner, and she was still peering out the window, beckoning passers-by. Come here. I have something good to show you. Disregarding her, Ninja quickly entered Zhao Yi's home, relieved to find the 3 of them safe and sound. Brother, you're back. Did you manage to get the medicine? Lin Sun inquired, his gaze fixed on Ningxi. Ninja shook his head. No, the situation in the northern district is dire as well. What about you all? Why didn't you run during the earthquake? Li Fati is still asleep, and Zhao Yi and I couldn't lift him. Besides, the roof of Zhao Yi's house is made of straw and mud, so even if it collapsed, it wouldn't kill anyone. If we went outside and got seen by the Black Flag gang, it would only cause trouble, Lin Sun explained logically. That makes sense. You all wait here. I'll see if Su Fei has any way to procure anti-inflammatory medicine. After confirming his family's safety, Ningxia turned to leave. Cough, cough. After Ningxia departed, Li Fati, lying on the bed, coughed a couple of times and opened his eyes, surprised to find Lin Sun beside him. A flicker of joy crossed his face. I'm not dead. I'm still alive. Indeed. You're very much alive. Thankfully, the doctor arrived in time. Had he come any later, your wounds would have healed. Lin Sun rolled his eyes. Li Dongfa, with a physique like yours, how could you be so timid? Li Fati pouted, lowering his head in silence for a moment before murmuring, Brother Sun, I'm sorry. You don't need to apologize. It's not your fault for not having the courage to kill. Lin Sun regarded Li Fati's demeanor with exasperation. Once, Zhigu told me something that I want to share with you. In the wasteland, wanting to be a good person comes at the cost of laying down your weapons and retracting your fangs, choosing to be at the mercy of others in this world. Wanting to be a good person is not wrong, but the prerequisite is that you must learn how to deal with bad people. As Ningxia reached the alley entrance, Su Fei, acting as the headman, was organizing the crowd for emergency evacuation. Spotting Ningxia, he passed the torch to someone else and pulled Ningxia aside. Hey, that group of assassins was specifically after you. Aren't you afraid they'll come back after you expose yourself like this? I've offended the Black Flag gang, and those guys wield significant influence in the town. Besides this place, I have nowhere else to flee. How can I hide? Ningxia smiled faintly and remarked. Surely I cannot abandon my home and flee to the refugee village simply because the Black Flag gang is searching for me? That would only hasten my demise. In any case, you must exercise caution. Those seeking you do not appear to be of benevolent character. Upon hearing Ningxia's words, Su Fei chuckled in disbelief. Indeed, given the harsh living conditions in the refugee area, venturing beyond the town would likely expose one to dangers even greater than those posed by the Black Flag gang. Fei Gu, I sought you out because I have a request. Could you possibly procure some anti-inflammatory medication for me? Ningxia added hastily, fearing Su Fei might misunderstand. I will pay for it. Chapter 28. The grandeur of wealthy houses after hearing Ningxia's plea? Su Fei sighed thoughtfully. Aja, it is not that I am unwilling to assist, but anti-inflammatory medication is something I simply cannot acquire. Not to mention outside the city. Even within its confines, it is likely in short supply. The Pei and Jing families are currently at war, and resources are scarce. Naturally, supplies during wartime are prioritized for the military. The Jing family? Are they also within the city? Ningxia inquired, his curiosity piqued by this unfamiliar name. The 87th Bastion, where they eked out a living, was under the control of the Pei family. He had heard that the officials in the Bastion's management center were appointed by the conglomerate. But he could not clearly define what a conglomerate truly was. In the northern part of the Federation, there existed 4 major conglomerates. A common saying among the populace went, after the Xiahou comes the Jing and Pei, closely followed by the L of Ma Bei. Here, Jing referred to the second most powerful conglomerate, while the L family of Ma Bei had yet to reach conglomerate status, though they had established several bastions of their own and had become a force to reckon with. Noticing Ningxia's interest, Su Fei began to explain. Are you suggesting that the Pei family possesses not just the 87th Bastion, but more? Ningxia was taken aback by this revelation. Until now, he had never heard anyone mention the concept of conglomerates. For the refugees, conglomerates were shrouded in mystery, towering figures that no one could fully comprehend. He had always thought the Pei family was the most powerful entity within the 87th Bastion, only to discover that it was merely one of their many holdings. Su Fei shook his head with a smile. How could there be only one? These conglomerates are behemoths beyond your imagination. The Federation is governed by a council comprised of these conglomerates. Take the Jing family, for instance. They control at least 20 bastions, and the Pei family likely oversees more than 15. Moreover, these conglomerates are continually establishing new bastions to seize more land and resources. The conflict between the Jing and Pei families is purportedly due to both wanting to lay claim to a rich vein of mineral resources, which ultimately sparked the war. What about the Black Horse Company? Do you have any insights into that firm? Ningxia probed further, recalling how he had previously been investigated by mercenaries for stealing a chip from the company. Although he had managed to evade trouble, he felt an unsettling notion that this incident would not simply fade away. Black Horse. Su Fei's expression shifted momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure. IT is a formidable company in the north, renowned for its mastery of multi-stage pump technology from the old world, as well as groundwater purification techniques. To my knowledge, the bastions in the north utilize the water diversion systems from the Black Horse Company. They are the largest water merchants in the north. Whoever controls the water source commands the territory, and the Black Horse Company controls many water towers in various cities, demanding payment from everyone who consumes their water. If what you say is true, then the Black Horse Company holds the lifeblood of these conglomerates in their hands. Ningxia, having lived in the impoverished refugee area, understood the significance of water better than anyone else. And he quickly grasped the true extent of the Black Horse Company's influence. Indeed, while the Black Horse Company does monopolize certain technologies, they are not as invincible as you might think. The members of the conglomerates are far from foolish. They are fully aware of their vulnerabilities and would never willingly surrender their weaknesses to the Black Horse Company. They utilize their equipment simply because it is more advanced, but even without the Black Horse Company, they could resort to rudimentary methods to filter groundwater, albeit with greater difficulty. Su Fei paused for a moment. The Black Horse Company possesses technology, but that alone is insufficient. Constructing purification and pumping systems requires vast resources, which they lack. In the north, resources are predominantly controlled by the conglomerates. For instance, the Pei family monopolizes iron and coal mines, while the Jing family dominates oil and natural gas. Even the newly ascendant L family has only grown strong due to their discovery of suitable land for agriculture. Otherwise, the conglomerates would never tolerate anyone encroaching on their territory. So while the Black Horse Company may provide conveniences to the conglomerates, they are simultaneously suppressed from certain angles. Given the conglomerate's immense power, why not simply swallow or replace the Black Horse Company? Ningxia raised an eyebrow, questioning the logic of the situation. The nuclear explosion from the disaster had an expansive range, resulting in electromagnetic pulses and radioactive clouds that incapacitated most electronic devices worldwide, leaving behind a plethora of rusted remnants. The trajectory of technological advancement was consequently altered. The Black Horse Company controls the manufacturing processes of photolithography machines, and their equipment necessitates chips for operation and upgrades, the production of which is nearly irreplaceable. Within the Federation, many companies possess technology that surpasses that of the conglomerates, but due to the Council's suppression, they lack the manpower, resources, and materials to achieve the same influence as the conglomerates. Su Fei succinctly replied. The conglomerates maintain a delicate balance of power through mutual restraint, while also tacitly excluding new forces from entering their circle. Thus, this mutual monopoly sustains a subtle equilibrium among them. Yet they all aspire to fortify their weaknesses, refusing to be beholden to others. The war you mentioned ultimately boils down to interests. Ningzhu encapsulated Su Fei's central idea in a single sentence. Indeed, those affiliated with the conglomerate stand far above us refugees, with a broader perspective. Their objective is not merely survival, but rather how to thrive more comfortably, Su Fei declared earnestly, fixing his gaze on Ningzhi. At the very least, the conglomerates will never exhaust themselves over a few antibiotics. They wield vast resources, capable of dictating the fates of countless lives, compelling others to toil for them, and playing with the lives of others as if they were mere pawns. Such a thrill is beyond our comprehension. Su Fei's erudition once again astonished Ningzhi, whose understanding of the world beyond the 87th bastion paled in comparison to Su Fei's grasp of the intricacies at play. However, despite Su Fei's knowledge, he too lacked effective channels to procure medication. Upon returning to Zhao Yi's home, Ningzhi discovered that Fatty Li had already awakened, while Zhao Yi had turned the coarse flour buns into porridge and was feeding him. "Brother, did you manage to get the medicine?" Lin Sun inquired softly upon Ningzhi's arrival. "Unfortunately not. I heard that the supplies within the bastion have been entirely acquired by the conglomerates. Su Fei suggested we prepare some saline solution for Fatty Li to clean his wounds. As it may have some antibacterial effect," Ningzhi explained quietly. "I just heard Zhao Yi mention that due to a failed upgrade to the water supply system, water has become scarce in the city. The factory's enforcement team has begun to crack down on the illegal sale of drinking water, so prices are likely to rise soon," Lin Sun sighed in response. Unlike those working refugees who received daily rations, they had to spend their own money for their daily necessities, and the recent drought had significantly diminished their hunting grounds. For them, this winter seemed increasingly difficult to endure. This is not even the most pressing issue. Ningzhi observed Fatty Li, who was oblivious to their conversation, and continued, "Last night, after I chased him out, I encountered the leader of those who attempted to assassinate us. It was Li Bin, damn it. How could it be him?" Lin Sun could not suppress an exclamation, but upon noticing Ningzhi's warning glance, he lowered his voice. "Is he mingling with the Black Flag gang now? This is even better. I had intended to seek him out, but since he has conveniently come to us, it saves us quite a bit of trouble." Ningzhi's eyelids lowered, a glint of murderous intent flashing through his gaze. "Now, with only the two of us, confronting the Black Flag gang may prove challenging. Shaoqi's subordinates include many desperate individuals. If Shaoqi intends to protect him, this could complicate matters." Lin Sun expressed his concerns regarding the quest for vengeance. "Should we venture into the Black Flag's territory to assess the situation? This matter cannot be rushed. We must exercise caution. Shaoqi has numerous enemies in the town, and his subordinates run many brothels. Making their movements unpredictable, acting recklessly would be too perilous. Our goal is not to perish but to exact revenge." Ningzhi cast a sidelong glance at Fatty Li. "Now that Dongbao is dead, let us keep the matter of Li Bin from Fatty Li." Chapter 29. Gunfire in the wilderness. The following morning, Ningzhi rose early, traversing the street strewn with debris from the earthquake, which appeared somewhat disordered, as he hastened towards the general store. The assortment of goods in the village shop is quite chaotic, in addition to commonly used items such as clothing and matches. There are also peculiar offerings like guanine soil, grass roots, and tree bark, barely worthy of being called food. A meager supply of sugar and salt is available as well, but these condiments are not only scarce but often out of stock, necessitating early queues for purchase. Buzzing. As Ningzhi steps onto the main street of the village, he is immediately greeted by the roar of engines. Shortly thereafter, a convoy of guards speeds past, laden with soldiers brimming with a murderous aura, likely heading out of the city to capture the demonic beasts mentioned by Su Fei. The privately concocted saline solution offers limited antibacterial efficacy, compounded by the fact that the displaced individuals rely on unfiltered groundwater. And the salt is raw mineral salt. Despite Ningzhi's efforts to procure coarse salt and drinking water at a high price to disinfect Li Pengzi's wound, the injury has nonetheless become inflamed. In Zhao Yi's home, Li Pengzi, exhibiting symptoms of a low-grade fever, looks pallid and waxen. Zhigu, am I about to die? Don't speak nonsense. You're in good health. A mere kick to the backside makes your face quiver. You won't die so easily. Your injury isn't severe. Rest well, and you'll be fine. Ningxia replies, though he feels a subtle heaviness in his heart. He had promised Li Dongbao that he would take good care of his younger brother. Yet for the displaced, whose lives hang by a thread, providing proper care is an arduous task. Zhigu, don't lie to me. When I lived in the refugee village, my neighbor died from an infection after falling and cutting his arm. Though I am timid, I fear not death. Li Pengzi grins at Ningxia. Recently, I've saved over 30 coins, tucked them away in the Kong hole of my room, and if I die, remember to retrieve the money and live well. Also, don't tell my brother about my death. I fear he won't be able to work peacefully in the mines. Enough. You're talking nonsense. Just focus on healing. Don't overthink. With me around, you will not die. Ningxia reassures Li Pengzi before turning away and squatting against the wall outside. The threat of infection equates to death, a harsh reality in the refugee district. The market town near Fort 87 is limited. And to procure antibiotics, one must venture into the territory of the crooked gang. Yet, the black market has become devoid of medicines, and he struggles to conceive how to prolong Li Pengzi's life. As he ponders, Zhao Yi approaches, carrying a bag. I just visited the apothecary and bought some herbs for Dong Fa. They may not be effective, but it's better than nothing. Also, I know where to find antibiotics. What? Where? Ningxia exclaims, his eyes widening. I heard that over by the Westgate factory, some members of the enforcement team are secretly selling antibiotics, but they're quite expensive, 1,000 coins each. Zhao Yi bites her lip. That price is already 20 times what it used to be. After a moment of contemplation, Ningxia inquires seriously, is this information reliable? It's accurate, I know what you're thinking, but your plan is unfeasible. Zhao Yi sighs and advises, those enforcers are nothing but thuggish soldiers, armed and rarely leave the fortress. Attempting to seize medicine from them is utterly unrealistic. When I returned just now, I saw that the city was dispatching more soldiers. And they also brought back a broken hedgehog vehicle and 2 corpses of mercenaries. They say there will be a curfew at the city gates tonight. Ningxia's previously bright eyes dim at her words. The displaced rarely consume medicine, hence they lack any significant drug resistance, and the effects of medication would be markedly better than for those in the city. However, antibiotics require a course of 3 to 5 days to be effective, and he currently lacks the funds to purchase even a single pill. Yet Zhao Yi is correct. The idea of robbing from the enforcement team is indeed impractical. I still have some savings, about 300 coins. I can lend it to you for emergencies. Zhao Yi adds that I appreciate your kindness, but that amount won't suffice. I will consider other options. Ningxia gently declines, fully aware that Zhao Yi's earnings are hard-won. If he were to take her money, it would only make her winter more difficult to endure. In matters of life and death, one must prioritize immediate concerns. Must we draw such a stark line between us? Zhao Yi's disappointment surfaces at Ningxia's refusal. She has always believed that Ningxia's emotional distance implies he regards her as tainted, including her money. Do not misunderstand. If I truly held animosity towards you, I wouldn't be staying in your home. However, your money is of no use. Tonight, I will go hunting. If I still come up empty-handed, I will seek your assistance again. After much deliberation, Ningxia realizes that the swiftest way to gather funds is to take the risk of hunting. While his quarry in the refugee district holds little value, if he can deliver it to the city, it would be a rare delicacy, and the furs would fetch a handsome price. Merchants with connections in the market town would eagerly purchase his catch. Within the fortress's high walls, all believe that the displaced are a contaminated populace, yet they never consider that the wild game outside might also be tainted, a bitter irony and a grim reality. In the northern hills of the market town, a thunderous sound reverberates across the wilderness. Xiaoqi holds a rudimentary firearm, fashioned from steel pipes with a trigger made of wire, gazing at a shattered, weathered stone 5 meters away. His eyes sparkling with excitement. Is this the power of firearms? Given the scarcity of metal goods in the village, Xiaoqi has leveraged numerous connections to temporarily create 5 crude guns. These are merely homemade firearms with limited kinetic energy, capable of accurate shooting only within 7 or 8 meters. If we had standard-issue ones, their power would be even greater. I've seen the guards wielding a Remington shotgun, which can penetrate iron plates, and the optimal spread of its shot can reach 30 meters. As Li Bin speaks, he picks up a steel pipe-made gun, demonstrating while explaining to the others. The loading method for this gun is straightforward. The base is filled with red phosphorus taken from matches. After loading the gunpowder, sand is added, followed by cotton or animal dung to seal the barrel. Once the trigger ignites the phosphorus, it can be fired. However, the chance of misfire is high, and it risks bursting. So everyone must operate with caution. All right, you gather a few people to train, and tonight, go find that Ning Zhe. Xiao Qi, inhaling the acrid scent of burnt gunpowder, speaks with a sinister glint in his eyes. Chapter 30. A terrifying night in the alley. As the night deepens, the heavens are adorned with a myriad of stars, resembling a vibrant ribbon unfurling across the dark sky, radiating brilliant light. In Zhao Yi's home, Ningxia sits hunched before the oil lamp, wrapping his footcloth in concentric circles while addressing Zhao Yi. I'll be away with Xiao Sun for the entire night. Please take care of Li Pengxian. Be sure to look after yourself on the journey and stay safe while hunting. Zhao Yi's lips move, ultimately uttering only this one sentence. She wishes to dissuade Ningxia from going but refrains from voicing her concerns, instead handing him a package containing her stored drinking water and dry rations. Although Ningxia is the most skilled hunter in the village, he has always hunted during the day. The night wilderness is fraught with peril. It is said that even the transportation teams within the fortress avoid traveling under the cover of darkness. However, due to the drought, prey has become exceedingly rare in the refugee district, leaving nighttime forays as the only option for potential success. Xiao Sun, are you ready? After securing his footcloth, Ningxia turns to Lin Sun, who insists on accompanying him despite his injury. Just give me 2 more minutes. I'll be ready soon. Lin Sun, sharpening his knife, hastens his actions upon hearing Ningxia's words. Meanwhile, at the mouth of the alley where Ningxia resides, several figures cloaked in starlight gather to discuss. Li Bin, having witnessed Ningxia's frenzied state firsthand, is now thoroughly terrified after their encounter the previous night. Especially concerning the mysterious girl who had fired upon them, he perceives the situation as exceedingly dangerous. Therefore, he concocts an excuse to abstain from tonight's mission. Xiao Qi, intrigued by his ability to craft firearms, has indeed spared him from the risk, assigning a youth named Ming Liang to lead the team instead. Qigu said, if we succeed tonight, each of us will receive 10 liters of water, a new winter outfit, and 20 pounds of rough rice. Ming Liang, gripping his shoddy homemade gun, whispers directives to the others. Here's the plan. Once we locate Ningxia, Wang Guangfa and I will fire first. If I miss, you dewater and Ma Yuyin will cover me, and Lu Fengshui will bring up the rear. Remember, Ningxia is quite capable. If all 5 shots are fired without hitting him, do not reload. Engage him in close combat. Understood? Understood. The remaining 4 nod in unison. Let us go. Get him. Ming Liang gestures slightly and is the first to step into the alley. Hee. As Ming Liang takes a step, an eerie laughter echoes from the darkness. What the hell? Who is trying to scare me? The already tense Ming Liang suddenly turns his gun, locking eyes with Jin Ji, who is confined within the house. Under the silvery moonlight, Jin Ji's gaunt, pale face breaks into a sinister smile. Come here. I have something good to show you. I see your grandfather. At this moment, Ming Liang also perceives that Jin Ji is not behaving normally. He strides past her, slightly tilting his head. Everyone, quicken your pace. Let us strive for a swift resolution. Ming Gu, something feels amiss. There seems to be something ahead. One person from behind halts, casting a vigilant gaze forward. In truth, even without his words, Ming Liang senses the unease, for in the shadows of the alley ahead, a series of heavy breaths can be heard, drawing closer without a sound of footsteps. 2 seconds later, flickers of eerie green emerge from the darkness, followed by enormous figures gradually advancing towards the group. Damn it. It's a pack of wolves. How could they appear in this town? Ming Liang watches the alley, where massive wolves akin to the size of calves loom large, and his body begins to tremble violently. Tap tap. No one responds to Ming Liang's inquiry. Among those beside him, the quickest to react, Wang Guangfa, has already turned to flee. Through the mutations brought about by radiation, many species in this world have drastically changed. Wolves, notorious for their cunning and ferocity, have evolved into even more formidable beasts, their intelligence paired with robust physiques rendering them nearly invincible. Just as Wang Guangfa is about to reach the alley's exit, he suddenly hesitates, his shoulders shaking violently. For on the opposite side of the alley, countless glowing green eyes, akin to will-o'-the-wisps, flicker ominously in the dark. rising and falling. Suddenly, a young wolf, unable to suppress its bloodlust, lunges towards Wan Guangfa. Bang! In a split second between life and death, Wan Guangfa instinctively pulls the trigger. Flames erupt, and the iron shot within the barrel bursts forth in a net-like spray. Deep within the alley, Ning Zhe and Lin Sun are just about to step outside when a deafening sound resounds, startling even Zhao Yi. What happened? Is that earthquake coming again? It's not an earthquake. It's gunfire. Upon hearing the shots, Ning Zhe's demeanor shifts to one of seriousness. Though he cannot wield a gun, he has encountered bandits while hunting in the past, and such crude firearms are the tools of those ruffians. Have these bandits gone mad? How dare they invade the town? At this moment, Lin Sun also discerns the sound of gunfire, his eyes widening in disbelief. Although the refugee zone lacks law and order, bandits are targets of concentrated efforts from the fortress, as these lawless individuals frequently raid transport convoys within the city, which carry essential supplies between the mines and various fortifications heavily guarded. Even a single successful raid could spell catastrophic losses for the fortress. Over the years, the fortress has continuously dispatched troops to eradicate bandits, yet in these chaotic times, some resort to desperate measures for survival. Amidst the vast disparity in equipment and numbers, bandits harbor an instinctive fear of the military. So it is ingrained in Ning Zhe and Lin Sun's subconscious that these scoundrels would never dare to wreak havoc in the town. Suddenly, a deep, mournful howl pierces the night, echoing through the chaotic alley as if it could rend the darkness itself. Wolf howls! Lin Sun's eyes widen in alarm. How could these creatures appear here? Quickly, send Li Pengzi and Xiao Yi to the rooftops. We'll sneak over to investigate. Ning Zhe, uncertain of why the wolf pack has materialized in this place, resolves to risk his life for the hunt, making a swift decision. At the alley's mouth, Wan Guangfa clutches the still-smoking firearm, watching as the young wolf he shot, now staggering and bloodied, attempts to rise. He trembles uncontrollably. A mother wolf, upon seeing her injured pup, instantly arches her back, fur bristling, lips curling back in a low growl. Wan Guangfa's actions have undoubtedly provoked her ire. In the distance, other wolves respond with their own howls. The chorus of cries melds into a cacophony, seemingly countless in number. Chapter 31. The fierce tiger fears the wolf pack in the alley. The scent of blood from the injured young wolf saturates the air. The howls of wolves rise and fall, their ferocious gazes fixated on Meng Liang and the others as they begin to advance, shoulders surging forward. Damn it! Meng Liang catches sight of the lead wolf's glowing eyes. Gritting his teeth in frustration, he raises his crude firearm. With a rush, as Meng Liang moves, a dozen wolves charge forward in unison. Fire! Fight your way out! Although Meng Liang is paralyzed with fear at the sight of the wolf pack, the instinct for survival keeps him rational, leading to a swift decision. Roar! A massive wolf leaps forward, lunging at Meng Liang. Bang! With a gunshot, flames burst forth from Meng Liang's crude weapon, and blood mist erupts from the wolf's abdomen. Thud! Meng Liang is then tackled to the ground by the massive wolf, feeling as though he is pinned beneath a boulder, utterly devoid of the strength to retaliate. His grandfather was also a hunter, and he had once heard his grandfather say that the most vulnerable spot on a wolf is its belly. Yet after striking it, the beast seems hardly harmed as at the gun's lack of power. Or have these creatures evolved further? Before Meng Liang could ponder this, the giant wolf sinks its teeth into his neck. Severed from life, blood splatters against the dirt wall. The wolf's assault is swift and brutal. Meng Liang and his companions have scarcely any time to react before they are engulfed, torn apart, leaving only remnants scattered across the ground. Tap tap, on the rooftops behind. Ning Zhe is swiftly making his way towards the gathering location of the wolves, even able to hear the sounds of bones being crunched. This situation is not confined to this alley alone. Throughout the surrounding shanty areas, the howls of wolves and the screams of humans interweave in a haunting symphony. Ning Zhe cannot fathom why, in this recent period, he has seen no prey within a radius of several dozen kilometers, yet such a large pack of wolves has appeared in the town. By Ning Zhe's understanding, wolves typically form packs of 7, with a maximum of just over a dozen. Each wolf bears responsibility for the prosperity and growth of the pack, yet tonight's assembly of wolves exceeds Ning Zhe's comprehension. Given the scarcity of food in the wasteland, it was already foreordained that the pack could not grow too large. This gathering of at least dozens of wolves is something he has only heard of existing in the old world, And even then, only within the confines of a zoo. With no time to ponder further, Ninja witnesses the wolves under the moonlight feasting on corpses, each body being torn apart as if it were mere parchment. Jigu, there are far too many wolves. We may not be able to take action. Lin Sun's expression turns grave as he roughly assesses the size of the pack. He has hunted wolves with Ninja before, but they had only targeted those solitary, aged wolves that had been driven away from the pack. They had never attempted to confront a pack. This terrain is familiar to us, and we possess a geographical advantage. It is worth a try. If we can successfully hunt a wolf, perhaps Li Pengzi's life may yet be saved. Ninja contemplates for a fleeting moment before making a decisive call, whispering, "Firestarter." Swish! Seeing Ninja issue the command, Lin Sun casts aside all distractions, striking a match and tossing a lit firestarter into the fray. Whoosh! The firestarter lands in the alley, igniting a plastic-sheeted door of a nearby house. Quickly spreading to a haystack within the yard, a gust of wind sweeps through, sending straw flying outside, engulfing the alley in roaring flames. In their panic, the wolf pack scatters, and 3 young wolves find themselves isolated by the wall of fire. Oh whoa! Wolves are inherently fearful of fire, and as the lead wolf emits a low growl, the others begin to retreat, grabbing the nearest scraps of flesh. Ninja observes this scene, gripping his metal knife. Letting out a low growl, the wolf pack is cut off. Act now. Whoosh! As his command echoes, Lin Sun draws back his bow, launching an arrow that strikes true, piercing the eye of a half-grown young wolf. Oh whoa! The young wolf lets out a pitiful cry, writhing in agony on the ground. Oh woo! On the other side of the fire, a mother wolf, witnessing her young being consumed by flames, emits a heart-wrenching wail. Thud! Simultaneously, Ninja leaps from the rooftop, charging directly into the flames. This straw will not burn for long, so he must act swiftly. Whoosh! The searing fire singes Ninja's eyebrows and hair, instantly releasing a foul odor of char. His winter coat is burned through, revealing the filthy cotton and burlap beneath. Oh whoa! 2 small young wolves, seeing Ninja's sudden advance, back away in fright. Bang! Ninja rushes to the injured young wolf, kicking the arrow embedded in its eye. Swiftly ending its life. Why, brother's fate depends on you. Ninja had not anticipated capturing a young wolf would be so effortless. Elated, he hoists the young wolf by its hind legs onto his shoulder. Ready to flee in the opposite direction, oh woo! The mother wolf, seeing her young dead, emits a chilling cry. This is an untamed, defiant lament, a primal eruption of the raw emotions inherent in animals. In the wasteland, humanity struggles to survive, yet animals remain unchanged. Oh woo! As the mother wolf's howls resonate, the previously panicked adult wolves lift their heads to the moon, gradually assembling together. The act of Ninja slaying the wolf cub has undoubtedly incensed the mother wolf, effectively severing the retreat path for the pack. Fueled by a torrent of vengeance, the wolves engage in battle with an extraordinary ferocity and brutality. Hiss! Within the pack, the alpha, marked by numerous scars and possessing a robust physique, snorts mist from its nostrils, its forepaws scratching the earth incessantly. Witnessing this scene, Ninja's heart jolts with alarm. In this desolate wasteland, wolves pose a grave threat, embodying a fierce unity and savagery, particularly under the leadership of the alpha, whose combat prowess surpasses that of mere humans. After all, humans value life, yet beasts fearlessly embrace death. The mighty tiger fears the pack of wolves. The bloodthirsty wolves are capable of instilling terror in even the most formidable beasts of nature. And under their relentless assault, even the king of beasts struggles to survive. As a hunter, Ninja possesses an acute awareness of this reality. Damn it! Spotting the alpha's eyes glimmering with a sinister light, Ninja curses silently, hoisting the cub over his shoulder and sprinting away without a moment's hesitation. Thud, thud, thud. As Ninja moves, over a dozen adult wolves, led by the ground wolf, charge headlong into the inferno. Whoosh! The alpha leaps over the flames, its fur instantly ignited, resembling a fireball as it pursues Ninja. Several male wolves follow suit, crashing into the blaze, their bodies forging a path through the searing flames. The disparity in physical capabilities between humans and wolves is glaring. Ninja has barely run 10 meters when he hears the labored breaths behind him. Swish! The alpha leaps high, its eyes ablaze with fury, raising its sharp claws as it lunges toward Ninja's back. Chapter 32. Humanity. Beastliness. Ninja glances sideways, catching sight of the Wolf King's attack. He halts abruptly, discarding the lifeless cub, and agilely ascends to the rooftop, evading the Wolf King's reckless charge. Even with a mental preparation, Ninja is still startled by the Alpha's menacing demeanor. Beneath the moonlight, the Alpha's body is speckled with embers, its singed fur revealing blood oozing from exposed skin. Yet its gaze is resolute, devoid of any intention to retreat. Whoosh! Lin Sun then looses an arrow, which embeds itself in the Wolf King's back, momentarily halting its advance. Roar! Another ground wolf bares its fangs, leveraging its momentum to leap, propelling itself off the wall, astonishingly scaling the rooftop. The dwellings of the destitute are generally low, only slightly over 2 meters high, yet the wolf's leaping ability is still astonishing. Lin Sun understands that wolves are formidable foes, yet he dares not turn to flee, for exposing his back would be tantamount to courting death. Thus, he draws his bowstring taut, aiming at the colossal wolf while retreating and shooting simultaneously. Whoosh, whoosh, arrows fashioned from red willow wood, beast fangs, and feathers shimmer in the air as the advancing ground wolf deftly dodges Lin Sun's attacks, weaving left and right. Even when struck by 3 or 4 arrows, its momentum remains unimpeded. Due to the radiation's influence, these wolves not only boast immense size but also enhanced muscular strength. If arrows do not strike the eyes, they are unlikely to inflict fatal wounds. Whoosh! As Lin Sun retreats quickly, he shoots another arrow, instinctively reaching for the quiver made of animal hide at his waist, only to find it empty. Resources are scarce in this wasteland. Lin Sun's arrows must be recycled. He had originally possessed 13 feathers, but recent losses have rendered his supply woefully inadequate. Unable to find an arrow, Lin Sun's hand shifts to his hunting knife, yet the ground wolf's movements clearly outpace him. Before he can draw his blade, its claws grip his shoulder. Thud! With a heavy force, the ground wolf brutally pins Lin Sun to the ground, its gaping maw lunging for his throat, intent on a lethal strike. Thud! Thud! Witnessing this scene, Ninja hastens his approach, using his momentum to leap onto the wolf, wrapping his arms around its neck as they tumble away. "Brother, be careful," Lin Sun calls out softly, drawing his knife in an attempt to assist. However, before he can rise, other wolves peer over the eaves, and one lunges, sinking its teeth into Lin Sun's calf. Ugh! Lin Sun lets out a muffled groan, the knife in his hand stabbing repeatedly. Thud! Thud! The blade pierces flesh, and the wild wolf, yelping in pain, releases its grip and retreats into the alley. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Sun tries to escape, but the sharp pain in his leg renders him incapable of rising to aid Ninja. He can only roll toward the inner side of the rooftop while shouting to Ninja, "Brother, these beasts can climb onto the roof. Don't mind me. If they surround you, it will be too late. Get going." At this moment, Ninja finds himself pinned beneath a wolf, his hands pressing firmly against the creature's jaw, preventing it from tearing at him. However, the wolf's strength is immense, and he struggles to hold his ground. Suddenly, another ground wolf climbs onto the eaves, preparing to ascend the roof. Wolves are inherently cooperative animals. If two manage to reach the rooftop, Ninja and Lin Sun will have no means of escape. Ah! A sudden roar resonates, followed by the appearance of Fatty Lee, brandishing a flaming cotton blanket and charging at the wolf, utilizing its instinctive fear of fire to drive it back. Fatty Lee, take Xiao Sun and go. Ninja, locked in a struggle with the wolf, feels his arms tremble violently from exhaustion, catching sight of Fatty Lee's arrival and shouting loudly, "Thud!" At this moment, Fatty Lee feels his heart leap into his throat. His mind blank as he instinctively races toward Lin Sun upon hearing Ninja's call. "What do you mean go? If we leave, Brother Zhe will be done for. Help!" Lin Sun flings the knife in his hand toward Fatty Lee. Whoosh! Fatty Lee glances at the knife at his feet, hesitating for a brief moment before picking it up and dashing toward Ninja. However, lacking any hunting or combat experience, he runs with abandon. Howl! The wolves ahead sense the threat posed by Fatty Lee, leaping onto Ninja, who is already weakened by his wounds, knocking him to the ground and attempting to bite at his face. The moonlight casts its glow, illuminating Fatty Lee lying on the ground, where the wild wolf's savage visage is vividly discernible, its nostrils filled with the stench of blood. Boom! In a moment of dire urgency, Ninja lunges forward, using his body to thrust the ground wolf away. Grr. The ground wolf rolls back, its fur bristling, tail raised, arching its back in a low growl. Howl. The howls of the wolves resound again within the alley. As a dozen wolves circle, avoiding the flames and seeking an opportunity to ascend to the roof, Ninja gazes at the furious ground wolf before him, his eyes fierce. Damn it. One of us is definitely going to die today. Understand? Hiss. The wolf's nostrils exhale vapor, its eerie green eyes fixated on him. The air thickens with the scent of blood. One man, one wolf. The human screams in desperation. The wild wolf bares its fangs in defiance. Engaging in reason with a beast is a notion both absurd and unfathomable. Ninja knows full well that beasts cannot comprehend his shouts. Yet in this world, where beasts ignore human speech, those in positions of power slumber peacefully behind their high walls, oblivious to the plight of the displaced, whom they so derogatorily dismiss as lowly. Grr. The ground wolf bares its fangs, revealing its impatience. Come on, bring it on. Ninja, witnessing the wolf's ferocity, feels the veins in his neck throb as fear and excitement render his body tremble uncontrollably. His grip on the dagger tightens, knuckles whitening from exertion, and beads of sweat form on his forehead, a testament to his heightened tension. Howl. The ground wolf emits a deafening howl, charging straight at Ninja. Thud. Ninja suddenly sidesteps, thrusting his blade into the wolf's back. The blade oriented oppositely, tearing open a gaping wound. Whoosh. In that instant, another wolf, having leapt onto the rooftop, takes advantage of Ninja's momentary distraction, tackling him to the ground. Hiss. The wild wolf breathes heavily, seizing the opportunity to bite at his nape. At this moment, Fatty Lee is paralyzed with fear, while Lin Sun grits his teeth, ready to rush in to assist, but he is too late. Boom. A muffled thud resonates as Ninja astonishingly arches his body, pushing the wild wolf off him, then swiftly pounces, seizing the creature's neck. Howl. The wild wolf lets out a chilling scream, thrashing violently. Ninja nearly gets thrown off, but, with a fierce shout, he drops to one knee and plunges the dagger deep into the wolf's neck. Thud. The sound of the blade piercing through fur and flesh echoes, and the wolf beneath him begins to convulse. A few meters away, Lin Sun witnesses this scene, his heart racing. He clearly sees a strange crimson glimmer flickering in Ninja's eyes. Chapter 33. Diverting the calamity on the rooftop, the remaining wolf witnesses Ninja's brutal act against its companion and emits a low growl, seemingly conveying a signal to the pack. Oof. The Wolf King howls to the heavens, leading the pack to slowly retreat a few steps, its forepaws beginning to dig at the earth. The pack appears poised to collectively ascend to the rooftop, prepared for a bloodbath with Ninja and the others. Boom. At that moment, the flames below ignite a powder keg carried by a corpse, erupting in a blaze of light and thick smoke. Rat-a-tat-tat. Suddenly, a cacophony of gunfire erupts from the distance, followed closely by a chorus of wolf howls. You woof, a woof. The Wolf King, hearing the howls from all directions, casts a mournful glance at the eaves above, then seizes the lifeless cub from the ground, turning to vanish into the shadows, in a subterranean chamber of a certain brothel in the town. The flickering flame of a horse lantern danced restlessly. Xiaoqi sat at the table, his gaze cold and piercing as he scrutinized Huang Monsong before him. So, have Meng Liang and the others returned with news? No, Huang Monsong replied, a note of urgency in his voice. Tonight, the town has been ravaged by a wolf disaster. A pack of wolves attacked some residential areas on the outskirts. I sent someone out to take a risk and peek. And I heard that the streets are littered with corpses. At least 100 or 200 people have perished tonight. It was only when the wolves ventured deeper into the town, approaching the city gate, that the enforcement team fired shots through the barred gate to drive them away. After finishing his explanation, Huang Monsong spoke with evident concern. It is said that the number of wolves attacking tonight is considerable. And Ninja resides on the outskirts of the town. I hope the direction Meng Liang and the others took was not beset by the wolves. Knock, knock. At that moment, someone rapped on the cover of the chamber, calling out, "Boss, the enforcement team has arrived. They say they have urgent matters to discuss with you." The wolves outside have retreated, Xiaoqi inquired, but before he could await a response, he already discerned the answer in his heart. The enforcement team was exceedingly cautious about their lives and would never willingly take unnecessary risks. 2 minutes later, Xiaoqi emerged from the chamber and encountered a middle-aged man clad in a green uniform in a room within the courtyard. Oh, is that Captain Kong? What brings you here at this hour? Quickly, find a suitable room and prepare 2 clean girls for Captain Kong. Ensure they don't skimp on the washing. Let us set those trivial matters aside. I have something of grave importance to discuss with you. Captain Kong cast a cold glance at Xiao Qi. We received intelligence indicating that gunfire was suspected from the eastern side of the town tonight, and witnesses claim to have smelled a strong sulfur scent. Are you aware of this? Oh, I genuinely did not know about this. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qi's heart sank, thinking Captain Kong might be hinting at him. However, after a moment's consideration, he dismissed the notion. After all, armed refugees face the death penalty. If they had evidence against him, he would have been apprehended long ago. Thus, he changed his tone. Captain Kong, since you have a suspected target, why not directly go to the site of the gunfire and apprehend and interrogate the suspects? I would like to do just that, but the higher-ups are not permitting it. Captain Kong accepted the cigarette Xiao Qi offered, lazily lighting it. The management center has issued a notice indicating that following the earthquake, the refugee area has been plagued by a wolf disaster. The populace is already on edge, and to avoid disrupting their labor, we must minimize any man-made panic. Thus, regarding this gun-related case, I cannot conduct a thorough investigation nor ignore it. I can only inquire with someone like you, of questionable means. Though Captain Kong had often benefited from Xiao Qi, he had never shown him respect. Using terms like of questionable means was a blatant insult that slipped easily from his lips. For decades, the people of the Bastion had harbored prejudices and contempt towards the refugees, believing themselves inherently superior. In Captain Kang's eyes, merely engaging in conversation with Xiao Qi was already a significant concession. The most alarming aspect was not only the indifference of the Bastion dwellers, but also the acceptance of this status quo by the refugees. Generations of indoctrination had instilled a sense of servitude within them, leading them to willingly acknowledge their own lower status. This was also the reason Ning Jia and his group were reluctant to work in the Bastion, not out of a desire for dignity, but due to the remnants of their fighting spirit. Captain Kong, I do possess some knowledge regarding this matter. Before Xiao Qi could respond, Huang Monsong interjected. I have heard that there are hunters in the town recently engaged in the clandestine manufacture of firearms. It seems some have even been spotted practicing with them in the wilderness. Oh? Who are you referring to? Captain Kang's eyes lit up with interest. Over by the east gate, there is a man named Ning Jia. Huang Monsong averted his gaze from Xiao Qi's piercing stare, speaking with conviction. If this matter is resolved, I will not forget you, Captain Kong declared, pointing at Huang Monsong before striding into the courtyard. Shouting, quit fiddling with the women, assemble the team. With a resounding clap, after Captain Kong led his team away, Xiao Qi suddenly raised his hand and slapped Huang Monsong across the face. Huang Monsong, are you attempting to incite rebellion? When did the Black Flag Gang come under your command? Big brother, please calm down. I acted out of desperation, Huang Monsong replied, his expression pained. Our numbers in the Black Flag Gang are limited. We not only have to manage the brothel's affairs but also ensure safety. Ming Liang and the others have been gone for too long. Something must have happened. If we continue to clash with Ning Jia, our losses will only escalate. Since we can now leverage the enforcement team's actions against him and clear the suspicions of gunmaking, why should we sacrifice lives ourselves? Huang Monsong felt the sting of his cheek, lowering his head in explanation. Enough with your nonsense. I will avenge my brother. My business stands here. Do I lack willing souls? Your actions have tarnished my reputation. Xiao Qi, seething with rage, dismissed Huang Monsong's words. Big brother, I am truly sorry. Huang Monsong fell silent, recognizing that the enforcement team had already set out to confront Ning Jia. The die was cast. The Black Flag Gang could not intervene, and no one believed Ning Jia would survive in the hands of the enforcement team. Get lost? Moments later, Huang Monsong stood outside the courtyard, lighting a cigarette, only to discover he had no matches. With a soft flick, Li Bin, who had approached Huang Monsong, ignited a match and offered it. I heard your conversation with Chigu. I believe you did the right thing. We all come out here to make a living, and we shouldn't sacrifice ourselves for the sake of one person's pride. Chigu has resources, and resources mean there are those willing to become his subordinates. He understands this principle and thus is not afraid of lacking capable hands. Huang Monsong calmly smoked, seemingly accustomed to Xiao Qi's brutality. Don't fret. The brothers below will be grateful for your actions. Li Bin also pulled out half a cigarette from his pocket. I've heard that the powerful within the city never regard lives as significant, but I feel there isn't much difference outside the city. Regardless of the environment, once power is attained, it all amounts to the same shamelessness. Thunderous sounds echoed as the gates of the bastion slowly creaked open, revealing a group of individuals clad in white hooded attire and transparent face shields. Escorted by armed guards, as they proceeded towards a nearby alley that had recently been attacked by wolves. Who are these people? Why are they venturing outside the city at this hour? Lieben asked. Bewildered. Their attire resembles that of chemical protection suits. I've heard that those who wear such suits are engaged in scientific research within the bastion. But at this late hour, are they collecting wolf blood and feces? Lieben observed their actions from a distance, his face a mask of confusion. Chapter 34. The struggles of man and beast in Zhao Yi's home. Ning Zhe and Lin Sun were currently in the living room, tending to the wolf carcasses. The pack that attacked the town had displayed a remarkable sense of order, even carrying away the bodies of their companions. If not for Ning Zhe's actions in slaying one atop the roof and the flames of gunpowder frightening them, they would likely have taken the body with them. Previously, after Fatty Li had mustered the courage to confront a coyote, his trousers had become soaked, and his legs had turned to jelly, whether from fear or from an infection. He had lapsed into unconsciousness again. Meanwhile, Lin Sun had simply bandaged his leg and assisted Ning Zhe. Sitting opposite Ning Zhe, Lin Sun quietly remarked, "Brother, you experienced another episode today, and like the time with the bandits. You displayed mobility. Back then I know. I remember what transpired during that incident," Ning Zhe replied, meeting Lin Sun's gaze and nodding slightly. Today marked the first time he retained consciousness during his episode. And inexplicably, he recalled the coyote's movements appearing slow, while he felt an overwhelming surge of strength. Reflecting on it now, it left him with an almost addictive sensation. Perhaps this was the innate human pursuit of power. Ning Zhe vaguely sensed that his ability to remain lucid during the episode was likely connected to the medication Su Fei had previously administered to him. However, to protect his secret, he could not inquire further with Su Fei. "Brother, does this mean you have gained control over your condition?" Lin Sun's eyes brightened, surprised by Ning Zhe's revelation. "I am uncertain, at least for now. I have yet to comprehend the principles behind this affliction. Just remember, this matter must remain confidential." Ning Zhe shook his head slightly, engulfed in deep suspicion. This was the first time he had directly perceived his state during an episode, and whether that feeling of invigoration truly constituted a disease was a matter of doubt. "Rest assured, I am aware," Lin Sun nodded earnestly. "What shall we do next? First, let's clean up this wolf, boil the entrails, and then we can take the wolf meat and pelt to the town tomorrow to exchange for money. We'll buy medicine for you and Fatty Li." As Ning Zhe spoke, he placed the wolf carcass on the ground and began to skin it with a bone knife, carefully working along its jawline. He was meticulous, for the pelt of a wolf constituted its most valuable asset. Any damage would significantly reduce its worth. Lin Sun picked up a clay pot nearby to collect the wolf's blood. In the wasteland, every morsel of food was precious. Ning Zhe handled the animals with remarkable dexterity, and before long, he had expertly dissected the wolf's abdomen, extracting its intestines and other internal organs. Lin Sun, standing beside him, began to clean up in silent accord. However, when he sliced open the wolf's stomach, a frown creased his brow. "Strange?" Ning Zhe paused his work, inquiring, "What is it, brother?" "Look at this." Lin Sun turned the stomach inside out, revealing its contents. At that moment, aside from the undigested human flesh and shattered bones, there were also considerable amounts of tree bark, dried grass, and mushy tubers. Wolves are clearly carnivorous, so how could such things be found in its belly? "I finally understand why the wolf pack has been unusually aggressive towards the settlements," Ning Zhe exclaimed as he grasped the situation. "This year, the refugee areas have experienced severe drought. The animals' food sources have dwindled, forcing them to gnaw on tree bark and roots to stave off hunger. Furthermore, the recent earthquake has driven them from the depths of the desert. Coupled with the recent slaughter of several refugee villages by the forces within the city, these beasts have been lured here by the scent of blood. In this day and age, be it human or beast, survival is damned difficult," Lin Sun lamented, gazing at the indigestible plants within the wolf's stomach. Suddenly, he felt a pang of envy towards those within the fortress. They bore no such risks and did not suffer from hunger. Truly, it was a life akin to that of deities. Moments later, Lin Sun fished out several undigested particles from the wolf's intestines to show Ning Zhe. "Brother, do you recognize these?" I've never seen anything like them. They appear to be corn and other crop seeds. Though I cannot be certain, the 87th fortress, where Ningxia resided, was surrounded by vast expanses of desert and saline land, making agriculture impossible. His knowledge stemmed solely from books, yet this discovery puzzled him. Where had these wolves come from? How could they possess seeds within their bellies? Suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps interrupted their conversation, followed by a commanding shout. Everyone disperse. Seal off this alley completely. Ensure the rooftops are manned for surveillance. Listen up, refugees in this alley. We are the enforcement team from the industrial district of Fortress 87. We are here to apprehend the refugee Ningxia. Those who conceal or harbor him will be executed on the spot. There will be no leniency. Startled, Lin Sun exclaimed, Brother, why is the enforcement team looking for you? Could it be due to our incident involving the chip? Impossible. The enforcement team consists of nothing but ruffians. They can't accomplish anything substantial. You stay here and take care of Zhao and Fatty Li. I will go and confront them. If I do not return, remember to sell the wolf's carcass in Beishur and have Zhao assist in sourcing medicine. Ningxia declared, rising with his knife, but pausing to leave it behind. The enforcement team's duties primarily revolved around maintaining order in the factories and settlements, yet these individuals seldom ventured outside the fortress. Their so-called law enforcement was merely a facade, and despite their laziness, they were an organized and armed unit that the refugees could not contend with. Brother, you cannot go. Those enforcement team members have no limits. Lin Sun urged anxiously, trying to dissuade him. Did you not hear their proclamation? It is precisely because they lack boundaries that I must go out. The alley is already sealed off. If we wait for them to search us, we will be the ones in trouble. With that, Ningxia pushed aside the curtain and stealthily stepped into the alley while no one was paying attention. Who goes there? A member of the enforcement team heard the noise and aimed his gun at Ningxia. However, the aim appeared slack, a stark contrast to the guards Ningxia had encountered before, even inferior to hired mercenaries. I am Ningxia. I heard you calling for me, so I came out, Ningxia stated boldly. Captain, we found the person, the soldier shouted, then, alongside several others, leveled their guns at Ningxia. Don't move. Otherwise, we'll shoot you. A few moments later, Captain Kong emerged from the adjacent yard, stepping forward in his military boots to stand before Ningxia. So, you are Ningxia? Ningxia glanced at the more than 10 individuals accompanying Captain Kong, nodding in affirmation. Indeed. May I inquire why you are seeking me? Bang. Without a word, Captain Kong drew his sidearm and struck Ningxia on the head with the butt of the gun. Knocking him down, he then gestured to his men, saying, Bind him and take him back to the watch post. Chapter 35. Coercive interrogation. The enforcement team's office was known as the watch post. Situated within the industrial district of the outer city, IT was established to oversee the labor of workers and guard against sudden incidents, resembling the police stations of the old world, with defined jurisdictions. However, they were not bound by any laws and handled matters solely based on their whims and judgments. To the inhabitants of the fortress, the status of refugees was considered inferior even to that of the pets raised within the city, and even less than pigs or dogs, for while the latter could satisfy the appetite when they perished, refugees only elicited disdain. This mindset fostered a strong aversion among city dwellers towards refugees, making them reluctant to engage with them. Thus, the enforcement team stationed in the outer city was far from an impressive unit. Those who served there were often military personnel who had erred within the city and were dispatched here, which reflected their lack of quality. Clang! A gate leading to the outer city swung open, and the bound Ningxia was dragged inside by two men. This was Ningxia's first time entering the outer city. He had initially assumed it to be narrow, populated only by factories. However, upon entering, he discovered the outer city was quite expansive. After passing through the gate, searchlights on the inner city's high walls scanned the area, while ahead lay an open expanse filled with trenches and bunkers, presumably to prevent enemy forces from attacking the factory in times of war. Yet, all these fortifications were now covered with barbed wire, leaving only a narrow path leading to the factory, where enforcement team sentinels conducted searches on workers entering and exiting. Seeing this, Ningxia understood why the workers in the settlement, who secretly sold water, bore countless scars. They likely had to risk injury and infection to crawl through the dense barbed wire to smuggle water out for sale. Prior to this, the largest commercial buildings Ningxia had seen were the makeshift shops and clinics in the settlement. But witnessing the factories in the outer city left him profoundly astonished. Before him stood a factory composed of a chaotic jumble of structures. Derricks, arches, walkways, reinforced concrete buildings, and brick and tile edifices, resembling a beast made of steel and concrete lurking in the shadows, strikingly fierce. The water plant's compound was filled with pipes, shallow blue stone tiles, and pared glass, illuminated by bright lights and shrouded in smoke, reminiscent of a mythical palace. The clang of iron, the ringing of hammers striking, and the creaking of saws intertwined into a symphony of sound, with the factory's powerful iron lungs working tirelessly, producing a thunderous roar, bang, bang. The sounds of steam hammers pounding molten metal in the ironworks shook the ground, and bright orange flames erupted from low chimneys, shooting into the dark void above in a dazzling display. Ninja was escorted by the enforcement team. His solitary figure advanced amidst the cacophony of noise and the roar of machinery. His eyes filled with awe. Was this the power of technology? The enforcement team had long grown numb to the disruptive clamor and led Ninja to a courtyard far removed from the din of the factory. The watch post was among the first buildings erected in the outer city, constructed poorly, with its exterior walls and roof tiles long darkened by soot. A flag, bearing the emblem of the Pei family conglomerate, fluttered at the entrance. A dusty yellow banner emblazoned with a trident-like cactus resembling a longsword. Bang! As the heavy door of the watch post slammed shut, the external clamor was finally severed, and Captain Kong directed several subordinates to bring Ninja into the interrogation room, binding him to a cross-shaped wooden rack. "Young man, allow me to introduce myself. I am Kong Wainio, the captain of the 17th Enforcement Team of Fortress 87. Kong Wainio pulled up a chair, sitting across from Ninja as he lit a cigarette and spoke through the smoke. "I understand that life is difficult for refugees, and I do not wish to bully you as long as you cooperate honestly. I assure you that you will not suffer if you voluntarily disclose the information I seek. I promise not to resort to torture. What do you say?" "Captain, I am unaware of any issues on my part. Please be direct." Ninja had been pondering this question during the journey. The only offense he had committed that might warrant the city's scrutiny was the theft of the clean water chip. As for the killing of a few thugs, the enforcement team would hardly concern themselves with such matters. Thus, he had already resolved that if questioned about the water chip, his sole recourse would be to deny it vehemently. Although if he were indeed being targeted for the chip, admitting or denying would yield the same outcome. This way, at least, Lin Sun and the others would remain unentangled. "Throughout my life, I have taken the lives of no fewer than 80 vagrants. If not 100, I pride myself on my understanding of individuals like you, who I consider to be akin to pests. This group of vagrants often harbors a sense of luck, and paradoxically, the more fear they experience, the more obstinate they become." As Kong Wenyo spoke, he slowly rose from his chair, retrieving a black metallic rod that Ninja had never encountered before. "I ask you one last time. Will you speak? Or will you remain silent?" Ninja took a deep breath, still defiant. "I truly have no issues, nor do I understand why you seek me." Crack. Without allowing Ninja to finish, Kong Wenyo unleashed a jolt of electricity from the baton, violently striking Ninja. Ugh! In that moment of electric shock, a searing pain surged through Ninja's body, as if countless steel needles were piercing him, causing his muscles to tremble. Kong Wenyo showed no signs of relenting, maintaining the assault for nearly 10 seconds before releasing the button. At this moment, due to the uncontrollable convulsions of his body, Ninja felt a warmth spreading in his trousers. "Have you recalled anything?" Kong Wenyo released the baton, a smile playing on his lips. "I truly have done nothing." Ninja's body became numb, his speech slurred. "So this is the power of technology?" Slap! Kong Wenyo abruptly raised his hand and struck Ninja across the face. "You dare to defy me? Do you wish to provoke me into action? Very well, I shall demonstrate my methods." Clang. After speaking, Kong Wenyo turned and grasped a rusted hand saw, gesturing towards Ninja. "Wounds inflicted by such metallic implements can easily result in tetanus, a disease you must have witnessed numerous times in the vagrant districts. Once it manifests, it will render your limbs weak, accompanied by headaches, dizziness, and excruciating pain. The sensation of muscle weakness will begin with your jaw and gradually extend to the muscles of your face, neck, back, abdomen, and limbs, ultimately reaching your diaphragm. Your muscles will spasm due to tetanus, tightening progressively until your body contorts into an arched shape upon your demise. All the while you shall endure a protracted agony. I will ask you once more, will you speak? You keep asking if I will speak. You must clarify what you wish me to say. Ningxia's breaths quickened, aware that Kang Wenyo's words were not mere exaggeration. Kang Wenyo leaned in slightly, nearly pressing his cheek against Ningxia's. Tell me, where did your gun come from? Where is it hidden? Gun. I possess no weapon. I am wrongfully accused. Ningxia's eyes widened in shock. Very well then, you may discuss the matter with the Grim Reaper. Kang Wenyo, having completely lost patience, raised the hand saw abruptly. Inside the interrogation room of the watchtower, Kang Wenyo brandished the rusted blade. Poised to strike Ning Zhiqi at this point, whether Ningxia confessed had become irrelevant to him. The fortress strictly prohibited vagrants from bearing arms, mandating that all gun-related cases be resolved. Otherwise, Kang Wenyo would forfeit his entire annual bonus. In such circumstances, he was compelled to find someone to take the fall. As a hunter, Ningxia was a perfect scapegoat for this firearm incident. Should he perish, Kang Wenyo could solidify the case. Reporting that the hunter had been executed for illegal possession of a firearm, as for the truth of the matter, much like the life or death of this vagrant, no one cared. Bang! Before Kang Wenyo could act, the door to the interrogation room was thrust open, and a deep yet authoritative voice resonated from the threshold. Stop! Damn it! Who dares to raise their voice in my watchtower? Kang Wenyo cursed. But upon turning to see who had entered, his expression softened instantaneously. What wind brings you here? Please, come inside. The individual standing at the door was clad in sandy-colored combat attire, armed with a pistol and a gas mask, epitomizing the standard appearance of a mercenary. The mercenaries within the fortress were not affiliated with the powerful, but rather local armed groups organized by the management center. Therefore, they were not granted military ranks. And while they received military oversight, it was far looser. Compared to the guards, they resembled laborers paid to perform a service. However, this person was no ordinary mercenary. His combat uniform bore an insignia embroidered with a cactus flag. This emblem indicated that he was a senior officer among the mercenaries, a trusted confidant dispatched by the powerful to manage the mercenary units. Although Kang Wenyo did not recognize this mercenary leader, he was acutely aware that he could not afford to provoke him. The mercenary leader cast a sidelong glance at Kang Wenyo before emotionlessly inquiring, You have apprehended a vagrant named Ningxia? Correct? Indeed. This is the very individual. Kang Wenyo gestured towards the bound Ningxia, forcing a smile as he explained, This vagrant is suspected of illegal firearm possession, and we are currently interrogating him. I do not possess a gun. I am wrongfully detained. Ningxia was bewildered as to why this mercenary had appeared, but Kang Wenyo's demeanor suggested he held a certain apprehension towards the man. The fact that the mercenary could name him indicated that he had come specifically for Ningxi. Thus, it was imperative to seize any opportunity to escape Kang Wenyo's clutches. Release him. I will take him with me, the mercenary leader stated coldly, showing no interest in the exchange between the two men. Sir, this individual is a significant suspect. If you take him away, it may complicate my situation. Kang Wenyo lowered his head slightly, licking his lips as he muttered. The mercenary captain shot him an impatient glance. This case no longer falls under your jurisdiction. No one will hold you accountable. Release him. Very well. Since you have spoken, I must comply. Release him, immediately. Upon hearing this, Kang Wenyo promptly signaled to his subordinates in truth. He could not ascertain whether Ningxia was indeed a suspect. He only sought the mercenary leader's assurance. As long as he could shift the blame for the firearm incident, he was indifferent to Ningxia's fate. After all, anyone with ambition would not find themselves relegated to the likes of a law enforcement team. Clatter! Just as Ningxia was freed, two mercenaries from outside stepped into the room, slapping a pair of handcuffs onto his wrists. Damn! This was Ningxia's first thought. Although these mercenaries operated loosely, they were still more organized than the guards, and they were not responsible for matters in the vagrant districts. The fact that they had come for him, seemingly without pursuing the firearm case any further, likely indicated that he had become embroiled in something far more significant. At this juncture, the only thing left was the water purification chip. Filled with trepidation, Ningxia was escorted outside by the mercenaries, his mind racing to devise a means of evading this predicament. Yet, before he could formulate a plan, he was thrust into an off-road vehicle, flanked by two mercenaries in the back seat. This was Ningxia's first experience inside a car, and the softness of the seat felt alien to him. He had always assumed that everything within a vehicle was made of metal. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Jing Hongwei, the instructor of the 87th Fortress Mercenary Corps. The mercenary leader, seated in the front passenger seat, glanced at Ning Zhi through the rearview mirror. "I seek you out because your supervisor, Su Fei, recommended you. He claims you are an exceptional hunter, well-versed in the wilderness terrain surrounding the 87th Fortress. Is that so?" Upon hearing Jing Hongwei's words, Ning Zhi squinted slightly. He had initially presumed that the mercenary sought him due to the water purification chip issue. But upon hearing Su Fei's name and the inquiry about the wilderness terrain, a glimmer of hope flickered in his eyes. It seemed his prior assumption had been erroneous. If Jing Hongwei had come for him, it was not for the water purification chip, which meant he might have a chance to survive. "I have come to enlist your services as a guide, to lead a team into the wasteland. If you agree, your alleged crime of firearm possession will be absolved. Otherwise, I shall stop the vehicle right now and execute you." Jing Hongwei, seeing Ning Zhi's silence, bluntly stated his demands without the pretense of seeking assistance. When faced with vagrants, those from the city often carried inherent prejudices. They viewed vagrants as filthy, wretched, pitiful, and contemptible. In their eyes, these desperate individuals, capable of resorting to cannibalism, resembled beasts, hardly qualifying as human. "I cannot accept your terms. I have stated repeatedly that I am innocent. I have not committed any crime nor possessed a firearm." Ning Zhi confronted Jing Hongwei's unreasonable demands head-on, choosing to refuse outright. Crash! Jing Hongwei drew his sidearm, turning it against Ning Zhi's forehead. "Oh, you think I care?" Ning Zhi regarded the gun pressed against his head with indifference, his gaze unwavering as he met Jing Hongwei's stare. Winter is approaching, and the wasteland is transitioning. It is precisely when beasts are at their most ferocious. While there are many hunters in the town, none possess my extensive experience, and they would not dare venture hunting 15 kilometers away. Should I perish, you may find it challenging to locate another suitable candidate. Ning Zhi was convinced that if Jing Hongwei truly intended to kill him, it would merely require a flick of his finger. However, he was also gambling. Since Jing Hongwei had risked defending Kong Wenyo to extract him from the watchtower, he would not easily dispose of him. What he did not realize was that Jing Hongwei held the law enforcement team in low regard. Perhaps it is due to the innate superiority of urban dwellers that any vagrant, upon encountering an opportunity to engage with city folk, will desperately seek to ingratiate themselves, hoping to alter the course of their lives through such connections. Even if they cannot enter the city, at the very least, they may gain some benefits, particularly in the case of a prominent figure like Jing Hongwei. One might imagine that even a single hair from his leg would be thicker than the waists of the vagrants. Jing Hongwei initially assumed that Ning Zhi would, like other vagrants, fawn over him and express gratitude. However, Ning Zhi's unexpectedly resolute demeanor took him by surprise. After a few moments of stalemate, Jing Hongwei disengaged the safety on his gun and coldly remarked, "You are fortunate. I have no desire to soil my vehicle." Chapter 37. Additional conditions inside the SUV that slowly approached the city gate. Ning Zhi observed Jing Hongwei stow away his weapon. Although his expression remained unchanged, Ning Zhi secretly breathed a sigh of relief, realizing he had made the right gamble. For someone of Jing Hongwei's stature, vagrants were akin to ants beneath his feet, hardly worthy of his attention. Even if he were to kill Ning Zhi, it would not provide him with any satisfaction. Thus, his willingness to come to the outpost to retrieve Ning Zhi indicated that a living Ning Zhi held far greater value. Tomorrow, a scientific expedition would depart the fortress to conduct research in the wilderness east of Outpost 87, and your task will be to serve as their guide. Jing Hongwei turned his body back to face forward, stating, as compensation, "I can offer you a ton of cold." In truth, Jing Hongwei's urgency in finding a guide was greater than he let on. Since he could not intimidate Ning Zhi through force, he opted to negotiate terms. The Pei family conglomerate was the largest coal monopoly in the north. A mere ton of coal was trivial to him, but for the vagrants, it represented a substantial fortune. Sensing the shift in Jing Hongwei's attitude and recognizing his lack of leverage, Ning Zhi ceased to prolong the stalemate. "How long will it take? How far will we go? I'm not entirely sure. But we will definitely return before winter sets in. At most, it won't exceed half a month." Jing Hongwei nonchalantly lit a cigarette, exhaling clouds of smoke as he continued, "I have looked into your situation. You have no employment at the fortress, which means you lack stable living conditions. A cold front is moving north, and this winter will arrive sooner than expected, lasting far longer than usual. If you do not stockpile food and heating supplies in advance, you will not survive." "How do you know winter will come early?" Ning Zhi, stung by the smoke, found his eyes dry, and was unsure how to lower the window. Yet, compared to the suffocating smoke, Jing Hongwei's words left him even more astounded. Could it be that these city dwellers not only constructed massive factories, but could also control the weather? The Pei family had taken over the weather satellites before the disaster 2 years ago and successfully restored communication systems. They were among the few forces within the Federation capable of weather prediction. Jing Hongwei's statement was not a secret nor hidden from Ning Zhe. If you refuse my terms, you will surely freeze to death in the vagrant district. No, you won't even survive the night. I can guide you, but your terms are insufficient. Ning Zhe squinted as he spoke. My patience is limited. Do not be greedy. Jing Hongwei cast an impatient glance in the rearview mirror, his eyes flashing with annoyance. A ton of coal is sufficient for you to survive a winter in the town. In addition to coal, I also require medicine. Ning Zhe calmly regarded Jing Hongwei's profile. I want a 10-day supply of antibiotics, agreed. Jing Hongwei pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Although medicine was exorbitantly priced in the vagrant district, it was hardly a precious commodity for an officer of his standing. Furthermore, Ning Zhe discerned that Jing Hongwei was quite accommodating and prepared to continue negotiating terms, not that it mattered whether they would succeed. He merely wished to probe the other's boundaries. Are you done yet? Jing Hongwei snapped, visibly irritated. That's enough. Ning Zhe realized that Jing Hongwei was genuinely agitated and leaned back in his seat. When do we depart? Tomorrow at 9 in the morning. Wait at the E-City gate. Jing Hongwei paused, then added, I have already ascertained your background. Since you have agreed to my terms, do not even think about backing out, or else Outpost 87 will no longer offer you refuge. You understand better than I what it would mean to leave the town at this time of year. I can accompany you, but I need to bring companions. I cannot navigate the wilderness alone. Ning Zhe stated, using this as an excuse to ensure Lin Sun and Li Pengzi could join him. Fine, but your group must not exceed 4 individuals. Also, the person named Lin Sun must be taken as a hostage, waiting for your return at the outer city's guard outpost. Until then, I will ensure he is looked after. Jing Hongwei readily acquiesced. Upon hearing this, Ning Zhe's eyes twitched slightly. He had initially considered abandoning the people from the fortress if danger arose in the wilderness. But it seemed Jing Hongwei had indeed conducted a thorough investigation into his identity, hence the decision to detain Lin Sun as a hostage. Nevertheless, in order to secure the life-saving medicine for Lin Sun and Li Pengzi, he had little choice but to comply. Half an hour later, the SUV halted at the entrance of Ning Zhe's alley. The mercenary shoved Ning Zhe out of the vehicle before driving away. Ning Zhe proceeded directly to Su Fei's residence. Previously, Jing Hongwei had mentioned that it was Su Fei who recommended him for the guiding role. For Ning Zhe, this was yet another act of salvation. Upon entering, he found Su Fei seated by an oil lamp, engrossed in a book. Noticing Ning Zhe's arrival, a smile spread across his face. How was it? Did you suffer in there? I came to thank you. Ning Zhe nodded slightly. Speaking earnestly, Su Fei poured a glass of water and handed it to Ning Zhe. You are too polite. I only recommended you after hearing that you had been taken and recalling that those in the fortress were seeking a guide. I know it is perilous to leave the town at this time. I hope you do not hold it against me. Going to the wilderness is far better than dying at the outpost. Without your assistance, I would likely be a corpse by now. Ning Zhe smiled gratefully. I will surely repay this kindness in the future. No need to wait. I need your help now. Su Fei licked his lips and spoke in a hushed tone. When you guide the expedition, can you bring companions? Ning Zhe pondered for a moment before nodding. Yes. The mercenary stipulated that my group cannot exceed 4 people. Can I bring 2 of my friends along? Su Fei inquired, and before Ning Zhe could probe further, he quickly added, rest assured, they will not cause you any trouble. They merely wish to see the wilderness and encounter city dwellers to understand what they are like. Sure, no problem, Ning Zhe agreed. While he did not genuinely believe Su Fei's words, everyone living in the vagrant district knew the wilderness was impoverished and fraught with danger. He felt compelled to comply. Su Fei had indeed helped him significantly, and even this opportunity to guide had been facilitated by him. Given these circumstances, Ning Zhe could not refuse his request. Thank you. Su Fei's smile widened upon Ning Zhe's agreement, visibly easing his tension. Ning Zhe returned the smile while his mind was clouded with suspicion. Su Fei had previously mentioned coming from another outpost and had recently acquired his position, yet he always exuded an air of mystery. In such a brief time, where had his 2 friends appeared from? Chapter 38. The night before departure that night, The vagrant district bore a stark contrast to its usual atmosphere, infused with a metallic scent of blood and an unsettlingly feverish commotion. Almost every residential area was ablaze with torches and bonfires, employing the wolves' fear of fire as a means of defense. Many, fearful of the returning wolves, clambered onto rooftops in groups, huddling together for warmth. Ningxia, however, was unfazed by their concerns. He possessed a keen understanding of the animals in the wilderness. Knowing that wolves were cunning and sly creatures, he surmised that these wolves had been driven from their habitats due to the earthquake, inadvertently wandering close to Outpost 87, as the desert and Gobi offered no sustenance. They were thus compelled to risk entering human habitation to hunt. During the wolves' retreat from the town, they had already dragged off several corpses, sufficient for their needs. Although human casualties had occurred, wolves would never return for a meaningless revenge if they faced the possibility of losses in their ranks without assurance of victory. After leaving Su Fei's home, Ningxia contemplated the words Su Fei had shared with him and pondered why he had arranged for two friends to accompany him. However, after much reflection, he could not discern their intentions. As Ningxia entered his alley, a sudden female voice startled him from his thoughts. He looked up to see Jin Ji's pale face. Hee. Jin Ji grinned, extending her arm out the window, beckoning Ningxia with her fingers. Come here. I have something interesting to show you. Hee. You are no fool. You often extend your arms out the window, yet when the wolves come, you remain unscathed. Ningxia chuckled, noticing that Jin Ji bore no injuries. Hee. Allow me to present something intriguing. Jin Ji, uncertain whether she comprehended Ningxia's words, continued to wave her hand at him. At times, I find myself rather envious of you. You seem untroubled by thoughts or emotions. Devoid of any joy or sorrow, I hope nothing unfortunate has befallen your parents. Ningxia left Jin Ji with a parting remark and vanished into the shadowy alley. Heh. Jin Ji smiled at Ningxia's retreating figure. Curling herself back into the darkness, upon returning to his residence, Ningxia discovered the doorway to Zhao Yi's room piled high with straw, atop which lay several dry bamboo poles. These items were highly flammable, and the sight of flames and the explosive sounds from burning bamboo were things that sent shivers through the wolf pack. It was evident that Lin Sun had set this up. As Ningxia entered, he found Lin Sun, Fatty Li, and Zhao Yi huddled in a corner. Lin Sun gripping a bough, Fatty Li trembling as he clutched a knife, while Zhao Yi held a bowl of kerosene, seemingly ready to ignite it at any moment. Brother, you're back, Lin Sun exclaimed, visibly relieved. After you were taken away, we were at a loss about what to do. I sent Zhao Yi to find Su Fei, who told us to wait at home for news. I never expected you would actually return. Observing the trio's anxious expressions, Ningxia smiled reassuringly. Everyone, there's no need to be tense. The wolf pack will not come tonight. How about you? Did those law enforcement officers bully you? Zhao Yi inquired, placing the bowl aside and stepping forward with concern etched on her face. Rest assured, I'm fine. The law enforcement team was merely acting on a misunderstanding. Ningxia reassured them, omitting the specific details to alleviate their worries. He then shifted the conversation, saying, I need to leave the town early tomorrow to venture into the wasteland. This journey may take several days. So we must make some preparations, brother. Didn't you previously mention that selling the wolf carcasses would suffice to buy medicine? Why must we go to the wasteland for several days? Lin Sun questioned, a flicker of curiosity and concern in his eyes. The wolves that came recently were larger than any we've encountered before. They seem to have mutated due to radiation. The dangers in the wasteland are unknown, especially with winter approaching, which is the prime season for animals to hunt for survival. I struck a deal with the people at the fortress. If we assist them, we can obtain supplies for the winter. The days are growing shorter, and if we don't act quickly to stockpile resources, our survival will be in jeopardy. Ningxia refrained from mentioning the coercion he faced and continued, as a condition of our agreement. Tomorrow morning, Xiao Sun will be taken to the watchtower and remain there until my return. As for Fatty Li, he will accompany me. Ningxia paused momentarily and handed Zhao Yi 300 yuan. Take this money and look after yourself. Avoid engaging in that line of work for the time being. By the time I return, the supplies we gather should be sufficient for us to endure this winter together. Previously, Ningxia had received a task to protect Zhuoming Yuan, along with his savings, amounting to roughly 700 yuan. After accounting for expenses like food and water, he was left with 600. The money given to Zhao Yi represented half of their savings, But considering her recent assistance and the time she had saved the lives of the three brothers, Ningxia could not remain indifferent. Though he held no romantic feelings for Zhao Yi as a friend, he felt compelled to care for her. All right. Zhao Yi contemplated briefly before accepting the money, warmth flooding her heart at this unexpected kindness. It felt as though she had been reborn, and the room no longer felt so cold. Her decision to accept the money stemmed not from greed, but rather from a desire to feel closer to Ningxia. Brother Xia, are you taking me to the wasteland? Fatty Li trembled at Ningxia's words. Previously, when Li Dongbao was alive, he had often wanted to take Fatty Li hunting, but the mere thought of the beasts in the wasteland had terrified him. Brother, Fatty Li's courage is akin to that of a mouse. Let him stay at the watchtower while I accompany you, Lin Sun interjected, his straightforward nature evident. While he bore no ill will toward Fatty Li, he couldn't help but look down upon his cowardice. Keeping you at the watchtower is a condition set by the fortress personnel. They are aware of our relationship, hence the demand for you as a hostage. As for Fatty Li, if he is truly frightened, he may choose to remain behind. Ningxia, noticing the fear reflected in Fatty Li's eyes, offered him an escape. No, I will go with you. That way, I can also look after you in place of Brother Sun. Fatty Li hesitated but mustered the courage to speak up. Very well, it's settled then. Ningxia's decision to take Fatty Li stemmed not from a need for assistance, but from concern for his safety if left alone in the town. With the Black Flag gang now targeting them, it would be perilous for Fatty Li to fend for himself. Despite his lack of combat skills, Fatty Li had shown commendable character. Even when terrified by the wolf pack, he had still rushed forward when it mattered. Although his bravery did not add tangible value, it demonstrated that Ningxia and Lin Sun were important to him in the lawless refugee zone. Few would risk their lives for those they did not know. Chapter 39. Su Fei's friends at dawn the following day. Ningxia rose early and set out with Lin Sun and Fatty Li to procure supplies in the town's commercial district. Just as the trio reached the alley's mouth, Fatty Li suddenly heard someone calling him. Turning, he spotted Jinji peeking out from a window, pointing to his nose. Did you call me? Heh, come here. I have something interesting to show you. Jinji beckoned. Interesting? What is it? Fatty Li, with a look of naive curiosity, approached. Suddenly, as he drew near, Jinji swiftly slapped him across the face. Thud. Fatty Li fell to the ground. Bewildered, gazing up at Jinji. What gives you the right to hit me? Never mind. She's a lunatic. I should have warned you. Keep your distance from her in the future. Lin Sun stifled a laugh as he helped Fatty Li to his feet. Lunatic? Fatty Li stared in disbelief at Jinji, who had retreated back into the shadows. However, as he walked a few steps, he realized that the pain in his abdomen from his inflamed wound had lessened significantly. The trio busied themselves until 8:30, and upon hearing the tolling of the bell from the fortress, they made their way toward the eastern gate. As they approached, Ningxia spotted Zhuo Mingyuan, who had descended into madness in just a few short days. Zhuo Mingyuan had transformed remarkably. His suit had been stripped away, and he was now wrapped in a tattered quilt, basking in the sun at the base of the city wall. Perhaps due to his daily wandering near the wall, he had narrowly escaped the wolf pack's assault the previous night. Ningxia approached Zhuo Mingyuan, offering him a bean cake. Do you still remember me? Sheep? Heh. Zhuo Mingyuan, with a vacant gaze, accepted the bean cake and broke into a foolish grin. Sheep? Have you ever seen a sheep? Sheep have 5 fingers. Seeing Zhuo Mingyuan in such a state, Ningxia sighed softly. This was indeed a bleak era, and survival was a struggle for all. Zhuo Mingyuan's plight was not unique. He had little time to pay attention to Zhuo Mingyuan's life. Yet his survival thus far indicated that the restaurant owner had kept his promise. At that moment, 2 figures approached the city gate, one of whom, a burly man, nodded at Ningxia. Hello, you must be Ningxia. We are friends of Su Fei. Yes, hello? Ningxia replied, scrutinizing the newcomers with a hint of surprise. Both wore the tattered clothing typical of refugees, their faces smeared with dirt. Among them was a woman, and the man was notably larger than Ningxia. Had Ningxia not lost his memory, he would have recognized them as the pair who had rescued him from Li Bin. Ning, my brother. We will be joining you for the time being. If we cause you any inconvenience, please bear with us. The burly man smiled warmly, introducing himself. I am too sure, and this young lady is Ranjiao. A woman in the wasteland presents some challenges. If any issues arise, I cannot guarantee her safety. If you wish to survive, it is best not to accompany us. Ningxia expressed his reservations about having a woman in their group. While Ran Jiao appeared to be well-developed, she looked rather frail. Tu Shi seemed to sense Ningxia's reluctance and chuckled as he explained, Ning, do not worry. Xiao Jiao is quite clever. Ningxia disagreed with Tu Shi's assertion, openly countering, the perils of the wasteland are far graver than you can imagine. Merely relying on intelligence is insufficient. Amidst the chaos of a flourishing city, a grain of food becomes a woman's best depiction in this era. A clever and beautiful woman, residing in the refugee area, does not attract the admiration and adoration of the masses. The common means of survival for such a woman in this desolate zone often involves either actively or passively pleasing men in brothels in exchange for basic necessities. When it comes to the prospect of marriage, men tend to prefer robust women. While it is true that everyone has an appreciation for beauty, overly delicate and attractive women not only invite the envy of others, but also lack the strength for arduous labor. In essence, marriages in the refugee area resemble cooperative survival. Marrying a delicate beauty untouched by labor is akin to squandering resources and complicating the struggle for existence. What do you mean? Do you look down upon women? Upon hearing Ningxia's remarks, Ren Jiao furrowed her brow and gazed at him. I can take care of myself. My safety does not require your concern. Since you insist on going, I will not voice my opinion. But let us agree in advance. As Su Fei's friends, I will do my utmost to protect you. Yet if any issues arise that I cannot resolve, you shall be left to fend for yourselves. Ningxia remained unfazed by Ren Jiao's response, calmly articulating his thoughts. Humph. Who knows who will rescue whom? Ren Jiao muttered softly, turning her face aside. Boom. Shortly thereafter, the gates of the fortress began to rise slowly. The refugees outside, upon witnessing this, quickly distanced themselves, fearing that lingering too long might provoke the ire of those within the city and bring them unwarranted misfortune. This was Ningxia's first encounter with the open gates at such close range. Peering through the entrance, he saw only a vast, dark tunnel, devoid of anything else. This tunnel was either lengthy or featured bins or shielding structures to obscure the view from outside. Thud, thud, thud. A column of cavalry advanced swiftly, galloping past the onlookers, followed by several armored vehicles, notably more in number than those seen in the previous days. Ningxia recalled Zhao Yi mentioning that she had seen these vehicles transporting corpses, suggesting that capturing the magical entities had not gone smoothly in recent days. Rumors about these entities had proliferated, claiming some could conjure weapons out of thin air, while others could manipulate water and fire. According to Su Fei's explanation, this was due to a certain magnetic field that evolved within their cells, allowing them to resonate to some extent with elements in nature. However, Ningxia remained skeptical of this notion, as he had yet to witness any so-called awakening of magical entities in the marketplace. It appeared that those whose cells could evolve were indeed a minority. Faced with excessive radiation, the typical reaction for ordinary people was cellular mutation, leading not to abilities but to cancer. Before the dust raised by the cavalry had settled, another convoy emerged from the gates, halting in the open area outside. This convoy consisted of 6 vehicles, 2 of which were off-road vehicles Ningxia had seen the previous night, while the remaining 4 were armored vehicles, 2 of which were towing open trailers, one empty and the other covered with a waterproof tarp concealing its cargo. As the dust began to settle, one of the off-road vehicle doors swung open, revealing the mercenary officer Jing Hongwei, who had escorted Ningxia from the outpost the night before. He strode forward with an air of arrogance. Chapter 40, Food Bureau. Professor Xie Jing Hongwei surveyed the dilapidated shantytown, finally fixing his gaze on Ningxia and his companions. Is this the team you wish to bring? Indeed, Ningxia nodded. When do we depart? Not we. I will not participate in this operation. Who called for Lin Sun? Come with me. Jing Hongwei's tone was frigid, devoid of any emotion when addressing the refugees. He retrieved 2 vials from his pocket and tossed them to Ningxia. This is the antibiotic you requested. Xiao Sun, take this medicine and remember to take it on time. We shall return. Ningxia handed one of the antibiotic vials to Lin Sun with a few instructions before Jing Hongwei drove off in his vehicle, neglecting to introduce Ningxia to anyone in the convoy. Once Jing Hongwei had departed, a mercenary emerged from one of the armored vehicles, casting a disdainful glance at Ningxia and the others. I am Commander Yipeng, responsible for the safety and coordination of this convoy. From now on, you will all follow my orders. Do you understand? Commander Yi, it is a pleasure to meet you. I hope to rely on your guidance in the future. Li Pengzi, dismissing the disdain on Yipeng's face, greeted him with a cheerful smile. Why, Yipeng regarded Li Pengzi with satisfaction, gesturing towards the empty trailer behind one of the armored vehicles. From now on, that will be your position. I must remind you, although you are the guides for this team, we are not one of your own. We will not provide you with food, nor can you stay in our camp. Do you understand? Yipeng's haughty demeanor elicited a flicker of disdain in Ren Jiao and Tu Shi's eyes, but Ningxia remained indifferent. He was accustomed to the arrogance of those from the city. Were it not for their need for guides, Yipeng would likely have deemed them unworthy of conversation. Li Pengzi, however, nodded vigorously. Rest assured, Commander, we have brought our own provisions and will not trouble you. We can manage on our own. If there are any dirty or laborious tasks along the way, feel free to call on me. He chuckled. Ningxia harbored no fondness for the fortress dwellers. Yet he felt no aversion to Li Pengzi's obsequiousness in the refugee area. Most inhabitants aspired to connect with the powerful figures within the fortress, seeking opportunities for life-altering changes, and they bore an innate reverence for them. The disparity between the two groups was evident not only in material wealth, but also in dignity. Li Pengzi's demeanor seemed to serve as a lubricant between the two teams, as Ningxia could clearly see that Ren Jiao and Tu Shi harbored considerable disdain for Yipeng. Clang! While the group conversed, the door of the off-road vehicle swung open, and an elderly man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, slightly balding, emerged, accompanied by a young woman and a young man. As they disembarked, the 11 mercenaries on the armored vehicle uniformly lowered their weapons, forming a protective circle around the trio. The elderly gentleman was dressed impeccably, his suit of a far superior quality than the one previously worn by Zhuo Mingyuan. The young woman, with fair skin, donned a yellow sun hat and an impractical light green floral dress ill-suited for the wilderness, while the young man was unremarkable, his face speckled with freckles. Upon seeing the girl, Ningxia was reminded of a line from a classic poem, natural beauty, unadorned, like the lotus emerging from clear waters. Typically, those who frequented the fortress were mostly soldiers and transport teams traversing between various fortresses and mining areas. Women from the city were a rare sight in the wilderness. The previously imperious Yipeng, upon hearing the door open, abruptly changed his demeanor, approaching the elderly man with deference. Professor Xie, why have you descended from the vehicle? The refugee area is rather unsanitary. You must be cautious of contracting any ailments from these individuals. Though I am not a virologist, I possess a basic understanding of things. If the rumors are true, and the people in the refugee area are indeed rife with diseases and bacteria, a mere wall cannot contain the spread of illness. Professor Xie dismissed Yipeng's concerns, knowing full well that such fears were merely the propaganda of the city's authorities, aimed at demonizing those outside their walls for easier governance. What truly piqued Professor Xie's interest was the derelict landscape of the marketplace. The strict regulations within the fortress meant that most individuals would never escape its confines. Even someone of Professor Xie's standing was experiencing the outside world for the first time. Though Ningxia perceived the marketplace as the most prosperous place in the refugee area, to those from the city, it bore little distinction from a wasteland. Indeed, the refugees' clothing was often less clean than that of beggars within the fortress. Professor Xie, even if there are no viruses here, it remains unsafe. This place lacks the laws and order of the city. It would be best for you to return to the vehicle and rest. Yipeng, uncertain of Professor Xie's true identity, felt the weight of responsibility for his safety. Any misstep could have dire consequences for him, and no matter. Who is our guide for this mission? I wish to speak with him. Professor Xie's voice was gentle, imbued with an air of scholarly elegance. You there? Are you deaf? Did you not hear the professor wishes to speak with you? Get over here immediately. Yipeng turned and barked at Ningxia. Ningxia cast a glance at Yipeng before stepping forward. With Lin Sun now in Jing Hongwei's custody, he indeed required the promised ton of coal from the mercenary team upon the completion of this task. Clatter! As Ningxia approached, 2 mercenaries cocked their weapons, aiming them at him. That's enough. Maintain a distance of 5 meters while conversing with the professor. As Professor Xie scrutinized Ningxia, a hint of surprise flickered in his eyes. Why did they choose a child as a guide? Such a perilous job. Do his parents approve? I have no parents, and I am not a child. Ningxia replied steadily, falling silent thereafter. In the refugee area, one was considered an adult at 13, required to work in factories, and he had begun hunting several kilometers away from the marketplace at the age of 14. Surely, in the fortress, one was not still deemed a child in need of parental protection at 20. Nor was anyone exempt from the immense pressures of survival. At that moment, Ningxia found himself envying the lives of those within the fortress. Greetings, I am Professor Xie from the Plant Research Institute of Fortress 87. This marks my inaugural venture beyond the confines of the fortress, so I kindly ask for your guidance. Xie smiled warmly, offering a polite greeting. Hello, I am Xie, student, Pei Xiangtong. The girl beside him slightly nodded, revealing a sweet smile. Gao Shengrong, Professor Xie's assistant. The freckled young man raised an eyebrow, placing particular emphasis on the word assistant, as if to honor his distinction from the refugees. Ning Jie. After the three introduced themselves, they shared their names in the refugee district, aside from a few ambitious parents who might spend a few coins to hire an educated person to bestow a more respectable name upon their children. Most names are chosen quite casually, often reflecting a hope for a better life. Names like Mansong, full warehouse, Yuliang, abundant grain, Duo Yin, plenty of salt, Deshui, enough water, Fa Kai, prosperity, and Fu Gue, wealth. In contrast, the names of these city dwellers struck Ninja as melodious. Xie it sounds rather formidable. Chapter 41. Pursuit of the wolf pack. The inhabitants of the fortress are characterized by their arrogance, tyranny, and overbearing demeanor, harboring a deep-seated disdain and aversion towards the refugees. This has become a stereotype that the refugees have come to associate with them. While most refugees aspire to curry favor with the fortress dwellers, they simultaneously experience a profound inner resistance. Ninja felt similarly. He harbored no fondness for the fortress people, yet he found no offense in Professor Xie and Pei Xiangtong, for he could perceive in their gazes a lack of contempt. And Professor Xie displayed humility and courtesy, not positioning himself on a pedestal. Unbeknownst to Professor Xie, Ninja's thoughts were far from his own. As he continued, our departure from the fortress is for an important investigation, and I must rely on your assistance during this time. I possess no knowledge of scientific research and fear I may be of little help. Ninja was taken aback by Professor Xie's statement. Shaking his head in confusion, he had indeed heard of disciplines such as physics, chemistry, life sciences, and plant sciences from Old Man Lin, yet these subjects had long since faded from the refugee district. Pa, who do you think you are? Do you know how many people in the fortress yearn to be Professor Xie's assistant? If Professor Xie requires academic assistance, would it even fall to someone like you? Gao Shengrong interjected with a derisive tone, as if he had heard a grand jest. Xiao Gao, mind your manners, Professor Xie gently admonished, aware of Gao Shengrong's prejudices against the refugees, before turning his attention back to Ning Jie. I have heard you are the finest hunter in the town, and we require your guidance to trace the wolf pack that attacked the town last night and follow their trail. You seek to find the wolf pack? Ninja's eyelid twitched. It is now late autumn, a time when hunting becomes arduous for wolves, and their aggression peaks. This is exceedingly perilous. Perilous? That is merely a concern for you refugees. Can the wolves withstand bullets? Yipeng scoffed, patting the holster at his waist with a sense of nonchalance. Indeed, those so-called beasts can only intimidate you primitive savages who rely on slash-and-burn agriculture. Gao Shengrong, still resentful of Ninja being reprimanded by Professor Xie, now regarded Ninja with hostility. Were it not for Ninja's utility, he might have already incited the mercenaries to take action against him. Arrogance is often the primary reason one loses their life in the wilderness. The desolation beyond the fortress is far more terrifying than you might imagine. Firearms are often of little use. I can lead the way, but you must heed my commands in any situation. Otherwise, I cannot accept this task. Ninja responded calmly, unwilling to engage in a conflict with these individuals, as they hailed from entirely different worlds. Yet he refused to jeopardize his life alongside a band of reckless men. Who do you think you are, attempting to command us? Yipeng began to retort. That's no issue. I accept your terms. You are correct. We seek a guide solely for our own safety, interrupted Professor Xie, nodding in agreement. If there are no further objections, let us proceed. Kid, mind your path. If anything goes awry, I will be the first to end you. Gao Shengrong left behind a veiled threat before accompanying Professor Xie back to the vehicle. Observing Gao Shengrong's retreating figure, Ninja narrowed his eyes slightly, mentally noting this debt. Gao Shengrong's demeanor had already instilled a sense of threat within him. In his worldview, the best way to resolve a threat is to eliminate the source of it. At this moment, the team, including Yipeng, consisted of 12 armed mercenaries, and he naturally dared not take violent action. However, in the perilous wilderness, lethal dangers lurked everywhere. Ninja's previous stance had bred discontent among many in the expedition team. although his assertive demeanor was to ensure his own survival for these fortress dwellers. A refugee daring to engage in conversation with them on equal footing was an extreme affront. Ningxia's first experience in a vehicle occurred the previous night when he rode in Jing Hongwei's SUV. At that time, the vehicle felt quite comfortable. Yet, as a guide this time, he found himself confined to the back of a rattling vehicle, the discomfort palpable, especially as the trailer lacked any shock absorbers. Even before the convoy set off, Ningxia sensed the cramped conditions with 4 people in the small trailer. Moments later, Gao Shengrong approached with several sets of mercenary uniforms, tossing them beside the trailer. These clothes are provided by the professor. Make sure to change quickly. Please extend my gratitude to the professor. Ningxia glanced at the pristine mercenary uniforms, picking them up. The nights in the wilderness were frigid, and these uniforms would indeed be more practical and warmer than their current attire. The special fibers also offered enhanced protection, reputed to withstand transverse cuts from bone knives. What else there to think? We simply wish to avoid being seen mingling with the refugees. It would be quite embarrassing. Gao Shengrong retorted coldly before turning away. In the front of the vehicle, a mercenary, witnessing this exchange and unperturbed by the presence of the others, queried Yi Peng in the passenger seat. Yi team? What's with that old fellow? Why are such fine clothes being given to a refugee? Xie Guangquan is merely a scholarly recluse who has never ventured beyond the fortress. He fancies himself a superior being, overwhelmed by misplaced compassion. Let him be. It's of no concern to us, Yi Peng replied, tugging at the horn-s cord as he called out, time is up. Let us move out. With that, 2 vehicles outfitted with light machine guns surged ahead, while the remaining vehicles stirred up dust as they sped along the town's roads, causing pedestrians to shriek and scramble to avoid them. Black Flag Brothel. Shaoqi gazed at a young man returning to report, his brow furrowed. What did you say? Ningxia and his group have established ties with the city's mercenaries? Indeed. I watched them change into mercenary uniforms with my own eyes, brother. Do you think they might have joined the mercenaries? The young man gulped nervously. If that is the case, what if he seeks revenge against us? Don't panic. Do you think entering the city is that easy? I heard the deputy director of the security bureau in the fortress has a brother-in-law who couldn't even gain entry as a refugee. Shaoqi scoffed, dismissing the young man's concerns. It was nearly impossible for a refugee to enter the city. However, the fact that Ningxia had been apprehended by the enforcement team yesterday and now appeared among the mercenaries was indeed perplexing. Thus, you inform Huang Monsong to prepare 500 pieces of cash. I will head to the outer city and inquire with Captain Kong at the watchtower about the situation. After pondering for a moment, Shaoqi waved his hand to issue the command, muttering under his breath, this is truly bizarre. How did this kid, captured by the enforcement team, not meet his end, but instead forge ties with the mercenaries? Chapter 42. Delving into the desert outside the fortress. At Watchtower 17, upon meeting Kong Wanyue in the office, Shaoqi took the initiative to place 2 packs of cigarettes on the desk. Captain Kong, I know you prefer filtered cigarettes. I brought you 2 packs, along with this money for you to buy a warm winter coat. Golden Line Cactus, this brand is rare in the refugee district. Kong Wanyue glanced at the packaging, a slight smile forming on his lips. While the refugee district had cigarettes, they were mostly smuggled from the fortress, often mixed with hay and dried leaves by local vendors, making them quite harsh to smoke. Hee, my stability in the town is thanks to your support, Captain Kong. What I present to you is certainly the finest I possess. Shaoqi grinned, ever the smooth talker. Well, we have 2 barrels of water in the backyard. You can take them away later as my gift in return. Kong Wanyue appeared quite pleased with Shaoqi's flattery, a smile gracing his face. Although the refugee district faced water shortages, supplies within the fortress remained abundant. Even if the enforcement team did not enjoy the upper management's favor, material provisions were still allocated according to city standards. Oh, then I thank you very much. Recently, I've been stockpiling water for the winter. Shaoqi engaged in a few pleasantries with Kong Wanyue before casually steering the conversation towards the main topic. By the way, Captain Kong, I heard that Ningxia, who was apprehended yesterday for possession of a firearm, seems to have been released. It's not that we released him. He was taken away by mercenary forces, Kong Wanyue replied. Somewhat bewildered. Ningxia was taken, but he had a friend named Lin Sun who was detained at Outpost 11, to my knowledge. Mercenaries rarely involve themselves with the displaced, so why would they target someone like Ningxia? Shaoqi queried, perplexed. Surely Ningxia hasn't been recruited by the mercenaries, has he? Our law enforcement team operates separately from them. I can't decipher their affairs, but mercenaries certainly do not recruit from the ranks of the displaced. Kong Wenyo narrowed his eyes. It's likely the mercenaries have some business with him, since he was taken away under interrogation by them yesterday. It seems they do not trust him. Otherwise, they would not have detained his friend. Ah, that's true, Xiao Qi mused, noting that Ningxia's ties with the mercenaries were tenuous at best. His thoughts began to race. According to his investigation, it appeared that Lin Sun was the only person close to Ningxi. With one taken by the mercenaries and the other detained, there would be no opportunity for revenge. However, since Lin Sun was being held as a hostage, it indicated that Ningxi would eventually return. As long as he returned, there would still be a chance for retribution. With this thought, Xiao Qi felt the clouds of doubt disperse and soon found solace. Fortress 87, situated in the northern wilderness of the Federation, was established on a barren stretch of land. In recent years, the desert had been encroaching, swallowing the territory of the Gobi. When Ningxia was a child, it took over 10 kilometers to walk from the town to the edge of the desert. But now it was merely 7 or 8 kilometers apart. The convoy, following the trail of wolf droppings, reached the desert's edge, only to lose the trail. The night's fierce winds could alter the desert's landscape, flattening and piling up sand dunes. Creak. As the lead vehicle came to a halt, Yipeng, clad in military boots, disembarked to survey the surroundings. He pointed towards a distant direction and instructed, "Everyone, continue moving. The wolf pack's trajectory is headed east." "No, that's not right. The wolves did not head east." Ningxia, overhearing Yipeng's command, leapt from the truck bed and gestured to the right. "To keep up with the wolves, we must head south. Are you insane? Or are you blind?" Yipeng turned to Ningxia, impatiently indicating a series of droppings on the ground. "Can't you see? According to the droppings trajectory, these wolves have been moving in a straight line." The straight line of droppings left by the wolves was meant to be observed by humans. They were aware that droppings on the Gobi could not be concealed, but once they entered the desert, tracking them would become exceedingly difficult. Wolves are cunning creatures. They would not allow humans to trace their pack through such simple clues. Ningxia exchanged glances with Yipeng, sharing his insights. "What a joke. Do you think these animals possess human intelligence? Do they know how to lead us away?" Yipeng's tone dripped with sarcasm upon hearing Ningxia's response. That moment, Xie Guangquan approached with Pei Xiangtong and Gao Shengrong, inquiring about the standoff between the two. "What are you arguing about? Is there a problem?" "Professor Xie, in my view, this guy is nothing but a swindler. He actually told me that the droppings left by the wolves were meant to confuse us, dismissing my idea of tracking east and confidently asserting that the pack went south. Isn't that absurd?" Although Yipeng looked down on the intellectuals like Professor Xie, he refrained from expressing it openly. Maintaining a courteous demeanor, "Do you have any evidence to support such a claim?" Xie Guangquan turned to Ningxi with a questioning gaze after hearing Yipeng's words. "It's just intuition. I simply don't believe that such a cunning creature as a wolf would leave such obvious traces. When the wolf pack attacked the town previously, I encountered them. These beasts even took their fallen companions' bodies, indicating they do not wish to reveal their whereabouts or pack." Ningxia's gaze was unwavering as he locked eyes with Xie Guangquan. "There is a high probability they headed south." "Ha? A displaced person who can't even read a word, pretending to be profound with me. Do you know how precious fuel is? Are you suggesting that we blindly follow your intuition into the desert?" Gao Aorong seized the opportunity to mock Ningxia further. "Why don't you say the wolf pack went north? Because the north is a vast expanse of desert where the wolves cannot survive." Ningxia replied coldly, "Captain Yi, let's heed his words. The team should head south." After a moment's contemplation, Xie Guangquan made his decision. "Professor Xie, you can't seriously believe this kid's nonsense has any merit, can you?" Yipeng's expression darkened instantly. "I'm not an animal behaviorist, nor do I understand the habits of beasts, but I believe that Ningxia's experience surpasses that of us fortress dwellers, which is precisely why we sought a guide." Xie Guangquan stated calmly, shaking his head slightly, "Kid, you better hope your intuition is accurate. Otherwise, once I prove you have not fulfilled your role, I won't hesitate to leave you in the desert." Yipeng growled at Ningxia before instructing the convoy to head south. Ningxia paid little heed to Yipeng's threats. If these fellows truly intended to abandon him in the desert, it was uncertain who would be in greater peril. However, it was Xie Guangquan who piqued his interest more and more, a scientist emerging from a fortress, pursuing wolves without any understanding of animals. The Grain Agency Research Institute. Seeds in the stomachs of wolves. Ningxia began to piece together the connection between these two matters, vaguely grasping Xie Guangquan's intentions. Although farming was not feasible outside Fortress 87, it was said that inside the fortress, there were not only arable lands but also greenhouses built indoors where crops could be cultivated year-round using plant growth lamps to replace sunlight for photosynthesis, technological remnants from the old world. As Ningxia needed to continually search for traces left by the wolf pack, the scientific expedition's vehicles moved at a slow pace through the desert. Yet, he and Li Pengzi were still jolted and felt nauseous. Having never traveled such a long distance by vehicle before, resulting in severe motion sickness. Conversely, Tu Shi and Ren Jiao seemed unaffected, leaning against the jolting truck bed and managing to sleep. Chapter 43. Tempestuous winds and rain time passed, and the scientific expedition convoy had been racing through the desert for 4 hours. As the scorching sun blazed overhead, the searing rays began to scorch the earth. Ningxia, needing to observe the wolf pack's traces, had ascended to the mast of the hedgehog vehicle. This mast was modular, consisting of a 3-meter-high steel pipe affixed to the vehicle's roof, topped with a platform for personnel to climb to higher vehicles during combat or for sentinels to avoid dust and observe distant situations. After over 10 minutes, the hedgehog vehicle's fuel tank ran dry, and the driver inside began to retrieve fuel barrels from the truck bed of another hedgehog vehicle to replenish the fuel. Yipeng also stood beneath the vehicle, his expression displeased as he looked at Ningxia. Hey, you've led us around the desert all morning. Have you found anything? You can see how vast this desert is. Finding traces of the wolf pack requires a slow exploration. This matter cannot be rushed. Ningxia loosened the water pouch at his waist and took a sip. Earlier that morning, he and Li Pengzi had sold the wolf carcasses and pelts to buy some food and water. But they had no idea how long this journey would last, so they needed to conserve. Bah, Captain Yi. This guy is nothing more than a charlatan. If we choose to trust him, we will inevitably be led astray. At this moment, Gao Shengrong also stepped forward to echo Yipeng's sentiments. I believe your earlier guess was correct. That pack of wolves must have gone east. Why don't we turn back now and head east? Damn it! I told you a displaced person isn't worth trusting. Yipeng, standing under the scorching sun, glanced at his watch, his mood increasingly irritable. Continue exploring for another hour. If we still find nothing, no need for an hour. Ningxia scanned the horizon from the mast and jumped down, sprinting into the distance. Yipeng, seeing Ningxia's action, quickly followed with several mercenaries. At this moment, Ningxia had run a dozen meters ahead, where several clusters of black beetles gathered on the sandy ground beneath his feet. Are you sick? We came to the desert to find wolves, not to catch bugs, Gao Shengrong retorted coldly. These two types of insects were the Namib desert beetle and the dung beetle. Known colloquially, the Namib desert beetle's wings bore hydrophilic textures, allowing it to condense water vapor from the air for drinking, while the dung beetle thrived on excrement. The presence of these two insects together indicated fresh droppings nearby. As Ningxia spoke, he collected the Namib desert beetles scattered on the ground, stuffing them into his bag while pulling out his waste knife to start digging into the sand. Within seconds, the droppings buried beneath the sand were unearthed. Is this wolf droppings? Yipeng, initially prepared to continue ridiculing Ningxia, grew tense upon seeing him actually uncover the droppings and drew his sidearm. Indeed, it's wolf droppings. Ningxia nodded slightly, continuing to dig a few piles of excrement with gentle movements, then pointed in a direction. The wolf pack has moved that way. At that moment, Li Pengzi, who had followed him, glanced at the vast expanse of desert surrounding them, then looked at the direction Ningxia was indicating, feeling uncertain. Brother Jia, are you telling the truth? There's clearly nothing over there. How can you be so sure about the wolves' movement trajectory? Observe the shape of the wolf droppings. Judging by their form, the thinner sides all point that way, indicating that the wolves were facing that direction while relieving themselves. Ningxia stood upright and spoke to Yipeng. The wolf pack that attacked the settlement brought along cubs, which determined that their pace would not be swift. Additionally, wolves typically have a defecation cycle of about 1 to 2 days. If we continue tracking in that direction, we can confirm their path through the next droppings. What are we waiting for? Let's hurry. Yipeng, accustomed to the comforts of the stronghold, found the harsh environment of the refugee zone quite unbearable. Wishing only to complete the task swiftly and distance himself from this perilous place. That might not be feasible. Acid rain is approaching. Ningxia extended his hand to feel the air currents. and this rain will arrive swiftly. Are you joking? Before we left the stronghold today, we specifically checked the satellite cloud map. There's no rain in our vicinity. Yipeng looked up at the clear sky, entirely disbelieving Ningxia's words. I don't know what cloud map you're referring to, but the rain is coming soon, and we have at most half an hour to prepare. If you wish to press on, I won't stop you, but I certainly will not accompany you. At that moment, Ningxia realized that the so-called weather forecasts in the stronghold were not infallibly accurate. Captain Yi, don't trust him. These refugees know nothing. Since the cloud map showed no rain, what could he possibly understand? I believe he is just trying to oppose you. Gao Shengrong seized every opportunity to incite Yipeng's disdain for Ningxia. Yipeng cast a glance at Gao Shengrong and instructed the soldiers beside him. Pass the word down. Set up camp immediately. Yes. The soldiers responded and began calling their companions to busy themselves. Yipeng's desire to camp was not born out of an unwavering belief in Ningxia, but rather from a fear of taking risks in this wasteland. The ferocious beasts that prey upon the unwary were not to be underestimated. And acid rain and sandstorms, laden with various pathogens, were equally merciless killers. The sulfuric acid content in the air had already multiplied several times. A downpour capable of bringing pestilence and infectious diseases, even scorching the skin, was a veritable feast for the Reaper of Lives. 15 minutes later, the convoy halted beneath a colossal sand dune, and the howling winds began to rise, while dark clouds churned in the sky. Casting a somber pall over the Yipeng had previously established that Ningxia's group could not camp with the scientific expedition team. He watched the stronghold's people erect their tents and cover their vehicles with rain-proof tarps. Ningxia began to lead Li Pengzi and Tu Shi, while Ran Jiao commenced digging a sandpit. They spread out the tarpaulin, resistant to acids and moisture, and used wooden sticks as support beams to prepare a makeshift rain shelter. As the acid rain approached, the atmospheric pressure in the desert began to drop, and a strong scent of sulfur wafted through the wind. A fierce gust swept by, the orange-yellow clouds roiling, as balls of lightning flickered with an eerie green glow, descending relentlessly, swirling through the near-ground air, ultimately crashing into rocks or dunes with thunderous explosions. Gradually, not just the clouds but everything in the heavens and earth turned orange, the wind and sand wreaking havoc. Visibility plummeting. With a crash, torrential rain poured down, drenching Ningxia and his companion's makeshift tent. Crack! Ningxia opened his backpack and retrieved the corpse of a nanofabric desert beetle, tearing off its back shell before placing it in his mouth to chew. Brother Ning, are you hungry? I have something to eat. Tu Shi, seeing Ningxia munching on the beetle, generously offered to share his own provisions. We don't know how long we'll be in the desert. Resources should be conserved as much as possible. This beetle acts as a natural filter. Its body contains 40% moisture, which not only increases satiety but also quenches thirst. I caught over 100 before. Feel free to take some if you want. Ningxia politely declined Tu Shi's kindness, handing a handful of beetles to Li Pengzi in the resource-scarce refugee zone. Anything non-toxic is essentially food. Tio Ningxia's surprise. Ren Jiao, who had just unfastened her water pouch, picked up 2 beetles after hearing his words and tossed them into her mouth without any sign of discomfort, appearing quite natural at that moment. Ningxia suddenly felt that he had underestimated this woman. 20 meters away, Xie Guangquan stood inside his tent, peering through the plastic window at Ningxia and his group's rudimentary rain shelter. Then turned to Yipeng and said, "This rain is heavier than we anticipated. Why not let those refugees take shelter from it? Professor Xie, I'm afraid I cannot agree to your proposal. These individuals are merely refugees. Even if you can accept them, the rest of us cannot. Yipeng dismissed this notion. Rest assured, these lowly peasants are quite resilient. Chapter 44. The ruthless inhabitants of the stronghold. Ningxia's method for tracking the wolf pack involved utilizing the survival instincts of animals and insects. Even in the harshness of the desert, life struggles to endure, yet with the onset of the acid rain, insects would no longer need to rely on wolf droppings for hydration. Humans recognize the dangers of acid rain, but the insects remain oblivious, adapting far better to such harsh conditions than humans do. With the arrival of the storm, the speed of their journey would inevitably be hindered. The acid rain did not cease until afternoon. When the dark clouds finally dispersed, the scorching sun resumed its tyrannical reign upon the earth, evaporating the moisture from the ground while providing a hint of coolness. As time had grown late and continued travel was unfeasible. Yipeng learned from Ningxie that they would need to delay their pursuit and decided to set up camp while commencing meal preparations. The stronghold's camp was situated upwind from Ningxie's makeshift shelter, and soon the aroma of food wafted over to his group. Before this expedition, Ningxie had purchased a large quantity of bean cakes and a small amount of jerky. The spices available in the refugee zone typically consisted only of sugar and salt, and the wild animals hunted were uncastrated, resulting in meat that was quite gamey and far from the delectable fare one might expect. In stark contrast, the expedition team's provisions were far more abundant, including fresh vegetables, instant rice, canned goods, and fruits. The rich aroma of heated beef stew wafted through the air, making Li Pengzi feel as though his bean cakes were akin to chewing on wax. He swallowed repeatedly, saying, "Brother Jia, the food these city folk eat is quite different from ours. It smells so good." Ningxie nodded while gnawing on his bean cake. "Indeed, I've heard that there's a term in the old world used to describe the daughters of wealthy families, called 1,000-pound miss. If a woman could grow to 1,000 pounds, just imagine how well they must eat." Ren Jiao, who was drinking water at that moment, sprayed it out, then pretended to cough, casually wiping her mouth. Given that it had just rained here, tonight the desert would surely experience a significant drop in temperature. Lacking the windproof and insulated tents of the scientific expedition team, we can only dig caves for shelter. A simple cave requires 2 people to complete. One digs a pit while the other wraps in rainproof fabric, burying themselves for warmth while the other keeps watch. With 4 of us, we can split into 2 groups. Ningxie looked at Ren Jiao and Tu Shi, voicing his decision. Though they were friends of Su Fei, he did not trust them enough to let his guard down. Hence he refrained from grouping them together. "No problem." Tu Shi smiled innocently. "However, we've never done this before and will need your guidance." As Ningxia's group began digging a pit to prepare their shelter, the inhabitants of the stronghold gathered around a dining table, singing merrily. Gao Shengrong held a peculiar instrument, while Pei Xiangtong hummed a melodious tune. Ningxie found Pei Xiangtong's voice quite lovely, and Ren Jiao informed him that the instrument Gao Shengrong held was called a guitar. In the settlement, few sang. Perhaps the hardships of life left no room for such leisurely pursuits, or perhaps the illiterate refugees lacked the heritage and creativity to produce songs. While there were singers in brothels, they merely sang lewd and licentious lyrics. After guiding Ren Jiao and Tu Shi in digging a simple cave, Ningxie moved a few meters away to reinforce his own shelter. Before he could begin, Li Pengzi hurried over, presenting a plate to Ningxie as if offering a sacred relic. "Brother Jia, try this. It's from the city folk." Zing. Ningxie glanced over, noticing that Li Pengzi held a steaming plate of sausages and roasted meat. Raising an eyebrow, "Did you steal this?" "No. I traded for it. I just went to the restroom and passed by their camp. After chatting with them for a bit, I offered to help wash their dishes, and they gave me some food." Li Pengzi smiled innocently. "I think these people are quite nice." Upon hearing Li Pengzi's words, Ningxie scrutinized him once more. He had always been curious about how Li Pengzi could survive in the wasteland for so long, and at that moment, he finally realized that Li Pengzi had his own merits. Ningxie and Lin Sun are both exceedingly cautious individuals, having survived for far too long in the perilous wasteland. When they first encounter others, they instinctively perceive the newcomers as threats, laden with suspicion. Gaining their trust is a task more daunting than scaling the heavens. Li Pengzi, despite appearing somewhat foolish and timid, possesses a remarkable sociability, far surpassing Ningxie and Lin Sun in the art of forging connections. Perhaps it is his amiable demeanor and low guard that enable him to thrive without relentless struggle. Feeling somewhat embarrassed under Ningxia's gaze, Li Pengzi gestured towards the plate with a grin, saying, "Zhigu, why are you staring at me? Hurry and eat. I've been salivating from the aroma all the way here." Ningxie inhaled the rich fragrance of the food, taking a piece of roasted meat and placing it in his mouth. The myriad flavors of unfamiliar seasonings assaulted his palate, yet he shook his head slightly, remarking, "This meat tastes peculiar, it lacks texture." "This is synthetic protein, crafted from soybeans." Li Pengzi explained. It is said that the livestock industry in the city is quite underdeveloped, and only the elite can afford real meat. The mercenaries are left with this synthetic fare, though the sausages do contain some meat scraps. It's my first time hearing that soybeans can be transformed into meat. After extracting the plant protein, the remaining soy pulp is either fed to animals or transported to the outskirts for the refugees to make soy cakes. Li Pengzi expressed his amazement, then lowered his voice to continue. "Zhigu, I think the city folks are a bit deranged. Just now, when I passed by, I overheard a group discussing a particularly popular opera titled Romeo and the Pig. Romeo and the Pig. What kind of bizarre hobby is that? Ningzhu exclaimed, feeling a chill run down his spine. He glanced at the group around the bonfire, their laughter ringing in the air, and clenched his fist slightly. We should keep our distance from them. You should sleep directly tonight. I'll take the watch. Li Pengzi was deeply touched. Zhigu, you are so kind to me. Don't worry. After taking antibiotics, my wound hardly hurts anymore. I can manage. You're overthinking it. I am mainly concerned that if you fall asleep tonight, we might encounter danger. Ningzhu felt an unsettling tightness in his chest, sensing a certain ferocity in these people who would not even spare a pig. Meanwhile, as Ningzhu and Li Pengzi savored the culinary offerings of the fortress dwellers, a mercenary on duty atop a hedgehog vehicle's mast spotted something in the distance over the sand dunes. His expression instantly turned grim as he bellowed, "Team Leader Yi, we have a situation. To our 10 o'clock, a large crowd is on the move. Damn it, could it be bandits? Everyone assemble. Draw your weapons. Load the bullets. Set up light machine guns on the sand dunes." Upon hearing the report, Yi Peng's demeanor shifted to one of taut vigilance. Outside the fortress, the threat of bandits far outweighed that of the refugees. Chapter 45. This is the wasteland. When Ningzhu first heard the report, he, too, assumed it was bandits. In this vast expanse of desert, apart from hunters and bandits, few would choose to venture here to meet their demise. And hunters could not muster a significant force to alarm the sentinels. However, once he ascended the sand dune, he discovered the figures traversing the desert were, in fact, a large group of refugees. These refugees were ragged and emaciated, and upon a rough count, there were at least several hundred of them. Beneath the blazing sun, many were collapsing. What is that smell? It's fragrant. There are people over there. We've been saved. Among the crowd, someone caught the aroma of the camp's cooking, reigniting hope as they began to form lines towards the dune where the camp was situated. Rat-a-tat-tat. Gunfire erupted as Yi Peng led the charge up the dune. When the refugees saw the mercenaries, clad in uniform and armed, emerge from behind the dune, they froze in unison. The refugees harbored an ingrained fear of the fortress dwellers. An elderly man turned to the old woman beside him. His voice barely audible. "My dear, is there any food left?" A hollow-eyed old woman rummaged through her empty bag and approached, pleading, "Gentlemen, please, spare some food. My husband is on the brink of starvation. Nothing to give. Now get lost. Stay away from us." A mercenary barked, his expression devoid of compassion as he raised his weapon. The sound of gun bolts being drawn echoed through the ranks. Xie Guangquan, standing at the rear of the dune, was deeply shaken by the scene before him. Having stepped out of the fortress for the first time, he turned to Yi Peng, unable to bear the sight of the suffering. "Captain Yi, let us give them some food. These people are too pitiful." Yi Peng's face remained impassive as he looked at the collapsing refugees. "Professor, these pests from the refugee zones are an inferior breed. Greedy and insatiable. If we give one, a swarm will follow. We don't know how long we'll be here. We cannot waste food on them." Meanwhile, the starving elder collapsed weakly, and the old woman turned back to support him. Though her heart was heavy with sorrow, her eyes remained dry from dehydration. "Old man, you must hold on. If something happens to you, how will I survive? My dear, if I die, you must find our grandson. We adopted him, and we must take responsibility until the end." The elder extended his frail hand, grasping the old woman's wrist. I'm sorry for you." Witnessing this scene, Ningzhu felt an unexpected stir within him. Though he was a man of hardened heart, the elder's words reminded him of the old man Lin who had once taken him in. After a moment of hesitation, he stepped forward, retrieved a water pouch, and handed 2 soy cakes to the old woman. From a distance, Tu Shi observed Ningzhu's actions, raising an eyebrow. "This kid is intriguing. He can't even bear to eat the food he brought, yet he shares it with others." Ren Jiao, watching the wretched refugees, felt a pang of sympathy but remained unmoved. She remarked to Tu Shi, "An excess of compassion will only invite trouble. People like him don't last long in the refugee zones. Sir, could you spare us a little? Please. My mother is on the brink of starvation. Save my daughter. I'll trade my wife for a bowl of water." Perhaps Ningzhu's gesture ignited a spark of hope. As more refugees began to approach him, with a swift motion, Ninja drew the knife from his waist, plunging it violently into the sand beside him. You may not starve immediately, but if anyone continues to approach, I will certainly kill him. The crowd of refugees, gazing at Ninja clad in mercenary garb, stood frozen in place. Rinjiao, witnessing the scene, shrugged and said to Tushur, "Forget what I just said." The old woman provided the elder with a few sips of water, noticing a slight improvement in his complexion. She repeatedly thanked Ninja, preparing to stow away the food and water. "Young man, thank you. Your kindness will be etched in my memory for a lifetime. What I give must be consumed immediately," Ninja interrupted, halting the old woman's actions. "If others see you hoarding food, it will cost you your lives." All right. The old woman, awakened to the reality, began to feed her husband. Ninja, observing the couple devouring the food, felt a surge of curiosity. "Who are you? Why have you come to the desert?" "We hail from Fort 88. We were besieged by a swarm of insects, the size of human heads, attacking indiscriminately. The troops in the city initially intervened, but retreated upon realizing the insects were formidable, opting to fortify the fortress. Those of us abandoned as refugees had no choice but to flee," the elder recounted, his eyes still filled with terror. "Many of the refugee villages were annihilated. To escape the insect plague, we could only head towards Fort 87. Initially, our numbers were in the thousands, but daily losses have diminished our ranks. After days of travel, only this many remain. Young man, do you know how far Fort 87 is?" "Head northwest. At your pace, it should take about 2 more days," Ninja replied, discreetly placing a beetle into the elder's hand as he turned to leave. Ninja had heard tales of swarms of insects and beasts attacking humans, but those were stories from long ago. He had thought the insect plagues were mere legends. He never imagined they still existed today. The increasing number of strange occurrences in the wasteland, wolf packs attacking and insect swarms decimating villages, was becoming increasingly alarming. As Ninja turned away, Li Pengzi came rushing up from behind, carrying some food. "Zhigu, I managed to grab a bit more food. Should we share it with them?" "No need." Ninja shook his head gently, pulling Li Pengzi back as they began to retrace their steps. "We cannot save so many. These people have been drenched in acid rain. Soon they will fall ill at this distance, even if they manage to fill their stomachs. It will be challenging to escape the desert. Ultimately, those who reach Fort 87 alive will likely be less than 1 in 10, and those who can find work to survive will be even fewer." As night fell, a bonfire was lit at the campsite, the aroma of canned food wafting towards the refugees. Finally, someone could no longer resist the urge to storm the camp, with a flurry of gunfire and several bodies falling. The night once again descended into silence. The night was far from tranquil. The desert's chill enveloped the refugee camp, where individuals began to grapple for clothing, while women lamented the loss of their children. In this dire situation of lost children, Ninja was reminded of Zhuo Mingyuan, who had gone mad from consuming 5-fingered sheep. As he had anticipated, by the break of dawn, the area where the displaced people had gathered bore witness to over 100 bodies, fallen victim to the cold and diseased. To avert the risk of the starving refugees descending upon the camp in madness, the convoy set out at first light, while the refugees surged forward, scavenging for scraps, with some even resorting to consuming charcoal left behind in the bonfire. A survival rate of merely 1% compelled countless individuals to brave perilous odds to escape. Yet, if they did not flee, they would possess not even that slender thread of hope. Such was the desolation of the wasteland. Chapter 46. The final resting place. The desert could not retain water, even after a heavy acid rain the previous day. The relentless sun had rendered any signs of rain nearly imperceptible. Beneath the sandy surface lay wolf dung, its moisture attracting a multitude of beetles. The research team discovered the second site of wolf dung by 3 in the afternoon. Yipeng, applying the knowledge imparted by Ninja, examined the feces and exclaimed, "It appears the wolf pack continues its southward migration. Everyone, prepare to board the vehicles." Ninja, licking his lips, gazed solemnly at a colossal weathered stone in the distance, a flicker of barely concealed fear glimmering in his eyes. "The wolves are moving faster than expected. We can no longer pursue them." At that moment, they found themselves at the juncture of desert and Gobi. Gazing out at the wind-sculpted sandy expanse, rather than feeling awe, Ninja was engulfed by a profound sense of impending danger. Observing Ninja's evident trepidation towards the Gobi, Yipeng, his face pale, inquired, "Why can't we proceed? Is there danger ahead?" "I have little knowledge of that terrain," Ningxia replied, shaking his head slightly. "For hunters, this is the limit of our exploration." When he had ventured out for hunting, he could only reach as far as 50 kilometers from the settlement. The wilderness grew increasingly perilous as night fell, necessitating his return before darkness enveloped the land. The edge of the desert marked the extent of his explorations, which he had achieved only through rapid marching, nearly running the entire distance. Although he possessed the skills to survive the night, he would not gamble with his life. Just because you haven't ventured there doesn't mean it's dangerous. The team is equipped. Let us continue. Yipeng dismissed Ningxia's caution, fully aware that these refugees lacked education and often attributed natural phenomena to supernatural beliefs. As a city dweller, he had a clearer understanding of the world and would not be easily intimidated by a refugee. Ningxia pointed towards a towering weathered stone in the distance. "I once inadvertently wandered into this gobi. It is far more perilous than you can imagine. The venomous creatures and ferocious beasts there far outnumber those in the outer desert. And beyond that boundary stone, I am unfamiliar with the path." This gobi was a hunter's forbidden zone, known as the land of the buried bones. "That's not a problem. We have satellite phones and a positioning system. We won't get lost. As for the beasts you mention, with our numbers and firearms, what is there to fear? Daily, numerous transport teams operate in the refugee zones without incident. You must realize, in this era, firearms reign supreme," Yipeng asserted, patting the holster at his waist, unconcerned as he issued commands to the team. "Prepare the convoy. We depart." Ningxia watched Yipeng's retreating figure, letting out a faint sigh. This man was utterly ignorant of the wilderness, and his blind confidence in firearms would ultimately lead to his downfall. Even though Ningxia was reluctant to venture deeper into the gobi, he had no choice, for Lin Sun remained in the hands of mercenaries. Even for Lin Sun's sake, he had to take risks. Such was the meaning of their bond. Upon returning to the truck bed, Ningxia handed a wristband, stained with oil and nearly unrecognizable as red, to Fatty Li. "Wear this?" Fatty Li took it obediently. "Zhigu, what is this?" Ningxia unfastened his backpack, lazily leaning against the edge of the truck bed. "A talisman, left to me by my godfather before his departure, said to ensure safety." "Zhigu, I truly didn't expect you to be so kind to me." Fatty Li grinned, quickly putting the talisman on his wrist. "I have never believed in the supernatural, nor do I think this object can offer protection. It serves merely as a memento. The reason I give it to you is that you are too heavy and slow. Should a beast attack, I will do my utmost to protect you, but if I cannot, I can only look out for myself, and you will likely be the first to perish." Ningxia scratched his nose, satisfied as he glanced at the red string on Fatty Li's wrist. "With this string, perhaps it will be easier to find you by tracing back through the remains. The gobi is not the same as the desert. It is a barren terrain characterized by coarse sand and gravel overlaying a hard substrate, with a rough ground surface and slight undulations. The bedrock rises through the surface, and due to years of erosion by wind and sand, it possesses a striking sense of stratification. The desert, perpetually scorched by the sun, harbors few large predators, whereas the gobi is different. Ningxia had once stumbled into the gobi to escape a wolf pack, and he still shudders at the memory of encountering a giant bear. The merciless sun beat down like a blazing fire upon the earth, and the undulating gobi resembled a steamer, with heat waves distorting the air. Scanning the surroundings, one could occasionally spot the skeletal remains of dead trees, but mostly, the landscape was monotonously yellow, bleak and lifeless, instilling a profound sense of fatigue, as if it were an endless expanse. Winds swept across the gobi, manifesting as swirling whirlwinds that could lift sand and gravel high into the air, resembling smoke columns rising from the ground, swirling about chaotically. These winds, fierce and relentless, could easily lift an adult off the ground. The sand and gravel whipped against the vehicle, producing a cacophony of sounds, while the paint of the off-road vehicle began to show numerous scratches. It was likely that in a few days, this layer of paint would be stripped away entirely to shield themselves from the sandstorm. Ningxia and his companions donned raincloths overhead. Occasionally, large stones struck their hands gripping the raincloth, sending sharp pains coursing through them. Due to Renjiao being a woman, Tu Shi voluntarily took on the task of holding the raincloth for her. That moment, Renjiao displayed none of the carefree demeanor she had in the desert. Her expression was serious as she looked at Ningxia. Is there anything we need to be cautious of on the Gobi? There is. Ningxia pondered for a moment and nodded. Do not wash your hands after using the restroom. Rinjiao looked curious. Is this some sort of special custom, or is it to leave a scent to confuse the beasts? Ningxia grinned. No, it's to conserve water. Rinjiao's eyes widened. Could you be more serious? Ningxia laughed heartily. Our foremost priority is to keep a safe distance from the research team. Are you suggesting they are in danger? Rinjiao narrowed her eyes. They carried abundant food, including cured meats and sausages, all rich in aroma, which could easily attract wild beasts. I just advised Yipeng to discard the food, but he refused. Ningxia stated calmly. By bringing these items, they risk encountering wildlife. Are you referring to the wolf pack? Tu Shi's eyes gleamed. The Gobi was fraught with lethal threats, not merely limited to wolves. Ningxia shook his head slightly. For some reason, he felt Tu Shi was also quite intrigued by the wolf pack. Chapter 47. Baiting with lives. As Ningxia had predicted, this Gobi, known as the Land of Bones, was indeed perilous. Typically, transport teams heading to the fortress would rather take a longer route through the desert than traverse this area. The difficult terrain was precisely due to the lack of human presence. The paths within the Gobi were often riddled with potholes. However, some elevated areas featured patches of relatively flat ground, remnants of roads from the old world. Although most had long since been buried underground, with only fragments pushed to the surface by tectonic movements, it was said that many such relics from the old world existed in this realm, with treasure hunters making a living from them, but Ningxia had yet to encounter any ruins near Fortress 87. The convoy traveled approximately 10 kilometers into the Gobi before finally halting beneath a large bridge. The bridge ahead was a broken structure, its base seemingly sprouting from the ground, extending at a slant to a height of 20 meters before abruptly ending. The row of piers supporting the bridge was at least 2 meters in diameter. And while the occupants of the fortress regarded it with indifference, Ningxia and Fatty Li were profoundly astonished. As the sun set, casting a warm orange glow on the horizon, illuminating the scaly evening clouds. Gao Errong emerged from the off-road vehicle with the roll of film camera in hand, a broad smile adorning his face as he approached Pei Xiangtong. Having lived in the fortress for so many years, I never imagined the outside world held such breathtaking scenery. It's truly magnificent. Senior, how about I take a photo of you here in this romantic setting? Romantic? Did you not notice those refugees fleeing yesterday? I truly fail to see any romance in such a desolate place. Pei Xiangtong gazed at the distant wind and sand, feeling no stirring within her. Come on, just take a picture. The people inside the fortress have never seen such a landscape. I assure you, once you bring this photo back, many will envy you. Gao Shengrong continued to prattle on. I left the fortress to conduct research, not for leisure. Pei Xiangtong once again declined, beginning to dig into a withered wild grass in the distance alongside Professor Xie. Meanwhile, Yipeng approached Ningxia, casting a cold glance at him. We have been traversing the Gobi for quite some time, yet we have not encountered any traces of wolf droppings again. Can you ascertain that your bearings are correct? I mentioned before entering the Gobi that I am not familiar with the terrain here and can only rely on some common knowledge. Wolves are very cautious creatures. They certainly move against the wind to prevent other predators from discovering their tracks. As for whether we can find them, it is a matter of luck. Ningxia glanced at the sun, which was nearly sinking below the horizon, and continued, most beasts on the wasteland are nocturnal. Once night falls, it becomes perilous. Therefore, we cannot proceed any further. We must find a place to camp. Indeed, that makes sense. Yipeng scanned the surroundings and then pointed to the broken bridge rising from the flat ground behind. Tonight, we shall camp on the bridge, while you lot stay below. What do you mean? Do you want us to serve as bait? Tu Shi stepped forward with a sullen face upon hearing Yipeng's words. This broken bridge was over 10 meters high, with only one entrance and exit, by ordering them to stay beneath. Yipeng was clearly placing them in danger, intending to use them as a shield. Ningxia narrowed his eyes at this remark. These people from the fortress actually expected these refugees to sacrifice themselves as bait, serving as alarms and sentinels against danger. What else? A bunch of lowly peasants thinking they can rest alongside us. Yipeng did not deny Tu Shi's words and coldly instructed the other soldiers, dismantle the steering wheels from several vehicles and head to the bridge to set up camp. Yes. Several soldiers responded and began to busy themselves by the vehicles. Meanwhile, Gao Shengrong rushed to Yipeng's side. Captain Yi, I suggest you assign a few people to keep watch tonight over these refugees, to prevent them from stealing our belongings. I've heard that their hands are not clean. Indeed, that is a valid point. Then tonight, you shall keep watch. Yipeng patted Gao Shengrong's arm and took 2 soldiers with him to inspect the terrain on the bridge. Gao Shengrong was momentarily stunned. Lightly slapping himself, cursing his bad luck, the group of mercenaries quickly began to transport various supplies, preparing to set up camp on the bridge, while Ran Jiao and Tu Shi searched for a sheltered spot below the bridge to dig a pit. Just as they were finishing, Ningzhu approached them. You've chosen the wrong location. This is a downwind area. If any beasts are lured here by the scent of food from the bridge, they will undoubtedly approach from the downwind direction. You should move to the other side of the bridge. Although the wind may be stronger there, it will allow you to avoid the route taken by any attacking animals. Why didn't you tell us sooner? Ren Jiao's face flushed with anger after hearing Ningzhu's words. The Gobi is not like the desert. Digging such a large hole has drained both of their energy. Ren Jiao, let it go. Brother Ning's reminder is out of goodwill. Tu Shi chuckled, climbing out of the deep pit. While the sky is still bright, let us dig another one. Then you won't be needing this hole. Will you? Ningzhu jumped into the pit and waved at Li Pengzi. Pengzi, bring our stuff over. Coming. Li Pengzi ran over with 2 bundles in his arms. Hey, didn't you say that this place would attract beasts? Ren Jiao widened her eyes and questioned Ningzhu upon seeing his actions. Yes, it certainly will attract them, but even if we were truly in an upwind position, we wouldn't be able to escape if beasts arrive. They have keen senses, but their eyesight is not poor either. If they are lured here, can they not see there are people beneath the bridge? Ningzhu sniffed, inspecting the pit, then spoke to Li Pengzi. I am not particularly satisfied with this pit. We need to continue modifying it, Tu Shi? You scoundrel! I'll kill you. Ren Jiao, after a moment of silence, suddenly exploded, reaching for her waist. Xiao Jiao, calm down. Don't be so impulsive. Tu Shi forcibly held Ren Jiao back, dragging her away. Time swiftly passed into night. The Gobi was filled with the ghostly howling of the wind, and below the bridge was shrouded in darkness. While the bridge above was illuminated by the bonfire lit by the research team, casting a warm glow against the vast starry sky. Ningzhu and his companions had dug a pit in the flat ground, propping the entrance with branches and covering it with waterproof cloth, providing both wind protection and basic insulation. At that moment, about 30 meters away, behind a large rock, Ningzhu and Li Pengzi were searching for a place to relieve themselves. After finding a slightly flat area, Li Pengzi waved Ningzhu over. Brother Zhe, come here. There's a natural toilet here. As Ningzhu approached, he was taken aback by the traces on the ground. The row of pits Li Pengzi pointed out were unmistakably a series of paw prints, larger than his head, belonging to a beast. Chapter 48. Crisis lurking upon hearing Ningzhu's account and realizing that the traces were actually bear tracks. Li Pengzi was left in utter disbelief. He simply could not fathom the appearance of an animal with paw prints the size of a head. Eventually, he incredulously asked Ningzhu, Brother Zhe, I heard you once hunted bears. Is this the kind of creature? I have indeed hunted bears, but that creature was nowhere near this size. It seems that the beasts in this wasteland have been growing larger lately. The wolf pack that attacked the town was unlike any I had encountered before. We cannot linger here. We must leave immediately. Ningzhu disregarded his previous needs and swiftly retreated to the pit with Li Pengzi. After packing their belongings, they hurried to the location where Ren Jiao and Tu Shi were staying. Ren Jiao and Tu Shi lacked wilderness survival experience and had only learned to dig pits from Ningzhu. Due to the differences between genders, they had placed a curtain in the middle of their pit. As Ningzhu lifted the curtain, a knife appeared in the darkness, pressed against his chest. It's me? Ningzhu, illuminated by the moonlight, locked eyes with Ren Jiao, explaining, this place is not safe. We must leave. What? Do you think we're uncomfortable in that pit and are trying to trick us into changing locations? Ren Jiao was clearly still upset with Ningzhu's prior actions, having dug 2 pits in succession. Leaving her arms a bit sored, I've done my duty to warn you. Whether you believe it or not, Pengzi, let us go. Ningzhu gave the 2 a brief warning, then said no more. Leading Li Pengzi swiftly toward the upwind position point 2 minutes later, Ren Jiao and Tu Shi followed them, crouching behind a stone 100 meters away that provided shelter from the wind. Brother Ning? What did you mean when you said the area beneath the bridge is unsafe? Tu Shi inquired softly, squatting beside Ningzhu. The place we are camping tonight is within the territory of roaming beasts. If we remain beneath the bridge, it could indeed become perilous. Ninja spoke candidly without holding back. Should we notify the people on the bridge? Tushar asked, becoming serious, seemingly concerned about the research team. No need. Ninja shook his head slightly. Traveling at night in the wasteland is even more dangerous. Yipeng will not take that risk, and he may not even believe me. He might think we are merely using this as an excuse to head to the bridge. They have firearms, but we do not, and I certainly do not trust that they would protect us when danger arises. Are we really safe just waiting here? Ren Jiao questioned, gazing at the broken bridge that seemed out of place against the desolate Gobi. Along with the fire above, before I called you over, I caught a jumping mouse, skinned it, and buried it beneath the bridge. If there are indeed beasts nearby, they will be attracted by the scent of blood first. As long as they notice that there are people on the bridge, we will be safe. Ninja understood that, without ranged weapons, it would be extremely difficult for their small group to contend with the ferocious beasts of the wilderness. Since the fortress dwellers intended to use them as bait, he felt no guilt about his actions, continuing, from now on, we will each take turns keeping watch and ensure that the person on watch does not fall asleep. Only then can we all escape at the first sign of danger. Pongzi, I'll keep watch during the first half of the night. Li Pongzi looked at the amulet on his wrist. Taking the initiative to offer. After spending some time together, he knew that Ning Zhi's previous remarks had been in jest. If real danger arose, the others would not abandon him. Good, Ning Zhi nodded. Those not on watch should rest up. From now on, everyone must remain vigilant. As the night wore on, the latter half became increasingly arduous, especially in the moments just before dawn when the body's functions significantly declined. Rendering one lethargic, on the desolate expanse with drastic temperature fluctuations between day and night, the night air had long since plummeted below freezing. Although the stone shelter that Ning Zhi and his companions occupied offered some protection from the biting wind, the chill still rendered his hands and feet numb. He could only wrap a rainproof cloth around himself to stave off the cold, while his companion, Tushar, trembled incessantly. Ningxia rummaged through his bag and handed a crumpled plastic bag to Tushar. Eat this. It helps stave off the cold. What is this? Tushar inquired as he opened the bag, immediately assaulted by a nauseating odor, and the contents felt soft and unappetizing. It's made from the belly and back fat of a wolf. Mixed with sugar to replenish energy and warmth, Ningxia explained, lowering his head to consume it. Seeing this, Tushar followed suit, taking a bite and finding it exceedingly difficult to chew, accompanied by an indescribable gamey taste. Nonetheless, he suppressed his urge to vomit and swallowed it down. You and Ren Jiao are not refugees, are you? Ningxia observed Tushar's struggle with the food and asked in a calm tone while gnawing on the wolf's offal. Why do you ask that? Is it because I can't stomach this? Tushar replied, tearing another piece of fat. Ren Jiao and I are indeed refugees, but we hail from the heart of the Federation. It's not as arid as the north. It boasts vast forests and mountains, and even seas and lakes. The life of refugees in the heartland is far more expansive, their fates not tightly gripped by the tycoons. In that region, if a stronghold wishes to employ refugees, they must offer generous benefits, unlike the exploitation seen in the northern wastelands. In this era, people are the primary productive force, thus the central tycoons, unable to compel large numbers of refugees, lack the abundant and inexpensive labor resources found in these barren lands. Ningxia's eyelids fluttered open slightly. It turned out that not all refugee areas were desolate like the north, but also contained the forests and oceans mentioned in books. Since Ren Jiao and Tushar came from the central plains, did that mean Su Fei did as well? If, as Tushar claimed, the central plains were so prosperous, why had they traversed countless miles through perilous wastelands to arrive in such a barren northern region? Ningxia pondered for quite some time, but could not grasp the rationale. Nor did he press Tushar further, sensing that this was a secret closely guarded by Su Fei and his group, one they would not disclose to others. After consuming some of the unpalatable, oddly flavored wolf fat, Ningxia felt the cold dissipate somewhat, his stomach warming. Yet weariness weighed down on him even more at last. A faint light appeared on the horizon, transforming the world from pitch black to a muted gray. Throughout the night, Ningxia's fears of a beast attack had not materialized, and upon witnessing this dawn, he prepared to lean against the stone for a brief rest, knowing that with the sun's rise, the likelihood of encountering beasts would significantly diminish. Suddenly, just as Ningxia closed his eyes, a series of explosive gunshots erupted like thunderclaps in the distance, resonating violently across the bridge. Chapter 49. Supernatural events. The tranquil dawn on the Gobi Desert was abruptly shattered by the unexpected gunfire. Ren Jiao, who had been dozing against the stone, snapped awake at the sound, her gaze darting warily around. Too sure. What is happening? Too sure, equally cautious, fixed his attention on the broken bridge. Gunfire on the bridge. It sounds like only one gun is firing, 2 rounds of simultaneous shots. Someone is coming down, Ningzhu observed from afar, spotting a figure racing down the slope of the broken bridge, pursued by several others. As the foremost individual reached the bottom of the bridge, they were immediately pounced upon and pinned to the ground. Too sure, watching the scene unfold with curiosity as several mercenaries subdued a member of their group. Remarked, "What is going on? It doesn't seem like they are in any danger. Let us go see," Ren Jiao suggested, stretching her limbs and rising to her feet. Ningzhu roused the sleeping Fatty Li and began moving towards the bridge. "Let go of me! You're not supposed to hold me. There are ghosts. There are ghosts on the bridge." As Ningzhu and the others approached, they could hear the frantic cries of the mercenary, whose face was ashen and pupils dilated, clearly traumatized. Despite being restrained by 2 others, he struggled violently. "Run! You all must run! There are ghosts! There are ghosts here!" At this moment, Yipeng, Xie Guangquan, and the others, jolted awake from their slumber, arrived at the bridge, taking in the chaotic scene. "Damn it! Who fired the gun?" Yipeng bellowed. "Captain! Shi Qingye has gone mad. We were just awakened by the gunfire and found him shooting at thin air. After I took his gun, he bolted down." A soldier responded. "Commander! Commander! There are ghosts! There are ghosts here. I saw a woman in red snatch away 2 of our comrades. I saw it with my own eyes." The mercenary who had fired the gun trembled as he explained to Yipeng, and as he turned, others noticed that his pants were already damp. Smack! Yipeng stepped forward and slapped Shi Qingye across the face. "Damn it! Do you take me for a 3-year-old? There are no ghosts or gods in this world. What nonsense are you spouting? It's true. It's real. I saw her take our people," Shi Qingye shouted, wide-eyed and frantic. "Enough! If you continue to spread panic, do you believe I won't shoot you?" Yipeng barked, drawing his firearm and pressing it against Shi Qingye's forehead. "Captain Yi, let it go. He might be suffering from desert syndrome." Xie Guangquan interjected, stepping forward to restrain Yipeng's arm. "We've been traversing the desert and Gobi for days. This place appears barren due to a lack of vegetation, and the soldiers lack experience here, often leading to psychological dehydration. His body instinctively mirrors his mental state, exhibiting symptoms of dehydration, leading to fainting, weakness, or even hallucinations. This is a psychological illness. Is there such a bizarre ailment?" Yipeng, upon hearing Xie Guangquan's explanation, lowered his gun. "Professor, is there any way to alleviate or treat these symptoms?" "There are methods. Certain antidepressant medications may help alleviate his symptoms. Resting away from the desert for a while would also provide relief." "But we do not have such medications in our ranks," Xie Guangquan explained, observing the dazed Shi Qingye. "The early symptoms of this illness include a vacant gaze, slow reactions, irritability, and heightened excitement or melancholy. In the later stages, the individual becomes emotionless, devoid of any stimuli, perceiving everything as normal, resembling a fool. We've already ventured deep into the Gobi. Attempting to send him back to the stronghold for recovery is utterly impossible." Yipeng contemplated. "Let us do this. We'll take him along. Li Ming, Jin Wei, you 2 bind Shi Qingye and take care of him on the way." No response came from the team. "Commander!" Li Ming and Jin Wei seemed to be missing. A mercenary, having surveyed the area, noted the absence of 2 individuals from their ranks. Due to Shi Qingye's earlier gunfire, everyone had been drawn to the scene. But now it became evident that 2 members were indeed gone. At that moment, Shi Qingye continued to mutter, trembling, "There are ghosts. There are ghosts here." Instantaneously, a chilling atmosphere enveloped the hearts of all present. When everyone had set up camp on the bridge, the small tent occupied by Shi Qingye, Li Ming, and Jin Wei was situated at the innermost part of the broken bridge, adjacent to the cliff, leaving no room for escape. "Calm down. There's no need to panic," Yipeng growled, irritated by the murmurs within the crowd. "You all have grown accustomed to a life of luxury in the stronghold. I can understand your discomfort in the impoverished refugee area, but Li Ming and Jin Wei have clearly deserted. Captain Yi, according to your orders, I kept watch all night and didn't see anyone descend from the bridge. That broken bridge is so high. They couldn't possibly have jumped down, Could they? Gao Shengrong, having heard Yiping's statement, voiced his skepticism. But upon meeting Yiping's sharp gaze, he retreated, muttering, "Perhaps I dozed off and they slipped away. I declare, Li Ming and Jin Wei have violated regulations and deserted. Effective immediately, they are expelled from the mercenary unit. Their families will be expelled from the stronghold and relegated to refugees. Any further acts of desertion will result in immediate execution, no exceptions." Yiping's voice rang out as he glared at the crowd. "Do you all understand?" "Yes." The remaining mercenaries, upon hearing this, stood at attention. Unlike the guards supported by the tycoons, these mercenaries were merely organized by the stronghold's management center to safeguard it. Lacking any sense of honor, however, upon learning that desertion would affect their families, some of the more timid soldiers found their courage, having witnessed firsthand the harshness of life among the refugees. "All right, everyone prepare and assemble immediately. We shall continue our journey." Though Yiping presented a tough exterior, he felt an unsettling aura surrounding the broken bridge and wished to depart swiftly from this site of turmoil. Fatty Li, having observed the unfolding events from a distance, muttered to Ninja, "Zhigu, these soldiers are quite different from what I imagined. I had always believed that they were utterly fearless, to my astonishment. They too can turn into deserters. These mercenaries are merely working for the management center. If it weren't for the instinct to survive, who would willingly risk their lives for others? They are just ordinary individuals. The notion that the people of the fortress are formidable is but an illusion. Aside from their fortunate births within the fortress, they share no significant differences with us, and their concerns may even be greater." Ningxia paused briefly, casting a sidelong glance at Renjiao and Tu Shi. "Do you believe there are deserters among our ranks? Impossible. If there were deserters, they would at least make an attempt to escape by vehicle. Otherwise, these soldiers, lacking experience in desert survival, would likely be lost in the wilderness, unable to find their way home. For them, the fortress represents the best sanctuary. To become a deserter signifies a return to the fortress being impossible, condemning them to a life of wandering." Renjiao observed Shi Chengya, who was bound and shoved into a vehicle by two soldiers, then glanced at the desolate Gobi. No one would make such a foolish choice. "This situation is quite suspicious. Everyone, stay alert." Seeing that Renjiao's thoughts aligned with his own, Ningxia nodded slightly. "Zhigu, what do you mean by that? Could it be that this place is truly haunted?" Li Pengzi, overhearing their conversation, felt his hair stand on end, a chill creeping over his scalp. Chapter 50. Intestine sashimi. In regard to the disappearance of the two soldiers, Yiping resolutely classified it as an act of desertion. However, those within the team were well aware that the two mercenaries did not depart voluntarily. Two living beings simply vanished into thin air, and the only witness to their disappearance, Shi Chengya, had now become a rambling madman, incessantly claiming that the two were taken by ghosts. This only deepened the cloud of suspicion surrounding the team, with every member feeling on edge. Ningxia dismissed Shi Chengya's claims. In a refugee area where illiteracy rates exceed 90%, superstitions abound, yet Ningxia, being an atheist, held no belief in the supernatural. If ghosts truly existed in this world, those oppressed and slaughtered by the fortress dwellers would have long since transformed into vengeful spirits. Wreaking havoc upon the fortress, Tu Shi and Renjiao shared Ningxia's skepticism. Seizing a moment while packing, Renjiao lowered her voice and inquired of Tu Shi, "Did you notice anything unusual on the bridge while you and Ningxia were on night watch?" "No, at that time. We were at least 100 meters away from the broken bridge. The surroundings were pitch dark and visibility was poor. I saw nothing." Tu Shi shook his head gently, responding earnestly. "Do you think those two missing soldiers could have been taken by the demon spawn? Aside from them, it's hard to imagine anyone being capable of carrying away two fully armed soldiers from a bridge several dozen meters high. That is a possibility, but I find it unlikely. Based on the information we have, the large-scale awakening of demon spawn was triggered by the volcanic eruption in the radiation zone 3 months ago, resulting in a global increase in radiation levels. Even if demon spawn have awakened in such a short time, they could not possibly be so formidable." Renjiao pondered for a moment before continuing her analysis. "Even if demon spawn are powerful, we have yet to hear of anyone capable of withstanding firearms. If the assailant were indeed demon spawn, there would be no rationale for them to risk attacking a fully armed team of mercenaries in this desolate Gobi, especially just to abduct two ordinary soldiers. This is precisely where my confusion lies." Tu Shi glanced at the tense mercenaries in the distance, slightly gnawing at his gums. This Gobi is exceedingly eerie. Within the entire scientific expedition team, only 2 individuals remained steadfast in their belief that the 2 soldiers were taken by ghosts. One being Shi Qingye, who insisted he witnessed his comrades being seized by a female ghost, and the other, Li Pengzi. Ever since hearing Shi Qingye's account, Li Pengzi felt an unease enveloping him. Even the sunlight upon him felt cold, leading him to closely follow Ning Zhe. "Zhigu, what should I do if that female ghost comes after us?" "Fear not. Those female ghosts are afraid of individuals with strong young energy. As a virgin, she would surely avoid you." Ning Zhe, preoccupied with packing the rain tarp, replied without lifting his head. But I'm not a virgin," Li Pengzi exclaimed, his eyes reddening with urgency. "Zhigu, you don't think that female ghost will come after me, do you? I've heard from the elders in the village that female ghosts, upon capturing someone, delight in extracting their intestines to make sashimi. Get lost. Do you think that ghost has nothing better to do than to make sashimi out of you?" Ning Zhe chuckled at Li Pengzi's antics, then looked at him with mild surprise. "You're not a virgin? That is quite the rarity. What sort of blind girl would take a liking to you? Was it the one who dumped you before?" "It wasn't that girl. To be precise, it was an ant," Li Pengzi muttered, his head hanging low. "I used to be quite thin and reasonably handsome. However, after my brother went hunting, we seldom saw each other. And I had to find work. A woman in the town took a liking to me and seduced me, claiming she could ensure I had enough to eat. At tea that time, I was bullied daily in the factory, and my provisions were withheld by the foreman. I was desperate, so I agreed." "You had such a history?" Ning Zhe responded to Li Pengzi's revelation without any particular sentiment. Such events were commonplace in the refugee area. Doing anything to survive was not shameful. Indeed, that woman was over 40. She even fed me a certain medication every day, which I later discovered contained hormones, leading me to gain weight. Eventually, she was executed by the enforcement team for smuggling, and the factory workers continued to bully me, mocking me. To survive, I could only resort to being a latrine worker. Li Pengzi bowed his head deeply. "In truth, I initially agreed to that old woman's terms solely to survive. I feared that if I starved to death, no one would care for my brother." Upon hearing Li Pengzi's words, Ning Zhe was suddenly reminded of Li Dongbao and ceased his jesting, patting his shoulder. "All right? Stop overthinking. There are no ghosts in this world, and moreover, Ning Zhe." Before Ning Zhe could finish his sentence, Yipeng approached him with purposeful strides. "Prepare yourself. Starting today, we must expedite our progress and complete our mission as swiftly as possible. I have previously mentioned that I am not familiar with this Gobi, and hunting requires patience. The more anxious we are, the more counterproductive it will be." Ning Zhe noted that Yipeng's pistol's firing hammer was in the open position, indicating that a bullet was chambered. It was uncertain whether this was to prevent a mutiny, or if he too had been unsettled by the earlier bizarre occurrences, yet he dared not voice it. "Regardless, we must leave this place as soon as possible." Yipeng paused, looking earnestly at Ning Zhe. "Last night, while you were staying beneath the bridge, did you notice anything unusual? If we discover something unusual, then it is not merely your soldiers who are missing, but rather me. Wouldn't you agree?" Ning Zhe shot a glance at Yipeng. "I have long stated that this Gobi is quite peculiar. We should retreat now while we still can. You are merely a guide. Focus on your duties, prepare yourself. We are departing." Yipeng coldly tossed out a sentence before turning to leave. Ning Zhe watched Yipeng's retreating figure. His brow furrowed. He had long heard of these mercenaries being an undignified rabble lacking any sense of honor. Yet at this moment, it seemed that Yipeng bore some urgent obligation to complete the mission. Perhaps due to the disappearance of the 2 mercenaries, the broken bridge instilled a sense of dread in everyone, leading them to skip breakfast and swiftly ready their belongings, embarking on their journey. 2 hours later, the convoy entered a vast canyon, traveling approximately 2 kilometers before halting at a fork in the road. Yipeng stood by the vehicle, surveying the area. "Everyone, remain in place, Ning Zhe. Take a look and see which path we should take." Upon hearing this, the entire convoy exited the vehicles, stretching their limbs, drinking water, and eating. Ning Zhe also climbed into the truck bed, preparing to search for signs of wildlife activity at the fork. Just as Ning Zhe approached the fork, a terrified scream suddenly erupted from the direction of the convoy. Chapter 51. The creatures in the cave. The sudden scream from the convoy caused Ning Zhe to start, quickly retreating and shouting, "Don't scream. We are currently in a canyon. If we attract any beasts, none of us will escape. Zhigu." You must go check it out, Li Pengzi, seeing Ningxia return, pointed at a large rock nearby, breathing heavily. It's terrifying, Ningxia, upon hearing Li Pengzi's words, took a few steps around the rock, his expression turning serious. They had not noticed this large boulder at the canyon's edge during their earlier advance. But upon circling around, he discovered a natural cave, roughly 1 meter in diameter, shrouded in darkness. Scattered at the cave's entrance were numerous blood-stained remnants of clothing, precisely the type worn by Ningxia and his companions. Can anyone explain to me what the hell is going on here? Gao Shengrong, witnessing this scene, felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The fortress where they resided was a place governed by rules and order, where social status dictated everything. They had never encountered anything beyond comprehension. I don't know. A pale-faced soldier numbly shook his head. I intended to come here for a moment of relief, but I stumbled upon my comrade's clothing. And that's why I screamed. Wei Peng stepped forward and rummaged through the fragments of clothing, quickly discovering an identification card among them. His expression darkened. This is Jin Wei's ID. Upon hearing this, an uproar erupted among the crowd. Jin Wei was indeed one of the 2 soldiers who had vanished before dawn. After the scientific expedition team had departed from the location of the missing soldiers, they had traveled at least 70 to 80 kilometers in the span of 2 hours without encountering any other creatures. Yet here, they had found remnants of Jin Wei's clothing and his identification card, thereby discrediting the notion of desertion. This indicated that whatever had taken him had moved with a speed surpassing that of a vehicle. The soldiers felt a creeping dread, and even Ningxia felt the hair on the back of his neck stand on end. Earlier, he had seen bear tracks near the broken bridge and had assumed that area was the territory of bears. However, given the morning's evidence, the disappearance of those 2 soldiers could not have been the work of a bear. Such a large creature could not have stealthily abducted 2 soldiers without a trace. With this thought, Ningxia drew his waist knife and ventured into the cave. As he took his first step, a foul, fishy odor assailed his senses, and the temperature inside the cave dropped sharply, contrasting starkly with the heat outside. The flashlight, illuminate the path, Yi Peng commanded, observing Ningxia's initiative. He quickly tossed his flashlight to Ningxia. Grasping the flashlight, Ningxia advanced cautiously into the cave, straining his ears to catch any sounds within the dim space. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed beneath his feet. He looked down with his flashlight and gasped. What he had just stepped on was a snake's shed skin, the discarded remnants of a snake's growth. As a hunter, Ningxia was accustomed to eating snakes and harbored no fear of this sight. However, what truly astonished him was the size of the shed skin. The largest snakes he had encountered in the desert were about the thickness of an arm, but the scale beneath him was the size of a human fist. And judging by its brittleness, it had been shed long ago. This indicated that a giant python resided within the cave. SSSSSS. SSSSSS. The sound of the snake flicking its tongue began to resonate within the cave, echoing as if it were a surround sound. Enveloping Ningxia, he raised the flashlight, directing its beam deeper into the cave. Illuminated by the light, countless serpents, each as thick as an arm, writhed in a tangled mass, their bodies undulating as if the very ground teemed with life. Further back, clusters of snake eggs and piles of white bones resembled small hills. A deeper, more resonant hiss emerged as a section of python, thicker than a human's body, slithered slowly along a stalagmite. At that moment, Ningxia finally comprehended the nature of the creature capable of silently scaling a 20-meter-high bridge and effortlessly abducting 2 soldiers. Thud, thud. Upon seeing that section of the serpent, Ningxia instinctively turned and fled. What's inside? What did you find? Yi Peng shouted from outside the cave as he witnessed Ningxia running toward the entrance, flashlight in hand. Run! Quick, run! Ningxia had no time to respond, sprinting out of the cave with all his might, grasping the wrist of Li Pengzi and pulling him along. Considering the speed at which the giant python had taken the 2 soldiers, it was unlikely they could outrun it. However, as long as Ningxia could run faster than the others, that would suffice. He was no saint and could not sacrifice himself for the sake of the soldiers. SSSSSS. As Ningxia fled, Yi Peng finally caught sight of the mass of snakes surging out of the cave. He bellowed to the soldiers, "See that? I told you there's no such thing as ghosts in this world. Group 1, secure the cave entrance. Group 2, get me the flamethrowers from the vehicle. Professor Xia, we must leave this place at once." With a flurry of activity, Yiping's mercenary team swiftly formed into groups of 3. Their combat training, though inferior to that of regular troops, beginning to shine through. As Yiping issued commands, 3 soldiers raised their weapons, aiming toward the depths of the cave, while the others shielded Xieguangquan and Pei Xiangtong as they moved toward the vehicles. Rat-a-tat-tat. The 3 soldiers stationed at the cave entrance, upon seeing the snake horde approaching, began to fire wildly. The colorful snakes within the cave writhed and twisted as bullets struck them, while the others pressed forward over their fallen comrades. "Captain, there are too many snakes inside. We can't hold them back." One mercenary, having emptied his magazine, quickly retreated to allow his comrades to fill his position. "Steady, snakes fear fire. Once the flamethrowers arrive, we can repel them." As the captain spoke, he drew a grenade from his belt. "Fall back. Prepare to suppress with grenades." Thud, thud. The other 2 soldiers swiftly retreated, and the captain pulled the pin from the grenade, hurling it into the cave. Boom! 3 seconds later, a deafening explosion reverberated within the cave, the shockwave and scattering shrapnel sending snakes sprawling in every direction, while dust and debris rained down from the cliff above. "It worked. Keep throwing. Stop the snake horde from escaping the cave." The captain felt a surge of hope as he witnessed the chaos. Suddenly, a massive snake head pierced through the smoke in the cave, lunging forward to devour the battle group leader whole. Chapter 52. The Calamity of the Python. After bursting forth from the snake hole, Ninja grasped Li Pengzi and began to run. However, after covering a short distance, he sensed something was amiss. At this point, they had ventured 2 kilometers deep into the canyon. Attempting to return on foot would surely lead to being overwhelmed by the snake horde, and neither he nor Li Pengzi knew how to drive. Fortunately, Yiping, accompanied by several mercenaries, had reached the convoy alongside Xieguangquan and Pei Xiangtong. Without hesitation, Ninja yanked Li Pengzi and jumped into the back of a vehicle. Tu Shi and Ranjiao, lacking wilderness survival experience, had wisely followed Ninja, who was well versed in such matters, and quickly climbed in as well. Boom! At that moment, an explosion erupted from behind a boulder, sending a violent tremor that startled Li Pengzi. Group 1 has begun to repel the snake horde. Group 2, grab the flamethrowers and move to support. Everyone else, retreat from the canyon. Yiping barked orders as they reached the vehicles, fully aware that lingering any longer would spell disaster. "Captain, we might not make it." One of the members of Group 2, having retrieved his weapon from the hedgehog vehicle, turned just in time to see a snake thicker than a human's body emerge from behind the boulder. This serpent was bizarrely red and bore black vines clinging to its head, resembling a figure with long hair dressed in red at first glance. It was no wonder that Shi Chengya had been so bewildered in the darkness. An unimaginable giant python sent chills down the spines of the mercenaries. This was the true nature of the world beyond the fortress. Simultaneously, snakes began to emerge from the crevices of the cliffs on either side, swarming in droves as if the ground and mountains had been painted with a writhing hue. "Damn it! How can there be so many snakes in this place?" Yiping shouted, feeling his scalp prickle. Before hastily diving into the hedgehog vehicle. "Go. Move." Thud, thud. The soldiers nearby scrambled to get inside the vehicle, with Gao Shengrong being the first to slam down on the accelerator, hurtling forward. "Captain, wait for us." The remaining 2 soldiers from Group 1 sprinted from behind the boulders, but the others were already too preoccupied to heed their calls, climbing aboard to escape. The 2 were quickly engulfed by the snake horde. Crash! Yiping's driving skills were lacking, and as the vehicle lurched forward, the trailer carrying Ninja and the others became unbalanced, colliding clumsily with the mountainside. Bang! A sharp crack resounded as the hitch connecting the trailer to the hedgehog vehicle snapped, sending Ninja and the others tumbling behind, while Yiping, heedless of their shouts, sped away amidst a cloud of dust. A fresh scream echoed from behind. Shi Chengya, previously suspected of madness, was bound to the vehicle of the first combat group. With the vehicle unmanned, he was soon devoured by the snake horde, his cries abruptly silenced as a serpent slithered down his throat. Boom, boom. As the tide of snakes surged forward, the remaining mercenaries began to hurl grenades, then leaped onto the nearby hedgehog vehicle. "We've been abandoned. Get out and run on foot. Move quickly." Ninja cursed as he watched Yiping drive away in the hedgehog vehicle, drawing his knife. Even though his survival instincts urged him to fight, he knew all too well that their chances of survival were dwindling rapidly. Zhang Feng, help me!" Li Pengzi, crouched in the back of the vehicle, spotted a mercenary in the hedgehog vehicle and called out desperately, "Swish!" The mercenary, initially prepared to flee, hesitated upon hearing Li Pengzi's cries and glanced back at the swarming snakes. In that fleeting moment, he decided to drive toward them. "Do you know him?" Ninja had never anticipated that the sentinels would regard their lives with any seriousness. Thus, he felt profoundly astonished upon witnessing their vehicle approach. Just prior to our entry into the Gobi, he had sustained a wound to his arm from a branch, and I had distributed a few tablets of antibiotics to him. Li Peng nodded. Fearful that Ninja might harbor anger even in such a critical moment, for Ninja had repeatedly cautioned that the antibiotics were his lifeline, strictly forbidden to be shared with others. Yet, it was precisely this benevolent act of Li Peng that had afforded them a glimmer of hope. Creak. Zhang Fong, alone in his vehicle, sped toward the cargo area of Ninja's group, executing a sharp turn to halt abruptly. Before leaping into the passenger seat to commandeer the light machine gun, attach the cargo. Swiftly, whoosh, as the command was issued, Ninja and the others sprang beneath the vehicle, hastening to maneuver the cargo. Preparing to hook it onto the hedgehog vehicle, buzz. Another hedgehog vehicle, occupied by two individuals, had also commenced its journey. Trailing behind them was the colossal serpent. Ninja had never encountered a snake of such magnitude. Its head was comparable to that of two grown adults, with its serpentine body extending far beyond sight. Damn it! This cannot continue. The driver of the hedgehog vehicle glanced in the rearview mirror at the encroaching serpentine horde. Gesturing toward Ninja's group, "Shoot out their tires. Let those people delay the snake swarm." Crash. Upon hearing the command, the mercenaries in the rear seat unhesitatingly pulled the triggers, for in such dire circumstances, no one contemplated morality. Their only concern was survival. Bang! As the mercenary fired, a gunshot resonated from Ninja's side, where Ren Jiao dashed to the hedgehog vehicle, seizing Zhang Fong's abandoned rifle and skillfully aiming it for a shot. Her movements fluid as if guided by muscle memory. Boom! The tire of the distant hedgehog vehicle exploded, rolling away as the two occupants were flung from the vehicle, instantly engulfed by the serpentine tide. Their screams piercing the air. Damn it! Do you have any idea what a transgression it is for the refugees to assault the residents of the fortress? Zhang Fong, witnessing Ren Jiao's actions, spun around in fury. Preparing to draw his pistol, he had presumed the refugees incapable of wielding firearms, yet he had underestimated Ren Jiao's marksmanship. However, Ren Jiao was swifter. As he moved, she had already raised her weapon. "Don't move. Otherwise, I will shoot you. Can we not argue right now? The snake swarm is already upon us." Ninja, observing the standoff, spoke gravely to Zhang Fong. "You just heard their threats. If we do not fire, we shall be the ones to perish." Zhang Fong ground his teeth, then retreated into the vehicle, taking the driver's seat. He had indeed heard his teammates' intentions to abandon them, and his anger stemmed from the fortress dwellers' condescending attitude, which made it difficult for him to accept that these refugees dared to act against those within the fortress. Clop, clop. Ren Jiao realized that this was not the time for disputes. She disregarded Zhang Fong's presence and rushed to the passenger seat to take control of the light machine gun. Rat-a-tat-tat. As Ren Jiao unleashed a barrage from the machine gun, plumes of smoke erupted from the ground, serpents disintegrating under the onslaught. When a bullet struck the fuel canister of a device below, a massive explosion erupted, momentarily obstructing the snake swarm. The colossal serpent, witnessing the flames separating its kin, raised its head in an attempt to forge a path, yet the bullets from the light machine gun continued to rain down, spilling its blood. After all, a beast was no match for firearms. Buzz, with the assistance of another hedgehog vehicle and the fiery barrier buying them time, Zhang Fong seized the opportunity, pressing the accelerator and fleeing with reckless abandon. Chapter 53. Heavy losses buzzing. Zhang Fong piloted the hedgehog vehicle at breakneck speed, racing along the canyon, and after approximately 5 minutes, the vehicle burst forth from the canyon's exit, trailing a thick plume of smoke. Flap, flap. As the engine roared, a flock of wild ducks, geese, and swans took flight in panic, scattering in all directions. The world beyond the canyon was no longer merely a barren gobi. Though still desolate, patches of grass were visible on the ground, interspersed with tall plants, and numerous wild rabbits and lizards scurried about. "We can slow down now. Those snakes will not pursue us any longer." Ninja, nearly sickened from the jostling, shouted loudly, "Creak!" Upon hearing the shout from behind, Zhang Fong glanced in the rearview mirror and indeed observed the snakes congregating at the canyon's exit, coiling menacingly while flicking their tongues, yet they did not venture forth. What is happening? Can those snakes not leave the canyon? Ren Jiao's eyes glimmered with curiosity at this sight. Impossible! If they could not escape the canyon, how could the giant serpent have ambushed us at the broken bridge? Zhang Fong's gaze sharpened, a fierce glint igniting within. You claim to have never traversed this gobi, yet you know the snakes cannot leave the canyon. Speak. Are you the one behind this? Please, use your brain. If you hadn't helped us escape earlier, we would have perished in the serpent's belly long ago. If I could control them, why would I need to flee with you? Your deaths would benefit me in no way. Ninja pointed toward a patch of plants outside the canyon. Those plants are a type of herb known as wild senna. This flora, along with touch-me-not and seven-leaf flower, are the very plants that snakes fear most. Furthermore, this area is a habitat for geese and swans, and the feces of these birds contain a sulfurous substance that causes snakes to rot upon contact. Unable to recover, when we emerged, there were still numerous wild rabbits. If those snakes could come out to hunt, they would have long since become extinct. Continue leading the way. We must reunite with the captain and the others. Upon hearing Ningxia's explanation, Zhang Fong surveyed the distant plants and the bird droppings on the ground before holstering his weapon. Among the mercenaries, he was relatively well-versed in military matters, having previously managed the defenses at the fortress center. This was his first time venturing outside, and his knowledge of the outside world was severely limited. This vast wilderness, where am I supposed to find them? Ningxia was still troubled by Yi Peng's abandonment, wishing for those ruffians to perish in this desolation. Do not forget, prior to our departure from the fortress, hostages were left at the lookout. Moreover, if we lose contact with the captain, the situation could worsen. Our vehicle is low on fuel, and only by regrouping with the main force do we stand a chance of awaiting rescue. Zhang Fong narrowed his eyes at Ningxia. I know you have a way to lead me to them. Do not force me to take action against you. With just you alone, it is hardly a match for us. Ren Jiao dismissed Zhang Fong's threat, her gaze icy as she spoke. Enough. Regardless, he is our savior. Ningxia shot a glance at Zhang Fong, swiftly climbing atop the hedgehog vehicle's mast, then pointed in a direction. The wild rabbits in the plains are very alert, yet timid. When startled, they will defecate. There is a significant amount of rabbit droppings on the ground over there. The convoy should have moved in that direction. Everyone, get in the vehicle and hold on tight. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fong settled into the driver's seat. Wait. Once Zhang Fong was inside, Ningxia squinted at him. Previously, my friend fired at that hedgehog vehicle in the canyon to protect us all, including you. Therefore, I hope you can keep this matter confidential. Zhang Fong scoffed, casting a sidelong glance at the others. What, now that you've killed someone, you fear the consequences? The reason I am confiding in you is that you saved our lives. Otherwise, eliminating you would be the safest course of action for us. Ningxia sensed the disdain in Zhang Fong's gaze and narrowed his eyes in response. I understand that in your eyes, the refugees are beneath contempt, but your scorn does not empower you to take on all of us. Brother Fong, my siblings are good people. Their actions were merely to ensure everyone's survival amidst the serpents. Please, calm down. Li Peng, seeing the standoff, approached to act as a peacemaker. Rest assured, I will not speak of it. The mercenaries have regulations. Killing teammates is a matter for a military tribunal, and I will not invite such trouble upon myself. Zhang Fong understood all too well that without Ren Jiao's timely shot, they might have been met by another group entirely. Previously, when Li Peng had seen him injured, he had provided him with medical supplies, so he bore no ill will toward Li Peng. Once both parties agreed to keep the matter concealed. The hedgehog vehicle resumed its journey, eventually arriving near a long dry poplar forest where they spotted Yi Peng's convoy, Creek. After Zhang Fong parked the vehicle, he leaped out and saluted Yi Peng. Captain, we encountered a serpent attack in the canyon. The first and second combat teams were entirely wiped out. Only I survived from the third group. At this moment, over half of the 12 mercenaries had fallen, leaving only 4, including Yi Peng and Zhang Fong. Enough with the useless chatter. What about the supplies? Did you manage to bring the supplies out? Without allowing Zhang Fong to finish, Gao Shengrong rushed to the cargo area of Ningxia's vehicle, only to find it empty, collapsing onto the ground. It's over. This is the end. Our fuel, food, and tents are all gone. Captain Yi, I beseech you, request assistance from the fortress. Let us return. Ningxia suddenly recalled that the hedgehog vehicle, which had been knocked over by Rinjiao's gunfire, was also dragging a cargo bed behind it, filled with supplies for the scientific expedition team. "Do you think I do not wish to return?" he exclaimed. "I just attempted to communicate with the fortress, but for some unknown reason, the satellite phone has no signal in this location." Yipeng shouted in frustration, then, regaining his composure, turned to Xie Guangquan. "Professor Xie, our supplies are now stranded in the canyon, and the satellite phone has lost its signal. The only course of action is to continue with our mission while searching for a place with signal to request aid from the fortress." "Indeed, it seems that is our only option," Xie Guangquan replied with a resigned nod after hearing Yipeng's response. Listening to their conversation, Ningxia felt a twinge of schadenfreude. This group of individuals had always considered themselves superior, insisting on distinguishing themselves from the refugees during meals and camping. Now, with their provisions depleted, they would soon experience hunger firsthand. Since departing from the fortress, everything the group had encountered had completely upended Yipeng's perceptions of the world beyond the fortress. Yet he remained composed. "Our supplies are now scarce, and our energy reserves are dwindling. Zhang Fong, siphon the fuel from your vehicle and distribute it among the other two." Chapter 54. Fortress dwellers first. While Zhang Fong busied himself with extracting fuel from the vehicle, Yipeng approached Ningxia once more. "You have seen the state of our team. We must swiftly locate the wolf pack's trail. Do you have any thoughts on this? Your men have perished in large numbers. At this juncture, are you still not prepared to concede?" Ningxia sensed that Yipeng was already gripped by fear regarding their predicament in the Snake Valley, and he struggled to comprehend Yipeng's persistence. "This matter does not concern you. Simply fulfill your duties as a guide," Yipeng replied. He engaged Ningxia in conversation because he was now aware of the dangers of the refugee zone. Yet the pride of the fortress dwellers prevented him from engaging in further dialogue with Ningxia. "If you truly wish to find the wolf pack, we must circumvent the mountains ahead," Ningxia suggested, pointing towards the distant mountains at the exit of the Snake Valley and sketching a Y-shaped diagram in the dirt. "Previously, we encountered a swarm of snakes in the valley and hastily chose the left fork. However, based on the abundance of rabbits in this area, it seems they have few natural predators here. Thus, we must have taken a wrong turn. You have witnessed the conditions in the canyon. We cannot return to select another route. The only option is to navigate around the mountain's periphery, searching for another exit to the fork. However, no one knows the extent of this mountain range, and I cannot predict how long it will take us to navigate." "Very well. Let us proceed as you suggest." Yipeng mused for a moment before agreeing to Ningxia's plan. He turned to walk away but glanced back at Ningxia. "Are the snakes in the refugee zone truly this ferocious? This is my first encounter with such a large python, but the wasteland harbors more than just serpents," Ningxia replied. Locking eyes with Yipeng, "I have warned you that your firearms may not be effective against them." Upon hearing this, a flicker of disdain crossed Yipeng's eyes. "Your understanding of firearms is rather limited in this current age. Although the craftsmanship required to produce aviation fuel is challenging and the flying machines of the old world are no longer available. And despite the insufficient production of electronic components, leading to the absence of cruise and ballistic missiles, the terrestrial military-industrial complex remains largely intact. There is no creature in this world that can withstand the onslaught of steel and concentrated artillery fire. Our attack by the snakes was merely a result of our inadequate preparation." Having spoken, Yipeng began calling for everyone to prepare to board the vehicles. Although the recent snake attack had left everyone shaken, they had to make the most of the daylight to find a safe campsite before nightfall. After traversing the canyon, the group noticed a significant change in the terrain. While it remained desolate, the landscape was no longer monotonous, as they could finally spot patches of greenery. Of the 6 vehicles belonging to the scientific expedition team, only 2 remained operational. Yipeng climbed into Professor Xie's off-road vehicle, and as the sun began to set in the west, their route was once again obstructed by a river. This was the first time Ningxia had seen such a wide river. With a span of at least 10 meters, due to severe erosion of the riverbanks, the water appeared murky and turbulent, resembling a flowing sludge. Thud, thud, thud. After the vehicles halted, Zhang Fong hurried to the riverbank. "Parched from the afternoon's travel without supplies, if you wish to survive, I advise against drinking this water," Ningxia cautioned upon observing Zhang Fong's actions. "The water in the refugee zone is contaminated. Even seemingly clear water requires filtration through charcoal and sand, followed by several rounds of boiling before it is safe to drink." Moreover, the absence of animal tracks along this riverbank suggests its toxicity. Animals rarely approach it. Upon hearing Ningxia's warning, Zhang Feng paused at the river's edge, and others who intended to collect water also halted. Yi Peng, parched and desperate, ultimately chose to ignore the river after hearing Ningxia's words. Everyone, back in the vehicles. We need to find a way to bypass this river. Captain, our fuel is running low. Zhang Feng glanced at the river that stretched far across the wasteland and turned to Yi Peng, shaking his head slightly. The fuel in both vehicles can only sustain us for 15 kilometers at most. We may not be able to circumvent it. Can we set up camp here? Yi Peng inquired. Glancing at Ningxia. No, even if this water is undrinkable, when night falls, it will attract animals desperate for water. Wild beasts rarely engage in conflict near water sources to avoid contamination, but this location may be an exception. Any creature that can drink this water has likely lost its sanity, Ningxia replied, observing the murky river. I am the refugee zone. Not only are animals highly aggressive, but fish are as well. Wading through the river is perilous. Plop, Yi Peng, upon hearing this, picked up a stone and tossed it into the water to observe the splash. The water is quite deep. We could drive the vehicle in to function as a bridge. And what if the vehicle is swept away by the current? Even if it remains in place, shifting positions could make crossing difficult, Tu Shi interjected with a warning. Thud, thud. Yi Peng did not respond to Tu Shi's concerns but returned to the hedgehog vehicle, retrieving a large grappling gun and aiming it at a dead tree on the opposite bank. Whoosh! The pure steel hook, tethered with a wire and woven plastic fibers, was launched, spiraling around the dead tree a few times before Yi Peng smashed the front and rear windshields of the off-road vehicle and threaded the rope through them. He then secured the end to a tree on their side of the river and addressed the drivers of the convoy. Drive the vehicle in, understood. The driver acknowledged, entering the vehicle and pressing the accelerator. Once speed was gained, he opened the door and jumped out, while the off-road vehicle surged into the river, halting a few meters later with only the roof remaining above water. The vehicle's body was pushed by the current, causing the rope to tighten and emit a disconcerting creak as it dragged the dead tree. All right, everyone, climb along the rope to the other side. If you need to rest midway, you can step on the off-road vehicle. Yi Peng instructed, as he used a knife to cut the seatbelt of the hedgehog vehicle, fashioning a simple safety device around the rope. Professor Xie, please go ahead. Good. Xie Guangquan, not one to be overly modest, began to traverse the rope with the assistance of several others, his limited physical strength making his movements slow. Zhang Feng, disassemble the light machine gun from the hedgehog vehicle and have these two refugees carry it across the river. The person with the gun and the one with the ammunition must be separated. Yi Peng directed Zhang Feng, gesturing towards Tu Shi and Li Pengzi. What do you mean by that? Crossing the river this way is already perilous. Why should we help you carry things? Tu Shi protested, a hint of reluctance flashing across his face. Carrying a nearly 30-kilogram light machine gun would make balancing while crossing even more challenging. Splash! Yi Peng loaded his pistol and coldly addressed Tu Shi. I am not consulting you. I am issuing a command. In times of danger, fortress dwellers take precedence. Do you think you lowly refugees can expect us to do your bidding? Chapter 55. Infighting within the team under the pressure of Yi Peng's threat, Tu Shi ultimately acquiesced and chose to carry the weapon across the river, while Ningxia took Li Pengzi's place. Opting to carry the light machine gun's ammunition and belt, Yi Peng placed significant importance on the weaponry, deliberately separating Tu Shi from Ningxia during the crossing, and stationed a soldier at the far side to prevent any potential disturbances. Despite having endured so much together, Yi Peng had never regarded Ningxia and his companions as part of his team, and he did not conceal his wariness towards them. After nearly an hour of effort, the 10 individuals finally crossed the treacherous river, leaving only the last mercenary on the opposite bank. Sun Liang, you can come over now. Yi Peng signaled to Zhang Feng and another soldier, who took over the machine gun, and beckoned to the mercenary across the river. The latter began to ascend along the rope. Ningxia observed that these mercenaries were well trained. They moved with remarkable professionalism while using the rope to cross the river. Once Sun Liang reached the rope, he swiftly maneuvered his way across. At that moment, a wooden stake unexpectedly drifted downstream, colliding with the off-road vehicle suspended by the cable. A resounding thud echoed, causing the cable to sway, while the withered tree on Ningxia's side struggled to bear the weight and began to splinter. Consequently, the once taut cable began to sag, and Sun Liang nearly plummeted into the river. One leg already submerged, Everyone, lend a hand. Grab the rope, hurry. Upon witnessing this scene, Yipeng was the first to rush forward and grasp the cable. Splash! Simultaneously, the surface of the river beneath Sun Liang erupted as countless indistinct fish, camouflaged in the murky water, leapt out, gnawing at his leg. Save me! Please, save me! A piercing pain surged through him, eliciting a desperate wail. Stop dawdling. Pull the rope. Yipeng bellowed, joining forces with Zhang Fang and others. Even Ningxia, despite his disdain for the refugees, could not bear to watch another perish before his eyes. As long as he himself was not threatened, as the rope was pulled taut, Sun Liang was once again distanced from the river. Though his pants were torn, blood gushing forth and staining the water, driven by the will to survive, he began to wade through the river, the scent of blood drawing the fish closer, their heads breaking the surface. These fish, no larger than the size of a foot, bore rows of serrated teeth reminiscent of a shark's. When Sun Liang finally reached the bank, the flesh of his leg had been shredded to ribbons, exposing bone in some areas. This man cannot survive. His scent of blood will attract other predators. We must abandon him, Ningxia stated flatly, glancing at Sun Liang's calf. Even if Sun Liang's leg were to be bandaged, the subsequent infection would surely claim his life. Hearing Ningxia's words, Sun Liang's face contorted in agony as he trembled and pleaded with Yipeng, "Captain, don't leave me. I have a 2-year-old child at home. Rest assured, I will not abandon my men." Yipeng turned to Li Pengzi. "Don't you have antibiotics? Bring them out." Li Pengzi, feeling intimidated by Yipeng's gaze, reached for his waist pouch. "No." Ningxia firmly grasped Li Pengzi's wrist, casting a cold glance at Yipeng. "These medications were acquired at the cost of our lives. If you take them, my friends will lose their safety. To hell with you. Can the lives of refugees compare to ours?" Yipeng roared, aiming his gun once more at Ningxia's forehead. "I demand you give me the medicine." With each step, Run Jiao subtly moved closer to Yipeng, creating an unobstructed vacuum between them. "You may fire, but let me remind you, without me, you lack even the ability to discern your surroundings. Once that gun goes off, none of you will survive." Ningxia remained unfazed by Yipeng's threats, his expression stoic. "Enough of this bickering," Xie Guangquan interjected, stepping forward to mediate. "Ningxia, you see that Sun Liang's condition is dire, yet Li Dongfa seems to be recovering. Under these circumstances, we should unite, Brother Xia. My wound has healed, and the signs of infection have vanished. The medicine." Li Pengzi, fearing Yipeng might shoot Ningxia, attempted to persuade. "Throughout this journey, you have maintained a condescending attitude towards us. There are hierarchies in eating and drinking, in transportation, and even in crossing rivers. Now that you find yourselves in dire straits, you wish to discuss unity?" Ningxia scoffed, surveying the group of fortified individuals before him. "If you want antibiotics, it will cost you 2,000 each. Have you lost your mind? Inside the fortress, antibiotics cost mere pennies. You dare ask us for 2,000? Gao Shengrong shouted angrily before turning to Yipeng. "Captain Yi, this refugee dares to speak to us in such a manner. It's utterly outrageous. I suggest we execute him now to set an example." "Silence," Yipeng reprimanded, casting a glance at Sun Liang's leg before addressing the others. "Everyone, pitch in. We need to buy the medicine." Ultimately, Yipeng gathered 6,000, purchasing the last 3 antibiotics from Li Pengzi, and insisted that Ningxia and his group carry Sun Liang forward. Ningxia reiterated the need for compensation for their services, but Li Pengzi volunteered to carry the injured man without payment. Understanding this was his way of reducing tensions between the two groups. This conflict illuminated 2 truths for Ningxia. Firstly, the price of antibiotics had skyrocketed to hundreds in the refugee zone, while they remained inexplicably cheap within the city. Secondly, the people within the fortress possessed emotions. Their disdain and indifference toward the refugees were merely superficial. As tensions regarding the antibiotics escalated, the rift between the scientific expedition team and the refugees widened, an invisible barrier forming between them. Yipeng ordered his men to keep a close watch on the refugees, wary of their potential actions, having lost all trust in Ningxia while simultaneously needing him to lead the way. Ningxia, with Lin Sun held captive by mercenaries, was left with no choice but to continue assisting them. Meanwhile, Tu Shi and Ren Jiao remained close to Ningxia, exhibiting an indifference toward everything unfolding. Before nightfall, they finally discovered a cave in a weathered rock formation, filled with straw and branches, albeit covered in a layer of dirt. suggesting it had once been an animal's DNA, as per their usual protocol. The fortified individuals occupied the cave floor, setting up a light machine gun to guard against unknown dangers, while Ning Jie and his group were stationed at the entrance, effectively turning them into bait and the first line of defense should beasts attack. Chapter 56. The strange meet. The cold wind howled through the dark wilderness at night, with nothing but pitch blackness surrounding them, save for the flickering firelight emanating from the cave where Ning Jie and the others were situated. Initially, the scientific expedition team had departed from Fortress 87 well prepared, carrying ample drinking water and a variety of food, double the amount, sufficient to sustain them for a month. However, an unforeseen incident in Snake Valley had stripped them of all their supplies. Yipeng had even contemplated hunting, but their current location had devolved into a desolate wasteland, with only mosquitoes the size of pinky fingers visible. After a grueling day of travel, the group's stamina was severely depleted. Leaving only a single piece of sakama beside Pei Xiangtong. "Professor, you've worked tirelessly all day. You should eat something to regain your strength." Pei Xiangtong unwrapped the sakama and offered it to Xieguanquan. "No, I can manage. If you aren't hungry, give it to that soldier named Sun Liang. He's injured and needs the energy," Xieguanquan said, eyeing the sakama with a gulp. "We can't afford to worry about others. If you're not eating, I will." Gao Shengrong snatched the sakama from Pei Xiangtong's hands, devouring it in a few bites. However, the limited satiation from such puffed food left him yearning for more. Just as he struggled to swallow, he suddenly caught a whiff of roasted meat, glancing over to see Ning Jie and the others gathered around the bonfire, feasting heartily. Unlike the extravagance of the scientific team, the refugees had limited resources. Carrying everything in their bags, and having foraged for edible insects, lizards, and grass roots along the way, they had ample food. Now, they were roasting several pieces of jerky and an assortment of insects by the fire. Previously, the fortified individuals had been revolted by the sight of Ning Jie and his group consuming insects. Yet now the aroma of roasted insects tantalized everyone's taste buds. Unable to resist, Gao Shengrong approached Ning Jie. "Hey, give me some of your meat." "Get lost?" Ning Jie replied tersely, not even lifting his gaze from the fire. "Damn it. Do you scum even know who I am? My family holds considerable weight in the fortress. According to fortress law, refugees who defy the fortified will be imprisoned. I suggest you recognize your place." Gao Shengrong never imagined he would be scolded by a refugee, threatening in a voice that lacked conviction. "Ha! What is imprisonment to us? In the refugee zone, people have been sentenced to hundreds of years for urinating in public," Ning Jie retorted, sprinkling a bit of crushed sea salt on the jerky. "Hundreds of years? Who?" Gao Shengrong blinked in confusion. "Sun Wukong." As soon as Ning Jie spoke, Tu Shi and Ren Jiao burst into laughter, while Li Pengzi looked utterly bewildered, unfamiliar with the tale of journey to the west. "Damn it! Are you mocking me?" Gao Shengrong, furious and embarrassed, reached out to snatch the meat. Thud! Ning Jie's knife suddenly struck the ground before Gao Shengrong's hand. "I said, get lost. Captain Yi, aren't you going to intervene? Are you just going to let these refugees speak to me like this?" Gao Shengrong, frightened, took a couple of steps back, casting a pleading glance at Yipeng, by the flickering light of the bonfire. Yipeng sat with his gun in his arms, seemingly oblivious to Gao Shengrong's shouts. Previously, Yipeng had looked down upon the displaced individuals, confident in his possession of manpower, firearms, and supplies. However, the tides had turned, and he now grasped the peril that the refugee zone posed. It was only then that he truly recognized Ning Jie's significance. With relations between the two sides strained, he felt too ashamed to approach Ning Jie for food. Though hunger gnawed at him, the pride instilled by his position prevented him from bowing to the refugees. Gao Shengrong, noticing Yipeng's disregard, felt his arrogance diminish. Casting a glance at Ning Jie, he remarked, "Aren't you fond of money? I have wealth. Surely I can buy your meat?" "Not for sale." Ning Jie, already irked by Gao Shengrong, would have gladly plunged a knife into him had it not been for the need to avoid escalating tensions with the fortress dwellers. After delivering a cold retort, he picked up 2 skewers of roasted meat and retreated deeper into the cave. Plop! As Gao Shengrong observed Ning Jie's departure, he lunged for the bonfire, seizing the charred meat on the ground and stuffing it into his mouth. Undeterred by Shi, Ren Jiao, and Li Pengzi's lack of intervention, witnessing their actions, Gao Shengrong's sense of superiority surged once more. It seemed that these refugees held an intrinsic awe for the fortress dwellers. unlike Ningxia, who dared to confront him. However, after a few bites, Gao Angrong's expression shifted as he found the taste of the meat peculiar. He directed his gaze toward the easily intimidated Li Pengzi, demanding, "What kind of meat are you consuming? The flavor is utterly strange." "We are eating deer jerky," Li Pengzi replied earnestly. "Impossible. I've tasted deer meat before, and it is neither so dry nor so unpalatable." Gao Shengrong retorted, narrowing his eyes. Li Pengzi glanced at the item in Gao Shengrong's hand and replied, somewhat begrudgingly, "What you're eating is not deer jerky. It's the dried excrement of animals that we collected to start a fire." Ugh! Upon hearing Li Pengzi's response, Gao Angrong's stomach churned violently, and he dashed out of the cave. Accompanied by the sound of his retching outside, Ningxia handed the 2 skewers of roasted meat to Xie Guangquan and Zhang Fong. These two had either given him clothing or saved his life, and thus, the roasted meat served as his token of gratitude. As for the others, Ningxia had no intention of catering to them. Thank you. Xie Guangquan expressed his gratitude profusely as he accepted the roasted meat, tearing it in half and offering a portion to Pei Xiangtong. "Have something to eat?" "Thanks." Zhang Fong, seeing the roasted meat offered by Ningxia, hesitated briefly before nodding in agreement. He then divided the meat into 4 portions for his comrades. Ningxia showed no reaction to their sharing of food. His decision to distribute it stemmed from a desire to repay kindness, and how they chose to manage it thereafter was their own concern. Another reason for his choice was to alleviate the grievances of the scientific expedition team. Otherwise, in their desperate hunger, they might truly resort to violence against them. As night fell, thunder rumbled outside, and Ningxia leaned against the cave wall, lost in thought as he gazed at the ominous, purplish storm clouds above. He had initially believed he was merely undertaking a simple task of tracking a wolf pack. Yet it became increasingly apparent that the journey ahead would be far more arduous than he had anticipated. Chapter 57. Meticulous coordination. The weather in the wasteland is notoriously fickle, particularly in the geographically complex northern wasteland, where one day it might rain and the next might bring a blizzard. Each winter, countless souls succumbed to the freezing wilderness. Acid rain began to fall in the dead of night and showed no signs of letting up by morning, intensifying instead. Outside, spherical lightning struck repeatedly, causing tremors to ripple through the ground. Under such conditions, even Yi Peng, despite his arrogance, found himself lacking the strength to challenge Ningxia, opting instead to send Zhang Fong to negotiate with them. Zhang Fong approached Ningxia and met his gaze. "Captain Yi and Professor Xia would like to know if you could spare some of your food. We are willing to pay. How much?" Ningxia returned Zhang Fong's gaze, refraining from refusal. The rain outside showed no sign of abating in the near future. If they clung to their supplies, it was inevitable that relations would deteriorate. Therefore, relinquishing a portion of food was unavoidable. Since there was money to be made, Ningxia was prepared to extend a hand, knowing he would need funds upon returning to the settlement point. 4,000. Zhang Fong revealed, producing a thick stack of Pei family currency from his pocket. In the Federation, each financial magnate had its own currency, usable only in their territories and areas that engaged in trade with them. "Fatty, take out half of our drinking water and food and share it with them." Ningxia readily accepted the money, handing it to Li Pengzi beside him. This decision appeared generous but was calculated. The remaining half of the food was to be shared with Li Pengzi, while Zhang Fong's share needed to be divided among 7 individuals. However, Ningxia felt no remorse for this outcome, as he had not received even a grain of rice from the scientific expedition team when they had supplies. "All right," Li Pengzi, clutching the money, trembled with excitement. The laborers in the refugee zone earned a meager $5 a day, yet he now possessed 10,000, an amount he had never encountered in his life. Once Li Pengzi had handed over the supplies to Zhang Fong, Ningxia contemplated for a moment and then produced 2 additional pieces of jerky, offering them to Zhang Fong. "This is for you personally, thank you," Zhang Fong replied, momentarily taken aback before expressing his gratitude with no need for formality. Ningxia smiled and then turned to eat a roasted beetle. His willingness to assist stemmed not only from a desire to repay his life debt, but also from the understanding that he could not afford to let relations with the mercenaries sour too severely. Zhang Fong seemed like a decent fellow, having previously saved them in Snake Valley and demonstrated his camaraderie by sharing his food the night before. The acid rain persisted longer than Ningxia had anticipated. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, yet the rain showed no signs of relenting. The injured mercenary, Sun Liang, despite having taken antibiotics, found his condition worsening, marked by a fever and pus oozing from his leg wound. Worse still, the food Yipeng had procured from Ningxia had run out. While one could survive a few days on an empty stomach, survival without water was a far more pressing concern. That night, Sun Liang could no longer endure the hunger and, with his battered water container in hand, limped toward the cave entrance. Sun Liang, what are you doing? Another mercenary called out, looking up at him. Collecting rainwater. Sun Liang leaned against the wall, hobbling toward the exit. Have you lost your mind? Drinking acid rain could be fatal. His teammate shouted in protest. Drinking rainwater is at least a chance to stay alive. If I don't drink, I'll die faster. Sun Liang shot back, continuing forward as the gun on his shoulder clanged against the wall, the edge of the bonfire. Ningxia, with his back to Sun Liang, discreetly drew his knife from his cloak. Ren Jiao, lying opposite him, turned over, opened her eyes, and exchanged a knowing glance with Ningxia, revealing the knife she had pressed beneath her. Her muscles tensed and relaxed. Preparing for action, Ningxia, noticing Ren Jiao's alertness, narrowed his eyes in surprise at her vigilance. Step by step, Sun Liang soon passed by Ningxia and the others. As he moved parallel to Ningxia, he suddenly lunged for his gun, aiming to strike Ningxia's skull from behind. In that instant, Ningxia sprang into action, swiftly gripping Sun Liang's neck and plunging his knife into his chest. Thud! The blade pierced flesh, and blood trickled from Sun Liang's lips. You son of a... A mercenary behind him reached for a nearby gun upon witnessing Ningxia's swift maneuver. However, Ren Jiao was faster. As Ningxia reacted, she had already focused on Sun Liang's weapon, executing a seamless series of actions. Seize the gun, pull the bolt, and fire. Bang! The shot echoed through the cave, striking the mercenary's arm, who let out a pained scream as he collapsed against the wall. Gao Shangrong, nearby, was splattered with blood, screaming in terror, while Xie Guangquan and Pei Xiangtong stared in shock, clearly unprepared for the refugees to dare strike against the fortress dwellers. Don't move, Ren Jiao directed her weapon towards Yipeng and Zhang Fong, her stance firm and precise, more so than the mercenaries themselves. Having dealt with the closest attacker, Ningxia and Ren Jiao's coordination was seamless. Their actions in perfect harmony. Are you in cahoots? Planning to rob us of our food? Ningxia's gaze shifted toward the fortress dwellers, his words carrying a double meaning. He seemed to inquire of the armed soldier while simultaneously addressing the others. I have already allocated half of the food to you. Those provisions are meant for your survival, not to satisfy your appetites. If you cannot exercise restraint, can you place the blame at my feet? Indeed. I conspired with Sun Liang. What of it? Why should you lowly refugees be allowed to fill your bellies while we must starve? We didn't intend to kill. We merely wished to survive. The mercenary let out a frenzied roar, his chest heaving as he turned to Yipeng, exclaiming, Captain, these bastards still have food. If we seize it, we can survive. With a swift motion, Yipeng swung his arm, drawing his weapon and executing the mercenary with a calm demeanor, declaring, We have reached a dead end. What we must do now is work together to escape this predicament. Any negative emotions will only drive us deeper into despair. From this moment forth, I do not wish to see any infighting within our ranks. Fatty, pass some food over to them. Ningxia observed Yipeng's actions and returned to the campfire. Considering the firearms taken by Ren Jiao, Yipeng pondered but ultimately refrained from demanding them back, for the combat strength on their side had dwindled to just himself and Zhang Fong, who seemed to have a cordial relationship with Ningxia's group, though his trustworthiness was uncertain. Why Yipeng's earlier gunshot had heightened Ningxia's anxiety. This mercenary officer had previously risked attracting beasts to bring the injured Sun Liang along, yet had just executed one of his own. Ningxia understood Yipeng's intention. He was signaling to the others that he had no part in the scheme to seize supplies, reaffirming his resolve to unite and complete their mission. Nevertheless, 2 mercenaries had perished because of Ningxia, and while Yipeng might overlook this for now, what would happen upon their return to the fortress? Lin Sun was still detained at the fortress's outpost, and Ningxia could not afford to clash with the research team. However, should the protective Yipeng return to the fortress, retribution against Ningxia was inevitable, whether to reclaim his lost honor in the wilderness or to avenge his men. Gazing at the flickering flames, Ningxia furrowed his brow. The situation was becoming increasingly troublesome. Chapter 58. Bartering. After redistributing the last of the food, Ningxia found that their own rations were nearly depleted. While the acidic rain outside continued unabated, now mixed with ice shards, indicating that winter was fast approaching. Having concealed themselves in the cave for 4 consecutive days, the hay and branches within were nearly exhausted. And if they could not light a fire, the cold would inevitably bring about fatal illnesses once more. That night, Ning Jia and Tu Shi's group had consumed their final morsel, while Yi Peng and the others had gone an entire day without sustenance. Although Ning Jia had shared some food with Zhang Feng during the day, it amounted to only a mouthful for Professor Xie, Pei Xiangtong, and the others. Gurgling, as Yi Peng leaned against the cave wall, his stomach growled incessantly. Hunger and dehydration had brought about symptoms of hypoglycemia, leaving his limbs cold and his body trembling. Hungry? Ning Jia approached Yi Peng, standing before him. What do you think? Yi Peng's temper flared uncontrollably due to his starvation. This is a commonly used herbal medicine known as Walingzi, which is actually the feces of the flying squirrel. It has properties that invigorate blood circulation and alleviate pain, and it is edible. Ning Jia opened his palm, displaying a handful of brown feces the size of peanuts before Yi Peng. I'll trade it for your belt. Yi Peng, upon hearing this, looked up at Ning Jia without uttering a word. Your body is already starting to tremble. If you continue to abstain from food, you will soon collapse and perish in the wilderness, Ning Jia added. Deal, Yi Peng replied, unbuckling his belt. Though the thought of consuming animal feces was repulsive, nothing was more crucial than survival in the wilderness. After receiving Ning Jia's Walingzi, Yi Peng ignored the taste and began to devour it ravenously. The long-awaited sensation of fullness returned to his stomach, providing him with a flicker of strength. He glanced at Ning Jia and asked, You gave me food. What will you do? We'll eat the belt. It's made of cowhide and can be softened in water before being roasted. Ning Jia gestured with the item in his hand. Though the texture is unpalatable, it's certainly better than consuming feces. Damn it! Yi Peng, upon hearing this, looked down at the few remaining pellets of feces in his hand. Utterly bewildered. Cowhide belts are hardly a delightful meal, and processed cowhide is difficult to digest. After Ning Jia consumed his portion, he felt a constant discomfort in his stomach, which ultimately roused him from his slumber in the dead of night due to pain. In a drowsy haze, Ning Jia seemed to hear rustling sounds behind him. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered that the campfire had extinguished due to a lack of fuel, and dim light filtered in from outside. The night watchman, Fatty Li, had succumbed to fatigue from hunger and had fallen asleep, while Ran Jiao was nowhere to be seen, presumably having stepped out for a moment. Initially, Ning Jia thought the rustling was a figment of his imagination. But after a few seconds, he suddenly heard muffled groans from a woman, as if her mouth had been covered. In an instant, Ning Jia bolted upright, gripping his knife and stealthily moving deeper into the cave. His first reaction to the woman's voice was that Ren Jiao was in trouble. She was armed and had previously fired at the mercenaries. Among the 4 refugees, only Ning Jia had demonstrated the skills necessary for survival in the wilderness. And if Yi Peng sought vengeance, it was conceivable that he would target the seemingly inconsequential Ren Jiao as well. With a swift motion, Ning Jia struck a match, igniting the entire box before tossing it ahead, the flames illuminating the dark cave in an instant. The woman making the noise was not Ren Jiao, but Pei Xiangtong, who was currently pinned beneath Gao Shengrong, who had one hand covering her mouth while the other roamed over her body. Pei Xiangtong, weakened by hunger, lacked the strength to resist and could only push against him feebly. Who? Gao Shengrong was startled by the sudden light. Help! Pei Xiangtong seized the opportunity to break free from Gao Shengrong's grasp, shouting desperately. With a rush, Yi Peng and Zhang Feng awakened, simultaneously switching on their flashlights. In the midst of the illumination, Ning Jia charged towards Gao Shengrong, plunging his knife into his leg. Ha! Gao Shengrong howled in agony. Akin to a slaughtered pig. Don't move! Outside the cave, Ren Jiao heard the commotion and swiftly returned, immediately pointing her gun at Yi Peng. Gao Shengrong, you beast! How could you do such a thing? Professor Xie, awakened by the uproar, gazed at the scene before him in disbelief. Your family, the Gao clan, is a prestigious lineage in Fortress 87. I never imagined you would stoop so low. Stoop low? Ha ha ha, Gao Shengrong, clutching his bleeding thigh, wore a sickly grin. We are all on the brink of death. None can escape this cursed place. With our lives hanging by a thread, what use is morality? The Pei family has always looked down on us. Today, before I die, I simply wanted to taste a Pei woman. What now? Gao Shengrong's words caught Ning Jia off guard. Throughout his life, he had heard tales of the Pei family, the rulers of Fortress 87 and one of the largest powers in the Northern Federation. Initially, he had thought Pei Xiangtong merely shared a surname with the Pei family, only to discover that she was indeed one of them. Beast, beast. Professor Xie trembled with rage upon hearing Gao Shengrong's response. You will stand trial once we return to the fortress. He probably won't have the chance to return, Ningxia interjected. Ren Jiao realized that the cave had not descended into chaos, her vigilance dissipating. The rain has stopped outside, and the sun will soon rise. We need to move. Given our current situation, it is impossible to travel with an injured person. Upon hearing this, Gao Rong's eyes widened in shock. His madness stemmed from believing they were trapped with no way out, yet he had not anticipated that a glimmer of hope would arise so swiftly, then let him remain here to fend for himself. Yipeng was filled with disdain for Gao Shengrong's actions. While he suggested self-sufficiency, in reality, Gao Rong had no chance at survival. Finally, as the sunlight broke through, the group of 8 emerged from the cave once more. To prevent Ningxia's faction from regaining strength, Yipeng promptly destroyed any surplus firearms, refusing to distribute them. Over the course of 7 days, this team, originally composed of elite mercenaries, scientists, and refugees, had suffered over half its casualties. With supplies running dangerously low, robbery, rape, murder, and the treachery of human nature had all played out within their ranks. Due to several days of relentless rain, the temperature in the wilderness was not excessively high. Yet the muddy terrain slowed their progress considerably. At midday, the 8 weary individuals crested a massive hill, only to halt in unison. Beyond the hill lay an oasis surrounded by wilderness, resembling a green gem embedded in a canvas of yellow. With lush vegetation and a shimmering lake at its center, reflecting the blazing sun. Chapter 59. Hope. Despair. An oasis is a miracle in the desert. The emergence of an oasis amidst the vast desert brought forth immense surprise to the group. A verdant expanse encircled a shimmering lake, creating a beautiful and surreal landscape. A dead poplar stood as a dividing line, separating the desert from the oasis. On one side lay an endless, desolate stretch of sand, devoid of life, instilling a sense of hopelessness. On the other side, water rippled, and lush greenery thrived, presenting a scene brimming with vitality, with vegetation layered from tall trees to shrubs and herbs, forming a green barrier. We are saved. We are finally saved. Even the venerable Xie Guangquan, a traditional scholar, found his spirits lifted upon encountering the oasis, prompting him to hasten his pace, eager to descend the sand dune. Oh, not act impulsively. Entering the oasis now will hasten your demise. This desert oasis is a domain only the mightiest beasts dare to traverse. Ningxia seized Xie Guangquan's arm, then grasped a handful of sand, releasing it into the air while gesturing towards the windward direction, instructing everyone, take a detour of 1 kilometer and seek firewood in that direction. We must ignite a fire to use the thick smoke to drive the creatures out. Upon hearing Ningxia's command, the group felt invigorated. Even Yipeng, despite his weakened state, shouldered his machine gun and followed suit. In recent days, Zhang Feng had grown increasingly closer to Ningxia and his companions, gradually losing Yipeng's trust. Meanwhile, Zhang Feng sensed that these refugees were not as he had been led to believe, and he began to lower his guard against Ningxia and the others, especially since Ningxia had shown him considerable kindness during their time in the cave. Finding dry wood near the oasis proved not to be a challenge. After walking a few hundred meters towards the windward side, they discovered scattered dry branches across the desert and began to work together. As Ningxia gathered sticks, Pei Xiangtong approached his side, feigning the act of collecting wood. Ningxia, thank you. With a swift motion, Ningxia glanced at Pei Xiangtong, remaining silent. The sentinels he typically encountered were all haughty, yet he was surprised to find Pei Xiangtong, born of the Pei conglomerate, quite courteous. Ningxia had never regarded individuals from these financial empires or warlords with much esteem, and thus he did not feel particularly grateful for Pei Xiangtong's words of thanks. Continuing to gather firewood. Without you, I would have been in grave danger last night. Gao Shengrong, who usually appears so refined. I never expected him to be such a person. Seeing Ningxia's silence, Pei Xiangtong hesitated before whispering, I advise you to find an opportunity to escape quickly. Do not remain with the group any longer, or you will be in peril. Why? Ningxia finally reacted to her words. With the wolf pack yet to be located, what danger could I possibly face? Is it because Yipeng has developed animosity towards me? You may not yet understand. We had you act as a guide to track the wolves precisely to locate this oasis. Now that we have arrived at our destination, the wolf pack is no longer significant. Pei Xiangtong paused before continuing. Yiping's satellite phone and handheld satellite positioning terminal have regained signal. He has just contacted the fortress and instructed both me and Professor Xie to stay close to him. Especially when reinforcements arrive, we must keep our distance from you. Upon hearing this, Ningxia felt a twitch in his eyelid. Pei Xiangtong's words were sufficient to indicate Yiping's stance. It seemed Ningxia's suspicions were correct. The incident involving him and Ran Jiao in eliminating the mercenaries had indeed caused Yiping to harbor resentment towards them. Furthermore, Yiping was adept at concealing his intentions. Had Ningxia not saved Pei Xiangtong's life, he might have remained oblivious to any signs of Yiping's hostility. Although he was now aware of Yiping's plans, Ningxia found himself unable to flee. If he did, Lin Sun would be doomed. Yet, upon reflection, even if he chose to stay, it was unlikely that Lin Sun would fare any better. Thus, Ningxia found himself in a predicament. Currently, the combat capability of the scientific expedition team was reduced to only Yiping and Zhang Fong. If he could ally with Ren Jiao and Tu Shi, it might be possible to eliminate these two, perhaps even make the hard choice to dispose of Xie Guangquan and Pei Xiangtong as well. But what then? How would they traverse such a vast distance back to the fortress? How could they convince the fortress personnel of their innocence and secure Lin Sun's release? The annihilation of an entire elite mercenary unit, while a handful of refugees survived, was rife with contradictions. Facing Yiping's impending retaliation, Ningxia felt immense pressure, sensing his inability to break the deadlock. Based on their current trajectory, the reinforcements from Fortress Number 87 would take at least 3 days to arrive. Yiping's decision to wait for their arrival before making a move indicated his wariness of Ningxia and his group, seeking to act only when fully prepared. Ningxia could not devise a solution at that moment. Ultimately, he resolved to cooperate with Yiping, for his circumstances left him no choice but to adapt to the situation. An hour later, Ningxia and his companions had gathered several piles of dry wood at the windward location of the oasis. Some men even urinated on the wood to increase moisture, facilitating the production of smoke. As flames ignited, the wood blazed fiercely, and when the fire reached its peak, Ningxia began to lead the group in burying the flames with sand, causing thick smoke to rise and be carried towards the oasis by the wind. Within a mere 10 minutes, various animals began to emerge at the oasis's edge. Wild boars, lions, rhinos, antelopes, hares, and giant lizards. Large beasts scattered in a frenzy. With a roar, a famished Yiping raised his gun, ready to hunt, though not fire. The scent of blood will incite the frenzy of carnivorous beasts, drawing them towards us. We can enter and forage for plants. Ningxia instinctively sought to suppress Yiping's gun, only for the latter to swiftly aim it at him, lowering it only after Ningxia had steadied himself. "Buddy, you know quite a bit." Zhang Fong chimed in as Yiping disengaged the safety on his gun, approaching with a grin. "If it weren't for your smoke signal, I would have never guessed there were so many ferocious beasts in this oasis." It turns out there were several oases near Fortress Number 87, but they have all vanished. I hunted near the oasis when I was a child. Ningxia gazed at the distant fleeing animals and softly replied, "We must wait a little longer. We need to ensure that there are no dangers inside before we enter. After enduring for so many days, we can surely afford to wait a bit longer." Zhang Fong nodded, standing beside Ningxia. While Yiping conversed with Xie Guangquan, he lowered his voice to Ningxia. "Be cautious of Yiping. He intends to eliminate you." Chapter 60. Heading towards the tiger's den, Ningxia had already learned from Pei Xiangtong that Yiping was plotting against him. Yet hearing this from Zhang Fong still took him by surprise. After several days of interaction, he discovered Zhang Fong to be a man of principle, more stubborn and rule-abiding than the other mercenaries. Despite the rejection he faced from others due to his closeness to Ningxia, Zhang Fong refused to abandon his companions. At this moment, Zhang Fong's warning shattered Ningxia's preconceived notions, prompting him to glance at Zhang Fong and inquire, "Why help me?" "I do not know," Zhang Fong replied, shaking his head in confusion. "I just believe you have done nothing wrong and do not deserve this treatment. Is Yiping trying to kill me because I eliminated the previous mercenaries?" Ningxia pressed on. "Perhaps it is not just that. This oasis is a secret, one that should not be known to the refugees. In fact, the oases you mentioned near Fortress Number 87, Zhang Fong intended to elaborate. But upon noticing Yiping concluding his conversation with Xie Guangquan, he abruptly ceased, turning away from Ningxia while lowering his voice. "Trust me, you must leave quickly. or you will lose your chance. I cannot leave. My friend is still in the hands of the mercenaries, Ninja softly replied. Zhang Feng paused at this, then continued walking. It dawned on him that refugees were not as selfish and despicable as he had previously thought. They too possessed emotions. An hour later, as the smoke dissipated, Ninja and his group finally ventured into the oasis. After traversing the outer layer of trees, the sight within astonished them all. Lush crops flourished beside a natural lake. Wild corn, wheat, cotton, and barley sprawled across the landscape, and beneath the towering date palms, various fruit trees such as lemons, figs, peaches, and apricots thrived. Listen to me. I will now teach you how to create a simple filtration device. First, you need to roll your waterproof materials into a conical cylinder. Then, layer wild cotton or moss, charcoal, fine sand, and pebbles from bottom to top. After compressing these materials, use them to filter the water source at least 3 times. Then boil the water twice before it is safe to drink. After hearing Ninja's instructions, Yipeng glanced at him. We have no containers for water. How can we boil it? You can use large leaves as containers. Heat stones and toss them in, utilizing the high temperature to bring the water to a boil. And when fetching water, remember not to enter the water. I hope you all recall the strange fish that bit Sun Liang earlier. After explaining the water-fetching method, Ninja began to gather wild fruits. Seizing a moment of privacy, he turned to Tu Shi and Ren Jiao, saying, I just received news. Yipeng is preparing to strike against us. You two should be cautious, stock up on food and water, and find an opportunity to escape. We're leaving. Won't you come with us? Ren Jiao turned to Ninja. I cannot leave. My friend is still held captive by the mercenaries. And I must find a way to rescue him. Ninja paused, pointing to the plumply if possible. I hope you can help me bring him along. Zhigu. I will not leave. I promise Sun Gu to take good care of you. Li firmly declared, clenching his fist. All this way, you have been looking after me. I can certainly not abandon you alone. I have stated before, I fear not death. You cannot save your friend. If the mercenaries have truly resolved to eliminate you, do you believe they would spare your friend? Tu Shi gazed earnestly at Ninja. Currently, there are only 2 individuals on the mercenary side, and that Zhang Feng does not seem to harbor any ill intentions towards you. If we were to launch a sudden assault, we might have a chance to eliminate Yipeng and then flee together. I understand that the hope of rescuing Lin Sun is exceedingly slim. Yet we must persist, just as I believe he will undoubtedly come to my aid in my dire circumstances. For the sake of survival, I have learned to relinquish many things, but this matter is my bottom line. Ninja responded with an expression devoid of emotion. Tu Shi, somewhat helpless, remarked. Knowing the mountain is fraught with tigers, yet choosing to venture into the tiger's den. Ninja furrowed his brow slightly. Which mountain do you refer to? Forget it. Since you have decided to stay, we shall respect your choice. Ren Jiao did not answer Ninja's question, continuing to accompany Tu Shi in foraging for wild fruits. Tu Shi and Ren Jiao did not depart immediately but remained with Ninja and the others. And Ninja was unsure of their intentions. However, having already provided a warning, he chose not to elaborate further. What surprised Ninja the most was that Xieguanquan seemed disinterested in this oasis. Ninja had initially thought he was here for research, but upon arrival, he merely consumed some food and replenished his hydration before resting, showing no signs of scientific inquiry. In contrast, Pei Xiangtong was filled with curiosity about everything within the oasis. That evening, Ninja found a patch of thicket located at the downwind side, clearing a space within for everyone to rest. This way, the thorny bushes could deter some beasts returning to the oasis for water. In such water-rich areas, wild animals seldom hunted. What we perceive as brutal predation is merely a natural means of sustenance for animals. In the arid desert, the corpses of prey largely pollute water sources, leading to widespread contagions. Hence there seems to be an unspoken understanding among the animals. However, such rules do not apply to low-intelligence, cold-blooded creatures like crocodiles. Of course, there are no crocodiles in the desert. As night fell, the well-fed group finally found the opportunity for a peaceful slumber, while Ninja learned that Yipeng intended to wait until reinforcements arrived before making a move against him, which made him less vigilant, leading him to cancel the night watch arrangements. Conversely, Yipeng remained tense. Now that they had located the oasis, they had essentially completed their mission. From here on, as long as they awaited the arrival of reinforcements, he could return to the fortress. As a member of the fortress, Yipeng had always longed to venture outside. Yet this encounter left him disillusioned with the refugee zone. even resolving never to set foot on this land again. Especially given the actions of Ning Jia and his companions, which further illuminated the ferocity and danger of this group of refugees. Heightened vigilance does not equate to an increase in physical stamina. Yipeng had previously harbored concerns that Zhang Feng might rebel, mingling with the group of refugees, but as communication with the fortress resumed, his wariness gradually subsided. After satiating his hunger with some wild fruits, Yipeng approached Zhang Feng. "Tonight, we will take turns on night watch. Keep a close eye on those refugees, and if they exhibit any abnormalities, shoot them on sight. Captain, must we truly proceed thus?" Zhang Feng hesitated for a moment, looking up at Yipeng. "If it were not for Ning Jia, we would have likely perished in this wilderness long ago. Furthermore, their previous actions were merely for self-preservation. I truly do not believe they have done anything wrong. Perhaps from the moment they became refugees, their lives were destined to be marked by error and devoid of value. Do not dwell on it. Our reinforcements will arrive in 2 days. Once we return to the fortress, I shall commend you." Yipeng patted Zhang Feng on the shoulder. "Do not forget, you are a soldier, and a soldier requires neither independent thought nor emotion." Zhang Feng sat beside the light machine gun, gazing blankly at Yipeng's receding figure, murmuring to himself, "Just because they are refugees, does that mean they do not deserve respect, that they must perish?" Chapter 61. The final opportunity. The bright moon hung high, and a gentle breeze rustled the leaves of the oasis. This moment, Ning Jia lay within a thicket, the surrounding vegetation cleared away. The outer circle of thorns served as their natural barrier, deterring wild beasts from approaching. Nearby, Fatly had already fallen asleep, the leaves covering him rising and falling with his snores, while Ning Jia stared blankly at the starry sky. Although he outwardly maintained a calm demeanor regarding his predicament, his heart was filled with trepidation. For many years, no refugee had dared to challenge the authority within the fortress, and the inhabitants could easily determine the life or death of the refugees. He sought self-preservation, and rescuing Lin Sun from the mercenaries was an exceedingly daunting task. The more he pondered, the more agitated he grew. Stricken with insomnia, Ning Jia rose from the thicket and wandered towards a nearby sand dune. Lost in thought as he gazed at the moonlit water's surface, suddenly, a shadow at the water's edge caught his attention. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, then widened them in astonishment in the distance. The shadow was unmistakably that of a great wolf, and as it approached the water, countless other shadows began to emerge from the woods. This wolf pack, numbering at least dozens of individuals, included several injured wolves limping along. Upon witnessing this scene, Ning Jia instantly realized that these were the very wolves that had previously attacked the settlement. It appeared that these wolves had originally relied on this oasis for sustenance. But the recent earthquake had frightened many animals away, prompting them to flee. Consequently, these wolves, deprived of food, resorted to consuming the crops of the oasis, ultimately taking the risk to wander in the desert and inadvertently arriving at the settlement. Now that the devastation caused by the earthquake had dissipated, the wolf pack had naturally returned. With this realization, Ning Jia suddenly conceived an idea and swiftly made his way back to the thicket. The following morning, Ning Jia once again sought out Yipeng, stating plainly, "Last night, I observed signs that the previously driven away beasts are returning, so we must continue to stoke the fire to drive them away. Otherwise, we may find ourselves without means of survival in this oasis. And no problem, we shall proceed as you suggest." Yipeng was now revitalized and in good spirits. His sole priority was to safely await the arrival of the reinforcements, and he was supportive of the idea of driving away the beasts. Once everyone reached a consensus, they began to busy themselves. After more than an hour, the woodpile at the upwind side was reignited. And since this time it was covered with greenery, the smoke was denser. As the flames blazed, Yipeng scanned the area and noticed only Fatly assisting. He turned to him. "Hey, where did Ning Jia and the other two go?" "Brother Jia mentioned that there are too many beasts here, and that we should also light some fires on the other side to generate more smoke." As Fatly spoke, he pointed towards a nearby direction. Sure enough, not long after, thick smoke began to rise from that area, and upon seeing this, Yipeng did not give it much thought. By the distant fire, Tu Shi tossed a handful of grass onto the flames. Glancing at Renjiao beside him, "Do you think Ning Jia asked us to help him light a fire here for what purpose? He can't possibly be serious about driving away the beasts. Can he?" "No, Ning Jia is quite clever. Knowing that Yipeng intends to deal with him, He would never simply sit idly by. When we decided to ignite the fire, I noticed he was digging a pit at the downwind side, likely setting a trap. As Ren Jiao warmed her hands by the fire, she responded softly. A trap? Is it meant to deal with Yipeng? Tu Shi furrowed his brow slightly. Hasn't he always been worried that confronting Yipeng directly would jeopardize the safety of his detained friend? Ninja is unpredictable in his actions. I can hardly discern his intentions. Ren Jiao pondered for a moment and gently shook her head. If Yipeng truly intends to take action against him, should we intervene or not? Tu Shi tossed a bundle of dry wood into the fire. We shall see. Throughout this journey, Ninja has treated you and me with great care, as long as it does not threaten our safety. We can lend him a hand. Ren Jiao's cheeks flushed red in the firelight as she softly replied. As the dense smoke billowed into the woods, animals returning for water began to flee in panic. Among them many large rabbits and rodents. While running, several unexpectedly stumbled and fell into the traps that Ninja had set beforehand. Witnessing this scene, Ninja grasped a sturdy vine and quickly dashed over, reaching into the trap to seize a rabbit. The current rabbits and desert rodents had grown several times larger, and their strength had similarly increased, rendering Ninja's traps insufficient to contain them for long. Thud! Ninja reached the edge of the trap and grabbed a rabbit by its ear. The rabbit, in turn, twisted around and began to kick at his arm, swiftly leaving several bloody scratches on his hand. Seeing this, Ninja leaped into the pit, wrapping the vine around the rabbit's neck and pulling with all his might. Within seconds, he successfully strangled the rabbit and, without a glance back, climbed out to rush towards another trap. Half an hour later, as the smoke cleared, Yipeng returned to the oasis, observing Ning's bloodied arms with a furrowed brow. What happened to you? I got scratched by branches while gathering firewood. It's nothing serious. Ninja smiled faintly. The smoke we just released has already startled the animals. They are unlikely to return for water in the near term. However, this method will not be effective for long. Once they become accustomed to the smoke, they may very well launch an attack against us. No worries, we shall not linger here for too long. Yipeng raised an eyebrow slightly, his demeanor nonchalant as he replied. Ninja noticed the ease in Yipeng's eyes, but his expression gradually grew solemn. It appeared that the reinforcements from the fortress were arriving more swiftly than he had anticipated. As night fell, the group retreated once more into the thorny woods. Yipeng munched on some fruit and turned to Zhang Fong, saying, Our reinforcements are already en route. They should arrive here in just a few hours. I will guard the first half of the night, and you will take over for the latter half as long as we make it through tonight. Our days of hardship will come to an end. How can it be so soon? Wasn't it supposed to take 3 days? Zhang Fong asked, his voice tinged with anxiety, for Ninja had not heeded his advice and had chosen not to leave. The initial support team is not from the fortress. It is a transport convoy affiliated with our Pei family. They will reach the oasis first to provide us with protection, and then we will await the arrival of the main force. Yipeng, in high spirits, hummed a tune as he walked towards the distant machine gun position. Zhang Fong hesitated for several moments, then circled around outside the thorny woods and made his way towards Ning's camp. He had to warn Ningzhe. This was his last opportunity. Chapter 62. A night of turmoil as Zhang Fong evaded Yipeng's line of sight and stealthily approached Ningzhe's camp. He gently pushed aside the thorns, preparing to infiltrate. Who goes there? A low voice inquired from behind him just as he was about to enter. It's me, Zhang Fong. Upon recognizing Ningzhe's voice, Zhang Fong turned to meet his gaze, then glanced around. What brings you here at such a late hour? I can't stomach wild fruits. They upset my stomach. Ningzhe sheathed his knife. Did Yipeng send you? This has nothing to do with Yipeng. I came on my own accord. Ningzhe, you must leave immediately. Yipeng has already called for reinforcements. A transport team from the Pei family is rushing towards this oasis and could arrive at any moment. You have little time left. Zhang Fong spoke earnestly, his eyes fixed on Ningzhe. Ningzhe chuckled softly. Aren't you afraid of Yipeng discovering this information? Of course I am. He is my superior. But I also do not wish to see you perish at his hands. I do not know what thoughts occupy your mind, nor whether recent interactions have led you to believe you stand on equal footing with us. But that is merely an illusion. What I wish to convey is that the people of the fortress look down upon the vagrants because they are two entirely distinct groups. The forces backing the fortress are the chaebol. Do you know what a chaebol is? They are a cadre of warlords with boundless financial power. Zhang Fong took a deep breath. I say this not to belittle you. I genuinely wish to help. But I am but a humble individual, and upon returning to the fortress, I must ensure my own survival. I cannot afford to take risks. Therefore, I can offer you only this much. Thank you." Ningxia nodded in acknowledgement, then resolutely turned towards the thorny woods. "Are you truly prepared to stay?" Zhang Fong inquired, biting down on his molars as he watched Ningxia's receding figure. "In this matter, I am as powerless as you are." Ningxia paused, turning back to Zhang Fong. "You previously mentioned that Yipeng intends to eliminate me. Besides my killing of the mercenaries, what other reasons are there? Do you know why the fortress is tracking the wolf pack to locate this oasis?" Zhang Fong gazed into the dark shadows of the oasis, taking a deep breath. "You previously stated that there used to be many oases near Fortress 87, yet they have all vanished due to environmental degradation. That is not the case. Those oases were destroyed by the Pei family. Not just the Pei family, but also the Xiahou and Jing clans in the north are engaging in similar actions. Their aim is to sever all possibilities for the vagrants to sustain themselves independently, relegating them to mere cheap labor for the chaebols. This is the dark side concealed beneath the chaebols' glamorous facade. Therefore, they will not permit this information to leak out. Even if it means silencing you, you must die." This revelation far exceeded Ningxia's expectations. He had initially believed that Xie Guangquan, the botanist, sought the oasis for research purposes. Little did he know that his true intent was merely to confirm the existence of wild seeds and then call for reinforcements to obliterate the location. The sacrifices made by their group over the past few days were solely to ascertain the source of the seeds discovered in the wolf pack's droppings by the Pei family. All of this was merely for a simple and brutal purpose: to sever the vagrants' path to survival, ensuring they could neither cultivate land nor possess seeds. As a friend, I can share only this much with you and urge you to consider that personal strength is utterly insignificant in the face of the chaebols. As for your future, the decision rests solely with you." Zhang Fong left these words with Ningxia before braving the wind and sand, vanishing into the darkness. Zhang Fong's words resonated within Ningxia, stirring a tempest of emotions. The portrayal of the chaebols in the fortress's past propaganda had always been radiant, positive. They were depicted as providing job opportunities for the vagrants, preventing them from starving. Ningxia had always scoffed at this narrative, yet he never expected the chaebols' methods to be so insidious, willing to go to any lengths to reduce the vagrants to mere beasts of burden. However, Ningxia did not harbor significant hatred toward the chaebols. As Zhang Fong had pointed out, before the chaebols, anyone's power was minuscule. He was no hero and had no desire to be one. He merely sought to carve out a path for survival in this chaotic world. Yet, even the quest for survival proved to be fraught with difficulty. Upon returning to the camp in the woods, Tu Shi, Ren Jiao, and Li Pengzi had yet to sleep, all sitting on the ground in a daze. "I've received news that the scientific expedition's reinforcements are on their way. If you do not leave soon, it will be too late." Ningxia sat down on the ground, addressing the trio with succinct words. Li Pengzi trembled slightly, his hands hidden behind his back. "I will not leave. I vowed to take care of you." "Are you truly going to stay?" Ren Jiao asked calmly as she peeled a wild fruit with her knife. Ningxia smiled faintly and nodded. "Yes, I advise you to leave quickly, for what is coming tonight is not limited to the reinforcements Yipeng called for." "Who else is coming?" A flicker of surprise crossed Ren Jiao's eyes. She could not fathom how a vagrant like Ningxia could summon other reinforcements. "The wolf pack?" Ningxia lay on the grass, gazing at the starry sky. The bright moon illuminated the oasis, where a dark line stretched from the lakeshore into the woods where Ningxia and the others were hiding, permeated by a foul stench. This was all the animal blood and flesh he had scattered along the way. Ningxia's only chance of survival lay in gambling, betting that the scent of the blood would attract the wolf pack to assault their camp and that the wolves would arrive before Yipeng's reinforcements. The stench of blood wafted with the wind, already drawing a swarm of flying insects, and scavengers began dragging the carcasses on the ground. The wind rose, sending ripples across the lake's surface, as if heralding a night destined for turmoil. In the dead of night, Yipeng sat beside the machine gun position, yawning as he rummaged through his pocket for an empty cigarette pack. He poured the remnants of tobacco into his palm and chewed lightly. He was a heavy smoker, yet the supply he had brought had long been destroyed along with the other provisions. Glancing at his watch by the moonlight, he noted that it was nearing 2:30. In half an hour, he would need to awaken Zhang Fong to take over his watch. The previous morning, Yipeng had received a call from the fortress, and the military personnel informed him that a transport team had altered its course to provide support and emphasize the need to take good care of Pei Xiangtong. In truth, Yi Peng had already been subtly ingratiating himself with her upon learning of her identity. Gaining her favor could lead to significant advancement, as for Ning Jia and his fellow vagrants. Yi Peng did not care much for them, for once the reinforcements arrived, their fate was sealed. Ning Jia had already committed too many transgressions against his limits. Regardless of the circumstances, he would not allow Ning Jia to survive. As Yi Peng pondered this, his peripheral vision caught sight of a shadow darting across the open ground in the distance. Chapter 63. The wolf pack strikes at first. When Yi Peng spotted the shadow, he thought he was imagining things. However, upon closer inspection, he realized that a dozen dark figures were swiftly moving towards his position across the open ground. Damn it! Seeing this scene, Yi Peng's body tensed. The machine gun he had been aiming at Ning Jia's direction was suddenly redirected as he shouted, "Zhang Feng! Zhang Feng!" With a jolt, Zhang Feng, who had been sleeping several meters away, opened his eyes wide. Ah! The next moment, the howl of wolves echoed like thunder across the plains. Rat-tat-tat. As the wolf pack converged towards the thicket, Zhang Feng, tense with anticipation, squeezed the trigger. Ah! A wolf in the front was struck by bullets. Struggling for a moment before collapsing to the ground, roar. As the Wolf King witnessed the humans initiating the assault, he let out a piercing howl, and the pack surged forth, fanning out in a swift motion towards the thicket where Yi Peng and his companions were situated. Damn it! Yi Peng roared, pulling the trigger and firing bursts at the advancing wolves. The 7.92 caliber light machine gun in his hands wielded a far greater power than the rudimentary firearms previously used by Meng Liang and his group. A direct hit posed a lethal threat. 50 meters away, Ning Jia and his companions crouched behind a sand dune positioned downwind, listening to the distant gunfire. Taking a deep breath, Ning Jia remarked, "We are downwind? The scent will not reach the thicket, thus the wolves will not detect us. Are you truly not coming with us?" Ren Jiao gazed at Ning Jia, confirming once more. Compared to before, both she and Tu Shi now bore backpacks cinched around their waists, presumably filled with provisions. "I have compelling reasons to stay," Ning Jia nodded. "Very well." Ren Jiao's expression remained unchanged as she swiftly vanished into the darkness with Tu Shi. "Listen carefully, stay put and do not move. If I do not return, wait for the reinforcements from the stronghold before setting off. However, do not engage with those individuals. Instead, follow their tracks. They will undoubtedly eliminate threats along their path and make camp. If you are clever, you may scavenge some scraps at their campsites, and there lies a chance to return to the settlement." Ning Jia turned to Li Paozi beside him, his expression earnest. "Je go. I have said before, I remain behind to protect you. I will accompany you," Li Paozi protested, clutching a sharpened branch. "You cannot protect me. If you truly wish to do something for me, if I do not return, collect my body," Ning Jia declared, taking a step to depart. "Je go," Li Paozi called out, gritting his teeth as he tore the red string from his wrist and stuffed it into Ning Jia's pocket, for safety. With a firm pat on Li Paozi's shoulder, Ning Jia swiftly scaled the sand dune before him. Within the thicket, da-dee-da-da, click. Yi Peng had executed approximately 10 precise bursts, and his magazine was now empty. At this moment, on the open ground before him, at least 7 or 8 wolves lay slain, writhing and howling in agony. As Yi Peng had stated, humans wielding firearms could unleash tremendous lethality. Click. After deftly replacing the magazine, he discovered his supply of ammunition had run out and yelled towards his camp, "Zhang Feng, bring me more magazines." With a rustle, the grass to his side stirred, prompting him to pull the bolt of his light machine gun. "Captain, where did you leave the magazines?" Zhang Feng's voice called from a distance. "Damn it." Upon hearing Zhang Feng's voice, Yi Peng instinctively drew his sidearm, directing it towards the rustling grass. He had initially thought it was Zhang Feng delivering ammunition, but the direction of Zhang Feng's voice quickly dispelled that notion. A woo! Suddenly, a massive wolf sprang from the thicket, trampling through thorns and branches, leaving a trail of fur in its wake. Bang, 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 bang. As Yi Peng saw the enormous wolf leap, he began to fire rapidly, bullets tearing through the creature's chest and abdomen, spilling blood. Boom! The colossal wolf was struck down from mid-air, crashing onto Yi Peng. With a rustle, the thicket behind him erupted with movement, sending a chill down Yi Peng's spine. He had dismissed Ningxia's earlier assertion about the intelligence of animals, but he was now astounded to realize that the wolf pack was executing a flanking maneuver. Do-de-de. Meanwhile, gunfire erupted from a location several meters away, growing increasingly distant, clearly indicating that Zhang Fong was also engaging with the wolves while covering Xie Guangquan and Pei Xiangtong's retreat. Damn it! Realizing he was isolated and vulnerable, Yipeng seized his light machine gun and cradled it protectively. With a rustle, the thicket ahead shook violently as countless wolf heads emerged, their eyes gleaming with an eerie green light. Lunging forward, Yipeng's hair stood on end as he began to sweep the trigger, bullets flying as flora and wolves alike fell. The wolf pack, witnessing the ferocity of the machine gun's firepower, ceased their frontal assault after leaving 4 or 5 corpses behind, yet they did not disperse. Instead, they gradually encircled Yipeng in a fan-like formation, leaving him overwhelmed and unable to fend off so many wolves alone. Oh whoa! One wolf circled to Yipeng's side, preparing to launch a surprise attack. Seeing this, Yipeng swiftly pivoted the barrel of his gun, causing the wolf to halt and retreat, but another wolf approached from a different angle. Thus, a standoff ensued between one man and over 10 wolves. The pack hesitated to advance, and Yipeng dared not fire, for his light machine gun contained only 45 rounds, and after the recent onslaught, a mere 20 rounds remained. Should he exhaust his ammunition, he would undoubtedly meet his demise at the jaws of the wolves. Boom, boom. Yipeng kicked aside 2 wolf carcasses, slowly retreating to the ground, reducing his body's exposure to harm. However, he had no path of escape as a dense thicket loomed behind him. The wolves could easily traverse it, but he could not. Just as the standoff continued, footsteps echoed behind him, followed by a flare of light appearing in the distance. Oh whoa! The wolf pack emitted low growls, instinctively retreating from the fire's glow. Ningxia, save me! Yipeng called out, straining to see the figure brandishing a torch just beyond the thicket. Desperation gleaming in his eyes, Ningxia caught sight of Yipeng encircled by the wolves, yet without a moment's pause, sprinted away. Chapter 64. Enemies on a narrow path. Luring the wolves into a frenzy with the scent of blood and flesh was Ningxia's cunning plan. He understood these beasts all too well, knowing precisely how to incite their primal instincts. Blood served as a stimulant imprinted in their DNA, awakening their most savage urges to kill. His objective was to utilize the wolf pack to eliminate Yipeng, distancing himself entirely from the conflict, ensuring he would not extend a helping hand. The distant gunfire persisted as Ningxia maneuvered swiftly through the dense forest, torch in hand. Awoo! The howling of wolves echoed once more, signaling the pack's impatience and restlessness. The roar of the machine gun intertwined with the wolves' howls, resonating through the oasis, while Yipeng's own cries reverberated in the air. Ningxia was fully aware of Yipeng's fate. The wolves had retreated from the settlement earlier due to it being human territory, but this desolate expanse belonged to the wolves. 50 meters ahead, Zhang Fong was also making his escape alongside Professor Xie and Pei Xiangtong. Pursued by a pack of wolves, Zhang Fong turned to fire a few rounds at the wolves, then gestured towards the date palm grove to the left. Professor. This way, good. Xie Guangquan, having lost one shoe, dragged Pei Xiangtong by the wrist, scrambling into the grove. Oh whoa! A wolf crouched low, its tail erect, launching an attack. Zhang Fong lowered his gun, delivering precise shots to the wolf's head, killing it instantly. While reaching for a spare magazine from his tactical belt, just as Zhang Fong discarded the empty magazine, another wolf burst from the thicket, tackling him to the ground, baring its fangs. Click! Zhang Fong braced the barrel of his gun against the wolf's jaws, realizing the beast's immense strength rendered him no match. Within the woods, Xie Guangquan and Pei Xiangtong watched in horror, paralyzed by the oppressive presence of the beast, their bodies frozen as if they were mere spectators. Grr! The massive wolf growled lowly, violently tossing Zhang Fong's gun aside before lunging again. In that life-and-death moment, a figure suddenly emerged from the shadows, swinging a torch at the wolf's head. Bang! The muffled impact sent the wolf staggering, its fur igniting in flames, causing it to retreat in fright. Ningxia? Zhang Fong gasped, sweat pouring down his face as he recognized his savior. Run! Ningxia commanded, waving his torch at the 2 wolves approaching from behind. Together! Zhang Fong, wincing in pain, rose to his feet and drew his military dagger. These beasts are faster than us. We can't outrun them. If no one holds them off with fire, none of us will escape. Ningxia seized Zhang Feng's dagger, speaking gravely, "Be careful." Zhang Feng hesitated before turning to shield Xie Guangquan and Pei Xiangtong as they fled. "Zhang Feng, are we really just going to abandon Ningxia?" Pei Xiangtong glanced back at the scene of Ningxia confronting the wolves, her eyes filled with compassion. She had witnessed the wolves' brutality and understood the fate that awaited anyone left behind. To her, it seemed that Ningxia's companions had already perished. "These refugees are indeed different from what I had heard and imagined," Xie Guangquan noted, sensing Pei Xiangtong's reluctance as he pulled her hand to quicken their pace. "Let us go. Continue to stay. Everyone is doomed." At this moment, Zhang Feng's gun had run out of bullets, and the gunfire from Yiping's side had also ceased. Countless wolves slowly emerged from the thicket before Ningxia, their eyes reflecting flickering flames, beginning to pace restlessly, displaying signs of agitation. Yet, due to their instinctive fear of fire, they exhibited a momentary hesitation. Ningxia heard the footsteps behind him fade away, and he waved the torch forward. Seizing the moment when the wolf pack recoiled, he dashed into the adjacent woods. The reason Ningxia dared to provoke the wolves and attempt to rescue Zhang Feng and the others was clear. He intended to leverage this incident to ensnare Yiping, while simultaneously ensuring that Professor Xie and others owed him a significant favor. Ningxia could discern that among the remaining 3 individuals, Zhang Feng was deeply loyal, Pei Xiangtong was naive, and Xie Guangquan was a complex amalgamation of selfishness and compassion. He feared death, yet as an intellectual, he longed to project an image of benevolence and a desire to aid the world. This was precisely why Ningxia had, unusually, called out to support Xie Guangquan, wishing to establish an imposing presence in his mind, thereby earning his recognition. Ultimately, of the remaining members of the research team, the one most eager for his demise was the seemingly righteous but actually cunning Yiping. As long as Yiping was removed from the equation, Ningxia would have a chance to survive. Now that Yiping had perished at the jaws of the wolves, Ningxia had no intention of becoming a sacrificial offering. Long before executing this plan, he had already arranged a substantial pile of dry wood on the opposite side of the forest. Once ignited, the fierce flames would be sufficient to frighten the wolves away and grant him an escape route. The wolf pack, seemingly enraged by Ningxia's attempt to rescue Zhang Feng and the others, began to circle around him as he moved, initiating a pursuit. Wolves are intelligent creatures, forming a remarkably coordinated group. They waited for the torch in Ningxia's hand to extinguish. Ningxia was well-versed in wolf behavior and understood their intentions. Thus, he ran at a swift pace, acutely aware that once the wolves adapted to the torchlight, he would be under attack. He needed to ignite the fire before they launched their assault. Just as Ningxia was less than 30 meters from the pile of firewood, a wolf's howl echoed once more. Blocking his path was the Wolf King, flanked by 2 male wolves in a triangular formation. The Wolf King's feet lay a dry stick, seemingly indicating that it had unraveled his plot. The flickering flames illuminated Ningxia's recognition of the broken arrow on the Wolf King's back. It belonged to Lin Sun. This pack of wolves was indeed the very same that Ningxia had encountered in the town. A wolf that looks back must have a reason, whether it be gratitude or vengeance. This saying, originating from the old world, still resonates in the wasteland, expressing the belief that all beings possess spirit and highlighting the cunning and ferocity of wolves. It was evident that the wolves had tracked Ningxia not to repay a debt of gratitude. The sudden appearance of the Wolf King caused Ningxia's heart to race exponentially. He had witnessed the Wolf King lead its pack through gunfire in the town, proving that under its command, the wolves could overcome fear. Ningxia was uncertain whether they would dare traverse a sea of flames. But based on prior experience, he knew that this creature was unafraid of the torch in his hand. The Wolf King had not forgotten Ningxia's appearance. Upon spotting him, it emitted deep, labored breaths through its nostrils, its green-hued eyes radiating unmistakable anger. 3 seconds later, the Wolf King let out a ferocious roar and lunged at Ningxia, who, with nerves taut, evaded to the side in an instant. One of the wolves behind seized the opportunity as Ningxia focused ahead, leaping at him, only to be struck on the head by Ningxia's torch. A piercing whimper followed. Yet the remaining dozen wolves did not charge en masse. Instead, they encircled him, revolving in a circle. Seeking out his vulnerabilities, surrounded by the pack, Ningxia felt a surge of unease. Clutching a military dagger in his left hand and the torch in his right, he began to move slowly. Having witnessed wolves hunt, he understood their intricate coordination. To survive, he must exhibit greater patience than these beasts. After a few seconds, one of the female wolves bared its fangs, crouching low, revealing its agitation. Ningzha observed the fierce demeanor of the female wolf. The veins on its neck bulging. Fear and excitement coursed through him, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. His grip on the dagger tightened to the point of whiteness at the joints, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. With a howl, the female wolf lunged straight at Ningzha in a swift motion. He sidestepped, plunging the dagger into the wolf's back, the blade tearing through flesh and creating a gaping wound at that moment. 3 wolves pounced from behind, catching him off guard. One sank its teeth into his calf. Stumbling, Ningzha fell to one knee and thrust the dagger into the neck of the attacking wolf. Then crouched low to evade another wolf's leap, using all his strength to hurl the torch toward the pile of firewood. The torch struck the ground 10 meters away from the dry wood. Once Ningzha was without the torch, the wolves surged forward, attacking him with relentless speed. Each time he sidestepped, a lone wolf would sneak in from behind. The sounds of blades piercing flesh and the echoes of tearing flesh reverberated across the wilderness. In mere seconds, Ningzha's clothes had been shredded, and multiple bloody wounds adorned his body, while the Wolf King charged in for the kill. Seeing the Wolf King's movements, Ningzha's nerves tightened as he prepared for a desperate fight. However, as he raised his arm, he felt a long-lost surge of strength return. In that fleeting moment, the Wolf King's actions seemed to slow, and even the pain coursing through him was momentarily subdued. Suddenly reinvigorated, Ningzha charged at the Wolf King. In midair, they collided, and he wrapped his arms around the Wolf King's neck, forcefully slamming it to the ground. The wolf pack erupted in a chorus of howls as they surged towards Ningzha. The Wolf King lunged at Ningzha's neck, but he dodged just in time, and its teeth clashed together. In that instant, a glint of steel pierced through. The military dagger drove into the Wolf King's eye, the blade emerging from the back of its skull. After delivering the blow, Ningzha surged forward, like a cannonball, crashing into a male wolf and darting toward the direction of the torch. Though his fighting spirit surged, he retained his composure, knowing that lighting the fire was his only means of escaping the wolves' onslaught. The wolves seemed to recognize Ningzha's intent. Particularly, the death of the Wolf King did not scatter them, but rather incited their ferocity as they closed in on him. From a vantage point, the encroaching wolves multiplied, akin to a tide intent on engulfing him. With a leap, Ningzha's hand grasped the torch. A half-grown wolf lunged at him, biting down on his wrist, while 2 more wolves attacked, seizing his legs. The excruciating pain of muscle tearing drew a muffled groan from Ningzha as he swung his arm with tremendous force, flinging a 50 to 60-pound pup away. However, the sheer number of wolves was overwhelming. Even with his immense strength, he was soon surrounded by 4 or 5 wolves, clamping down on his arms and legs. With swift strikes, Ningzha plunged his dagger into a wolf's side, but before he could strike again, an adult wolf pressed down on his chest, its maw wide open, lunging for his neck. Shagu! A shout rang out as Lipanji burst forth from the nearby woods, raising his hand towards Ningzha. In Ningzha's perspective, he was cornered, unable to evade the wolf's assault. However, upon hearing Lipanji's call, the wolf's movements suddenly slowed, as though it had abruptly halted. Though this moment was but a fleeting instant, Ningzha seized the opportunity, plunging his dagger into the wolf's jaw, blood splattering across his face. While not far off, Lipanji's nose began to bleed. At this point, Ningzha was surrounded by at least 20 wolves. The death of a single wolf would not significantly alter the tide of battle. Soon, several more wolves charged at him, while 2 bore down on Lipanji. "Don't! Stay back!" Lipanji shouted, raising his hand once more, yet to no avail. Suddenly, 2 gunshots rang out, striking the foreheads of the 2 wolves in front of Lipanji, their momentum carrying them away as they tumbled to the ground. Bang, bang. As the gunfire erupted from the woods behind Lipanji, Rinjiao confidently advanced, each hand grasping a silver, intricately designed revolver. With every shot fired, a wolf succumbed to the ground, and as Ningzha lay on the earth, he could distinctly hear the whistle of bullets slicing through the air and the muffled thud of them piercing flesh. The oppressive weight upon him gradually lifted, as numerous wolves fell around him. A wolf, confronted by Ren Jiao's fierce onslaught, turned to the dense forest behind and let out a long howl in response. A chorus of howls echoed from afar, and the surrounding underbrush began to rustle ominously as the outer sentinels of wolves surged forth towards a singular point. Chapter 66. A splendid convergence of blade and bullet. The air was thick with the stench of blood. As the conflict between man and beast reached its zenith, bang, 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 Ren Jiao steadied her revolvers, firing at the approaching pack, and with each shot, a wolf fell in response. Click! As one revolver ran dry, she deftly ejected the empty cartridge. Flicking it aside with a slight motion of her wrist, a belt of bullets adorned her waist, and with a press of her thumb, 6 rounds were swiftly loaded into the rotating chamber. The speed of her actions leaving onlookers bewildered. Seizing the moment while Ran Jiao held the wolves at bay, Ninja sprang from the ground, grasping a nearly extinguished torch and thrusting it into the dry hay beneath him. The flames leapt to life, ignited by the wind, as the oil-soaked branches caught fire, sending flames and thick smoke billowing forth, spreading through the troughs of kindling scattered about. Ran Jiao, over here, Ninja called. Having successfully kindled the flames, amidst this chaos, countless wolves emerged from the underbrush, heedlessly converging upon Ran Jiao. Bang, bang, ba-bang. Once more, she raised her weapon. Despite her rapid firing, the sheer number of wolves charging at her proved daunting. A wolf lunged at Ran Jiao's side, its claws raking across her. Damn it, Ninja, witnessing the perilous approach of the wolves, gripped his knife, ready to rush in for assistance. Yet before he could act, Ran Jiao's wrist flicked, and 2 gleaming blades sprang forth from her formidable revolver, eyeing the face of the wolf pack's assault. She moved with the grace of a seasoned martial artist, akin to a dancer in a vivid performance. Her blades carving through the air and her gunfire illuminating the night, rendering her seemingly impervious to the encroaching threat. Ninja, utterly astonished by Ran Jiao's display of martial prowess, had never beheld such a magnificent yet practical combat technique. The synergy of her firearms and blades allowed her to dominate the wolves, who, curiously, appeared clumsy and strange, their once lethal attacks thwarted by her uncanny agility. Amidst the gunfire, Ran Jiao dispatched the nearest wolves without advancing towards Ninja's position. Instead, she swiftly turned and vanished into the thicket. Suddenly, a group of wolves surged forth, oblivious to the fine wire concealed within the woods. With a snap, the wire was severed, and 2 hand grenades affixed to the branches detonated, sending a shockwave and shrapnel that toppled several wolves. The fierce light and explosive sound finally caused the pack to falter, as they collectively whimpered and began to retreat into the distance. Ninja, seeing Ran Jiao's departure, swiftly maneuvered around the fire, reaching the spot where she had battled the wolves. The ground was stained crimson, exuding a pungent odor, littered with empty shells and countless seeds. Observing this scene, curiosity flickered in Ninja's eyes. The seeds scattered across the ground were remnants from when wolves had attacked Ran Jiao, their claws tearing through the bundle she had been carrying. Previously, he had assumed it contained fruits gathered for sustenance, but now he pondered whether her true purpose here was to seek out seeds. This was not the primary concern for Ninja. He crouched beside a wolf's carcass, reaching out to touch its icy body. The sensation was chilling, and though his body temperature rose, it was evident that this wolf's corpse was unnaturally cold and rigid. Typically, an animal would only exhibit such conditions 4 to 5 hours post-mortem. At that moment, Ninja began to suspect that Ran Jiao might indeed be the demon seed Su Fei had mentioned. The wolves' lethargic movements while attacking him earlier could be attributed to this peculiar freezing phenomenon, which hampered their actions. Zhigu, are you all right? Are your wounds serious? Li Pengzi rushed over, alarmed by Ninja's bloodied appearance. How did you manage to halt that wolf earlier? Ninja recalled how Li Pengzi's roar had caused one of the attacking wolves to hesitate. Looking up at him, I didn't do anything. I merely intended to assist you. I had no idea Ran Jiao would also arrive. Li Pengzi shook his head in confusion. This is no place to linger. We must leave. Observing Li Pengzi's bewildered expression, Ninja felt he might have misjudged the situation. The wolf's hesitation may not have been linked to Li Pengzi at all, but perhaps was a result of Ran Jiao's intervention. Just as Ninja stood, he felt his strength rapidly draining, accompanied by a sharper pain from his wounds. This marked the second time he had succumbed to his affliction while fully conscious. He had come to understand this peculiar ability of his. When it manifested, It significantly enhanced his strength and reflexes. However, this power was entirely unpredictable, beyond his control, and once it dissipated, the toll it exacted was severe, leaving him utterly weakened. Zhigu? Li Pengzi instinctively reached to support Ningxia as he faltered. But the blood-soaked figure slipped from his grasp, dropping to one knee. "I'm fine. Just get me out of here," Ningxia gasped, his vision darkening from blood loss. "Hold on." Li Pengzi strained to hoist Ningxia onto his back and began making his way towards the outskirts of the oasis. On the edge of a dune outside the oasis, Zhang Feng, Pei Xiangtong, and Xie Guangquan caught a faint whiff of blood in the air. Earlier, when the gunfire erupted from the oasis, they had assumed Ningxia had found their discarded weapons and was battling the wolves. However, as the sound subsided, sorrow washed over their faces. Regardless of his status as a mere refugee, Ningxia had chosen to stay behind to protect them, and thus deserved their utmost respect. Suddenly, Pei Xiangtong spotted a swaying figure in the darkness. Pointing, exclaiming, "Someone's coming!" With a swift motion, Zhang Feng drew a powerful flashlight, illuminating the figure of Ningxia, who appeared to be a blood-soaked specter on Li Pengzi's back. Stunned for a moment, he quickly rushed over. Thud! Xie Guangquan followed closely, instructing Li Pengzi to lay Ningxia down and checking for a pulse. "He's still breathing. Hurry, we must bandage him." Without hesitation, Zhang Feng tore his shirt into strips, passing them to Xie Guangquan. In that instant, they cast aside concerns for their own medical supplies, driven solely by the desire to save Ningxia and alleviate their guilt. "We don't know if he has any fractures, or if he needs stabilizing," Xie Guangquan urged, his voice steady as he began wrapping Ningxia's wounds. "Quickly, gather some branches for support on it." Zhang Feng turned at the sound, only to notice several shadows lurking about 10 meters away. Instinctively, he swept the flashlight in that direction as the beam illuminated the area. A few lions, drawn by the scent of blood, revealed their predatory demeanor, eyeing the group hungrily. Chapter 67. Iron Beast's Pei Xiangtong had intended to follow Zhang Feng to collect branches. But upon sighting the lions, her breath quickened, leaving her at a loss for words. The fierce aura emanating from the beasts made her tremble. With a rustle, the lions, caught in the beam of light, darted into the surrounding darkness. "Miss Pei, withdraw immediately. Stay close to Professor Xie," Zhang Feng cautioned in a hushed tone, scanning the lions' movements with the flashlight. He knew they had lost any chance of escape. Previously, Ningxia had enabled their escape from the wolves, a stroke of luck. But now that he had collapsed, the remaining individuals were unarmed and bereft of leadership. Without Ningxia's guidance, their chances of evading the beasts in this desolate wilderness seemed nothing more than a futile dream. A fierce roar erupted from the lions ahead, who had discerned that Zhang Feng and his companions posed no threat. This resonant display of power echoed the legendary lion's roar often depicted in martial arts novels. Underscoring the sheer magnitude of their vocal prowess, the thunderous roar reverberated, heavy and deep, instilling a sense of dread. It was enough to send Fatley sprawling to the ground, his pants soaked in fear. With a mighty bellow, a male lion charged forward, its massive claws digging into the sand as it lunged towards the nearest Zhang Feng, its mane billowing in the wind. "How dare you? Come at me." Zhang Feng glared at the colossal beast, his eyes ablaze with defiance, gripping a flashlight equipped with an aluminum alloy attack head. Even with the certainty of his impending demise, he was resolute in making a final stand. Just as he took a step forward, the lion's head exploded in a thunderous blast, its lifeless body propelled forward by inertia, blood gushing from its mouth. A deafening crack followed, echoing across the plains. Zhang Feng's eyes widened as he turned to the sand dunes behind him. He recognized the sound as that of artillery fired. A green illumination round spiraled into the sky, dispelling the enveloping darkness. Bright flashes erupted behind the dunes as several hedgehog vehicles emblazoned with the Pei family's insignia surged forward, charging towards the gathered crowd. The staccato of light machine gunfire lit up the night, bullets kicking up clouds of dust on the ground. A lion, ensnared in a net of bullets, was swiftly torn apart by the overwhelming firepower. The remaining lions, startled by the chaos, bolted in the opposite direction. As the first hedgehog vehicle screeched to a halt near the crowd, the following convoy quickly caught up. The roar of engines filled the air, revealing an array of formidable vehicles. Armored trucks, long tankers, and uniquely constructed hybrid vehicles adapted for the desert terrain. The convoy resembled a torrent of steel, transforming into the fiercest beasts of the wasteland. In an instant, the desert was aglow with lights and billowing dust. The convoy soon encircled Sieguancoin and his team, and as the doors swung open, numerous security personnel clad in uniforms and gas masks, armed to the teeth, disembarked and assembled. We are the 13th squad of the Pei family's mining transport team. We have been ordered to protect the scientific expedition team at Fort 87 from the dangers of the Gobi Desert. Who is the person in charge here? Boomed a robust African man, cradling a machine gun. I am Sieguancoin, overseeing the scientific operations of this expedition. This is Zhang Fong, the sole survivor of our escort team. Upon seeing the transport team arrive, Sieguancoin disregarded Ning Zhe and hastened towards the imposing figure. Finding solace in the fluttering Pei family flags and the heavy artillery present. Let us set aside other matters for now. Is Miss Pei present? The African man inquired briskly. Yes. Xiang Tong, Xiang. Sieguancoin noticed Pei Xiang Tong was still tending to Ning Zhe's wounds and raised his voice. Xiang Tong, reinforcements have arrived at the fort. Hurry aboard. The plains are too perilous. All right, everyone, get in the vehicles. The African man relaxed slightly upon hearing that Pei Xiang Tong was unharmed, but his gaze fell on the injured Ning Zhe and the nearby Fat Li. He continued questioning Sieguancoin. Did you not say only one mercenary remained in the team? Who are these two? These individuals are the refugees guiding us. They have assisted us greatly along the way. And they just saved our lives. Sieguancoin hesitated but defended Ning Zhe, recalling how Ning Zhe's sacrifice had spared them from a grim fate. Despite his selfish tendencies, the sight of Ning Zhe's suffering stirred his compassion, prompting him to sympathize with the vulnerable. Our guide is gravely injured. We must act swiftly to treat him, or he may face life-threatening consequences. Zhang Fong stated directly, making their need clear. Are you jesting? Refugees cannot possibly qualify to board our vehicles. The African man scoffed, his expression unyielding. My mission is solely to support you here, and to hold our position until reinforcements reach Fort 87. Beyond that, I have no other obligations. I may permit you to and Miss Pei to board and rest, but I absolutely will not allow this filthy rabble to approach my convoy. The African man's sentiments mirrored the disdain many in the fort held for the refugees. Devoid of any empathy. Please, I beg you, save them. If you agree to help, I can offer you 20,000 once we return to Fort 87. Zhang Fong, sensing the man's obstinacy, resorted to monetary persuasion, the sum representing his entire savings. 20,000? Are you unaware of the worth of a refugee's life? The African man narrowed his eyes at Zhang Fong's proposition. These lowlifes are worth only a few dozen at best if they perish in a factory. He saved my life and is my friend. I promise I will pay you the money. Zhang Fong resolutely responded, ignoring the African's derision. I'm afraid some matters cannot be resolved with money. The man scoffed. His disdain for Zhang Fong's camaraderie with the refugees evident. After a moment's contemplation, he ultimately declined, wary of the repercussions of associating with the refugees and the potential loss of respect within the convoy. The prevalent narrative within the fort, fueled by the financial elite's propaganda, painted the refugees as disease-ridden and duplicitous. Pei Xiang Tong, having overheard the exchange, approached with purpose. Oh, you know who I am, Miss Pei. I am well aware of your identity, and my mission is to protect you. The man smiled, nodding. We have prepared clean water and fresh clothing for you inside the vehicle, since you know who I am. Then save the others immediately. Do not make me repeat myself. Pei Xiang Tong interjected, her voice cold and commanding. Chapter 68. The fall of the oasis. What Zhang Fong was willing to pay 20,000 for but could not achieve was swiftly resolved by Pei Xiang Tong's decisive command. The leader of the transport team, upon hearing her orders, quickly relented and instructed his men to carry Ning Zhe onto a tracked vehicle. These vehicles, a patchwork of remnants from the old world, featured outdated chassis with various attachments for different functionalities, including mobile medical units. The federations of financial elites controlled a multitude of forts, which primarily served as resource extraction points. However, few were self-sustaining, necessitating the exchange of goods among them. The transport teams arose out of this need, functioning as armed security under the financial elite's banner, solely responsible for logistics. These transport teams traversed the perilous regions beyond the forts, transporting invaluable supplies while facing threats from refugees, savage bandits, and predatory beasts, as well as sabotage from rival factions. Thus, they were heavily armed and accompanied by medical teams to address emergencies in the wilderness. Once Ning Zhe was aboard the transport team's medical vehicle, The doctors began to tend to his wounds. Under Pei Xiangtong's pressure, the African captain even provided Ningxia with the anesthetics he typically reserved for his own men. After 2 hours of urgent care, the doctor stepped outside to address the captain. Captain, the patient has lost a significant amount of blood, nearly 20%. He urgently requires a transfusion. Brother Fong, what does a blood transfusion entail? Fatly asked Zhang Fong, bewildered by the doctor's words. Blood serves as a transport medium, delivering oxygen and nutrients to the organs and cells while also removing metabolic waste and carbon dioxide. It helps regulate bodily functions, maintain temperature, and partake in physiological responses, Zhang Fong briefly explained. Upon realizing Fat Li's confusion, he distilled it down further. Excessive blood loss can lead to hypovolemic anemia, shock, heart failure, diminished immunity, and even death. In such cases, blood from another person is required to be administered intravenously. Before Zhang Fong could finish, Fat Li interjected loudly, "Doctor, use my blood. I'm quite hefty, so I surely have plenty. Take as much as you need to save Brother Zhe." Get lost. Upon hearing the cries of Li Panzai, the doctor frowned and scolded. What I detest most is this bunch of ignorant vagabonds. Don't you think blood transfusion is as simple as drinking water? Do you think you can just transfuse however you wish? Doctor, he lacks education. Please do not stoop to his level. Zhang Fong pushed Li Panzai aside and inquired, I have type A blood. Can I donate to him? No. The patient's blood type is B, and our team has already exhausted its supply of B-type plasma. The doctor shook his head slightly and shouted to the others, is there anyone here with B-type blood willing to help with a donation? A profound silence ensued. Among the 30-odd individuals present, including drivers, security personnel, and cooks, not a single person responded to the doctor's plea. Had the injured been one of their own from the fortress, there would undoubtedly have been volunteers. But faced with a vagabond, they maintained their silence, unwilling to let their blood flow into the filthy body of a drifter. I will. At this moment, Pei Xiangtong, now dressed in a fresh outfit, approached the doctor and declared, I have type O blood. Let me donate. Miss Pei, you are of noble birth. How can you involve yourself in such matters? The black captain flattered, then turned to the others. What the hell are you all standing around for? Who has B-type blood? Step forward. No need. I will do it. He saved my life. What is a little blood donation to me? Pei Xiangtong coldly refused and looked back at the doctor. Where can I donate? Miss, right this way, please, the doctor said reluctantly, leading Pei Xiangtong towards the nearby sterile vehicle. Ningxia was gravely injured, with at least 20 wounds across his body, requiring nearly 100 stitches. Fortunately, the doctor from the transfusion team was professionally trained and possessed rich experience in treating external injuries, which ultimately saved his life. After the surgery, Ningxia remained in a dazed state, oscillating between consciousness and slumber. When he gradually regained awareness, he discovered he had been moved from the transport team's medical vehicle to another mobile unit in the desert, lying on a designated hospital bed. Gazing out the window, he noticed that the transport vehicle had vanished, and the desert outside was filled with military vehicles. Numerous personnel clad in protective gear, carrying sprayers, were seen spraying some kind of chemicals in the oasis, causing the crops to visibly wilt wherever the crowd passed. After saturating the oasis with a large quantity of trichloroacetic acid and glyphosate, the disinfection team proceeded to dump barrel after barrel of a noxious liquid into the central lake of the oasis. Within mere minutes, dead fish began to float to the surface. Lying on the hospital bed inside the vehicle, Ningxia watched impassively as the fortress personnel carried out their actions. 4 or 5 years ago, there had also been a few miniature oases near Fortress 87, but over time, those oases had all been swallowed by the encroaching sands. Ningxia had always believed that the disappearance of the oases was due to environmental factors, but witnessing the obliteration of an oasis with his own eyes unraveled a mystery that had lingered for years. His original plan had been to use a pack of wolves to eliminate Yipeng and then escape the oasis with Xie Guangquan and others. In doing so, he would have owed his life to them and could evade the oasis, thus gaining a sliver of hope. Given the current circumstances, it seemed Ningxia had narrowly escaped disaster, as he was receiving intravenous fluids, an undeniably extravagant treatment. If the fortress personnel intended to eliminate him, they would not have gone to such lengths. In a certain sense, Ningxia's survival was due to his ability to awaken the humanity within Zhang Fong, Pei Xiangtong, and Xie Guangquan through a desperate struggle, breaking down the barriers they held against the vagabonds. To avoid getting embroiled in this conflict, Ningxia chose to continue feigning unconsciousness. He understood that the less he knew about the fortress's secrets, the longer he could survive. After 4 to 5 hours of disinfection, the hazardous materials team confirmed that the herbicide had covered every inch of the oasis before beginning to set explosives. The formation of an oasis was primarily due to the underground rivers flowing beneath. To completely eradicate it, blasting would be necessary to destroy the springs that fed it, with a thunderous boom. Billowing clouds of dust rose, gradually engulfing the lone greenery in the desert. Accompanied by the tremors of the ground, the military convoy began its return journey to Fortress 87. Chapter 69. The Hungry Corpses this time. As a guide for the scientific expedition team, Ningxia experienced close contact with the fortress personnel for the first time. Wei Yipeng demonstrated the malice and cunning of the fortress people, while Sun Liang exhibited their barbarism and unreasonable nature. In contrast, Zhang Feng revealed a purer, kinder side of the fortress inhabitants. Throughout the return journey, Zhang Feng continuously cared for Ningxia, yet he never encountered Pei Xiangtong or Xie Guangquan again. According to Zhang Feng, Pei Xiangtong, of high status, was now under strict military protection, seated in a specialized armored vehicle belonging to the Pei family, while Xie Guangquan believed he had already repaid his debt to Ningxia and did not wish to appear overly friendly with a vagabond in public. Since Ningxia and Li Panzai were specifically requested to be looked after by Pei Xiangtong, their treatment was relatively favorable. Li Panzai was permitted to sit in the tent-pulling vehicle for the journey back, while Ningxia could enjoy the medical treatment afforded to ordinary soldiers. In contrast, the departing Tu Shi and Ren Jiao were deemed to have perished in a beast attack. 10 days had passed since the start of this journey. The fortress had formed a small scientific expedition team to prevent any rumors regarding the search for oases from leaking. Now that the oasis had been destroyed, this secret would be buried forever. The convoy from the fortress, numbering nearly 20 vehicles, had to take a detour to avoid the danger zones marked on the map, and it was said that they would require another 5 days to reach the fortress. The convoy consisted of nearly 20 vehicles, and aside from a few military tanks, the rest were modified private cars from before the calamity, each rusted and of peculiar appearance. Some were large battle vehicles converted from trucks, while others were small combat vehicles fashioned from off-road and private cars, even including a recovery vehicle built on a tank chassis with an excavator's front end, equipped with various machine guns and artillery. Initially, when Yipeng boasted about the invincibility of heavy firepower, Ningxia had dismissed it. However, witnessing it firsthand changed his perspective. Throughout the return journey, the convoy faced multiple beast attacks and even a minor insect swarm, all of which were repelled. The fiery jets that erupted from the land fortress, reaching dozens of meters long, and the flame-throwing arrows launched from atop the vehicles left Ningxia profoundly shaken. The so-called land fortress served as the combat core of the entire convoy, modified from a massive fuel tanker, with reinforced tanks and transformed interiors capable of carrying personnel and storing weapons. The land fortress was also adorned with numerous spikes, with shooting ports lining its sides, and the top was flattened with iron plates to serve as a deck, surrounded by a circle of concave iron plates as firing positions, with a machine gun turret welded at the rear. According to Zhang Feng's account, these vehicles were merely the fortress's ground forces, responsible for surrounding the fortress, while the Pei family's stronghold, Fortress 84, served as the core area for their armed group, housing a plethora of regular wheeled and tracked armored vehicles, as well as self-propelled artillery and tanks, true pinnacle weapons of destruction. Ningxia had never seen the tanks or self-propelled artillery that Zhang Feng spoke of, nor could he fathom their grandeur. Just the sight of the fortress's armed forces before him underscored the stark disparity between the vagabonds and the fortress dwellers, illuminating the fortress people's derision towards the vagabonds' primitive existence. The contrast between bows and arrows versus artillery was not merely a matter of difference, but rather an insurmountable chasm. These experiences along the journey instilled in Ningxia, who had previously held disdain for the fortress, a newfound yearning for the world behind its high walls. Having lived in the vagabond district since childhood, he was inherently filled with a sense of crisis and a profound lack of security. These metal behemoths, powered by diesel, could fulfill all his aspirations and fantasies for power. Yet, as Su Fei had said, those towering walls represented a paradise that many vagabonds could scarcely hope to touch. An insurmountable divide. The mobile unit advanced swiftly, and given the substantial size of the convoy, both the beasts and bandits along the route fled in terror at the sound of the rumbling engines. Once they left the burial grounds, the dangers along the way diminished, and Ninja was able to enjoy meals akin to those of regular soldiers, complete with vegetables, meat, fruits, and soup, even receiving a daily vitamin supplement. The average daily food expenditure for each person in the escort unit amounted to 20 yuan, equivalent to 4 days' wages for a vagabond worker. Under such circumstances, Ninja's recovery progressed remarkably well. As the days turned, 5 days swiftly passed, and the towering walls of Fortress 87 gradually came into view. The weather in the wasteland is utterly unreasonable. The transition from autumn to winter comes without warning. And temperatures plunge below zero overnight. As the convoy passes through the village of the displaced, Ninja counts at least 100 bodies frozen to death from the cold along the way. Countless others kneel by the roadside, begging for scraps, yet the passers-by hurry on, indifferent. For the displaced, winter is a formidable trial. Merely surviving is a challenge in itself, leaving no energy to assist others. The opulence of the wealthy stands in stark contrast to the frozen corpses along the road. No era has ever resonated more profoundly with the sentiment of this verse. Ninja lies in the air-conditioned medical vehicle, gazing at the freshly delivered meal of 3 dishes and a soup. Steaming before him, while outside, the hellscape of hungry souls unfolds, he is gradually pulled back to reality. The fleeting warmth offered by the fortress inhabitants is but a momentary illusion, and this world, filled with the starving and the dying, is his true battleground for survival. As the convoy approaches the city gate, the massive barrier slowly rises, and the mercenaries on horseback charge out to disperse the beggars lining the road, enforcing traffic control for the convoy. Buzzing. The vehicles ahead enter the tunnel, and Ninja's medical vehicle comes to a halt at the city gate. As the door swings open, he steps down, adhering to the fortress's medical protocol, which requires a recovery period of about half a month after suturing. However, the displaced are generally resilient, and Ninja is grateful that his wounds have not become infected this time. After Ninja disembarks, a mercenary summons Fatty Lee from the vehicle, bringing him over. Zhang Fong, seeing Ninja, also steps out from another vehicle behind and hands him a large bag. The mission is complete, and I must return to the city shortly. I'm just a lowly soldier. A mercenary without much standing, so when I might be able to leave the city again remains uncertain. This parting may very well mean we may never meet again. We are all men of honor. I won't waste time on sentimental words. Inside this bag are several winter garments I procured from others, along with some anti-inflammatory ointment and antibiotics, as well as canned meat. I know you will find these useful. Ninja, regardless of circumstances, I am thankful for your care and assistance throughout this journey. The future is long. Take care. Ninja accepts the items from Zhang Fong, smiling. Take care. Your friend detained at the outpost will soon be sent back. Zhang Fong pats Ninja's arm and turns to board the vehicle. Inside a nearby vehicle, Pei Xiangtong glances at Ninja through the window and asks a middle-aged man beside her. He saved my life. Do I not even have a chance to bid him farewell? Miss, you are of the Pei family's direct lineage. If you were to become entangled with the displaced, it could tarnish the reputation of the third master. The middle-aged man replies calmly from his seat. Bang. As the convoy enters the tunnel, the colossal gate slams down, sealing off 2 worlds once more. Winter clothing. He has winter clothing and food. In the distance, a group of shivering beggars crouched by the roadside fix their bloodshot eyes on the package in Ninja's hands, surging towards him like rabid dogs. In the past, upon encountering fortress inhabitants, the immediate reaction of those in the displaced area was to flee as far as possible. Yet today, upon seeing the package in Ninja's hands, the beggars converge around him in unison. They had all witnessed Ninja disembark from the convoy. On a normal day, they would never dare approach. Their fear of the fortress inhabitants stemmed from the knowledge that these individuals could dictate their lives and strip away their rights to exist. But at this moment, they had no escape. If they could not fill their bellies, the cold and hunger would claim their lives without the fortress inhabitants needing to intervene. Desperation drove them to reckless actions. It was not merely a matter of confronting a displaced person. Even if a lone mercenary were to pass by, they would likely swarm him to seize whatever he had. Ninja had witnessed the unvarnished brutality of the displaced area and understood all too well the depths to which these individuals, who appeared to lack dignity, would sink in their struggle for survival. Thus, the instant the beggars surged towards him, he drew the high-carbon steel, chrome-plated military dagger gifted by Zhang Fong from his waist. Brandishing it before the crowd, "Don't move! Stand your ground! Step back. Do not force us to harm you. Fatty Lee, aware of Ningxia's injuries, feared for his safety and picked up a large stone from the ground. Standing beside him in a show of bravado, "Brother, we mean no harm. We don't wish to hurt you." A beggar with a fierce glint in his eyes pointed at the bag in Ningxia's hand, insisting, "We only desire to borrow some food and clothing. Rest assured, once I survive this winter, we will repay you in kind." "What do you say, big brother? Please save my child. I saw the medicine in your bag." A woman approached with a girl, the latter barefoot, her hands and feet swollen with frostbite, showing signs of necrosis. This winter is indeed harsher than previous years. Within mere seconds, nearly 30 beggars had surrounded Ningxia. Their faces a mix of pleading and aggression, some casting dark glances his way. Ningxia rummaged through the bag, retrieving 2 cans of beef and a tube of antibiotic ointment, raising his hand. "You all see? My supplies are limited. I can only offer these as a gesture. You need to survive the winter, and I need to live. You have so much stuff, and you're only giving us this little food? Is that enough for anyone?" A man shouted, as if Ningxia owed them something. "This is all I have. If you find it inadequate, then feel free to refuse," Ningxia retorted, tossing the items into the crowd. With a whoosh, the beggars surged forward like koi fish fighting for food and water, instantly crowding together. Mom, I got the medicine." A small boy in the throng waved the ointment excitedly towards a woman at the wall, who bore multiple frostbite injuries. Thud. In the next moment, a sharp branch violently pierced the boy's temple, and a rough hand snatched away the ointment. "Run!" Seeing the chaos unfold, Ningxia hastened his pace, preparing to escape with Fatty Lee. "Leaving us with just this little bit and thinking you can walk away? That seems rather inappropriate, don't you think?" The beggar who had first led the charge, flanked by 3 or 4 others, blocked Ningxia's path, pointing at his boots and the bag. "Take off your shoes. Leave the bag, Fatty. Take this." Ningxia handed the bag to Fatty Lee. "I'm telling you to give it to me." The beggar assumed Ningxia was allowing Fatty Lee to escape with the bag and lunged forward, only to find Ningxia charging at him. Bang! Ningxia delivered an elbow strike to the beggar's face, seizing his clothing as he staggered back, efficiently delivering 2 swift stabs. "Damn it!" A beggar behind them wielding a stone hurled it at Ningxia's head. Swish! Ningxia sidestepped the attack and thrust the dagger into the man's abdomen, quickly stepping back to evade further strikes. Thud, thud. The beggar attempted to retaliate, but as he raised the stone, he felt his strength draining rapidly, his belly cold. Looking down, he saw his clothing torn open, his intestines spilling out onto the ground. The remaining beggars froze in place, taken aback by the sight. They had not expected the seemingly young Ningxia to be so ruthless, killing without a shred of psychological burden. They were all afraid of death and had chosen to fight desperately to live. Yet witnessing 2 companions perish for the sake of survival unveiled the scent of death and awakened their primal fear. "Get lost? Anyone who follows me will meet the same fate." Ningxia pointed the blade at them, slowly retreating to widen the distance, before quickly disappearing into the alley with Fatty Lee. Meanwhile, the 2 cans of food Ningxia had thrown had already been snatched up, leaving 4 bodies on the ground. 2 were victims of violence, while 1 had succumbed to starvation. Facing the dead, the displaced displayed no fear. They hesitated for but a moment before rushing to loot the blood-soaked clothing from the corpses. After Ningxia and Fatty Lee left the East City Gate, they took a series of back alleys to avoid encountering the desperate beggars once more. After about half an hour, they arrived at their street. As they passed by Su Fei's house, Ningxia contemplated leaving Fatty Lee outside while he entered the courtyard alone. Previously, it was Ren Jiao's sudden appearance in the oasis that had saved both Ningxia and Fatty Lee's lives. And after the event, she had departed without a word, denying Ningxia even a chance to express his gratitude. Now that he had returned to the settlement, he felt it was only right to ask Su Fei to help convey his thanks. To Ningxia's astonishment, upon entering Su Fei's room, he found it utterly deserted. Every item within had vanished, including Su Fei's large trunk, which had been relocated. The previous tunnel had been filled in and compacted, with only faint traces of freshly turned earth remaining. Upon realizing Su Fei's absence, Ningxia felt a slight sense of confusion, but chose not to linger. He exited the courtyard, only to be greeted by the sight of a hedgehog vehicle with a trailer parked at the street corner. Accompanied by 4 mounted mercenaries, Brother Lin Sun, spotting Ningxia from a distance, hurried over with palpable excitement, enveloping him in a hearty embrace. Seeing Lin Sun in good spirits and fully recovered from his injuries brought Ningzhu a profound sense of relief. There were no lengthy greetings exchanged. For them, merely being alive was the greatest fortune. That moment, a mercenary descended from the passenger seat and approached the group, coldly inquiring, "Who is Ning Zhe?" Chapter 71. A beast named Desire standing at the street corner. Ningzhe met the mercenary's gaze and replied, "I am Ning Zhe. What is the matter? Here is your appointment letter and credentials. Keep them safe," the mercenary said, handing Ningzhe a brown paper bag. "From this day forth, you are the headman of this district. You will oversee the 100 households residing here, possessing the authority over local law enforcement and the power to select workers for the factories. Each week, you are required to submit a revised list of laborers to the designated number 11 watchtower. In special circumstances, you may also utilize your credentials to enter the outer city and report to the enforcement team at the watchtower." "I am to be the headman?" Ningzhe was momentarily taken aback, glancing back at the courtyard. "What has become of the previous headman?" "Not entirely clear. I heard he likely passed away from illness," the mercenary remarked, showing no interest in the plight of the displaced. Had it not been for the directive from the steward of the Pei family, he would not have personally undertaken this errand. He gestured towards the courtyard behind Ningzhi. "From today onward, the residents' rights to this courtyard belong to you. Additionally, I have brought a ton of coal as payment for your guidance. Be sure to unload it promptly." "Thank you." After a moment's hesitation, Ningzhe accepted the bag from the mercenary. While the position of headman was regarded as less than that of a dog in the eyes of the fortress dwellers, it still held a certain status among the displaced, as it allowed the allocation of labor quotas for every household entering the city. In the harshness of winter, having one more person employed in a factory could significantly aid a family. Ningzhi accepted this role not to curry favor with the fortress dwellers, but to solidify his own standing and to avert the machinations of individuals like Hujida, especially since he would receive supplies for one person each day, thus enhancing their chances of survival. The soaring prices in winter and the scarcity of food meant that families were increasingly reluctant to part with their meager rations. As for the mercenary's assertion that Su Fei had perished from illness, Ningzhe harbored no belief in it. Although he had not interacted with Su Fei frequently, the man had left a profound impression of being knowledgeable and resourceful, especially after confirming that Su Fei's friend, Renjiao, was a demon seed. Ningzhe was convinced that Su Fei had likely concocted an excuse to flee, possibly connected to the batch of seeds that Renjiao and Tu Shi had acquired. What their intentions were regarding the seeds remained a mystery to him. The mercenaries, filled with suspicion and disdain towards the displaced, hastened Ningzhe, Lin Sun, and Li Panzai to begin unloading the coal from the truck. As Ningzhe lifted the tarpaulin covering the coal, he discovered 2 bags of rice and 2 bags of flour stacked atop the coal pile. Puzzled, he turned to the mercenary. "Sir, what does this mean?" "A steward from the Pei residence instructed me to deliver these to you. Don't ask questions. Just unload the vehicle." The leading mercenary, seemingly under orders to keep this matter discreet, muttered before stepping aside to smoke. Upon hearing this, Ningzhe's understanding deepened instantly. These provisions were surely a token of gratitude from Pei Xiangtong. During their previous conversation, he had mentioned the dire conditions in the displaced community, and this gesture could be seen as a form of repayment. She was aware of their food scarcity but remained oblivious to the lack of water, hence only sending grain. The impoverished residents of the fortress area subsisted primarily on coarse rice laced with husks and chaff, supplemented by bean cakes and potatoes provided by the factories. It was likely that over 90% of them had never encountered fine rice or flour. Fearing that this scene might attract unwanted attention, Ningzhe quickly instructed Lin Sun and Li Panzai to stash the grain inside the house before they continued unloading the coal. In winters past, they had relied on homemade charcoal for warmth. But as the dead trees in the desert dwindled, so too did their fuel supply. Coal was a luxury reserved for the townsfolk, and each winter, countless displaced individuals followed coal transport teams, scavenging for fragments of coal that tumbled from the trucks. The transport team's security would often toss larger chunks of coal beneath the vehicles, watching as the desperate displaced fought over them, often to the point of injury. After an hour of labor, the 3 managed to transfer the coal from the truck to the courtyard. Lin Sun even opened the brown paper bag in Ningzhe's possession, using it as a makeshift shovel to gather the coal dust from the truck bed. Gazing at the pile of coal in the courtyard and recalling the bags of grain inside, Lin Sun's dark face lit up with satisfaction as he cheerfully remarked, "Brother, After all these years of living together, I've never felt as secure in winter as I do this year. With this abundance of fuel and food, we can finally enjoy some comfortable days indeed. Ningxia smiled back at Lin Sun's joy. Yet he felt no exhilaration himself. Perhaps it was the experiences in the transport team that had truly illuminated for him what life ought to be. He sensed a beast within him yearning to break free from its cage. A beast named Desire. After calming his emotions, Ningxia addressed the two. This winter, the situation in the displaced area is quite dire. Those outside are not faring well. We need to swiftly move this coal into the house to prevent theft during the night. And we must securely hide our grain. If word of this gets out, some may go to great lengths to seize it from us. By the way, Sun Gu, I brought back some canned meat from the fortress for you to try. Li Panzai chimed in, producing a can of meat from his bag and opening it for Lin Sun. Sniffing the aroma wafting from the can, Lin Sun swallowed hard, wiped his hands on his clothes, and grabbed a piece of beef to taste. His eyes widened in astonishment. Why is this meat so delicious? It's completely different from what we usually eat, brother. Panzai, you both should try some. You go ahead. Panzai and I have had our fill in the transport team. Ningxia paused for a moment before stepping toward the courtyard entrance. You two keep working. I'm going to fetch Zhao Yi. Previously, when Ningxia had left, he had given Zhao Yi 300 coins, which, combined with her savings, would allow her to live without resorting to prostitution for half a month. Ningxia had promised to take care of her. And now that he had sufficient supplies, he intended to bring her over. It would be quite difficult for such a fragile woman to survive the winter alone. However, upon arriving at Zhao Yi's home, he sensed something amiss, as he could hear a man's voice from inside. Initially, Ningxia feared that Zhao Yi had returned to her former profession, but soon realized something was off, as a woman's voice responded. And the owner of that voice was certainly not Zhao Yi. Chapter 72. The disappearance of Zhao Yi standing outside Zhao Yi's door, Ningxia listened to the unfamiliar voices within, prompting him to quicken his pace and pull aside the curtain at the entrance. What he beheld was a scene of chaos. 3 men and 2 women huddled around a charcoal stove, using the wood charcoal Zhao Yi had saved to keep warm. The once clean and tidy room was now in disarray, reeking of urine, with 2 piles of excrement in the corners. Who the hell are you? Who allowed you to enter my house? One man, upon spotting Ningxia, rose with a wooden stick in hand. His gaze wearied. In the winter of the displaced area, incidents of robbery were alarmingly frequent, necessitating caution. Who are you? Where is the rightful owner of this house? Ningxia discerned that these intruders were not benign. A fierce glint igniting in his eyes as a sense of foreboding gripped him. Are you deaf? I am the owner of this place. Can't you understand? Get the hell out of here. The man, emboldened by his companions, approached Ningxia, stick in hand, not to strike but to shove him outside. With a swift motion, Ningxia seized the man's wrist, twisting it back and pinning him against the wall. You bastard! The other 2 men, witnessing the altercation, promptly rose to their feet. Bang! Ningxia unsheathed his military dagger, pressing it against the cheek of the man before him, driving it into the earthen wall. The other 2 individuals, upon noticing the metallic blade, hesitated, refraining from advancing further. Brother, let us discuss this calmly. There is hardly anything to eat in this place, just a bit of charcoal left. Take whatever you fancy. But please, do not harm us. I beg you. The man wielding a wooden stick softened his tone as he regarded the sharp blade before him. Answer my question. Where is the original owner of this house? Ningxia shifted his wrist, the blade nearly grazing the man's eye. I have no idea. I truly don't know. We only arrived here the day before yesterday, intending to beg along the street. But we found this house abandoned and with some food inside, so we moved in. But we haven't seen anyone the entire time. I swear, I'm not lying. The man gasped, pleading, brother, we are all unfortunate souls. We've done nothing wrong. Please spare us. Bang. Ningxia cast a glance at the ragged attire of the individuals and forcefully shoved him aside. I am the headman here. You have 10 minutes to vacate this street, or else you won't be leaving. Understood? Understood. I'll leave right now. The man trembled in fear, nodding fervently. They had dared to occupy this house only because they had heard that the headman of this street had died, emboldening them to take over. Although the headman held little power, he controlled the quotas for work in the city, thus wielding some influence. In times of trouble, when the headman called out, people would rally to assist. Aside from a few individuals seeking to curry favor with the headman for easier jobs, Many were reluctant to help, knowing that they too would be left to fend for themselves in the face of assault. The residents of the refugee area were all in dire straits, equally impoverished. Most headmen, unlike Hujida, who wielded authority capriciously, were relatively humane, as the position was established to oversee labor and maintain order through collective election. However, Ningxia Street held a peculiar status. The previous headmen, Hujida and Su Fei, had both bought their positions, and Ningxia had similarly ascended through connections. Ningxia had little interest in the ragtag group of vagrants. After lifting the curtain, he swiftly made his way to Zhou Su's home. According to the vagrant's account, Zhao had been missing for at least 2 days, a deeply concerning sign in the perilous refugee district. Upon entering Zhou Su's home, he found the family of 3 huddled together in tears. Ningxia noticed that Zhou Su's wife had her hand wrapped in tattered cloth, with exposed skin showing signs of festering. "Brother Zhou, what has befallen you?" Ningxia scanned the room, frowning as he inquired. "Xiaozhe, I fear we have no way out," Zhou Su exclaimed, tears streaming like pearls from a broken string. "The few hundred yuan you gave me allowed my wife to start a small business. She would go to the West City Gate daily, scavenging for edible scraps from the garbage workers, and we finally began to see some improvement. However, just a few days ago, a group of vagrants appeared out of nowhere, robbing my wife's stall and stripping her of everything. She was injured while trying to protect her goods. Now, her wound has become infected, and I fear our family will not survive this winter." Upon hearing Zhou Su's account, Ningxia suspected the vagrants he had encountered in the desert, a group migrating due to a locust plague from Fortress 88. He retrieved a small pouch made of cloth from his pocket and handed it to Zhou Su's wife. "Sister, this contains 3 days' worth of antibiotics. Take one in the morning and one at night. Once your wound heals, I will arrange for you to work at the water plant." "The water plant?" Zhou Su's wife gazed at the pouch in disbelief, her eyes widening as she absorbed Ningxia's assurance. Each headman in their district held 100 quotas for external work, primarily linked to the arduous steel factories. However, to enhance the headman's prestige, a few relatively easier factory positions were allocated to maintain control over the vagrants. Yet, such opportunities were generally inaccessible to the vagrants. Ningxia nodded. "Su Fei has left. I am now the new headman of this street." "Wonderful, wonderful. If you are the headman, our Zhou family is finally saved," Zhou Su exclaimed, urging his family to bow before Ningxi. His son, Zhou Qibao, had seldom known a full meal. "Brother, let us set that aside for now. Do you know where Zhao is gone?" Ningxia interrupted, steering the conversation back on track. Zhou Su shook his head, bewildered. "Zhao? I truly don't know. Our family has been in distress these past few days. We've had no time to concern ourselves with others." "Xiaozhe, I've heard that recently, the Black Flag Gang has been capturing young and beautiful boys and girls to force them into prostitution, and they have had their eyes on Zhao for some time. Previously, they would only abduct from unmonitored vagrant villages to avoid antagonizing the headman of various streets. But now, with our street in disarray due to the absence of a headman, it is conceivable that Zhao may have been taken by the Black Flag Gang," Zhou Su's wife pondered, glancing up at Ningxi. Crack. Ningxia's fists clenched tightly, his knuckles cracking ominously. Chapter 73. Old Grudges and New Vengeance. After leaving Zhou Su and his wife with 100 yuan for living expenses, Ningxia returned to his newly assigned courtyard. This moment, he and Lin Sun were busy moving coal into the house. Upon seeing Ningxia enter, Fatty Li paused his work. "Zhigu, why are you back alone? Where's Sister E?" "Zhao is in trouble. Fatty Li, stay here to guard the house. Lin Sun, grab your gear and follow me." Ningxia responded swiftly from the entrance. "Sister E is in trouble, Zhigu." "I am coming with you," Fatty Li exclaimed, picking up a stick and clutching it tightly. Although timid by nature, he felt compelled to act after Zhao had cared for him during his previous injury. "These supplies are crucial for our survival this winter. Your guarding the courtyard is our greatest assistance," Ningxia insisted as Lin Sun returned from the room with a bow and arrows. And they quickly departed. As they stepped outside, they encountered a middle-aged man named Lu Woshan, a neighbor from the same street. In his 50s, he struggled to support his family, with one son disabled from an accident at the factory and the other suffering from polio. Upon spotting Ningxia, Lu Woshan hurried over, extending a grimy plastic bottle. "Xiaozhe, I heard you have become the headman of our street. I hope you will look after us, Uncle Lu. Perfect timing. I want to accept your water. Instead, find 3 honest, strong individuals in this neighborhood to help guard my courtyard. Each will receive 20 jin of coal, and I'll arrange for you to work at the water plant." Ninja understood that their coal would likely attract envy, and with only Fatty Lee to guard it, they were vulnerable. The previous workers at the water plant had bought their positions from Hujida, and with his departure, their absence was noted. "All right, I'll find people right away." Lu Woshan replied excitedly upon hearing the good news. "Wait, what happened to Jinji's house?" Ninja questioned, noticing a nearby house had collapsed, its walls charred. "Oh, a fire broke out at Jinji's place a few days ago, and the entire family perished in the flames, causing the house to collapse. The fire was quite fierce, and we lacked the water to save them," Lu Woshan explained. "At a fire?" Ninja squinted at Lu Woshan's response. The families in this settlement were all impoverished, lacking even decent furniture, making a fire seem improbable. However, with Zhao Yi's situation weighing on his mind, he chose not to probe further. After Lu Woshan left to gather help, he and Lin Sun departed as well. "Brother, what exactly happened to Zhao Yi?" Lin Sun inquired, observing Ninja's solemn expression. "Zhao Yi has been missing for at least 2 days. I suspect she has been kidnapped by the Black Flag Gang," Ninja stated, resting his hand on the hilt of his dagger, his gaze sharp as he scrutinized the beggars along the street, wary of any sudden aggression. "Missing?" Lin Sun felt an ominous premonition rising within him. Though the Black Flag Gang is despicable, they usually have their limits. They typically avoid antagonizing territories under Headman's protection. "Do you really think they would dare to abduct someone from our street?" "I am not sure, but we must take the chance, if Zhao Yi hasn't been taken by the Black Flag Gang." Then, Ninja trailed off, leaving the implication hanging. "Brother, try not to worry too much. Given our previous conflicts with the Black Flag, if they know Zhao Yi has sheltered us, retaliation against her is a distinct possibility." Though Lin Sun did not hear Ninja's subsequent words, he had already surmised the conclusion he was about to express. He softly offered words of comfort before continuing to inquire, "Brother, the Black Flag Gang has countless brothels around the town, each guarded by numerous thugs and ruffians. If we rashly seek them out, we not only risk alarming them but may also find ourselves outmatched. I am not as impulsive as you imagine, but we must ascertain today whether Zhao Yi has truly been abducted by the Black Flag Gang. If possible, we should also uncover Li Bin's whereabouts. If Zhao Yi's plight is indeed connected to the Black Flag Gang, we shall take vengeance for both new grievances and old." As Ninja spoke, he spotted a courtyard in the distance adorned with the Black Flag Gang's lantern, and he turned up his collar as he stepped into a nearby dark alley. The two waited for several hours. As twilight descended, the two young men approached the courtyard's exterior. After lowering the lantern, they inserted a gas lamp, which flickered back to life. One of the youths, after hanging the lantern, whispered to his companion, "Hey, I heard Old Ma's restaurant recently slaughtered a sheep. You keep an eye here. I'll go to the back and fetch 2 buckets of water, then swap them for some black bean cakes made with sheep fat. Isn't that inappropriate? If we're caught sneaking water out, Chi-Gu might have our tendons cut." The companion's eyes twitched, a fleeting look of trepidation crossing his face. "Oh, what are you afraid of? The number of customers here fluctuates daily. If you jot down a few less, who would notice?" The youth responded disdainfully, "These days the weather is getting colder. Can we survive solely on what the gang provides? I've heard the black bean oil cakes at Old Ma's are delectable. Just the thought of them makes my mouth water." "Fine, go ahead." The companion's stomach growled in agreement, unable to resist the temptation. 5 minutes later, the youth, clutching 2 plastic bottles filled with water, stealthily exited through the back door, intending to take a roundabout route to the main street. However, just as he reached a fork in the road, Ninja covered his mouth and dragged him into a small alley. With a swift motion, Ninja raised his arm, pressing the blade against the youth's neck, and locked eyes with him. "Do you recognize me?" "Yes." The youth, illuminated by the faint light, recognized Ninja and nodded, his spine chilling with dread as he cursed his misfortune inwardly. "Don't shout. Answer my questions honestly, and I shall let you go." Ninja released his grip and questioned the youth. "Recently, your Black Flag Gang has captured quite a number of prostitutes, correct?" "Yes. With winter upon us, business at the brothels has become increasingly difficult. Chi-Gu, Shao-Chi insists we must bring in some newcomers to keep the old patrons spending." The youth nodded, acknowledging that prostitutes was street slang for those captured to serve in brothels. "Tell me, has Zhao Yi from Qidao Street also been taken by you?" Lin Sun pressed, his eyes wide with urgency. Upon hearing Lin Sun's question, the youth's face contorted in conflict as he shook his head. "I truly don't know. Brothers. I am merely a gopher at the brothel. My status slightly higher than those serving customers. We are not involved in the capturing. And where are those captured individuals kept? Ninja continued to pry. Behind the grocery store on Southgate Street, there's an alley with a courtyard flanked by large stones. That's where the Black Flag gang hides their secret brothel. Some of the newly captured, still innocent, are confined there, sold at a high price for their first time. Even those not innocent must be subdued before they are sent to other brothels. The youth spoke honestly, not daring to withhold information. After noting the location, Ninja inquired, recently, has a certainly been joined the Black Flag gang. Do you know him? I'm not sure, brother. I truly don't know. I hold little sway in the Black Flag gang. Just a gopher, and I've barely seen Shao-Chi a few times. How could I be privy to such matters? The youth sniffled. I've shared all I know. You promised to let me go. Ninja regarded the youth for a moment before sheathing his knife. The youth took off running, but after just a few steps, he heard the ominous twang of a bowstring behind him and turned, his face paling. What do you mean by this? You promised to let me go. I said I would let you go, but I never promised to let you live. Do you think we would grant you the chance to alert anyone? Lin Sun tossed out the words as he abruptly released the bowstring. Thwack! The arrow pierced the youth's left chest, taking him down on the spot. Thud! Ninja stepped forward, yanked the arrow from the youth's chest, and delivered 2 swift stabs to his wound. After robbing him of his money and the 2 buckets of water, they staged a mock robbery scene before vanishing into the night once more. The town was constructed around a fortress, with several circular roads piercing through it, referred to as First Street, Second Street, and so on, by the time Ning Zhe and Lin Sun reached the south gate. 3 hours had elapsed. The town was shrouded in darkness, with beggars sprawled along the roads, oblivious to their fate, and migrant workers traveling in groups for fear of robbery. Upon locating the alley housing the secret brothel, they found it surprisingly lively, populated by shop owners and local enforcers. According to the youth, this was one of the Black Flag gang's more upscale establishments, attracting a clientele of slightly higher status. Goo, that courtyard ahead should be the Black Flag gang's territory. What should we do? Charge in? Lin Sun, standing in the shadows on the opposite side of the alley, drew his knife. First, we'll scale the roof and assess the situation. Ninja gestured slightly before agilely climbing onto the rooftop, moving toward the brothel. The closer they got, the more clearly they could hear the sounds of weeping and shouting from within the courtyard, accompanied by sounds of violence and curses. The courtyard of the Black Flag gang's secret brothel was illuminated by several lanterns, and light seeped from various rooms, while neighboring courtyards remained silent, likely claimed by the gang. Brother, there are 4 guards in the courtyard. The main door at the back is ajar. It must be where they rest. I estimate there can't be more than 7 people here. We still have a chance. Lin Sun, bow in hand, knocked 2 arrows. If we launch a surprise attack, I can neutralize 3 of them in the shortest time possible. I'll enter the courtyard first. You cover me. Ninja, hearing the heart-wrenching cries from within, instinctively thought of Zhao Yi's plight, gripping his military dagger as he swiftly moved toward a corner of the courtyard. Thud. 3 seconds later, Ninja leaped down into the courtyard. A youth, standing under the lantern, smoking, heard the noise and instinctively turned. Who's there? With a swift approach, Ninja remained silent, akin to a leopard stalking its prey. Damn it! We've been robbed, the youth shouted as he saw the figure charging toward him. Instinctively grabbing a nearby wooden hammer to swing at Ning Zhe in response, Ninja used his momentum to drop low, executing a sliding maneuver that caught the youth's ankle. Bang! The hammer crashed to the ground. And before the youth could react, Ninja swiftly plunged his blade into his lower back, eliciting a wail akin to a slaughtered pig. Whoosh! An arrow whistled through the air, and 2 more unsuspecting thugs fell to the ground. The last youth brandished a bone knife, attempting to flee, only to be struck in the leg by an arrow, rolling on the ground in agony. Bang! The front door was flung open, and a large, rotund man, flanked by 2 others, burst forth, cursing, "Damn it! Who dares cause trouble on the Black Flag's turf? You're seeking death." Thud. Ninja, spotting their emergence, drew his blade, ready to advance, but the large man raised a makeshift firearm and quickly ducked behind a wall. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the iron pellets struck the wall, sparking a shower of embers. The large man, realizing his aim had missed, reached out to the nearby youth. Reload. Thud. before the youth could hand over the gun. An arrow struck the large man in the arm, causing him to wince in pain as he retreated back into the room. With the previous arrows silent, they had been oblivious to the impending danger. One of the youths squatted at the door, watching the large man's bleeding arm, breathing heavily. "Fat brother, these people came prepared. Useless. We have guns. What do we have to fear?" The large man handed the empty gun to the person beside him, intending to pull the arrow from his arm, but upon touching it, he felt a sharp pain. "Fat brother, don't you see? The one who came as Ninja. Previously, Li Bin and Meng Liang sought him out." The youth's forehead beaded with sweat. "Those who provoke this scourge have no good end. Damn it." The large man, upon hearing the name Ninja, felt a jolt of fear. "Are you certain it's him? One's reputation precedes them. In this town, no one wishes to cross paths with Ninja and his crew for good reason. I can assure you, it's him." The young man nodded without hesitation, declaring, "The bow and arrow have long been rendered obsolete by the passage of time. To engage in battle with such archaic weaponry is nothing short of sheer folly in this entire town. Aside from Lin Sun by Ninja's side, I have yet to hear of anyone else who can wield a bow and arrow as skillfully." Just then, footsteps echoed once more from outside the door. With a grunt, the hefty man seized the firearm from the young man's hands, firing a shot through the door, followed by a scream and the sound of a body collapsing. Gripping the empty gun, he dashed toward the rear window without a moment's pause. Chapter 75. Lost hope. Although the hefty man's shot did not strike a critical area on Ninja, several iron pellets did hit his leg. At first, Ninja felt no pain, but upon moving, he was suddenly overwhelmed by a sharp, stinging, and numbing sensation. Just as he steeled himself to charge forward, a door in the front room swung open, revealing a startled patron who, in a panic, fled, only to be gunned down as he passed by the main door. Witnessing this scene, Ninja hesitated to act. He had witnessed the destructive power of firearms firsthand. Even though he knew the opponent wielded a less lethal homemade gun, he dared not underestimate them. However, after waiting for approximately a minute without any further commotion from the front room, Ninja felt a profound sense of confusion. By this time, the adversary had ample opportunity to reload. Logically, armed and aware that their opponent was unarmed, they should have rushed out. Uncertain whether there were more members of the Black Flag gang lurking nearby, he hesitated momentarily before boldly pushing open the door to the front room. A fleeting glance revealed the space to be utterly vacant. The occupants had already escaped through the rear window. "Brother, there's still a survivor," Lin Sun shouted as he leaped into the courtyard, pinning the arrow-struck individual to the ground. Ninja turned and swiftly approached the man, pressing his knife against his chest. "You will answer my questions truthfully. If you lie, I will not hesitate to end your life." "All right, I will speak." The young man, sweat beading on his forehead, nodded decisively. Seeing his compliance, Ninja wasted no time in firing off questions. "Is there someone named Zhao Yi in this brothel?" The young man shook his head. "I am not certain. The Black Flag gang employs codenames to prevent the families of the prostitutes from locating them. Once captured, they are referred to solely by their aliases." "Among the individuals you brought back, are there any from the town?" Ninja altered his questioning style. "Yes, among those delivered this time, there are 4 from the town, 3 women and 1 man. The man was rescued by his family, but the remaining 3 women are confined in the back courtyard. Here are the keys." The young man handed over the keys from his waist. "Do you know of a recent addition to the gang named Li Bin?" Ninja continued his inquiry. "I do. He is a gunsmith. The crude firearm that Fatty held earlier was said to be made by him." The young man nodded. "Li Bin has gained considerable favor with Shao Qi and has become one of his trusted aides. However, if you wish to find him, it may prove challenging. Shao Qi has many enemies, so his whereabouts are unpredictable. He frequently changes brothels, and few are aware of his true location. Get lost?" Ninja, having heard the young man's revelations, swiftly made his way toward the back courtyard, honoring his word not to deliver a fatal blow. Nonetheless, the young man's chances of survival remained grim, for Ninja was convinced that Shao Qi would not expend significant resources to safeguard the life of a lowly underling. The fate awaiting the young man may well be more torturous than death itself, but such matters were of no concern to Ninja. The back courtyard of the Sihiyuan was cramped, consisting of only a few low-built structures. Ninja opened the first door, peering into the shadowy space. He could barely make out a number of figures huddled within. "Zhao Yi, are you there?" No response came. The young men and women, on the brink of psychological collapse, cowered together in fear. Zhao Yi, Zhao Yi, can you hear me? Lin Sun bellowed, his voice straining. Ningxia Lin Sun, is that you? A female voice suddenly emerged from a room ahead. Zhao Yi. Hearing that familiar voice, Ningxia hurried to the door, unlocking it with urgency. Moonlight flooded into the room, revealing Zhao Yi's tattered clothing and numerous bruises adorning her body and face. Clearly, her days in captivity had been fraught with torment. Yet she had not surrendered. Otherwise, she would not have been confined here. How are you? Can you still walk? Ningxia quickly reached Zhao Yi's side, gently supporting her arm. Wah! The moment Zhao Yi felt his touch. Her emotions erupted uncontrollably as she threw her arms around him, sobbing heartily. I knew you wouldn't abandon me. I knew you would come for me. Whenever I was mistreated, just the thought of you would quell all my fears. No matter how far apart we are, simply knowing you exist in this world makes me unafraid of anything. The other captives watched in astonishment as they witnessed this scene unfold. In recent days, they had all endured the relentless abuse and beatings at the hands of the Black Flag gang. Most had chosen to capitulate, but Zhao Yi had remained steadfast. The gang members had taunted her, labeling her a harlot, claiming she was merely pretending to be innocent. Despite the insults, Zhao Yi had exhibited remarkable resilience, influencing the few others in the room who still possessed the courage to persist. To these individuals, Zhao Yi was a remarkable woman of unyielding spirit, yet they had not anticipated her vulnerability. Everything will be fine. I am here to take you home. Ningxia felt his collar dampened by her tears as he gently lifted Zhao Yi to her feet. Then turned to the others. You are free now. Hurry and leave while the Black Flag reinforcements have yet to arrive. Thank you. Thank you. Many of those who heard Ningxia's words staggered to their feet and rushed toward the door. Yet some remained rooted in place. Hey, are you all deaf? Do you wish to linger in this wretched den? Lin Sun furrowed his brow at those huddled in the corner. My parents are dead. And there are no job opportunities in the refugee camp. If I go out, I will surely freeze or starve to death. Here, at least I have a chance to survive. I was injured during the beatings and chose to stay and work for the Black Flag gang. Perhaps they might offer me treatment. If I leave, I risk infection and becoming disabled. I think staying here is fine. I heard that if you agree to their terms, you will have food and drink. Those who opted to remain each had their own reasons and justifications. After all, not everyone possessed the fortitude and alternatives that Zhao Yi had, enabling them to rise and fall as they saw fit. Willing to pay the price for their stubbornness, even if it meant confronting death. In academic circles, there exists a term known as Stockholm Syndrome, a rare and peculiar psychological phenomenon. This condition refers to a situation where victims, having endured mistreatment or fear of their environment, develop a peculiar positive sentiment toward their abuser, such as sympathy, identification, or a desire to assist them, eventually fostering a sense of dependency and trust toward their tormentor, even going so far as to assist them. Those who wished to stay had already developed a strong sense of identification and attachment to the Black Flag gang, viewing them as their salvation. In their numbed state, they were unwilling to resist the injustices of life. Initially, they had looked down upon others who sold their bodies in brothels, but when faced with their own circumstances, they conjured various excuses to absolve themselves. Their understanding of life was limited to mere survival, devoid of the desire to strive for a more fulfilling spiritual existence, and they remained ignorant of the rights they possessed as human beings. Old Master Lin once told Ningxia that every person who arrives in this world must have something they pursue and cherish. When the time comes for one to depart, there should be a sense of reluctance deep within their spirit, rather than a fear of death. Yet Ningxia felt that these individuals before him possessed no such spiritual ties. They could not even discern the meaning of their existence in that moment. He began to grasp the meaning behind Su Fei's words. These refugees were losing hope. It was a tragic sorrow born from their own weakness. Chapter 76. A multitude of ants can kill an elephant at a certain brothel in the West Gate. Xiao Qi sat on a chair, agitatedly observing the arrow lodged in his arm as Old Fatty returned to deliver the news. What did you say? The hidden brothel was attacked by Ningxia? Brother, this is indeed my fault. I had no idea how the hidden brothel's location was exposed, nor did I anticipate that someone would dare to invade our Black Flag territory. I let my guard down. Old Fatty knelt before Xiao Qi, his gaze fixed on the ground as he responded submissively. Useless. You are nothing but a waste. Xiao Qi slammed his hand on the table, his chest heaving with rage. There were over 20 people at the hidden brothel. They were armed with 2 guns, and yet, you allowed just 2 people to take them down. What were you doing? Tonight, counting myself, there were only 7 people at the hidden brothel. Old Fatty lowered his head even further. This winter has been exceptionally harsh. The town has been inundated with refugees, and violent incidents have surged. The brothers were anxious about their family's safety, so I granted them leave to tend to their loved ones. Brother, I truly never expected things to escalate to this point. Bang. Xiao Qi, upon hearing these words, abruptly sprang from his chair and delivered a fierce kick to the head of the rotund man, forcefully knocking him to the ground. What right do you have to grant them a holiday? Your duty is to safeguard the hidden prostitutes. Should the families of others fall within your considerations? Brother, please calm down. Huang Monsong quickly stepped forward, trying to intervene. Old Fei has been with you for 3 years and has made significant contributions to the gang. He may not have earned accolades, but he has certainly endured hardships. To hell with you. Xiao Qi pushed Huang Monsong aside with a glare that brimmed with menace. So what? Are you trying to play the good guy here? I am the one who bears the brunt of the blame, while you seek to win favor. That's not my intention. Huang Monsong, taken aback by the harsh rebuke, hastily explained, we have a long-standing grudge with Ning Zhe. His arrival is undoubtedly for revenge. The enemy lurks in the shadows while we stand exposed. This is truly not Old Fei's fault. At that moment, a youth burst into the room, panting heavily. Boss, the brothers at the Southgate brothel have already checked on the situation with the hidden prostitutes. Almost all of them have fled, and the supplies in the yard have been completely looted by nearby refugees. Even the doors have been torn off. Old Fei, did you hear that? Upon hearing the youth's words, Xiao Qi's anger dissipated, and he regarded the fallen Old Fei with a more restrained expression. Brother, I know I was wrong. Please give me another chance. I'll gather a team tonight to retrieve those who escaped. Old Fei pleaded, scrambling to his knees. You have indeed been with me for many years, but that does not excuse your failures. Today's outcome merely reflects my poor judgment in keeping a useless person for so long. Xiao Qi approached Old Fei with an impassive demeanor. As for your father, do not worry, brother, I was wrong. Please grant me another chance. Old Fei, sweating profusely, clung to Xiao Qi's leg. With a swift motion, Xiao Qi plunged a knife into Old Fei's neck, twisting the blade slightly as he leaned down to whisper, You have committed a grave error. If you do not die, I cannot manage the others. Fear not, I will ensure your father does not suffer too much. Tonight, I will send someone to accompany you on your journey. As the words fell, blood gushed forth. Huang Monsong stood by, expressionless as the crimson liquid pooled at his feet, while Li Bin silently sipped a cup of hot water to go. Take care of those 2 worthless individuals who fled with Old Fei. Xiao Qi commanded, wiping the blade clean on Old Fei's shoulder and addressing the reporting youth. Understood. The young man swallowed hard, turned, and left, while several others began to enter the room to remove the body and cover the bloodstains with dirt. Brother, this Ning Zhe has caused us significant losses. We cannot simply vent our frustrations on our own, Li Bin remarked, noting the faint scent of blood in the air as he set down his cup. Previously, Ning Zhe killed many of our brothers, including your own. If not for the timely intervention of mercenaries, you would have suffered even greater losses. Now that he has returned to the town and sought us out, directly targeting the most critical aspects of our operations, he cannot be spared. I suggest we negotiate with him. Huang Monsong interjected. Ning Zhe possesses a tenacity that has thwarted our attempts to eliminate him twice, resulting in significant losses on our end. Moreover, after his dealings with the mercenaries, we remain unaware of their affiliations. Given the current circumstances, I advocate for a more cautious approach. This winter is already proving difficult, and we have many brothers to support. Stability is paramount. Preposterous, Li Bin retorted without hesitation. He had never disclosed his personal grievances with Ning Zhe to Xiao Qi and the others, but he was acutely aware that Ning Zhe's continued existence posed a threat. If Ning Zhe were merely killing others, it would be one thing, but let us not forget. Among his victims was your own brother. Furthermore, after the chaos he caused at the brothel, allowing so many to escape, word will undoubtedly spread quickly. If we do not make him pay, how can we ensure that the brothers and sisters, wives, and children of others will not retaliate in kind against us? Huang Monsong's lips twitched. Yet, if we continue this feud with Ninja, our losses will only escalate. Our previous failures were merely the result of underestimating him, and no matter how formidable he may be. How many can he truly command? An old adage states that many ants can take down an elephant. During our days as bandits, we relied on sheer numbers to defeat even well-armed small convoys. Ninja is but a refugee. With our black flag's strength, how difficult can it be to confront him? Li Bin argued dismissively. Li Bin is right. Leaving Ninja alive will only bring calamity in due time. I will never seek reconciliation with him. Immediately send word to other brothels for reinforcements. Tonight, I will certainly take his life. That bastard thinks he is tough. I want to see just how many he can handle. Shao Qi clenched his fists, gritting his teeth with determination. Chapter 77. The night grows turbulent. Crowds assemble after retrieving Zhao Yi from the hidden brothel. Ning Zhe and Lin Sun took turns carrying her back to the 7th Street of E-City. As they entered the courtyard, they were met by Fat Li, Lu Woshan, and 3 other robust men, all armed with clubs, their shadows elongated by the flickering lantern light. Shigu, you're back. Upon spotting Ning Zhe, Fat Li's wariness melted away. When he noticed Lin Sun carrying the injured Zhao Yi, his eyes widened in concern. Sister Yi, what happened to you? I'm fine. Don't worry. Zhao Yi forced a smile and shook her head gently at Fat Li. Someone call a woman from your family to help Zhao Yi with her wounds. Ning Zhe instructed the men, then turned to Lu Woshan. Uncle Lu, help me find some people. Have them bring their own weapons to guard this courtyard tonight. I'll give them a pound of rice for each person. A pound of rice? Lu Woshan repeated, his eyes lighting up. What is going on, Xiaozhe? Did something happen? That is not something you need to concern yourself with. Just find people quickly. They don't necessarily have to be from our street. Refugees, beggars, anyone who can help will do. Ninja waved his hand, urging him. All right, I'll go find them right away. How many do you need? Lu Woshan nodded. 50 people should suffice. Ninja pondered, feeling a pang in his heart as he made this decision. With only 2 bags of rice, each weighing 50 pounds, he knew he needed to prepare for the inevitable retaliation from the Black Flag. Understood. I'll get right on it, Lu Woshan replied, quickly disappearing out the door. Brother, do you think the Black Flag will retaliate? Lin Sun inquired, casting a glance at Lu Woshan's departing figure. They will undoubtedly come. Everything we have is here. We cannot simply hand it over without a fight, so we must resist. This will also serve as a warning to others who covet our resources, Ninja stated firmly. Then turned to Fat Li. Since we left, nothing unusual has happened here, right? A few beggars came by, but we chased them off. Some even heard you became the protector and brought gifts, but I sent them away, knowing it would complicate things for you. Fat Li explained. He paused, then added. There were also some who pretended to pass by our courtyard, peeking in, but when they saw we had a decent number of people here, they retreated. Good, Ninja nodded and refrained from further discussion. After about 10 minutes, a man returned with his wife, beginning to tend to Zhao Yi's wounds with the supplies Ninja had prepared. Lu Woshan soon returned, accompanied by a group of refugees carrying wooden sticks, stones, and bone knives, gradually converging on Ninja's home. 40 minutes later, the dark street ahead began to glow with light, as a group of youths wielding torches and clad in Black Flag masks surged onto the street, heading towards the block where Ninja resided. The beggars and workers in the vicinity quickly retreated into nearby alleys, anxious to avoid attracting the attention of this ominous crowd. It's the forefront of the group. Huang Monsong and Li Bin held torches, marching side by side. Our men have gathered intelligence near Ninja's home. It seems he has become the protector of that area and likely anticipated our retaliation. There are at least 50 to 60 people inside and out. While we only have 30, do you think we can overpower him? Huang Monsong turned to Li Bin. What is there to fear? Although he may have many people, they are merely a bunch of starving refugees. These individuals can hardly walk straight. Do you think they have the guts to kill? Once blood is shed, this ragtag group will scatter in an instant. Such individuals may thrive in favorable circumstances, yet when confronted with formidable adversaries, they amount to naught. Back in my days with the bandits, I led merely 4 men and was able to plunder 30 to 40 refugee settlements. The cowardice and selfishness of these fellows are far more severe than you might imagine. Upon hearing that Ninja had become the chief, Li Bin's murderous intent intensified, not solely due to the lingering enmity between them, but also because he feared Ninja might expose the matter of the purified water chip, thus attracting trouble upon himself. Indeed, Huang Monsong turned a corner and indicated ahead with his torch. We are almost there. Brothers, draw your blades. Prepare for action. Li Bin raised his torch, spinning it around before swinging it forward with vigor. Tonight, whoever brings me Ningxia's head, I shall ensure they live a life free from want. With that declaration, the 30-odd men behind him erupted into cheers and rushed forward like a swarm. Clang! Huang Monsong discarded his torch, drawing out his twin blades with a flick, ready to charge ahead. However, Li Bin seized his arm. We are leading the charge. There is no need to take such reckless risks. Don't forget, Ningxia has archers on his side, not to mention firearms. If you stand out too much, you will become a target. Are you asking me to stand by and watch my brothers risk their lives? Huang Monsong frowned, a glimmer of disdain flashing in his eyes. What, do you think that having ascended to your current position, your aim is still to share life and death with these lowly wretches? Li Bin chuckled, pulling Huang Monsong back to the side of the street. I understand the image you have cultivated in the gang, always protecting those brothers beneath you. However, such words should remain unspoken. Let them hear it, but there is no need to act it out. These people are far more foolish than you realize, rest assured. Once they dispatch Ningxia, the credit will be yours, and I shall not contest it. Huang Monsong pondered for a moment, locking eyes with Li Bin. I finally comprehend why, after the downfall of your bandit group, you have managed to survive unscathed until today. Heh, some matters are best left unsaid. Why make them so clear? Li Bin withdrew a cigarette, placing it in Huang Monsong's mouth, and lit it with the torch. Meanwhile, a group of knife-wielding members of the Black Flag gang had already rushed to the end of the street, now less than 30 meters from the courtyard where Ningxia resided. Whoosh! An arrow pierced the darkness, striking a young man in the chest and sending him tumbling to the ground. The range of ancient bows could reach approximately 150 meters. But that was only when densely packed. For Lin Sun, hitting a target at 30 meters held a probability of success of about 70% at best. As the first member of the Black Flag gang fell to an arrow. The alley ahead became a flurry of activity, as dozens of refugees armed with an assortment of weapons surged into the street, charging tumultuously towards the Black Flag gang's ranks. Chapter 78. A bloody confrontation on a narrow path. The bloody battle on the 7 streets erupted unexpectedly, with both sides colliding without uttering a single word. The individuals summoned by Lu Woshan that night comprised a small portion of those working in factories who had come to curry favor with Ningxia, while the majority were beggars and refugees. For them, the cold and hunger posed lethal threats. Even if they did not fight for a pound of rice, they might succumb to the alternating perils of freezing and starvation. These individuals were oblivious to the reasons behind their struggle and knew that a pound of rice would not suffice to sustain them. Yet, exchanging it for coarse grains would at least allow them to endure a few more days, or at the very least, to have a hearty meal before succumbing to the cold. With this mindset, the fighting spirit exhibited by the refugees far exceeded Li Bin's expectations. Though they did not overwhelm their adversaries, they certainly did not crumble under pressure. Bang! Amidst the crowd, a refugee wielding a decaying wooden stick brutally struck a burly member of the Black Flag gang on the back. The stick splintered with a resounding crack. Yet the burly man merely stumbled slightly before retaliating with a spiked mace aimed at the refugee's face. Splatter! Blood erupted as the spikes embedded themselves in the refugee's visage, ripping out an eye in the process. Yet the burly man paid no heed and began to smash into the crowd. With every swing of his arm, a scream followed. Whoosh! Another arrow soared through the air, embedding itself in the burly man's back. And with a grunt, he turned to point at the roof of Ningxia's courtyard. Damn it! Someone is firing arrows from over there. Take him down, thud thud. Hearing this, 2 youths within the throng drew their makeshift guns and aimed at the rooftop. Lin Sun, observing their movements from a distance, quickly leapt down from the wall. Bang, bang. 2 gunshots rang out in the darkness, the iron shot striking the wall and sparking a brief flash of light. As the gunfire erupted, over a dozen refugees who had been resisting the Black Flag gang scattered in panic, several of whom had never even seen a gun and were utterly frightened by the deafening noise. Brothers, fire! The burly man of the Black Flag gang, witnessing the refugees' disarray, swung his spiked club with ferocity, and his comrades began to press forward aggressively. Amidst the chaos, a refugee, after sustaining 2 knife wounds, suddenly let out a chilling roar and lunged forward. When faced with an incoming blade, he instinctively raised his arm to block. Clang! A sharp sound rang out as the refugee's sleeve was slashed open, while the youth's bone knife shattered upon impact, making him feel as though he had struck stone. Clenching the half-broken blade, he lunged again. Bang! The refugee, witnessing the youth's action, seized a stone and struck it against his head, knocking him down. Rip! As the youth retreated, he inadvertently tore open the refugee's already slashed sleeve. Illuminated by the firelight, a gruesome sight emerged. The refugee's wrist was grotesquely turned inside out, with bones rapidly protruding outward, visible to the naked eye as they spread beneath the skin, marked by the wound from the knife. The refugee, now blinded by rage, was oblivious to the transformation occurring within him. What the hell? What is happening? The other onlookers, witnessing this spectacle, instinctively took steps back. What is there to fear? Charge in! The burly man, noticing the crowd's hesitance, swung his club fiercely, while the refugees again raised their arms to defend themselves, then charged forward, pushing the burly man to the ground, a stone raised high in their grasp. Bang, bang! Gunfire erupted as several armed individuals in the ranks, emboldened by the sight, charged forward, firing at the refugee at close range. With 2 gunshots, the refugee was forcefully propelled away from the burly man, crashing to the ground and convulsing violently, having sustained internal injuries and beginning to cough up blood, as the exterior of his arm's bone fell away, losing control. Damn it! Using a beast bone as a forearm guard, and still daring to act all mysterious before me. The burly man cursed as he advanced, striking the refugee's head with a hammer, shattering it on impact. Tap, tap, tap. The remaining refugees, witnessing the sheer power of firearms, lost all will to fight, retreating en masse, while the pent-up anger of the Black Flag gang members manifested in a one-sided beating. Don't chase them. Push into the courtyard. Those with guns, lead the way. The burly man shouted to the crowd, then charged into Ningxia's courtyard, followed closely by the 2 youths who had first fired their weapons, reloading as they went. Atop the courtyard wall, Lin Sun peered outside, turning back to his companions within. Brother, those refugees couldn't hold them off. The Black Flag gang is coming, and there are at least 20 more. Don't panic. Let them in. You go to the roof and keep an eye on the ones with guns. Ningxia stood at the rear of the courtyard, gripping a spear approximately 1.5 meters long, with a metal blade as its tip, a weapon they often used during hunts. To face the onslaught of beasts, distance was crucial for self-preservation. All right, be careful, Lin Sun replied, slinging his bow over his shoulder and swiftly moving along the wall. Xiaozhe, what about us? At that moment, Lu Woshan and several others crouched in the shadows opposite Ningxia, clutching a rope with tense expressions. That it's fine. Stay steady. Follow my lead. Also, remember the steps I instructed you. Ningxia listened intently to the footsteps approaching from outside the courtyard, sidling into the shadows. 10 seconds later, the burly man and his group surged into the alley, standing before Ningxia's courtyard gate. The burly man glanced at the 2 gunmen still reloading behind him and instructed the 2 nearby. Listen closely. Once the door opens, shoot at anyone you see, but you both must stagger your shots. Don't fire together. Understood. The 2 exchanged anxious glances and nodded. Let us go. The burly man steadied his breath and kicked the door. Bam! The rotting door latch shattered under the force, flying aside as the door swung open, while inside the courtyard, a middle-aged man straightened the rope in his hands. Swish in the shadows ahead, a wooden frame secured to the ground, clad in clothing, was abruptly pulled taut. Bang! The gunman outside the door, upon catching sight of a shadow flickering, fired a shot in that direction, causing iron pellets to splatter and shatter the wooden frame on the spot. Biffed! Simultaneously, a spear shot forth from within the courtyard like lightning, its sharp tip brutally penetrating the gunman's abdomen. Chapter 79. The fish in a boiling cauldron, on the brink of annihilation. In the courtyard outside Ningxia's home. As the first gunman discharged his weapon, all attention was drawn to the struck target, leaving Ningxia's sudden spear thrust entirely unexpected. However, another gunman quickly reacted, stepping diagonally outside the door and aiming his firearm at the direction of the spear's assault. Pulling the trigger with fervor, bang! The dull thud echoed, but the gun failed to discharge. Instead, it exploded in his hands, the searing heat eliciting a cry of anguish as several fingers were blown off. Just then, an arrow struck his neck, and the gunman collapsed to the ground. "Damn it! Charge in!" roared the burly man, seizing the spear's wooden shaft in an attempt to wrest the weapon away, but the spear, slick with blood, was effortlessly retracted by Ninja, leaving the burly man's palm lacerated and gushing blood. With a whoosh, the others, hearing the burly man's command, began to rush into the courtyard, armed and ready. They were aware that there was an archer among their foes, but ultimately there was but one, and if they did not hurry inside, they would become living targets. Lao Lu, Ninja, pressed against the wall, spotted someone entering the courtyard and hissed urgently. Bang! Lu Woshan, upon hearing the call, tightened the rope in his hands, creating a tripwire at the entrance, causing the first two who entered to stumble and fall to the ground. Ninja gripped the spear's tail, wrapped with coarse rope for better traction, and thrust it forward. A young man on the ground screamed, flailing his arms in desperation. With a whoosh, the three vagrants hiding beside Lao Lu, seeing Ninja spring into action, rushed out en masse, brandishing sharpened sticks to stab at the crowd outside. The courtyard's entrance, barely wide enough for two to pass side by side, was suddenly assaulted by 4 spears thrusting outward, wounding several on the opposing side. "Are you all fools? The door won't work. Just jump the wall." The burly man tore off his face cover, hastily wrapping it around his bleeding palm, and bellowed at the throng. With a flutter, a clever young man, upon hearing the command, was the first to leap onto the wall, only to be struck in the head by an arrow from Lin Sun, the shaft ricocheting off his hard skull and leaving a gruesome gash atop his head. Ouch! The young man felt a ringing in his head and immediately jumped down, exclaiming, "Is my head still on?" Boom! The burly man kicked the young man aside, his eyes glinting with menace as he turned to the others. "Throw torches into the courtyard. Then everyone jump the wall. Let us see how many he can hit." Whoosh whoosh, countless torches were hurled into the courtyard, and the group began to climb the wall. Whoosh, Lin Sun crouched atop the roof, taking down one of the attackers with an arrow. Before he could shoot again, he heard footsteps behind him. Turning, he saw 2 young men had somehow maneuvered behind him, rushing at him atop the roof. Witnessing this, Lin Sun drew his blade and charged, urgently shouting, "Brother, the roof has been breached." Hearing Lin Sun's shout, Ninja thrust his spear at a man outside the courtyard, then called out loudly, "Lao Lu, guard the entrance with me, the rest, hold the roof. Don't let them through." Clop, clop. As his words faded, several people hastily moved aside. Lu Woshan gripping the bloodied spear, retracting his arm, ready to thrust outward once more. Thunk! At that moment, the opposing gunman had reloaded, with one charging towards the entrance, aiming directly at Lu Woshan. Upon hearing the explosive sound, Lu Woshan felt darkness engulf him, his face numbing, instinctively covering his face. He felt a slick, warm sensation, only to be met with excruciating pain in his neck as he lost consciousness. Inside the courtyard, Ninja witnessed Lu Woshan being struck in the neck by a blade after being shot, wildly thrusting outward. "Someone come help me!" thud. Meanwhile, individuals had begun to leap into the courtyard, throwing the several vagrants inside into a frenzy, with many collapsing, while the burly man led his comrades into the courtyard. Recognizing Ninja and bellowing, "That S Ninja! Kill him!" With a cacophony of clashing weapons, the burly man spearheaded the charge, and Ninja began to fend off the relentless onslaught with his spear. Retreating until his back pressed against the wall, cornered and left with no choice but to fight back with all his might, thrusting the spear forward. The blade pierced the abdomen of a young man, eliciting a cry of despair, while the burly man, indifferent to his companion's plight, seized the injured man's shoulder, toppling him to use his weight to drive the spear down, then kicked the gun barrel. Crack! The wooden spear snapped under the force, and the young man, impaled, gasped his last breath. Ninja, gripping a half-broken wooden stick, violently thrust the jagged end into a man's face, enduring 2 knife wounds before diving into the doorway of a room. Seizing a wooden-handled bone knife, utilizing the narrow space to continue his resistance against the assailants. Yet, at that moment, a tremendous pressure weighed upon Ninja. It was no longer feasible for just him and Lin Sun to withstand the overwhelming assault. "Brothers, steady yourselves. He is alone now. Let us finish him." The burly man, observing the mass of people choking the entrance, panted heavily, "Is there no one with a gun? Just take him out." Suddenly, the last gunman outside crouched in the shadows, finished reloading and darted forward. However, before he could reach the entrance, he spotted a burly, bald man wielding a heavy metal knife, swinging it toward him. The blade fell, severing flesh, blood extinguishing the nearby torch as the bald man charged into the courtyard without a glance back. Clop, clop. Following closely behind the bald man were 4 figures brandishing knives, and upon entering the courtyard, they wasted no time, launching themselves at the crowd before them. The sudden appearance of this group of strangers caused the previously confident Black Flag gang to falter, thrown into disarray as they clashed with the newcomers, leading to 3 or 4 of their own falling in an instant due to their lack of readiness against the danger behind them. "Boss, they have reinforcements. We've fallen into an ambush," a young man cried out, eyes wide in horror at the 5 imposing figures. "Damn it! Fall back! Retreat!" The burly man surveyed the chaos, realizing that all those entering carried metal knives. Sensitive to the notion of an ambush, he hesitated for a mere moment before swiftly darting towards the nearest courtyard wall. In truth, the Black Flag gang still had a dozen or so members left. If their morale had been high, they might have stood a chance against these newcomers. However, having only bullied vagrants in the past, this was their first encounter with organized resistance, and with ninja, the harbinger of death, among them. Their psychological pressure mounted. In that instant, they all viewed this group as the rumored ruthless hunters that accompanied Ning's this moment. Not only were the outsiders in chaos, but Ninja himself was equally bewildered. The vagrants and Lu Woshan inside had already exhausted his entire deployment of forces. He had no so-called reinforcements at all. Chapter 80. The 5-man band of rascals. What had begun as a battle nearing its conclusion was abruptly transformed by the sudden arrival of 5 knife-wielders. Faced with Ning's relentless resistance, the Black Flag members grew increasingly uncertain. Their fighting spirit utterly crushed, as the burly man led the retreat. The others scattered like a tide, frantically seeking escape routes. Go breach the courtyard had taken the Black Flag gang approximately 3 minutes. But their retreat took less than 30 seconds. At this moment, at least 4 or 5 corpses lay sprawled in the courtyard, with countless injuries sustained, the air thick with the scent of blood, and the ground slick with the flowing crimson. Gulp with a dull thud. Lin Sun on the roof dispatched another opponent, sending him tumbling down, and swiftly knocking another arrow, aiming at the figures in the courtyard. "What is this? No appreciation for kindness." The bald man in the courtyard raised his knife, pointing it at Lin Sun. "Friend, don't misunderstand. We mean you no harm." Just then, a young man behind the bald man stepped forward, calling into the building, "It's safe outside now. Care to join us for a chat?" Clop, clop. Ninja, having seen several people take action against the Black Flag gang, stepped slowly towards the door, regarding the newcomers. "Who are you? Why are you helping me? To be precise, I'm not here to help you, but to repay a debt. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Wu Hao, a refugee from Fortress 88. The young man clasped his hands in greeting, offering Ningzhu a friendly smile, before gesturing towards the bald man beside him and the 3 other youths. "These are my companions, Jiao Tsu, Li Lin, Ma San, and Ma Si." Repaying a kindness? Ningzhu's gaze flickered with skepticism at Wu Hao's response. He was inherently a cold and wary individual, seldom inclined to assist others, and could hardly recall having bestowed any favors upon anyone. Previously, individuals from Fortress 88 ventured to Fortress 87 seeking refuge. "And you once aided an elderly couple on the road. Do you remember? I am the child they adopted. When the insect tide occurred, I was not in the refugee village. By the time I returned, I learned that the refugees had migrated to Fortress 87. Truthfully, I harbored little hope, yet I journeyed here nonetheless, and to my astonishment, I found my family. My grandmother told me that without your intervention, they likely would not have made it this far." Wu Hao smiled at Ningzha, adding, "My grandmother mentioned that you are a mercenary. I was perplexed by the kindness of the fortress dwellers. But it seems you, too, are a refugee. How did you find me?" Ningzha was filled with doubt at Wu Hao's words. He had not left his name when he rescued the couple, yet they had managed to locate him under such circumstances, which put him on guard. "Oh, not overthink it. If I truly wished you harm, the 2 of you would hardly be able to thwart us 5. To demonstrate his sincerity, Wu Hao tossed his knife at Ningxia's feet. After the others followed suit, he continued, to be candid. Since arriving at Fortress 87, we have been without a home. We heard that someone was seeking to hire 50 refugees for assistance in a conflict, offering rice as payment. Thus, we intended to target this lucrative opportunity, but the refugee who brought us here recognized you and informed us that you were the one who saved my grandparents. How are the two elderly folks faring? The action of throwing the knife instilled a measure of trust in Ningxia, though his vigilance remained unyielding in these times. Betrayals among friends were all too common, and it was not unheard of for refugees to marry only to conspire against their spouses for a mere handful of compensation. We refugees struggle for survival here. Discussing good and bad is a luxury. Merely managing to stay alive is a feat. Wu Hao shook his head slightly, glancing at Ningxia's wounds. If you are willing to trust me, Li Lin can tend to your injuries. He possesses experience in this regard. And we have medical supplies. Thank you. Ningxia hesitated but ultimately nodded in agreement. Dame-san, Ma-si, you two keep watch outside. Jiao Tsu, stay with me to guard the courtyard. Wu Hao understood that Ningxia would not easily trust him, so he took the others outside, leaving only Li Lin behind. Upon entering, Li Lin surveyed the room, astonished by the piles of coal. Hey, are the folks at Fortress 87 really this affluent? Using coal, no less? You've seen the conditions at Fortress 87, haven't you? Ningxia removed his outer garment and sat on the edge of the heated bed, exposing the gaping wound on his back while discreetly gripping a hidden dagger in his sleeve. Can you treat my injury? It seems rather grave and may require stitches. Li Lin opened his crossbody bag, producing a complete set of suturing tools and an alcohol lamp, after igniting it with a match to sterilize the instruments. He replied, I lack anesthetics. You'll have to endure the pain. What did you do at Fortress 88? Ningxia's eyes widened at the sight of Li Lin's tools, as they were not typical items found in the refugee zone but resembled those used by Fortress personnel in previous treatments. We survived by robbing, Li Lin stated as he began to clean Ningxia's wound with alcohol. However, I have studied some medical practices. Ugh. Ningxia grimaced in pain, gritting his teeth as he asked. Thieves? Not quite. We specialize in robbing thieves. The surgical instruments and medications are spoils acquired from them. Li Lin chuckled. The transport teams are too numerous for us to handle, and the refugees are impoverished with little worth taking. So we focus on smaller bands of bandits, striking when they venture out in force to raid their hideouts. It was during the insect tide at Fortress 88 that Wu Hao became separated from his family. After listening to Li Lin's explanation, Ningxia could not help but smile at their survival strategy, though he winced from the pain, diverting the conversation. So, in a sense, you occupy the upper echelons of the robbery hierarchy. Is Wu Hao your leader? Not exactly. That we are all childhood friends from the same refugee village, and we make decisions collectively, without a hierarchy. However, Wu Hao is quite clever, and we generally place our trust in him. After finishing the cleaning, Li Lin disinfected his fingers with alcohol and picked up the suturing needle. This may hurt. Brace yourself. Chapter 81. The pig-slaying warrior Li Lin had learned basic medical skills, though his suturing technique was not particularly refined. Nevertheless, in a refugee zone with scant access to surgeons, anyone capable of stitching wounds was deemed a valuable asset. Once the wound was closed, Li Lin carefully bandaged it and retrieved 2 small bottles from his pocket. These contain anti-inflammatory medication and vitamins. Over the next few days, be cautious not to catch a chill and avoid strenuous activities. What about you? We received the medications. What will you do? Ningxia inquired, eyeing the 2 bottles on the heated bed as he donned his outer garment again. We are uninjured for now and have no immediate need for the supplies. We typically endure minor ailments, relying on sheer will. These medications are our reserves, intended for trading for food. Li Lin smiled. But you? Your scars are numerous, and many appear to be from wild beasts, and your friend uses a bow and arrow for hunting. You must be a hunter, right? Indeed, Ningxia nodded. You just mentioned that these supplies belong to your group? So utilizing them for my benefit. Won't the others object? What objections could there be? We entrust our lives to one another. Your kindness to Wu Hao is kindness to us all, in this wretched world. Merely surviving together is a challenge. Why would we quibble over such matters? Li Lin replied nonchalantly as he tidied up the surgical tools. In that moment, Ningxia's perception of these individuals began to shift. In the wasteland, countless factions banded together for survival, whether bandits, gangs, or hunters and scavengers from the refugee zones. Typically, such alliances were tenuous, as larger groups often struggled with resource distribution, inevitably leading to discord. Winter is the season of disease outbreaks, making medications a highly sought-after resource. Yet, Wu Hao's group was willing to part with their most precious resources to aid him in his time of need, indicating a stable and cohesive unit. After treating Ningxia's wounds, Wu Hao's group assisted in clearing the bodies, and Ningxia, as promised, began distributing rice to the refugees who had fought alongside him. Even those who had perished received their due share, given to their loved ones. Though they had not fulfilled their expected roles, Ningxia upheld his commitments, refraining from dispensing medication to the injured refugees. Previously, Ningxia had risked entering the desert with the expedition team solely for medications. When parting, Zhang Fong had left him with a substantial supply of antibiotics and 2 tubes of anti-inflammatory ointment, one of which he had discarded to fend off robbers. These supplies were vital for survival, and he had to safeguard them for the sake of those around him. Once everything was complete, Wu Hao and his companions, along with Ningxia and Lin Sun, gathered in the room. Ningxia instructed Lin Sun to bring a bag of flour and addressed Wu Hao. "I appreciate your assistance today. Without your help, I would have found it exceedingly difficult to resolve this predicament. Please accept this bag of flour for your USE.AS for accommodation. I have an empty house on this street where you may stay for now. I will also provide you with some coal to help you endure this winter. In that case, I shall not be modest. Your willingness to extend a hand to my elderly relatives reflects your trustworthiness. If you do not mind, let us be friends from now on. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask." Wu Hao and Ningxia exchanged glances and readily agreed. "Indeed, we are well aware of your dealings with the Black Flag Gang. Wu Hao's benefactor is our benefactor. From now on, we are all friends. Should they dare to come again, we will stand by you." Jiao Tzu, exuding a fierce demeanor, appeared as though he could unleash violence at any moment. It was said that the Black Flag Gang was a formidable presence at Fortress 87, and I propose we set up a watch. Keep a close watch on their situation at all times. Ma San has also put forth some suggestions to MY brothers. I would be immensely grateful for your assistance today, however. You truly need not concern yourselves with these matters. Although the Black Flag Gang possesses some influence, their limited resources prevent them from supporting too many individuals. Given their substantial losses today, their vitality will undoubtedly be diminished, and it is unlikely they will seek further trouble in the near term. Ningxia felt a warmth in his heart from the words of a few, but since they were all strangers, he was reluctant to involve them in this murky situation and did not wish to incur too much debt. "Your words are overly courteous. We brothers all think highly of you. Otherwise, even if you sought our help, we would not have intervened." Ma Si chimed in with a grin. "Ma Si is right. As newcomers, we will require your assistance to settle in. If you encounter difficulties, we shall be at a loss as well, so do not feel obliged to us. From this day forth, we shall take it upon ourselves to monitor the situation around your residence." Wu Hao ultimately made a definitive pronouncement, fully aware of the challenges outsiders face when attempting to establish themselves in the town. Ningxia's willingness to help has indeed placed him in our debt. I have a question," Lin Sun began, glancing at Jiao Tuzi. "I have learned the names of others, but I still do not know your full name. May I inquire what it is?" Jiao Tuzi is indeed my full name. Since childhood, I have not grown hair due to radiation, yet I possess immense strength. Eventually, when a plague swept through my village, I was the sole survivor, left with no path forward, so I embraced monastic life. Jiao Tuzi candidly recounted, nonchalantly crossing his legs. "If you find Jiao Tuzi unappealing, you may also call me Jiaoda, the mage. Embraced monastic life. Which sect do you belong to?" Lin Sun inquired, his curiosity piqued. "The Atomic Faith. We believe in the Atomic Buddha," Jiao Tuzi replied, making a gesture of prayer. Despite the cultural disjunction, beliefs in deities and spirits remain highly credible in areas of low culture. Thus, amidst the wasteland, alongside the original sects, various peculiar faiths have emerged, with the Atomic Faith being one such example. This sect firmly believes that radiation is not a harm but heralds a new era, promising rejuvenation for humanity. But if you are indeed a monk, why associate with Wu Hao and his group? Lin Sun found himself increasingly perplexed. Damn, in these times, the common folk can barely fill their stomachs. Who would beg for alms from a monk? I spent merely 3 months in the temple, and 4 out of 7 of us starved to death, all ascending to meet the Atomic Buddha. The abbot even brainwashed me, claiming that reciting scriptures would stave off hunger. Yet, mere hours after uttering those words, he succumbed to starvation himself. I realized this was untenable, so I took the temple's only ceremonial dagger and returned to layman life. Jiao Tuzi grinned, baring his teeth. Our initial acquaintance with Jiao Tuzi was purely coincidental. We stumbled upon him wrestling a wild boar while scouting a bandit den. Li Lin chuckled, adding, and they fought to a standstill, so to speak. To a standstill? What do you mean? Lin Sun, hearing this, cast a surprised glance at Jiao Tuzi. As a hunter, he understood the ferocity of wild boars. To engage one in single combat indeed demonstrated remarkable prowess. When we first encountered Jiao Tuzi, the wild boar's tail was already in his grasp, and he had broken off one of its tusks. Ma San interjected. And what happened to him? Ningxia could not help but inquire. One of his eggs was bitten off by the boar. Ma Si added. Ningxia. Lin Sun. Chapter 82. The source of unfathomable fear. In the Buddhist teachings of the Old World, the principle of cause and effect prevails. One reaps what one sows. Ningxia was uncertain whether the atomic faith espoused similar doctrines, but during his tenure as a guide for the scientific expedition, a moment's decision to save an elderly couple had resulted in Wu Hao's gratitude, allowing him to escape the Black Flag Gang's assault. The fastest way for men to forge bonds is to traverse the precipice of life and death together. That evening's incident solidified Ningxia's friendship with Wu Hao and his companions, who subsequently moved into the residence Ningxia had previously occupied. As the charcoal stove was lit, these individuals, after enduring hardship, felt warmth for the first time since winter's onset and enjoyed their first hearty meal since the season began. Due to the scarcity of water in the refugee area, the common method of cooking involved stir-frying rice and noodles. Finer grains were merely a rare indulgence. Wu Hao had already resolved to exchange the remaining noodles for brown rice at the restaurant, not even daring to consume the can of food Ningxia had gifted, as they still lacked a stable source of sustenance and could not afford such luxuries. That night, Wu Hao and his companions began taking turns as lookouts at the street corner to prevent a counterattack from the Black Flag Gang. Although Ningxia and Lin Sun were adept hunters, skilled in disguise and fierce in combat, they were less experienced in patrolling and team tactics than Wu Hao, Li Lin, and others who specialized in dealing with bandits. In truth, Wu Hao's concerns were unwarranted, for, as Ningxia had anticipated, the Black Flag Gang was now incapable of organizing a second counteroffensive. With winter upon them, even though the Black Flag Gang was one of the larger factions in the town, they were still composed of refugees, and the resources they could gather were limited, making it impossible to sustain many individuals. Workers had a heightened demand for food during winter, while the number of patrons frequenting brothels dwindled. To maintain the gang's operations, Shaoqi had already abandoned many unprofitable prostitutes in the wilderness, and even some newly recruited subordinates had been expelled. The 33 individuals sent to ambush Ningxia that night had all been drawn from the brothels under his command. 14 had perished, 7 were severely injured, and 3 sustained minor injuries, resulting in significant casualties. If the Black Flag Gang continued to draw personnel, the operations and defenses of the brothels would be utterly crippled. Within a brothel in the Western District, Shaoqi was currently berating Li Bin and Huang Man Song. Damn it! I foolishly considered you two my right-hand men, yet you are all utterly worthless. More than 30 people, armed with 4 guns, and not a single one could handle Ningxia. What good are you? Boss, please calm down. Tonight, both Huang and I truly did our utmost. We never anticipated that Ningxia would enlist dozens of helpers. Li Bin explained defensively, glancing at the furious Shaoqi. The helpers Ningxia sought tonight were all wielding metal blades, and such iron weapons are unseen in the refugee zone. If not for unforeseen circumstances, that group should be bandits. Bandits? Upon hearing this, Shaoqi's features contorted with rage. Can someone tell me how the hell Ningxia has such connections? First, mysterious gunmen appeared at his side, then he mingled with mercenaries. And now even bandits are coming to his aid. What is he, the sun? Does everyone have to revolve around him? Boss, I've been investigating Ningxia lately and discovered something. Apart from Lin Sun, all the hunters around him have gone missing. Oh, you think that group might have turned bandit? Huang Man Song pondered before voicing his thoughts. I am not concerned with what Ningxia should be doing, but rather with you two useless fools, who couldn't even handle this matter. Shaoqi slammed the table, his irritation palpable. Faced with Shaoqi's wrath, Li Bin fell silent, well aware of the brutality Shaoqi was capable of. Ultimately, it was Huang Man Song who could not withstand the pressure and spoke up. Boss, we wish to seek revenge on Ningxia, yet he is clearly on guard. Our large contingent approached tonight, but he didn't even attempt to hide, indicating he possesses ample confidence and is unafraid to confront us directly. Therefore, I believe it is unwise to continue engaging him openly. Over the years, we have already offended many due to our pursuit of prostitutes. If we keep pressing on, it may lead others to perceive us as weak and provide our enemies with an opportunity. Making matters even more troublesome, Xiao Qi's teeth ground in frustration at Huang Mansong's words. Now you want to play it safe. Where was this caution before? Huang Mansong, taken aback by the scolding, explained with a face full of grievance. From the very beginning, I advised against confronting Ningxia. This was your decision. What? Xiao Qi finally recalled that he had been incited by Li Bin. His expression shifting. Boss, I only said that out of goodwill. I admit, I underestimated Ningxia, but who would have thought a refugee could have such extensive connections? Li Bin gulped, feeling the weight of Xiao Qi's glare. Aren't you on good terms with Kong Wenyo from Post 17? I suggest you reach out to him. We could leverage the enforcement team to eliminate Ningxia all at once. Otherwise, who knows what trouble might arise? If he truly brings bandits into the town, we will be entirely at their mercy. Nonsense. We are right by the city wall. Those bandits would need to be insane to come here and cause a ruckus. Xiao Qi scoffed derisively. That may not be the case. This year, the refugee zone has suffered from drought, and the bandits are struggling too. With winter upon us, it is entirely possible they might take risks due to scarcity. Those ordinary folks have little value to rob. If they enter the city, their primary targets, aside from shops, would surely be places like ours, rich in resources. Li Bin gazed at Xiao Qi, once again whispering in his ear. He understood very well that the reason Ningxia had not approached him yet was due to his fear of the Black Flag Gang's power. However, Ningxia's recent peculiar behaviors had begun to instill a growing sense of uncertainty within him. I concur with Li Bin's assertion. We have grievances with Ningxia, yet they do not involve direct interests. Addressing matters in the most straightforward and forceful manner is indeed the most suitable approach. Huang Mansong, who had never advocated for a confrontation with Ningxia, unhesitatingly expressed his stance at this moment. Let us postpone this discussion for now. In recent days, Kong Wenyo has returned to the inner city for his winter report. He is not present in the outer city. Xiao Qi, feeling immensely irritable, waved his hand dismissively. For them, Ningxia's identity was a perplexity. The less they understood, the more insecure they felt. Brother, there's one more thing. I need you to approve some funds for me. We have quite a few injured brothers tonight, and I need to find a way to buy medicine. Huang Mansong added. What medicine are you talking about? This winter, supplies are exorbitantly priced, and the cost of medicine has skyrocketed. Do not concern yourself with those individuals. Just bandage them up casually. If anyone is severely injured, throw them out. We cannot afford to waste food. Xiao Qi's face darkened as he outright rejected the proposal. Upon hearing this, Huang Mansong's lips twitched for a moment before he fell silent. Chapter 83. Strike first on the other side. After Ningxia had settled Wu Hao and the others in their new lodgings, he also brought Fatty Li and Zhao Yi back to his new courtyard. He prepared a pot of porridge using canned beef and rice, and as the enticing aroma wafted through the air, the group gathered around the brazier to enjoy their meal, feeling a sense of belonging in the warm room. You have suffered during my absence. Ningxia filled a bowl of porridge and handed it to Zhao Yi. It's nothing. My life has always been worthless. Without you, it would only be worse, Zhao Yi replied with a bitter smile, shaking her head slightly. From now on, you should stay here. You can help us tidy up the rooms. Cook and do some sewing, Ningxia suggested, observing the bruises on Zhao Yi's body. This house has 2 bedrooms. You will take the smaller one, and the 3 of us will occupy the larger one. Okay. Zhao Yi hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded. However, she did not bring up their relationship again. For some reason, after being captured by the Black Flag Gang, Zhao Yi felt as if she suddenly understood her place and believed she was unworthy of Ningxia, especially after hearing that he had become the leader, which made her feel a significant gap between them. She was not someone who aspired to climb the social ladder, and she was unaware that this inner turmoil was rooted in her own insecurity. The disruptions caused by the Black Flag Gang were once again suppressed, and Ningxia and his companions returned to a life of tranquility. Now that he had become the leader, Ningxia naturally had to fulfill his responsibilities. The following day, he began to tally the residents in his district. Although his jurisdiction nominally comprised 100 households, there were only 87 in reality, as the vacant ones had perished due to the cold and hunger. It would not be until after the Spring Festival that the fortress would replenish the census figures for each leader. Ningxia even contemplated finding a way to register Wu Hao and his group as officially recognized refugees in the town so they could qualify for work in the outer city. Having grown up on this street, Ningxia was familiar with the residents in his district. After compiling the numbers, he proceeded with a reallocation. When Su Fei served as the leader, there had been no personnel adjustments. But Ningxia directly removed several individuals originally assigned to the water plant by Hu Jida. Although those individuals harbored discontent, they dared not express it in Ningxia's presence. Due to work-related matters, many residents attempted to appease Ningxia with their meager food supplies, but he accepted none of it. Instead, he allocated the 13 available work slots to families in greater need. Zhao Yi and Fatty Li initially wished to work in the factory, but Ningxia believed their current provisions were sufficient and feared they might be bullied there. Thus, he ultimately declined their requests and temporarily prevented Fatty Li from selling roasted rats to avoid drawing the attention of the Black Flag Gang. The tallying of names took a total of 2 days. Once completed, Ningxia enlisted the help of workers passing by to deliver the list to the outer city's number 11 sentry post. He then returned home, reserving a small portion of rice and flour for the injured Zhao Yi, while carrying the remainder to the restaurant to exchange for double the amount of coarse rice. Upon returning home, Lin Sun placed his sack of rice in the corner and turned to Ningxia, exclaiming, "Brother, give it to me. You're injured. Be careful not to strain yourself. It's just a minor abrasion." "I'm nearly healed." Ningxia waved his hand lightly, and with Zhao Yi and Fatty Li not present, he whispered to Lin Sun, "Prepare yourself. Tonight, we will go out to take care of some business." "Is it related to the Black Flag Gang?" Lin Sun blinked, immediately guessing Ningxia's intentions. "Exactly. After the Black Flag Gang ambushed us, they have been quiet for 2 days, indicating they may have sustained significant losses. I want to seize this opportunity to capture Li Bin." Ningxia nodded. "Their temporary silence likely signifies a need to recover. Since that is the case, we should take the initiative." Lin Sun's eyes brightened. "Do you have Li Bin's location?" "Not yet, but we must act. Waiting at home for Li Bin to deliver himself is impossible. My plan is to deal with both Li Bin and Xiao Qi simultaneously. The Black Flag Gang has been relentless because Xiao Qi's brother, Xiao Ming, attempted to rob Zhuo Mingyuan and was killed by us in retaliation." Ningxia glanced at the door and continued. "It is said that Xiao Qi is brutal and lacks support within the Black Flag Gang. Others are loyal to him only because he holds resources. If we can eliminate him, there should be no one seeking revenge for his death. And only then can we achieve a lasting resolution. I will follow your lead." "Ever since we were ambushed, I haven't slept soundly for days." Lin Sun nodded. "Brother, just the two of us may find it challenging to tackle so many members of the Black Flag Gang. Perhaps we should involve Wu Hao and his group as well. From our interactions these past few days, they seem quite reliable. Yesterday afternoon, I visited them and found Wu Hao, Li Lin, and Jiao Tzu huddled together eating tree bark." Ningxia, curious, inquired, "Tree bark? Didn't I provide them with food?" "I asked Jiao Tzu about it. He said they voluntarily ate tree bark because they were uncertain how long this winter would last and wanted to reserve the food for the elderly, who have poor digestion. Although those 2 old folks took Wu Hao in, they are not related to anyone else in the refugee area. How many people can guard their food while eating tree bark?" Lin Sun praised their group. "Through this incident, I feel these individuals are quite dependable." Ningxia contemplated for a moment before finally nodding. "Indeed. To accomplish tonight's task, we will need some help. Here's the plan. You go speak with them and see if they are willing to assist us tonight. If they agree, we will offer each of them 200 as compensation." Lin Sun's eyes widened in surprise. 200 each? That's 1,000 for 5 people, brother. Where did you get so much money? "I earned 10,000 when I served as a guide for the examination team. And it's all with Fatty Li." Ningxia explained the source of the money, glancing at the darkening sky. "The sun is about to set. Go discuss this matter with Wu Hao. If they agree, have them come over to talk." "Don't worry, they will definitely agree," Lin Sun grinned, rising to rush out the door. Chapter 84. Flames ignited in the dead of night as the sun sank below the horizon. Darkness gradually enveloped the sky, shrouding the land in shadow. In a narrow alley near the East City Gate, Ningxia stood at the entrance, pointing towards a distant courtyard adorned with a red lantern. "Do you see that? That is one of the brothels operated by the Black Flag Gang. Just wait for the clock to strike 11 in the city, then, as per our agreement, set it ablaze." "Brother Jia, I'm a bit unclear about what exactly you intend to do. Along the way, every time we pass a brothel, you leave someone behind. By now, this is the 5th one. Aren't you supposed to be capturing the leader of the Black Flag Gang?" Isn't making such a commotion just exposing our plans? Li Lin pondered for a long time without grasping Ningxia's intentions. I have no idea where Xiaoqi is. How can I capture him? Ningxia pulled out a handful of fried rice from his pocket and chewed on it lightly. But will setting fire lead you to him? Li Lin considered. You plan to use the fire to flush out the people inside and see if Xiaoqi is among them? It's a tactic, but the likelihood is slim. I can't keep an eye on so many brothels simultaneously, and I've never seen Xiaoqi's face. Even if he appears, I wouldn't recognize him. Ningxia smiled faintly. The brothels we are targeting are relatively obscure within the Black Flag gang, so the chances of him being there are minimal. So, what exactly are you planning? Li Lin felt increasingly bewildered. Don't ask. Just handle your matters. Ningxia patted Li Lin's shoulder, then, clutching a bundle of straw, vanished into the darkness alongside Lin Sun. Half an hour later, Ningxia and Lin Sun arrived once more near a brothel. Scaling the roof of an adjacent building, brother, I've confirmed that the firewood shed of this brothel is in the backyard, with a very small kitchen. Besides that, there are no other flammable materials. Lin Sun surveyed the rooftop before returning to Ningxia's side. That's sufficient. We only wish to create a stir. The structures around the refugee area are quite similar, devoid of furniture and flammable items. As long as the fire ignites, it will suffice. Ningxia poured a small bottle of kerosene, valued at 30 coins, over the straw and then awaited patiently. Thud, thud. As time trickled by, the bells of the outer city soon rang out, for the refugees possessed little in the way of timepieces, making the chimes their clock for work shifts, varying in length according to the time of day. Upon hearing the bells, Lin Sun hoisted the kerosene-soaked straw and stealthily approached the backyard of the brothel. Nimbly leaping into the courtyard, he reached the woodpile, doused it with another bottle of kerosene, and struck a match to ignite the straw. Instantly, a flame leapt upward. Lin Sun tore away the plastic sheet covering the kitchen, grabbed 2 burning pieces of wood, and tossed them inside, swiftly climbing back over the wall. Compared to the bare walls of most refugees' homes, the kitchen of the Black Flag gang's brothel was relatively stocked. As supplies were uniformly allocated by the gang, delivered weekly to sustain the 20 or so brothel workers and prostitutes. Given the scarcity of water in the refugee area, their food consisted mainly of dried fried noodles and rice, which ignited instantly upon contact with fire. Boom! The flour bags on the shelves were consumed by the flames, increasing the concentration of flour in the air and triggering a small dust explosion. Accompanied by a muffled roar, a fire erupted throughout the kitchen. Crash! In the wake of the explosion, a door in the courtyard burst open, and a young man dashed outside. Upon seeing the flickering flames in the backyard, he froze momentarily before shouting at the top of his lungs, "Honggu! Honggu! There's a fire!" Crash! Crash! After the youth's cries echoed, doors began to swing open throughout the courtyard as disheveled patrons, disregarding their attire, scrambled out into the street. Simultaneously, a lecherous middle-aged man in charge of the brothel was jolted awake from his slumber, groggily stumbling outside. What is happening? What is going on? Honggu! The backyard is on fire. The youth rushed towards Honggu upon seeing him. Bang! Upon hearing the youth's exclamation, Honggu kicked him to the ground. What good does it do to tell me there's a fire? Am I supposed to spray water? Hurry and put it out. Honggu! The fire is so large. What can we use to extinguish it? The youth stumbled from the kick, his face flustered. Get a few people to shovel dirt outside the courtyard. The rest grab drinking water. First, douse the grain. Honggu shouted at the brothel's enforcers, then pointed at a group of young men and women in the corner. What are you lot gawking at? Get over here and help put out the fire. After issuing his command, Honggu rushed forward, abandoning his usual authoritative demeanor. With over 20 people's rations at stake, he knew he could not afford any mishaps, especially with Xiaoqi's temperament. Even as they used drinking water to fight the flames, it proved insufficient, and by the time the group managed to extinguish the fire, much of the kitchen's contents had already been reduced to ash. Even the untouched food, once doused with water and dirt, became a muddy mess. Standing before the smoldering wreckage of the kitchen, Honggu trembled with rage. Damn it! How could there be a fire in this weather? Honggu, what will we eat in the coming days? The youth beside him grimaced at the sight of the charred remains, revealing deep concern. Their meals were already limited, barely scraping by, and witnessing such waste stung painfully. Slap! Hearing this, Honggu backhanded the youth. Eat, eat, eat. Is that all you can do? The others, witnessing Hong Ji's fury, lowered their heads in silence. You all keep an eye on this place. I'm stepping out. Honggu ground his teeth and turned to leave. Honggu, where are you going? Another youth asked, disgruntled. With such a huge incident at the brothel, shouldn't I report it? Honggu shot back, his face dark as thunder, filled with trepidation as he headed towards the courtyard exit. On the rooftop, Ningxia spotted Honggu exiting the courtyard and nudged Lin Sun's arm. Let us move. Follow him. Lin Sun nodded slightly, stealthily trailing behind Ningxia. Brother, do you think he will go to find Xiaoqi? Having set 6 fires tonight, someone must report to Xiaoqi. If we stick close to this person, as long as we encounter 3 or more companions at our destination, we may very well determine Xiaoqi's whereabouts. Ningxia positioned himself at the eaves, waiting until Honggu had created enough distance before leaping down. Chapter 85. The Black Flag's secret stronghold due to the fire destroying the brothel supplies. Hong Ji's mind was in utter disarray as he wandered the pitch-black streets, utterly oblivious to the 2 figures trailing him. Approximately half an hour later, Honggu arrived near an outer city entrance at the East City Gate. Standing before an ordinary residential courtyard, where he rapped rhythmically on the door. Moments later, the door creaked open, and Honggu slipped inside. Brother, did we misunderstand? This place is a brothel, Lin Sun remarked, glancing at the closed door in the distance. Do you think this guy is scared after the incident and plans to flee with his family? It's possible. Let us wait a bit longer. If he truly intends to escape with his family, we'll head to the rendezvous point to find others. Just as Ningxia was about to say something, he noticed someone approaching and pulled Lin Sun into the shadows. Seconds later, another youth stepped into the alley, knocked on the door and entered the courtyard. Ningxia recognized a familiar figure and whispered, Li Lin. With a swift glance, Li Lin, also on surveillance duty, approached Ningxia. Zhigu, did your side succeed? Ningxia nodded. It worked. Is the person you're watching also from the brothel? Indeed. The courtyard I was watching has a warehouse filled with wooden bed frames and legs. I set it ablaze, following your instructions. I trailed the person out and the fire was still raging when I left. Li Lin met Ningxia, gaining clarity on his intentions. Zhigu, are you planning to enter the courtyard? Yes. Let us wait a moment. Once we have one more person, we can be nearly certain. Ningxia fixed his gaze on the distant darkness, ensuring the 3 remained undetected, then resumed his vigil. After another 10 minutes, Wu Hao and Jiao Tuzi arrived simultaneously. Congregating with Ning Zichi at this juncture, Ningxia felt confident that the brothel's superiors had gathered here to report to their higher-ups, and Xiaoqi was likely within the courtyard ahead. After the courtyard gate closed, Ningxia drew his military dagger from his waist. It's about time. Everyone get ready to enter the courtyard. Remember, our targets are Xiaoqi and a man named Li Bin. Once we eliminate these 2, we retreat immediately. Lin Sun and I will handle the attack. You 3 provide support. Wu Hao nodded, retrieving his saber from behind. Are we not waiting for those 2 from the Ma family? No more waiting. 4 of us are already here. If we linger further, I fear the Black Flag gang will become suspicious. It's best to act decisively, Ningxia affirmed, then led the way stealthily towards the courtyard ahead. The courtyard Honggu had entered was a secret stronghold of the Black Flag gang, known only to the core members, while the rest remained oblivious to its existence. At this moment, Honggu and the youth who had initially accompanied him anxiously awaited inside a room, chatting when 2 more men entered. Surprised, Honggu stood to greet them. Old Zhou, Old Lu, what brings you here? Don't mention it. Tonight's been a nightmare. Old Lu and I had a fire at our brothel. Old Zhou cursed irritably, his expression darkened. I'm baffled. There was no fire source in our kitchen. How could it have ignited? Your brothel caught fire too. The youth beside Hong Ji's eyes widened in shock. Springing from his seat, what a coincidence. Old Lu, noticing their reactions, caught on quickly. What do you mean? You had a fire as well? Damn it. It seems someone is deliberately targeting us at the Black Flag gang. Otherwise, how could everyone experience misfortune simultaneously? In a moment of exasperation, Honggu uttered a curse, yet an unexpected sense of relief washed over him. If only his brothel faced calamity that night, it was likely that Xiaoqi would take measures against him. However, should numerous incidents occur simultaneously, his culpability would naturally diminish, for he was well aware of the principle that the law does not punish the masses. Do you think it could be Ningxia from East City? He pondered aloud. I've heard that just a few days ago, Huang Montsong and Li Bin, accompanied by dozens of men, sought vengeance against Ningxia, but they gained no advantage. Old Zhou, licking his lips, speculated. I know a bit about that Ningxia. A few years back, there was a gang of bandits known as the 13 Eagles causing havoc, plundering the populace. They ultimately met their demise when they kidnapped one of Ningxia's hunters, and the leaders were all slaughtered by him and his men. A young man interjected dismissively, that's mere hearsay. I had a cousin who was part of the 13 Eagles, and while Ningxia did invade their lair, it was merely through a surprise attack to eliminate their leader. The gang's downfall was due to internal strife over leadership, not Ningxia's actions. Enough of this idle chatter. Let us focus on how to report the fire to Boss Xiao. Old Lu abruptly interrupted, his mind in disarray as he turned to Hong Gu and inquired, "Da Hong, where is Boss Xiao? Xiao Qi should be arriving shortly. I and Xiao San have just arrived and sent word to Chico." "Let us wait a bit," Hong Gu replied, pulling out a pouch of tobacco leaves from his waist and inviting everyone to roll cigarettes. As previously mentioned, Xiao Qi had many enemies in the town, and to avoid retribution, his lodgings were never consistent. The refugees lacked communication tools, so anyone wishing to see Xiao Qi had to report to this secret stronghold, from where Xiao Qi's trusted aides would relay messages to his whereabouts. After rolling their smokes, Hong Gu and the others deliberated on how to report the fire incident to Xiao Qi while also strategizing on how to collectively deflect blame. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside, causing old Zhou to sit up straight. Could it be Boss Xiao has arrived? Let us go greet him. Hong Gu, hearing the noise, was the first to rise and open the door in that instant. A large knife surged forward, striking his face and sending him crashing to the ground with a wail resembling a slaughtered pig. Damn it! Xiao San, trailing closely behind Hong Gu, instinctively reached for his waist. Before he could grasp his bone knife, Ningxia darted into the room, delivering an elbow strike to Xiao San's face, followed by 2 swift stabs to his abdomen. Within the Black Flag stronghold, Hong Ji's agonizing cries echoed momentarily, prompting a few young men from the adjacent room to grab their weapons and fling open the door to investigate the disturbance. As the door swung wide, Jiao Tuzi and Li Lin, brandishing large blades, commenced a brutal assault on those inside, with Jiao Tuzi glaring fiercely and shouting, "Anyone who doesn't wish to die, get back inside and stay quiet. Who dares to rush out? I'll chop you into dumpling filling." A young man within the room, having received 2 knife wounds to his shoulder, staggered backward and slammed the door shut, bracing himself against it as he yelled to the others, "Signal, quick, send up the signal." In response, the remaining youths, heeding his call, dashed toward the corner of the room. The group had come to the secret stronghold to inform Xiao Qi of the brothel fire, and in their subconscious, they had not anticipated that their position would be compromised. They were initially prepared to welcome Xiao Qi, but as soon as the door opened, Hong Gu was felled by Wu Hao's blade. By the time Ningxia and Lin Sun burst into the room, the remaining Old Lu and Old Zhou had no opportunity to react before being taken down. As Old Zhou lay on the ground, witnessing the lifeless body of Xiao San clutching his abdomen and the bloodied Hong Gu, his voice trembled in fear. "Brother. No, big brother. Let us discuss this calmly. As long as you don't make a move, everything can be negotiated. Get up." Ningxia, noticing that Li Bin was absent from the room, seized Old Zhou by the collar and yanked him upright, pressing the blade against his throat. "Tell me, who is Xiao Qi? Boss Xiao isn't here. He hasn't arrived yet." Old Zhou, feeling the sting at his throat, grew increasingly limp and collapsed to his knees. "We are also waiting for him here." Lin Sun scanned the room, a flicker of doubt in his eyes. "Brother, what should we do?" In a swift motion, Ningxia thrust his blade through Old Zhou's throat. He had never encountered Xiao Qi and could not ascertain the veracity of their words. Thus, his only course of action was to act decisively, for these key members of the Black Flag Gang were notorious for their tyranny. Even if they were not Xiao Qi, they deserved their fate. "Please, don't kill me." Old Lu, witnessing Ningxia's action, scrambled up, his pants dampened, and made a dash for the door. Just as he reached the entrance, Wu Hao's blade brought him down to Zha. There is still a group of people in the outer room, and Li Lin and Jiao Tuzi are blocking them. Wu Hao glanced at the lifeless bodies strewn on the floor, his expression devoid of emotion as he inquired, "So, has the task been completed?" "I am unsure. I cannot ascertain their identities, nor do I know if Xiao Qi is among them. But Li Bin is not here." Ningxia shook his head slightly. Just now, someone mentioned that Xiaoqi has yet to arrive. I think we should wait a little longer. All right, if that is the case, then, before Wu Hao could finish his sentence, a pungent odor wafted through the air, prompting him to rush outside. He discovered that the chimney of the room being guarded by Jiao Tuzi and Li Lin was now billowing thick. Black smoke intermingled with flames. What is going on? Damn it! We intended to keep these people trapped inside. Who would have thought they had a backup plan? Jiao Tuzi kicked the door blockaded by them in frustration. They using the method of bandits, burning plastic and damp wood to send up a smoke signal. These bastards. Wu Hao glanced at the smoke rising from the roof, turned, and pulled out a thin, ironclad wooden stick from old Lu's waist. He approached and wedged it against the door handle. Li Lin, block their chimney. With a swift run, Li Lin leaped onto the roof, deftly lifted a piece of oilcloth, and sealed the chimney, placing a stone atop it to hold it down. In an instant, the dense black smoke began to billow back into the room, and within moments, it seeped through the cracks in the door. The occupants inside began to cough violently, shouting for help as they pounded on the door. Pleading, "Big brother's outside. We know we were wrong. Please, open the door." Ningxia, hearing their cries, approached the door. "Stop the nonsense. Answer me one question first. Was Xiaoqi among those in the room?" "No." Cough, cough. We cough, cough. We sent up a smoke signal to notify. Cough, cough. To notify the boss that something was amiss. So he wouldn't come. One of the youths inside covered his mouth and nose, begging, "Please, let us out. There's nothing here to extinguish the fire. If this continues, we will suffocate. If you are so loyal to Xiaoqi, then you should serve him well." Ningxia, upon hearing the response from within, clenched his fists in fury and turned to Wu Hao and the others beside him. "We can't stay here. We must leave immediately." "Leave? Didn't we block the chimney?" Jiao Tuzi asked skeptically. "Does Xiaoqi not see the smoke? Smell the scent? Don't waste time, hurry up and go. They know something is wrong here. There will surely be reinforcements," Ningxia urged, preparing to step out. Just then, Lin Sun opened the door to the opposite room and called out, "Brother, there is something here. It is all winter clothing, medicine, and grain." With a rush, they all hurried over to a small storeroom illuminated by moonlight. Inside was a shelf holding about 10 bags of grain, 2 brown glass bottles of medicine, and a considerable amount of winter clothing, along with 2 pieces of preserved meat and various other supplies. "Oh my! We've struck it rich. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and gather it." Jiao Tuzi exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he draped 2 pieces of preserved meat around his neck and stuffed 2 bags of rough rice under his arm. "Everyone, grab what you can. Prioritize the medicine and winter clothing first, then the grain. Make sure to be practical. Don't let excess baggage slow you down." Ningxia stepped forward, took a winter coat, and filled it with the medicines and seasonings from the shelf, while also grabbing 2 aluminum pots. After they had swept the shelf clean, Wu Hao tucked 2 bundles of dry tobacco leaves under his arm, then opened several bottles of kerosene on the shelf, dousing the remaining supplies before striking a match and tossing it in. "Ha ha ha! This feels so damn good." Jiao Tuzi grinned at the flames erupting in the room. Xiaoqi is undoubtedly born under a fire sign. Tonight is destined to be intertwined with flames. Meanwhile, Xiaoqi, accompanied by Li Bin and several young guards, was hastening towards the location of their secret stronghold. However, even from 50 meters away, they could see the towering flames that seemed to ignite the night sky. Chapter 87. The disgraced Li Bin under the cover of darkness. Xiaoqi beheld the distant blaze, his gaze narrowing with alarm. "What on earth is happening? The direction of the fire appears to be our stronghold. Brother, something feels amiss here. We must leave at once." Huang Montsong was the first to react, glancing towards the source of the flames. Seemingly shielding Xiaoqi, he led them into a nearby alley and called out to a young man. "You a newcomer, go over there and assess the situation." "Understood." The young man responded, swiftly dashing out of the alley. Under the protection of Huang Montsong and his entourage, Xiaoqi returned to the nearest brothel in the shortest time possible. Before he could finish a cup of water, a stream of grim news began to pour in that night. 6 of the Black Flag Gang's brothels caught fire, and the warehouses at their stronghold were reduced to ashes, resulting in catastrophic losses. Faced with the relentless barrage of bad news, Xiaoqi's expression darkened, his eyes bloodshot with fury as he pounded the table. In a single night, the Black Flag Gang has suffered 7 fires. 4 managers of the brothels perished at the stronghold. Ningxi's actions have transcended mere provocation. They are a calculated act of retribution against the Black Flag gang, brother. Please calm yourself. Huang Monsong placed a cup of hot water before Xiaoqi. Tomorrow morning, Kang Wenyo will complete his duties and return to the outer district. With his official capacity, he will intervene, and no matter how fierce Ninja may be, he cannot confront the law enforcement team. Our business has already been affected. The priority now is to stabilize the situation. Stabilize what? Leader, it is my belief that we should gather all our forces and confront Ninja decisively. We must eradicate this menace once and for all. Otherwise, who knows what more outrageous acts he might commit. If he dares to confront us openly, he surely has considered his escape routes. Should he evade us, we will never swallow this insult. Li Bin seized the opportunity to stoke the flames of discord. Can you be quiet for once? The Black Flag Gang is an organization with its own enterprises. We are not a ragtag group that can simply shift locations after a single skirmish. Huang Monsong, unable to contain his frustration at Li Bin's response, retorted, "It was precisely your incessant prodding that led us to clash with Ning Zhao, worsening our situation to this extent. Tonight, half of the brothels under the Black Flag have been devastated. If we pursue vengeance against Ning Zhao now, and another large-scale casualty occurs like 3 days ago, we may not even preserve the remaining brothels. Do you understand? Are we to perpetually condone their actions simply because we have reservations? What logic is that?" Li Bin rose from his seat, vehemently countering. "Do you know why Ningxia can press us so relentlessly? It is because there are too many cowards like you within the gang voicing opposition." "Shut your mouth!" Xiaoqi suddenly shouted at Li Bin, his anger palpable. "Since your arrival in the Black Flag, there has been no peace within the gang. You have boasted countless times, yet have you accomplished anything of merit?" Li Bin shrank back at the insult, attempting to explain, "Leader, I have always had the gang's best interests at heart. Consider this. If Ning Zhe, I don't want to hear it. Get out," Xiaoqi bellowed, startling Li Bin into leaving the room in dismay. Once he had departed, Xiaoqi took a moment to compose himself, gazing at Huang Monsong. "Do you think I've made too many erroneous decisions since Xiaoming's death?" Huang Monsong, wanting to convey that not only had Xiaoqi made numerous misguided choices but also engaged in many foolish actions, ultimately responded with restraint. "Brother, I can empathize with your feelings. Those with a tender heart cannot survive in a wasteland, let alone manage a gang. However, we are not yet at our wits' end. Our recent confrontations with Ningxia have indeed resulted in losses due to the visibility of our enterprises. While he has little left to lose, continuing this struggle will only escalate our depletion, which is detrimental to the gang's growth. My suggestion is to wait until Kang Wenyo returns tomorrow and utilize official power to eliminate Ningxia's faction. This way, his threat will vanish." Xiaoqi set down his cup, gently massaging his temples. "Then what do you propose we do next? Act with restraint. We are still unaware of Ningxia's next move. I recommend that we withdraw all manpower from the brothels that have already suffered losses and redistribute them to those that remain unscathed, to prevent further escalation of losses. Additionally, we must bolster the defenses around you until Kang Wenyo takes action." Huang Monsong articulated his thoughts clearly and concisely. "Do you know why I am so intent on avenging Xiaoming? Years ago, I was seized by a band of thugs from a refugee village, destined to become a whore. Subsequently, Xiaoming chose to take my place, servicing clients while those brutes forced him to entertain men. After Xiaoming secured my release, they kept me at the brothel as a laborer, forcing me to witness my brother endure torment until they reneged on their promise and intended for me to take his place. I could bear it no longer and poisoned them all. I had hoped to flee into obscurity, but instead, I became feared. It was from that day I learned that only the ruthless can truly live freely in the wasteland." Upon hearing this, Huang Monsong's expression shifted, revealing his surprise at Xiaoqi's past. Taking a deep breath, Xiaoqi declared, "Let us proceed as you suggested. Tomorrow morning, I shall meet with Kang Wenyo." Outside the door, after Li Bin exited the room, he pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and distributed them among a group of thugs waiting outside. "Brothers, here, have a smoke." "Hey, thanks, Li Gu." The young men chuckled as one eagerly struck a match to light Li Bin's cigarette. "Li Gu, we feel so bad always mooching off your smokes and food." "No need for that. We are all brothers. Why dwell on such things?" Li Bin chuckled dismissively, then pulled out a handful of loose change, handing approximately 50 yuan to another young man. "Tuzi, I heard your father has caught a cold. I may not be able to help with medicine, but take this money to buy some food." At least ensure your old man is well fed. The young man named Tuzi hastily declined. Li Gu, you've already been so generous to me. I can't accept your money. Just take it. You all know I'm not one for false politeness. Li Bin insisted, pressing the money into Tuzi's hands and patting his hand reassuringly. We're all struggling here. Looking out for one another is only right. Thank you, Li Gu. Tuzi accepted the money, feeling warmth in his heart. Then hesitantly said, Li Gu, I know I shouldn't say this, but I heard what Shi Gu said to you earlier. To be fair, you meant well. He shouldn't have treated you that way. Let us not dwell on that. Shi Gu is the leader of the Black Flag. He has his own thoughts on certain matters. As long as my brothers understand me, I feel grateful, but please refrain from discussing this further. I don't want to bring trouble upon you. Li Bin smiled gratefully at the group, a genuine smile spreading across his face. Chapter 88. The Phantom Ningxi's attack on several of the Black Flag's brothels was originally intended to lure Shaoqi out. But due to Shaoqi's extreme caution and limited knowledge of the internal dynamics of the Black Flag, despite successfully uncovering their stronghold, they failed to capture him and resolve the matter. That night, Ningxia was acutely aware of the potential damage his actions would inflict on the Black Flag, which is why he had already anticipated a counterattack and moved all resources before making his move. By the time Shaoqi erupted in fury, Ningxia and his crew had relocated to the wilderness outside the town, gathering around a makeshift shelter to warm themselves by the fire. Crackling, the burning wood emitted faint sounds as a pot of rice porridge simmered with cured meat, the aroma wafting far and wide. Jiaozh was squatted nearby, continuously adding wood to the fire, swallowing hard as he looked over at Fat Li. Ever since I got to know you guys, I feel like my luck has turned around. I'm not exaggerating. Just a few days ago, I was so hungry I could have eaten a person. Eat a person? Fat Li was instantly alarmed at the mention of this phrase. Jiaozh turned his head, scrutinizing Fat Li. Don't worry, I wouldn't eat someone like you, too fatty, no flavor. If I were to eat, it would be a child. Their meat is tender. Fat Li gazed at Jiaozh's head illuminated by the firelight, feeling inexplicably queasy. Master, you wouldn't actually eat people, would you? Ha ha ha, just kidding. I find myself rather perplexed. How could a person as ruthless as Ningxia be accompanied by someone as timid as you? Jiao Tuzi, noticing that Li Panzai had truly been rendered speechless by fear, rolled his eyes and remarked, I do not consume humans, but I must admit, there are indeed cannibal tribes in my native land of the Mo Bay region. They survive by devouring human flesh, frequently launching attacks on refugee villages to abduct people as sustenance. Is it truly that terrifying? Li Panzai contemplated the image, feeling his appetite diminish by half. Jiao Tuzi stirred the congee in the pot with 2 sticks, stating, You are quite fortunate in this world. Having someone like Ningxia to protect you is a rarity. Area 87 is barren, yet the Mo Bay region is even poorer, devoid of strongholds. The only places with water sources are controlled by several large tribes and clans. People are forced to reside in the desert, and often, when a sandstorm sweeps through, an entire village can be buried. Li Panzai blinked in curiosity and asked, Without strongholds or land, how do you survive? The Mo Bay region is rife with bandits. When people are driven to desperation, they band together to form gangs, leaving the desert to plunder. As for those who refuse to become bandits, or are too fearful to do so, they assist the tribes in excavating the remnants of the old world. Jiao Tuzi withdrew a stick, tasted a grain from the pot, and found it nearly cooked. He pulled a salt container from his pocket and added a pinch. I've heard that beneath the deserts of Mo Bay lie many vast cities. If ruins are unearthed there, they could reveal a trove of relics from the old world. Discovering a larger city's ruins would be akin to finding a great mine rich in metals, perhaps even leading to unexpected treasures. Li Panzai pondered, but wait, I previously heard Brother Zhe mention that those financial magnates are battling one another merely for resources. If Mo Bay is so resource-rich, why do they not simply venture there? The Mo Bay region has an abundance of ruins, yet it lacks other resources necessary for survival. The entire area is a desert, where strongholds cannot be established. The magnates would not squander manpower and resources to build fortifications, and the local tribes are impoverished. Even if gold were unearthed, it cannot be consumed. It merely serves to be sold to other magnates. Thus, when faced with something that can be purchased with money, there is no need to invest further. Besides, such a substantial prize would invite the ire of rival factions upon any magnate daring to take a bite. Jiao Tuzi once again sampled the congee for saltiness. Later on, The El clan of Mo Bay, while searching for ruins, stumbled upon arable land and claimed it as their own. After developing it for several years, they attracted a multitude of refugees, gradually growing into the largest power in Mo Bay, now boasting 4 or 5 strongholds. As the two conversed, Ma San finally returned to the campsite, rushing toward the bonfire, exclaiming, "Oh, what is that delightful aroma? Hurry, serve me a bowl. I'm famished." Ninja, relieved to see the last member of the team return, sighed, "You're finally back. Did we not agree that if any issues arose, you would return promptly? Had you delayed any longer, we would have prepared to raid the Black Flag gang for reinforcements." Ma San, exhausted, settled by the bonfire, rubbing his sore thighs. "Don't even mention it. You told me to light the fire and keep an eye on whoever emerged, but I ended up following that person for several hours, only to discover he had no intention of reporting the fire to the higher-ups. He merely went to a refugee village to meet a companion and bolted." Ma Si, overhearing this, rolled his eyes. "Are you out of your mind? P.S. already left the town. Why are you still tailing him? Does the leader of the Black Flag gang really have time to linger in a refugee village? That's a fair point. What if they resort to underhanded tactics?" Ma San retorted. "You should be grateful you were following someone on foot. Had he been on a bicycle, you might have lost your shoes." Wu Hao, hearing that the kanji was ready, approached with a plastic bowl. "Jiao Tuzi, serve me a bowl, brother." "What is a bicycle?" Lin Sun turned to Ningxia and asked quietly. "It must be some advanced technology that moves on its own," Ningxia speculated. He recalled that bicycles were indeed seen in the refugee area, but the inhabitants referred to them as iron horses. After Wu Hao filled a bowl with cured meat kanji, he squatted beside Ningxia and handed it over. "We didn't manage to resolve our issues today. What are your plans moving forward?" Ningxia took the bowl and contemplated. "The place you are currently residing was my previous home. If the Black Flag seeks revenge, they will likely come looking for me there. For the next few days, endure a bit and stay here to avoid any trouble. I will also have Li Panzai and Zhaoi move over. Please keep an eye on them." Wu Hao immediately grasped Ningxia's intent. "So, you wish to continue pursuing this matter?" "I must. The current weather makes survival outside the town exceedingly difficult. The town is quite limited. And while I can evade the Black Flag for a day, I cannot hide from them for a lifetime. Thus, the most prudent course of action is to locate Shaoqi and resolve this predicament once and for all." Ningxia paused. "Speaking candidly, the Black Flag's business is all laid out in the open. If I wish to act against them, I will always find an opportunity. However, as long as I refrain from returning to my residence, I become a ghost with an indeterminate whereabouts, making it all the more vexing for him." Chapter 89. Resting upon 5 acres of fertile land, gazing at the starry river, Wu Hao initially sought out Ningxia merely to repay a debt of gratitude. But after their interactions, they found themselves strikingly compatible. Ningxia arranged for them all to settle in Area 87, and through mutual exchanges of goodwill, a bond of friendship began to form. Thus, when he heard of Ningxia's intent to seek vengeance against Shaoqi, he pondered, "With just you and Lin Sun, it may be perilous to confront Shaoqi. How about this? Let Li Lin take Ma San and Ma Si to remain here, while Jiao Tuzi and I accompany you into the city. We are both unfamiliar faces locally, allowing us to infiltrate the brothel disguised as patrons to gather intelligence. This approach would certainly facilitate matters." Ningxia considered this and nodded. "That sounds feasible. If so, I will provide you and Jiao Tuzi with a daily allowance of 100 yuan. As compensation." Ningxia, in this world, money holds significance. Yet, it is not the most crucial element. My assistance to you stems from considering you a friend. Do you understand the essence of friendship? It is when you are in trouble, I lend you a hand, and when I find myself in need, I hope you will extend your support." Wu Hao replied with a smile. His tone earnest. "I understand that money is valuable, but it can be chilling, cold enough to cool boiling blood until it is as bland as water. I have encountered those indifferent to wealth. Yet you are the first to speak of money in such a disheartening manner." Ningxia referred to another individual indifferent to riches, Zhuo Mingyuan, who would stop at nothing to find his sister. Yet he spent money to achieve his aims, whereas Wu Hao seemed to harbor no desire for wealth. "Remember, I once mentioned that we survived as raiding bandits, but given our numbers, confronting a larger gang is no easy feat. Consequently, completing a single job often requires months of surveillance and analysis. Do you know when the optimal moment to strike is?" Wu Hao mused aloud. "It is when the bandits have successfully completed a lucrative job. I have witnessed too many bandits torn apart by disputes over spoils, leading to their downfall. They may unite in a life-or-death struggle before a heist, but once successful, they turn on one another. My experiences have taught me that desire is a wild beast I cannot tame. Therefore, the best course of action is to keep a safe distance from this beast. Ninja couldn't help but chuckle at Wu Hao's somewhat philosophical musings. You haven't been brainwashed by Jiaoda and the sorcerer, have you? Have you transformed into some ascetic, transcending worldly desires? Please spare me. Among this group, only Jiao Tuzi harbors the greatest desires. He has already lost one testicle. Yet he continues to dream of feasting on meat and indulging with women. This fellow is nothing but a glutton. Wu Hao cast a sidelong glance at Jiao Tuzi, who was squatting by the pot picking at the meat. Licking his lips, I too have dreams. Although they are not grand, I believe that to rest upon 5 acres of fertile land, gazing at the starry river, is the epitome of happiness in that instant. A vivid image materialized in Ningxia's mind. The moon hanging high, radiating brilliant light, a gentle brook babbling, and the evening breeze caressing the lush wheat fields, accompanied by the serenade of insects. The air was imbued with the fragrant aroma of crops, instilling a sense of tranquility and peace. Ever since he had served as a guide for the scientific expedition team, Ningxia had longed for life within a stronghold. Tanks, firearms, technology. The pinnacle of human strength fascinated him. Wu Hao, having never encountered the wonders Ningxia had witnessed, yearned only for a sanctuary amidst the turmoil of the world, a place where he could recuperate in joy and health, and live freely. Each of the two individuals harbors their own distinct aspirations, and the sole commonality between them appears to be the impossibility of their realization. The dreams of the destitute ultimately remain mere fantasies. As Ningxia once remarked to Su Fei, for those struggling to survive, hope can be the most tormenting of all. Although Ningxia possesses coal, the group resides outdoors, refraining from maintaining a fire for fear of attracting unwanted attention. After finishing their porridge, they each retreated to their makeshift shelters, seizing the warmth in their stomachs to hastily drift into slumber. In the drafty shelter, Ningxia curled up among the straw, yet sleep eluded him as thoughts of Shao Qi incessantly occupied his mind. Despite his determination to confront Shao Qi, the prospect of matching a mere handful of individuals against the formidable Black Flag gang, which numbers in the dozens, loomed dauntingly. At that moment, a twinge of nostalgia for his enigmatic powers washed over Ningxia. In previous encounters with bandits and during 2 confrontations with wolf packs, he had exhibited remarkable combat prowess. He mused that if he could command that power at will, he would have no trouble dealing with 7 or 8 adversaries, provided they were unarmed. Regrettably, he remained uncertain about how to trigger such strength. The only silver lining was that since Su Fei had administered a vial of genetic repair serum, he no longer succumbed to fainting spells during his episodes, significantly enhancing his chances of survival. Otherwise, the thought of collapsing mid-conflict was chilling. Suddenly, Su Fei came to mind, a mysterious figure who had flitted through his life like a shooting star, leaving Ningxia wondering about his current endeavors. Amidst the tumult of his thoughts, Ningxia drifted into a restless sleep, perhaps due to his preoccupation with his powers. That night, he dreamt once more of scenes buried deep within his memory. It was a hazy night, the sky adorned with thin clouds, and the pale moon cast an eerie glow in the refugee zone. There existed a legend that nights illuminated by a pale moon heralded the rise of malevolent spirits, causing hunters to shun the hunt. Yet, Ningxia was undeterred, for he deemed hunger more fearsome than any ghost. While he encountered no specters beneath the moonlight, he did come face to face with a pack of wolves. Upon being spotted, he fled in a panic, ultimately plunging into the desolate expanse known as the Graveyard of Bones. Finding refuge in a canyon, it was within that canyon that he first laid eyes on bears, one large and one small. The larger stood an imposing 3 meters tall. Perhaps feeling its territory threatened, the 2 bears engaged in a fierce battle with the wolves, and Ningxia found himself struck by one bear's paw. As he lay on the brink of consciousness, a figure clad in a white lab coat and a bird-beaked gas mask approached him, syringe in hand, its contents reflecting the moonlight. With a jolt, Ningxia awoke from his dream, gasping for breath as a beam of sunlight streamed through the cracks of his shelter, illuminating his sweat-drenched face. Chapter 90. Strange happenings on the battlefield as dawn broke. The sun's rays offered little warmth to the earth. A cold breeze left the newly awakened Ningxia feeling somewhat stiff. Upon exiting the shelter, he found Lin Sun, Wu Hao, and Jiao Qiu waiting for him. To avoid drawing attention, both Wu Hao and Jiao Qiu had left their ostentatious swords behind, carrying only bone knives. After returning to the town, Ningxia took advantage of the deserted streets to stealthily slip back to his neighborhood. Arriving at Zhou Su's home, Zhou Su, unaware of the feud between Ningxia and the Black Flag Gang, greeted him warmly. "Xiaozhe, what brings you here? Quickly, fetch some water." "Don't trouble yourself," Ningxia interrupted Zhou Su's wife. Explaining, "I'm here to convey a few words. I have matters that require my absence for several days, so I've prepared a few duty rosters for you to submit on my behalf. Also, regarding my rations, feel free to take them for yourselves." As the appointed head of the street, Ningxia was responsible for submitting a weekly duty roster to the watchtower and providing reports, although he had never ventured into the outer district himself. Relying on Zhou Su's wife for the task, his conflict with the Black Flag Gang was aimed at securing a life free from troubles, and this position allowed him to receive a portion of rations and a liter of drinking water each week, providing a modicum of security. "Xiaozhe, it's so cold now. Are you really planning to leave? Are you going hunting?" Zhou Su inquired, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. The position of headman held some prestige among the refugees, as it entailed managing the labor of 100 individuals. Though the refugees were impoverished, a headman could easily fill their stomachs by skimming off a little surplus. "There are matters I cannot disclose. But suffice it to say, just follow my instructions," Ningxia continued after a moment's thought. "If any issues arise, you can find me by the large stone at the eastern end of the town's cemetery before sunset. I will ensure someone is there to meet you." Since Zhou Su's wife began working at the water plant, their family's situation had improved significantly. She nodded earnestly. "Brother Ningxi, rest assured, I will handle this for you. Is there anything else you wish to convey?" "That will suffice. I am grateful for your assistance." Ningxia glanced at the dilapidated shelter before producing 50 yuan. "Use this to buy some plastic sheeting and make repairs to the shelter. I'm off now." After Ningxia departed, Zhou Su's wife regarded the 50 yuan on the table with curiosity. "Old Zhou, what do you think Xiaozhe is up to? I see other headmen from different neighborhoods lounging about. But Xiaozhe seems unchanged. You don't understand. Xiaozhe is a man of great affairs, not like those bloodsuckers." Zhou Su shook his head, changing the subject. "Use the money as Xiaozhe suggested to buy plastic sheeting. If there's anything left over, get the kids some sugar to make syrup." As winter set in, every household needed to patch their shelters, causing plastic prices to skyrocket. "Do you truly expect any surplus?" Zhou Su's wife sighed, casting a glance at his empty leg position. "You should never have tried to be a hero and saved Lin Sun's father. If you hadn't broken your legs, our lives wouldn't be so tight." Zhou Su typically bristled at the mention of his disability, growing irritable. "Enough. Yes, my legs are broken, but hasn't Xiaozhe and Xiao Sun been looking after me? Of course. Your injury was at their family's expense. Isn't it only right they care for you?" Zhou Su's wife retorted, a hint of anger in her voice as she slapped the 50 yuan on the table. "If you weren't injured, your monthly salary would be at least 150. And we wouldn't need to be grateful for this 50 yuan. You." Zhou Su fell silent, turning away without a word. In the outer industrial district, at the 17th watchtower, Shao Qi was well aware that this day marked Kong Wenyun's return. Thus, he arrived early to pay a visit, bringing along 2 prized fox pelts as a token of goodwill, placing them on Kong Wenyun's desk. "Captain Kong, with the cold weather upon us, we in the refugee zone have little of value. Let these 2 fox pelts serve as my tribute to your wife, that she may fashion them into a couple of scarves." "Shao Qi, you are thoughtful." Captain Kong smiled as he examined the fine pelts, his expression brightening. "Fur is a luxury in the city, often commanding exorbitant prices, and some people cannot even acquire it with money. I've brought some tea leaves back from the fortress. I'll make sure to send you off with a couple of cans when I leave." "Oh, I truly appreciate it, Captain Kong. Tea leaves are a rare treasure." Shao Qi responded with a beaming smile, eagerly lighting a cigarette for Kong Wenyun. "Captain, any fresh news from your recent trip to the city?" "Ha! A lowly scoundrel from the refugee zone concerned about current affairs." Kong Wenyun leaned back, propping his legs on the desk. "The conflict between the Jing and Pei clans has concluded, and resource control has been lifted in the fortress. Medical supplies and food are being restored. Soon, smuggled medicines will likely flow out of the city again. Prices for smuggled goods should drop, but for now, it's still a blue ocean. I've brought a few boxes of antibiotics. Let your men distribute them, and we'll split the profits as usual, 90 to 10. Absolutely. I'll arrange it right away." Xiao Qi grinned widely, readily agreeing. His partnership with Kong Wanyun in the drug trade was not merely for profit, but rather a means to align himself with this influential figure. Curious about the outcome of the war, he asked, Captain, who emerged victorious in the recent conflict between the Jing and Pei clans? Neither side won. The war reportedly ceased abruptly due to some strange occurrences on the battlefield. Kong Wanyun recounted, albeit with limited knowledge, it is said that many corpses went missing from the battlefield, leaving behind eerily empty fields after the fighting. Xiao Qi, upon hearing of the matter, inquired with keen interest. The corpse has vanished? Did a beast carry it away, or what transpired? I am not entirely certain. These matters do not significantly concern us. Kong Wenyao expressed a lack of enthusiasm for the topic and shifted the conversation. By the way, there is something you must be mindful of. During my recent trip to the city for my duties, the management center made adjustments to the law enforcement team in the outer city. Many of the heads of the enforcement teams have been replaced, and I do not recognize a number of them. Make sure the person informing you is prudent, lest they provoke unnecessary trouble. Rest assured, Captain Kong, the best brothels I manage are all within your 17th team's jurisdiction. With your protection, what is there to fear? Xiao Qi replied with a sycophantic smile, dismissing the concern. Chapter 91. Captain Kang's second strike after a light-hearted exchange with Kong Wenyao in his office. And as the atmosphere lightened somewhat, Xiao Qi turned the conversation to serious matters. Captain, during your absence, I encountered some troubles that may require your assistance. Troubles? Your Black Flag gang has been running rampant in the town. What sort of trouble could you possibly face? Kong Wenyao shot Xiao Qi a sidelong glance. Is someone attempting to encroach on your brothel business? Xiao Qi chuckled awkwardly, shaking his head. It's not business-related. Rather, someone has been targeting me and has been causing me trouble lately, resulting in the loss of several of my brothers. I truly had no other option but to seek your help. Xiao Qi, it seems your situation is worsening. Can you not even keep the vagrants in check? Kong Wenyao exhaled a cloud of smoke, his expression one of disdain. Who is this person? You have encountered him before. It's Ning Jie, the one you apprehended previously for carrying a firearm. Xiao Qi refrained from revealing that Huang Monsong had falsely accused Ning Jie of possessing a gun to resolve their own issues. Instead, he adjusted the timeline. After Ning Jie was captured by the enforcement team, he somehow learned that we had exposed his possession of a firearm, and thus he has targeted the Black Flag gang. Because of this, my younger brother was brutally murdered on the street. Those individuals have long dealt with beasts and are quite formidable. My men find it challenging to confront them. You refer to the hunter? Then, upon hearing this, Kong Wenyao's expression darkened. Damn it! That brat was captured once and is now seeking revenge? Indeed, that scoundrel is notorious in the eastern city. We intended to handle the matter ourselves to avoid troubling you. But my men are utterly useless. Xiao Qi sighed. Last night, that rascal set 7 fires, destroying a significant amount of my supplies and even resulting in several fatalities. Truly audacious. Kong Wenyao cursed, then picked up the landline on his desk and dialed a number. Knock, knock. Half a minute later, a member of the enforcement team knocked on the half-open door and stepped inside. Captain, you called for me. Kong Wenyao nodded and commanded. Take a few men and go to the location where we last apprehended Ning Jie. Find him and bring him back. Ning Jie? Wasn't he taken away by mercenaries last time? The team member glanced at Xiao Qi in the room, unreservedly reminding, Captain, if Ning Jie is living peacefully in the town after being taken by mercenaries, I believe it is best we avoid this mess. Offending those mercenaries may lead to dire consequences for us. What, are you instructing me on how to do my job? Kong Wenyao seemed displeased that one of his men dared to contradict him in front of Xiao Qi. I have already risen to the rank of the enforcement team. Do you expect me to seek further advancement? Do not forget, I am the officially appointed captain of the enforcement team by the management center. It is not up to them to decide who lives or dies among the vagrants. Tell me, even if I offend the mercenaries, what of it? The team member, seeing Kong Wenyao's frustration, quickly clarified, Captain, I mean no offense. I merely advise you to think carefully. Kong Wenyao's anger stemmed primarily from the fact that his subordinate had undermined his authority in Xiao Qi's presence. Yet, he was not foolish and recognized the validity of the other's words. He could boast about being unconcerned with mercenaries, but inwardly, he felt a twinge of apprehension. After a moment of contemplation, he decided, very well, have the undercover team proceed discreetly and retrieve him without causing a commotion. Understood. I will attend to it immediately. The team member saluted and exited the room. Captain, I appreciate your attention to this matter. Xiao Qi, relieved that Kong Wenyao had taken action, felt considerably lighter. Recently, several newcomers have arrived at my establishment, including a few fresh faces. Perhaps you could grace me with your presence tonight? Kong Wenyao waved his hand dismissively. I have been away from the team for several days and have pressing official duties to attend to. Just send the people over tonight. Meanwhile, Ningxia and his entourage of 4 had gathered near the largest brothel by the eastern gate. Ningxia, hiding in a corner, pointed towards the courtyard adorned with red lanterns and spoke. That courtyard ahead houses the largest brothel under the Black Flag Gang. It is also the most heavily guarded location. I believe there is a significant chance Xiao Qi will be here. Wu Hao pondered for a moment. In that case, let us infiltrate and ascertain the situation. Have Jiao Tuzi take some money and disguise himself as a patron to check in, while we investigate other brothels. Sounds good. Ningxia produced $200 from his pocket and handed it to Jiao Tuzi. Be sharp when you enter. If anything seems amiss, just withdraw. Rest assured, this is not my first time at a brothel. I am experienced. Jiao Tuzi grinned, revealing his teeth. When I was a monk, there was a place like this at the foot of the temple. I am not lying. A good portion of the alms I collected went to rescuing fallen women. Take it easy. After all, you have but one egg left. Ningxia reminded Jiao Tuzi with a hint of exasperation as he observed his overly exuberant demeanor. The initial purpose of establishing the law enforcement team at the stronghold was to ensure that the vagrants could orderly engage in production for the stronghold. Thus, in the early stages, the law enforcement team was quite formal, equipped with a plethora of weapons, and structured with mobile teams, undercover units, and medical teams to manage the town. However, as time progressed, the situation deteriorated. Firstly, the residents of the stronghold inherently harbored disdain for the vagrants, leading to the isolation of law enforcement officers who frequently interacted with them. Upon returning to the stronghold, these officers found themselves ostracized, with even their children shunned in schools, as townsfolk claimed that the officers and their families were contaminated by the vagrants' germs. Secondly, due to the stronghold's stringent defenses, the city gates rarely opened. Thus, once dispatched, law enforcement members received only 7 days of annual leave, granting them but one opportunity to return home each year. Only those of captain rank could return quarterly to report on their duties at the stronghold, leading to a life akin to exile. Lastly, the law enforcement team had previously faced incidents of officers being robbed and killed by vagrants, heightening tensions and fostering mutual animosity, with both sides viewing each other as monsters. Under these compounded circumstances, law enforcement personnel began to collectively resign. In response, the management center, left with no choice, recalled the formally dispatched officers and began sending out those who had committed offenses, resulting in the law enforcement team becoming a chaotic mess. With standards plummeting to an all-time low, over time, the officers ceased to venture beyond the outer city, rendering their supposed duty of maintaining order merely a hollow promise. Although the law enforcement team no longer managed the security of the vagrant district, their authority remained intact. Merely for Ningxia's act of murder, the law enforcement team held the right to apprehend and judge him. Thus, in a joint effort between Xiao Qi and Kong Wenyao, the 17th Law Enforcement Team, which had previously captured Ningxia, dispatched the undercover unit once more, intent on squashing what they perceived as a trivial nuisance. Chapter 92. A Game of Cat and Mouse. Testing each other's resolve, the undercover unit, by its very name, was not officially attired in the law enforcement team's uniform but rather disguised as vagrants to execute their tasks. In reality, the watchtowers had long since dissolved the organization, as the law enforcement officers no longer ventured beyond the outer city and thus had no need for disguises. The reason the law enforcement team retained these departments was that their leaders received additional stipends from the management center each month, serving as a form of welfare for the captain's loyal subordinates. After Kong Wenyao issued the capture order, the task did not prove challenging for the undercover team leader, Li Chong. He directed his subordinates to capture several vagrants from a factory, don their clothing, and led his team to the town to conduct surveillance near Ningxia's residence. However, at this moment, Ningxia had long since fled, leaving his home entirely vacant, devoid of even a single straw. The undercover team failed to locate Ningxia, drawing the attention of other residents. "Hey, what are you doing?" As the law enforcement officers rummaged through Ningxia's residence, an elderly man shouted from outside, not out of a sense of justice, but rather out of fear that these unidentified individuals might pose a threat to the safety of their neighborhood by occupying the vacant house. Captain Li Chong of the undercover team was already seething with frustration for failing to locate Ningxia. Upon seeing someone shouting at the entrance, he immediately turned around and scolded, "What business is it of yours? Get lost at once, or I swear I'll make you regret it." The elderly man, noticing several young individuals emerging from the house, pointed at them with a feigned bravado. "I warn you, don't cause trouble. This is the residence of our bailiff. If you dare to stay here, be careful not to invite trouble upon yourselves," as Ningxia's residence did not fall under the jurisdiction of the 17th Law Enforcement Team. The undercover agents were not particularly familiar with the area. After hearing the old man's words, Li Chang narrowed his eyes. "The bailiff here is called Su Fei, Isnth. Su Fei has long since passed away. Our current bailiff is Ningxia. You know him, right? No one dares to provoke him in Dongqing." The old man proclaimed Ningxia's name, continuing his threats. "You all better leave at once, otherwise I will call for help." One of the undercover agents, witnessing the audacity of the old man, angrily prepared to confront him. "Old fool, you dare to—" "Hey, forget it." Captain Li Chang hesitated for a moment and stopped the young man. "Let us go." Swarms of agents, having received Li Chang's order, made their way out of the courtyard. "Humph. At least you know your place." The old man, seeing them depart, assumed they were genuinely intimidated by Ningxia, and with a sense of pride, he trembled back home at the alley entrance. Li Chang and his group of 7 gathered. One agent, noticing the area was deserted, lowered his head to light a cigarette. "Changgu, Ningxia's place is completely empty now. He has clearly fled. The refugee area is vast. Where are we supposed to find him? Should we just return and report to Captain Kong that Ningxia has gone into hiding? You know nothing." Li Chang retorted sharply, adding, "Shao Qi from the Black Flag Gang has frequently provided intel to Captain Kong. This matter was personally brought to Captain Kang's attention, who then assigned it to me. If I were to report back as you suggest, and then Ningxia suddenly returned, Captain Kong would surely hold me accountable. Changgu, while your reasoning is sound, we can't just linger in the refugee area all day. Can we? I'm already freezing after just a little while. How am I supposed to endure the night?" Another undercover agent shook the dirt off his wraps, looking mournfully at their situation. They were accustomed to 3 meals a day at the lookout post. With heating in the office, though the environment was not as good as that within the fortress, it was 100 times better than the refugee area. "Enough with the complaints. Before we set out, Captain Kong told me that if we successfully resolve this case, there would be a bonus. I'll forego my share and distribute it among you all. But if anyone dares to complain again, I won't hesitate to withhold their bonus." Li Chang understood that his subordinates were difficult to manage. He spoke with a mix of authority and encouragement, then continued, "From now on, the 6 of you will split into 2 groups and take turns surveilling near Ningxia's house. The rest can disguise themselves as refugees and rest at the Black Flag Gang's brothel. We may not have much, but there will be plenty of women. Captain, do we have to stay here at night too?" One team member, upon hearing this, turned pale with fear. "The refugee area at night is perilous." Bang! Li Chang kicked him. "Can't you be a bit more ambitious? You're armed. Who could possibly threaten you?" The agent, feeling the sting of the kick and aware of the risk of further punishment, retorted, "What if a pack of wolves shows up? There were hundreds of refugees killed in a wolf attack at the camp not long ago." "Fine. Don't want to work, huh? I won't force you." Li Chang, irritated by the agent's incessant chatter, said coldly, "You can head back to the outer city right now and voice your complaints to Captain Kong. But if you provoke him and he demotes you to live among the refugees, don't blame me for not interceding on your behalf." Hearing the term demoted to refugee sent a shiver down the agent's spine, and he quickly lowered his stance. "Captain, don't be angry. I was just saying. I'll listen to you. I'll keep watch." In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. During this time, the undercover team maintained constant surveillance over Ningxia's residence, yet there were no signs of activity. His yard remained eerily empty, as if he had vanished from existence. That noon, after leaving the Black Flag Gang's brothel, Zhao Zhuzi met with the subtly disguised Ningxi, Lin Sun, and Wu Hao in a private room at a local restaurant. Upon seeing Zhao Zhuzi enter, Ningxia poured him a bowl of water. "So, what have you discovered during your time at the brothel?" "I found nothing unusual over there, but the staff have already taken note of me. My expenses for the day, including the brothel sisters and other indulgences, amount to $50 or $60. Such lavish spending is not something an ordinary refugee can afford," Zhao Zhuzi replied, shaking his head. "The brothel staff have already pried into my background. I fabricated a story about my parents dying in a factory accident, receiving over $100 in compensation, which is how I can afford this lifestyle. If I linger any longer, it may raise suspicions. Wu Hao, taking a bite of the bean cake in his hand, chimed in. My situation is similar. I've come up empty as well. Should we perhaps try switching to another brothel? After contemplating, Ningxia shook his head. After this meal, Zhao Zhuzi, you need not return to that brothel. Wu Hao will take your place. Wu Hao set down his food. Do you still suspect something is amiss at that brothel? Indeed, Ningxia nodded. In the past 2 days, Lin Sun and I have thoroughly investigated the Black Flag's brothels. We discovered that the place Zhao Zhuzi was staying at has double the personnel compared to other brothels. While I have yet to see Shao Qi make an appearance, I can't shake the feeling that something is off there. It's best to get to the bottom of it. Chapter 93. Unusual Chambers. Ningxia had been observing the Black Flag gang for 2 days, yet he had gleaned no information regarding Shao Qi. Although he possessed no concrete evidence, an unsettling instinct nagged at him, suggesting that the brothel where Zhao Zhuzi was residing, with its doubled security, must harbor some hidden agenda. Having stayed at the brothel for 2 days, Zhao Zhuzi's spending power had drawn the attention of the Black Flag gang. Amidst this tense atmosphere, Ningxia feared that Zhao Zhuzi's prolonged stay might lead to complications, hence he assigned him to a brothel with minimal security, while delegating Wu Hao to continue the reconnaissance. Ningxia chose to focus on brothels with extreme personnel counts to prevent Shao Qi from covertly maneuvering and diverting attention. After parting ways, Ningxia and Lin Sun once again concealed themselves within the town, while Wu Hao returned to the brothel where Zhao Zhuzi had previously scouted. Looking for some company? As soon as Wu Hao entered the courtyard, a young man greeted him with a grin. Are you after a man or a woman? With my rugged looks, do I seem like someone who would go for the latter? Wu Hao chuckled, baring his teeth. What are your rates here? $5 for direct service, and you can substitute it with 2 cups of water, but they must be measured in our cups. The youth pointed to 2 containers, slightly larger than standard cups, resting on a table at the entrance, before continuing with practiced ease. If you find a girl you fancy, it's $15 for the night, or you can pay $40 for a whole day. We provide food and drink, but they all come at a cost. Wu Hao nodded. Your prices are a bit steep. Can't you lower them? In these times, just surviving is tough enough. Let us not haggle over this. The young man casually scratched his nose and replied, if you're really worried about money, just hit the streets for those so-called virtuous women. They're cheap, $2 will get you a service. But be warned, 9 out of 10 of those places are scams, and you won't find safety here like you do in our Black Flag territory. Our prices might be higher, but that comes with added value. After all, we have plenty of people here to ensure your safety. If you end up getting scammed and suffer from impotence, wouldn't that ruin your life? You make a valid point. It's not worth risking trouble just to save a few bucks. Wu Hao smacked his lips in agreement. All right then, I'll stick around and check out the ladies' quality before deciding how to spend. Once the two reached an agreement, the young man led Wu Hao into a room filled with women. After surveying the scene, Wu Hao chose one that caught his eye and was taken to a private room within the courtyard. The women working at the brothel had been shaped by the Black Flag gang, and Wu Hao did not pretend to be a paragon of virtue. After attending to business, he engaged in casual conversation with the woman, creating a sense of familiarity. Not only did he pay for the woman's services for the day, but he also ordered 2 meals a few minutes later. Taking advantage of the moment when the young woman stepped out to use the restroom, Wu Hao discreetly retrieved a small folded square made of craft paper from his embrace. Upon opening it, he poured the powder contained within into his hand. This powder was derived from the spores of a rare mushroom known scientifically as Messina chlorophyllus, colloquially referred to as 3-day halo. This extraordinary fungus possesses the ability to emit light at night, and its spores can induce a state of unconsciousness, making it a favored natural anesthetic among bandits. It was the very substance that Li Bin had employed to drug Ningxia and his companions. During Zhao Zhuzi's previous surveillance, he had chosen a room near the entrance of the courtyard, allowing him to keep a watchful eye on the main gate through the gaps in the window. However, his prolonged presence over the course of 2 days had attracted the attention of the establishment staff, particularly the young woman accompanying him, making it increasingly difficult for Zhao Zhuzi to maintain his vigilance. In contrast, Wu Hao exhibited far greater cunning. To avoid suspicion, he deliberately selected a room situated away from the entrance. Consequently, once the young woman inside succumbed to the effects of the drug, he would find himself unencumbered. Seated within his room, Wu Hao spent the entire day peering through the window's crevice, fixated on the main gate. As night fell, and the red lanterns were hung prominently at the entrance of the establishment. He noticed no suspicious individuals. Throughout the afternoon, approximately a dozen patrons had visited the establishment, yet none lingered for long. By this hour, he found himself the sole remaining guest. Just then, a young man entered the courtyard, carrying a meal box directed toward Wu Hao's room. Noticing this, Wu Hao quickly turned and returned to the bed, embracing the slumbering woman. Knock, knock. The young man glanced through the window's gap and upon seeing Wu Hao cradling the young woman, knocked on the door. Who is it? What's the matter? Wu Hao feigned waking from the knock, sitting up groggily to inquire. Hello, I'm a server from the establishment, the young man outside replied courteously. It's already dark out. Would you like to order some dinner? All right, just a moment, Wu Hao replied, slipping on his shoes and moving to open the door, grinning broadly. I must have been too tired. I've slept the entire day, haha, I understand, good sir. Would you like dinner? 10 coins per serving, each comes with 2 bean cakes and a cup of water. The server raised the meal box slightly, allowing Wu Hao to see its contents in the candlelight. Sounds good, bring me 2 servings, Wu Hao responded, producing 20 coins. He took 2 plates of food from the box and placed them on the table within the room, then fixed his penetrating gaze on the young man's retreating figure. As the young man reached for something, Wu Hao distinctly observed steam rising from the lower layer of the meal box, and grease had even smeared onto his fingers. Sniff! Wu Hao rubbed his fingers together and inhaled the aroma, clearly discerning the scent of animal fat in the wasteland. The refugees typically relied on roasting for their meals, rarely enjoying meat. Yet, the young man's meal box undoubtedly contained food prepared with animal fat. The fact that the server had not offered Wu Hao this higher-priced dish indicated that it was reserved for patrons of a higher status. As Wu Hao's mind raced with thoughts, the server pushed open a door within the courtyard. After approximately 3 minutes, he emerged again, but the meal box was noticeably empty, as it had been lowered upon entry, and now it swayed slightly with his movements. With a glance at the empty courtyard, Wu Hao hesitated for several seconds before extinguishing the oil lamp in his room and positioning himself by the window, fixating intently on the unusual room. Chapter 94. The harvest of the enforcement team in the blink of an eye. The plainclothes team had lingered in the town for 2 days. During this time, aside from those assigned to monitor Ningxia, the remainder had been resting within the establishment, enjoying ample food and drink, well taken care of. The refugees. The plainclothes team lived a life akin to that of deities. Yet for the team, it felt more like a torment, as the food available to the refugees was vastly inferior. The heating in their rooms was provided by charcoal stoves, which not only emitted unpleasant odors, but also proved ineffective at warming the space. Although everyone refrained from speaking out due to Li Chang's oppressive presence, discontent simmered beneath the surface. That evening, after 3 members of the plainclothes team were replaced by their colleagues, they gathered within the establishment, where the Black Flag gang began serving dinner. Wow, the food looks quite good today. There's even meat, one plainclothes officer exclaimed, glancing at the dishes on the table, swallowing hard. Having endured 2 days of unpalatable black bean cakes to avoid revealing their identities, their appetites were understandably waning. Strange, considering the refugee area's lack of oil and salt. This meal actually tastes quite decent, Li Chang remarked, picking up a piece of meat and glancing appreciatively at the young man who had brought the food. What sort of wild game is this? The young man, flattered by the praise, eagerly replied, Li team, this is rat meat. To ensure that you gentlemen could enjoy some meat, we dispatched 6 or 7 brothers and expended considerable effort to catch this particular rat. Upon hearing the young man's response, Li Chang was momentarily taken aback, then felt his stomach churn violently. What the hell did you just say? This is rat meat? Yes, it's rat meat. Li team, is there a problem? The young man failed to perceive any wrongdoing, as in the refugee area, any non-toxic flora or fauna could be considered food. Ugh. One of the plainclothes officers who had consumed the rat meat could no longer contain himself, doubling over the table in a fit of violent retching. Simultaneously, Li Chang erupted in fury, delivering a resounding slap to the young man's face. You bastard! You fed us rat meat? With a cacophony of chaos, the others witnessed Li Chang's outburst and rushed to join in, surrounding the young man and unleashing a torrent of blows upon him. Before the young man could comprehend his transgression, he found himself pinned to the ground, wailing in distress. At that moment, another plainclothes officer entered the room, and upon witnessing the scene, looked on in confusion. Ally team, what is going on here? Are you interrogating a suspect? Mind your own business. Li Chang delivered another kick to the young man on the ground, then turned to the newcomer. Aren't you supposed to be keeping an eye on Ninja? Why are you back? Have you got news of him? No. Ninja has yet to make an appearance, but I've gathered other information. The officer shook his head, explaining, for the past few days, I've been seeking news about Ninja through other channels. And I've finally made some progress. Upon hearing his subordinate's words, Li Chang suppressed his nausea, lighting a cigarette as he stepped outside with the young man. What did you find out? Speak up. Since Ninja took office, he has dismissed several water plant workers appointed by his predecessor, which has led to significant resentment towards him. I've managed to befriend one of them in the refugee community. The officer took the cigarette Li Chang offered and lit it, continuing, I've heard that although Ninja has been present lately, he has entrusted his duties to a woman named Ma Hui, and all his daily supplies are collected by her. Li Chang squinted in contemplation. So you're saying this Ma Hui is Ninja's mistress, and he might be hiding with her? No. I've looked into Ma Hui's situation as well. She is over 30 and engages in some illicit activities on the side. She has a disabled husband and a 7-year-old child. And it's said that Ninja takes good care of them. The officer lowered his voice, ensuring their conversation remained discreet. I believe that since Ninja cares for Ma Hui so much, she is likely to know his whereabouts. Li Chang, upon hearing this, extinguished his cigarette against the wall. That makes sense. Can you find Ma Hui's residence? Absolutely. She lives in the same neighborhood as Ninja. All right, enough of the beating. Everyone, stop, Li Chang commanded, halting the assault on the young man. Gather the team. We're leaving immediately. Meanwhile, within another establishment, Wu Hao had been observing for nearly half an hour. Seizing the opportunity when several thugs went to eat, he swiftly slipped into the courtyard, stealthily making his way to the opposite room, and gently pushed the door open. Creak. The wooden door emitted a grating sound as it opened slowly, allowing the courtyard's light to filter into the room. To Wu Hao's surprise, the space before him was unoccupied, revealing itself to be a storage room filled with firewood and straw. That moment, a young man emerging for a shift caught sight of Wu Hao's figure and shouted angrily, Hey, what are you sneaking around for? Who are you? You startled me. Wu Hao turned back nonchalantly and replied, What's the deal with the food around here? I took a couple of bites, and now my stomach is in turmoil. I had to come out looking for a toilet. A toilet? The young man scrutinized Wu Hao skeptically. Didn't they provide you with a bucket for that purpose in your room? Wu Hao, puffing out his chest defiantly, retorted, Do you think I'm toothless? You don't know what I'm doing in there? It reeks. How could I possibly enjoy myself? Do you think we're two flies mating in there? It needs a bit of odor to set the ambience. The young man was left speechless by Wu Hao's retort, gesturing toward a small path beside the main house. The toilet is in the back courtyard. In the future, don't wander around aimlessly, or you'll only invite trouble upon yourself. Really, I'm just looking for a toilet. What trouble could I possibly cause? Wu Hao replied, Yes, it's still possible to sneak into the shed and steal your broken wooden sticks. Wu Hao rolled his eyes and cursed as he walked away. Meanwhile, Li Chang, accompanied by 4 plainclothes officers, had already arrived at the neighborhood where Ninja resided, cloaked in the cover of night as they entered the alley. The young informant led the way around a corner and pointed at the lowly shack ahead. Changgu, we have arrived. That is Ma Hui's home. Leave 2 people to keep watch outside. The rest follow me. Li Chang tossed out this command and was the first to approach the shack. Upon lifting the curtain, he was immediately assaulted by a pungent odor that made him frown. Yet he steeled himself and stepped inside. At that moment, inside Zhou Su's home, a kerosene lamp flickered as the family of 3 gathered around a stone that served as their table to eat. Seeing the 3 newcomers enter, Zhou Su gazed at them with surprise. Who are you? What brings you to my home? Do not misunderstand. We mean no harm. Please, continue your meal. Li Chang lit a cigarette to dissipate the foul smell. Revealing his credentials from his pocket, allow me to introduce myself. We are from the Industrial District Law Enforcement Team. Chapter 95, Coercion and Temptation. The plainclothes team's sudden interrogation, Li Chang's nonchalant statement struck Zhou Su and his wife like a bolt from the blue. To the displaced persons, the law enforcement team represented the pinnacle of the food chain. Their words could dictate life or death, and this was no jest. Officer, you must have some misunderstanding. Ma Hui, upon catching sight of the badge reflecting the light from Li Chang's credentials, paled and protested. Though I work at the water plant, I have only been there for a few days and have never participated in any water theft. Do not be anxious. I am not here to assign blame or punish you. I merely wish to ask a few simple questions. Li Chong cheerfully seated himself on a slightly elevated stone nearby, feeling quite satisfied with the family's anxious demeanor. It not only underscored his authority but also suggested that their heightened tension would serve to his advantage in the forthcoming interrogation. You are familiar with Ning Jia? Are you not? Upon hearing the law enforcement officer mention Ning Jia, Zhou Su instinctively prepared to evade. Officer, I do not know. Bang. Before Zhou Su could finish his sentence, a plainclothes officer stepped forward and kicked him fiercely, then seized Zhou Su's son by the ear, dragging the boy, Zhou Baobao, away. In pain from the ear twist, Zhou Baobao began to cry out, prompting Ma Hui to rush forward in desperation. Child, let go of my child. Slap! Another plainclothes officer struck Ma Hui across the face, while yet another covered the child's mouth and drew a handgun, pressing it against Zhou Baobao's head, coldly addressing Zhou Su and his wife. I am not inclined to kill displaced persons, for I fear your filthy blood will stain me. However, do not push me. If anyone dares to scream again, I assure you that not one of you will survive. Officer, please, please, I beg you, do not harm my child. Ma Hui, upon hearing the threat, bit down on her fear, tears streaming down her face as she repeatedly bowed her head in supplication to Li Chong and his associates, then forced a smile through her trembling body. Addressing her child, Bao Bao, do not be afraid. The uncles are just joking with us. Do not cry or shout, all right? As the plainclothes officer released his grip on the child, Zhou Baobao, tears brimming in his eyes, nodded while trembling. Mom, I'm not afraid. A woman may be weak, but a mother is fierce. Li Chong, reclining with his legs crossed, gestured with his cigarette towards Ma Hui. I truly appreciate your cooperation. If you can answer my questions honestly, I guarantee that you and your family will remain safe. Let us pretend this never happened. Now, do you know Ning Jia? Ma Hui glanced at her son whose ear was turning purple from the grip, and with a haggard expression, she nodded. Yes, he is our local protector. I have heard that Ning Jia has not been in this neighborhood lately and has entrusted his duties to you, even providing your family with his rations, correct? Li Chong flicked the ash from his cigarette. I know Ning Jia has treated you well, but please believe me when I say I harbor no ill intent. I merely wish to understand his situation. Zhou Su, seeing that Ma Hui was about to respond, hurriedly interjected. Officer, you are truly mistaken. We are just a bunch of lowly beggars. We cannot even read. How could Ning, our protector, entrust his duties to us? He merely took pity on us and shared some food. You, however, are less honest than your wife. Li Chong exchanged glances with Zhou Su, smirking. I am well aware of the dire poverty in the displaced persons area, so I find it hard to believe that anyone would forsake their rations to assist unrelated individuals during such a harsh winter. Zhou Su, feeling uncomfortable under Li Chong's gaze, stubbornly insisted. Officer, I speak the truth. I once saved Ning Jia's adoptive father while working, and that is why he feels a sense of gratitude towards me. He has indeed taken good care of me, but only out of gratitude. As for his whereabouts, we truly do not know. Enough. I once had my heart set on the bright moon. Yet the moon shines upon the ditch. Li Chong uttered a phrase incomprehensible to Zhou Su and his wife. Snapping his fingers lightly, and the plainclothes officer beside Zhou Baobao drew a knife, pinning him against the table. No. Ma Hui, witnessing the officer's action, instinctively reached out to intervene but was seized by Zhou Su's hand, which had been hidden behind the table, gripping her wrist with such force that it turned her joints white, causing her intense pain. Over the years, Ning Jia had provided ample care for Zhou Su, helping him endure one harsh winter after another. This profound debt of gratitude was enough for Zhou Su to sacrifice anything, even his own son. Zhou Su did not understand the ancient tales of loyalty and sacrifice. He simply felt indebted to Ning Jia, believing that if he were to betray him, he would live forever in guilt. It appears you truly know nothing. Li Chong observed the couple's expressions, fell silent for a few seconds, then suddenly laughed. He pulled out a stack of cash from his pocket, appearing to contain 4,000 or 5,000, and tossed it onto the table, scattering bills across the surface. If coercion does not work, then let us discuss temptation. If you can provide me with information on Ning Jia, this money is yours. Moreover, once we find him, he is doomed. This way, No one will seek revenge against you. You can take this money and easily survive the frigid winter. Chapter 96. Who is truly at fault? Li Chang's unpredictable interrogation style had always been difficult to decipher. After throwing the money onto the table, his subordinates released the little boy, allowing him to return to Ma Hui's embrace. This action, however, did not ease the burden on Zhou Su and his wife. Instead, it intensified their pressure. With a clatter, Li Chang drew his handgun, expertly racking the slide and aiming it at the family of three. A slight smile playing on his lips. Did you hear that crisp sound of the chambering? Next, with just a gentle pull of my finger, I can turn you all into a heap of flesh. You have witnessed the power of firearms before, have you not? Zhou Su's family huddled together, breath quickening, their faces drenched in cold sweat despite the frigid air of the room. In my eyes, the choice between life and death, poverty and wealth, is not one that is difficult to make. Li Chang set the gun down beside the pile of cash. Now, I present you with an opportunity to choose. Under the immense psychological strain, Ma Hui was on the brink of collapse, raising her gaze toward Li Chang in confusion. Officer, if I tell you something, can you guarantee our survival and truly give us this money? Hearing Ma Hui's question, Zhou Su roared in sudden outrage. Ma Hui, what the hell are you doing? Have you lost your mind? We are utterly oblivious. What nonsense are you spouting? Bang. The plainclothes officer, noticing Zhou Su's heightened agitation, swiftly kicked him to the ground and raised his fist in anger. Ma Hui, witnessing the officer's aggressive move, shouted loudly at Li Chang. Stop. Please, stop. If you wish for me to divulge anything, you must cease to harm my family. Silence him. Li Chang commanded his subordinate to cover Zhou Su's mouth with a blanket. Amidst Zhou Su's muffled grunts, he flashed a smile at Ma Hui. I assure you, as long as you provide me with the information I seek, my previous terms will remain intact. I truly do not know where Ningxia has gone, but he sought me out before leaving. He instructed me to regularly deliver the factory's duty roster to the lookout post, promising that in return, he would supply me with daily rations. Ma Hui regarded the cash and handgun on the table, her gaze vacant as she responded, in this moment, even Ma Hui was uncertain whether her choice to compromise stemmed from a fear of death or the allure of profit. However, she was acutely aware that Li Chang's words held a kernel of truth. With this money, their family could undoubtedly weather the winter with ease. Ma Hui could not fathom why Zhou Su would prefer to sacrifice his family's safety to protect Ningxia. She only understood that if they could secure this sum, they could escape their squalid hovel, purchasing a mud brick or even a tiled house, where they could light a brazier in the cold and fill their bellies in times of hunger. Observing Ma Hui's willingness to answer his inquiries, Li Chang refrained from pressing further, instead softening his tone and sheathing his aggression. Think carefully. Aside from what you've already shared, what else did Ningxia reveal to you? He mentioned that if any issues arose, I could find him at the graveyard east of the town at sunset, where someone would assist me. Having chosen to cooperate, Ma Hui did not withhold any further information. At that time, Ningxia only told me this much. He did not disclose who I would be meeting. Upon hearing Ma Hui's response, Li Chang deactivated the safety on his handgun and tucked it away. You should be aware of the consequences of deceiving me. Correct? Without hesitation, Ma Hui shook her head, speaking earnestly. Sir, I would never dare to deceive you. You have seen my family's predicament. Without leaving the town, we simply cannot survive. So I fully understand the cost of lying. Li Chang glanced at the mechanical watch on his wrist, contemplating. Before the clock strikes 4 tomorrow afternoon, you will make an appearance at the grocery store by the East City Gate. My men will feign asking you for directions, and once you make contact, proceed to the graveyard, meeting them as Ningxia instructed. Ma Hui nodded vigorously after Li Chang's words. Sir, what should I say to him? Anything will suffice. You can discuss recent happenings in the neighborhood or fabricate some tales. Just ensure there are no inconsistencies. Tonight, my men will be stationed around your home. Do not entertain thoughts of escape, for the consequences will be dire. Li Chang's gaze was icy as he uttered this warning, then departed from Zhou Su's dilapidated dwelling, accompanied by 2 subordinates. Ma Hui, why are you doing this? Zhou Su lay on the ground. His eyes dimmed, as if all strength had been drained from him. In a hoarse voice, he questioned. For all these years, Xiaozhe has helped us so much. Why would you betray him, Zhou Su? You only think of how others have aided you. Have you never considered how much I have sacrificed for this family? Do not forget. I am merely a woman. I too know exhaustion. I too understand fatigue. I do not expect you to contribute significantly to our household. I only wish for our family of 3 to live in peace. I can endure humiliation and hardship to maintain this home. I can bear the scorn of others for living with a disabled husband, but to ask me to sacrifice my life to protect Ningxia, I'm sorry. I cannot do that. Ma Hui's tone was equally flat as she expressionlessly gathered the scattered bills from the ground. For the displaced to survive is already a monumental challenge. I do not mind aiding others, but such assistance must be grounded in our own capabilities. You have seen, on this street, we are the worst off. Since I married you, I chose to endure hardship alongside you. However, I cannot allow our child to continue suffering. I merely wish to grasp an opportunity to provide him with a better life. I do not seek for him to live extravagantly, only that he does not constantly teeter on the brink of starvation. I do not wish to die, nor do I believe it is wrong to wish for survival. Upon hearing Ma Hui's words, Zhou Su looked down at his empty legs, rendered speechless. Beside him, their child clutched his injured arm. Still shaken from the earlier fright, now silenced by the oppressive atmosphere. Zhou Su believed he was in the right. Ningxia had extended his hand to him countless times over the years, and even if he could not repay the kindness, he could not betray Ningxia. Ma Hui, too, felt justified. She simply did not want to witness her husband and child perish, only wishing to seize an opportunity to survive and to better their lives. If both believed they were right, then who was truly at fault? Perhaps neither was wrong, just as Ningxia had once said to Lin Sun. In this era, to aspire to be a good person means enduring the backlash of kindness and paying the price for it. Zhou Su met his end quietly, choosing to hang himself from the support beam of their hovel with a hemp rope in the dead of night. Due to his lack of legs, the act was difficult, and his death was rather absurd. He could not accept Ma Hui's betrayal of Ningxia, could not confront his own heart, wished no longer to be a burden to his family, nor to let his wife and child be mocked for having a disabled husband and father, and feared being labeled a heartless scoundrel. Until his final moments, Zhou Su came to realize one thing. Perhaps none were truly at fault. It was the era itself that was to blame.